Good morning, everybody. How are we doing out there? It is fantastic to see you all today. I hope you are doing well. We are getting started in just a moment. I'm just getting set up, petting the Bailey, as you can see, which is obviously the priority. He is the best baby boy. He's come to say hello to everybody. He is, of course, asking for chicken, but he's already had chicken today, so he needs to not be so demanding. That's basically my view on it. Yesterday's Daily Bailey was, in fact, him as a video. So there was a, extra dB, as it were, because you could see him meowing at people. He's just a snuggly little cat. We'll be getting started in just a second. Bear with me while I get the last few things set up, and then we'll be getting stuck into Dune. It's been a little while since we played Dune, so, first of all, the big change is I'm now playing this on an ultra wide, so it's going to be beautiful. I've decided that I'm the one who gets to benefit from this, unfortunately. It doesn't really show very well for chat to play on an ultra wide, so you guys just get the middle segment. I get extra vision at the sides. Yeah, that's yeah, you have to be a special tier of subscriber for that, and none of you have access, unfortunately. Only Bailey does. I love you, little cat. You're not gonna go sit in your box? Yeah, he's a good boy. You're gonna rub your face against the painting? Okay. You watch in 160p? That makes sense. I would watch in 160p too. Right, let's get started. So if I press this button, live woods dark. Ooh, spooky. Spooky. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome on in. We are indeed getting started. Let me do this. Make sure that Dune is the one being correctly captured, and then we can go from here. So nice. Doesn't work properly because yes, Bailey, I know it's a very difficult time to be a cat because you haven't got extra chicken. Well, that's a slight issue. Sorry, I haven't done it on this screen before, so bear with me while I just get that sorted. You should still be able to see all of the UI. Nice. Yep. Yeah, hi. Do you want to be on camera too? Is that it? Okay, well, make sure that your camera works as well. There we go. More Bailey camera. There you go. Hello, Queen. Hello, Stunzia. How are we doing? Good to see you guys all. I'm just getting started, getting set up. Bailey, aren't you? Yeah, you're not the best at Dune, but you're very good at being a cat. Yeah. Yeah. He's come to say hello to you guys. Don't forget to get the free DLC. Fairly sure I did, but I'm going to make sure. We'll quickly restart the game now. I've got that done. Bear with. Thank you for letting me. I didn't realize they put it as a free DLC. That's interesting. So those of you who don't know what's in that, that is this while I get them set up. My IQ. So it looks like it's basically interior decor and other things. So table, miniatures. I'm hoping that they're slightly larger than the last miniatures because they really put the mini in miniatures last time with the turret. Carpets, holograms, room sign, and a wood accented rifle and SMG. I mean, if we, used SMGs, that would obviously be very necessary. Everything's getting their Christmas patches now. That's it's Christmas patch time of year. Yes, Bailey, we're starting the game off, aren't we, little cat? You can. I know, baby boy. How is everyone doing out there today? Happy Thursday, indeed. I can't believe it's Thursday already. It's kind of a week today is Christmas. I don't think that's particularly fair or reasonable, I'm going to be honest with you. We're doing Christmas here with a KHR, by the way. That's my plans. Yeah, it's Bailey's special day. You've got one more work day left of the year. That's exciting, to be fair. Very exciting. Cronmas. Yeah, Merry Cronmas, everyone. So, back in June. Still got Emily Slider here. There is the dev live stream today. We'll be watching this. Definitely should be updating that drops command. Luther/Nella/Demnar. Do any of you fancy updating the drops command? Because I definitely have the drop stuff that Luther sent me enabled, and I'm definitely not going to do that just now. I'm very organized. It's not the most recent message I've received from Luther, so therefore I've lost it entirely. Here we go. This page, and then I need to grab... This might actually work already. Hello. Where's it gone? Okay, we're gonna go browser. Apparently I'm spice high and I can't see my own UI. And that's set up for later. It is. Luther, I did good. Did the mods manage to get a drops command set up? Hi, Bailey. Yeah, you want another pet? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I mean, they're not live yet, but they will be live soon. And that's the main thing. That's what we're building for. We're waiting for the drops. And then when the drops get here, we'll be very happy because we'll have the best drops on Twitch. That's fine, Ellis. You can leave it for now. And then when people do it, it gives me something to talk about. Creating content, Ellis. See? Pro strategy. I'm just making sure everything is set up, that Bailey is happy. That's you. Are you happy? Are you a happy cat? Yeah, you seem to be a happy cat. You like your new chair that I've laid out for you in the living room. That's why you're so happy. You just spent all night sleeping on my armchair. Do we? Oh boy, we do. These are the drops. I've definitely been very organized and not put them behind Bailey. That's I definitely wouldn't do that. These are the drops up here. And they should cycle through because Luther's made a very cool carousel system that works. So it's the last of the observer drops. He's starving, Krasmedic. He's so hungry. He's going to literally die soon. He's definitely fine. You've now stored your base fully, so you can not worry about refueling. Ideal. We're going to be walking through some of that today. I'm going to walk people through, like, even if you are still playing, you should make yourself a base backup, in my opinion. So that if you did quit the game for an unknown reason, you actually kind of come back and you'll have something. And yeah, if you missed campaigns 4 or 5, you can get those rewards today, which is, I think, important. That's very truly fair. Thank you. Winchester, thank you very much for that resub, buddy. 6 whole months. You've now got your next icon. You are now a bread. You're a bread roll. You're now toast. You're toast, bud. I'm sorry to hear it. Sorry to say, complete toast. So the drops are all over there. Look, you can see them. They're in the distance. Hi, drops. Hi, Bailey. Hi. Yeah. Oh, bless him. Bless him. He's adorable. If I ever let you join Blackbeard, no. No, Blackbeard's off limits. Shouldn't drops be happening? You know what was it? I'm glad you asked. The drops will start in around 3 hours. This is the waiting room. It's clearly shown by the title of the stream. Drops waiting room. I might have a bit of difficulty in replacing my Shaddam's bladder. I'm on my last one of it. If there are more this week, I want to get some more. What you guys don't get to see is that, like, this is what Dune looked like for you guys originally, right? Looked pretty good. Looked kind of fun. This isn't where I parked my car. Luther's been moving things around in preparation for today, so I shouldn't be too surprised. Ooh. Look at all of the things that come from the DLC. Luther's been playing Warhammer. This is unironically like a great table for Warhammer. Got terrain, you know, got cover. I also like the hologram trees. This is neat. Wait. It's hard light. I mean, Luther's on right now, Unilaris, so he's moving stuff around. Hard light trees. I love this. This is probably the same kind of hard light stuff that we had from the DLC dungeon. Oh, nice one, Luther. So at some point, we've got to get all of this onto like one plot to make this all movable and workable. Oh, look, Luther's moving our storage around. We've only got a small amount of water storage, as you can see. The trees can illuminate. I mean, they are... They probably have a small amount of illumination, but the bulk of the illumination in this area is likely coming from these floating lights, which actually are quite nice, because I can float underneath them. I can go underneath them, even. As you know, we've stockpiled a few resources in our time playing this game. Only a couple. And so I just need to make sure I check our storage. Drops will start at 2 PM or 3 PM? 3 PM. A few. Yeah, we've got a few bits of storage here. Just to be clear, I'll show you guys what I get to see, because I'm quite lucky with Dune, because Mr. Gregor's mentioned this to me, and let me just do... If I do this button, look at the size of this view. Look at it. There's so much view in this view. I mean, it's going to be hideously disturbing to look at, but it's quite a wide view. See? Very, very wide screened view. You get the whole... Because Dune has ultra-wide support. I was like, what? Why do I need to see any of my UI elements? I've got Twitch chat all the way over here. Like, that's where you can see this little box is Twitch chat. I've also got the backup up there. Well, the main chat up there and the backup here. But yeah, that's what's going on. So it looks very different for me. And then, if I pan the camera back around, I can do a magic trick. Cat. Good morning. How are you doing, Sabu? Oh. Who's adorable? You're adorable. Have you come back to say hi to chat again? You want to rub your face against that? You scent marking that, are you? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, you're such a baby boy. You. Such a baby cat. You would win in a fight with a sandworm, wouldn't you? Yeah, you show it. What you show it what for? Okay, he wants a belly rub. Sorry, chat. We're getting interrupted early on to give the cat some attention. Is this having an issue? Is the frame rate on the Bailey cam okay? I don't think it is. Well, let me. Both cameras were stuttering. Wow, okay. Fine now? What about now? This is live, El Zahib, yes. You see cat? Good. On phone, okay. We're gonna pet cat. Hello, cat. Who's a lovely baby boy? You are, baby. Huh? You're such a nice cat. Okay. That's what you want, is it? Look at this sweet little boy. We could have had an temporary internet hiccup. That was a bit strange. I think there is something potentially with the camera, and when this camera comes on for the first time in the morning, sometimes it can be a little bit resource hungry. So we'll keep an eye on it. If there's any problems with frame rate, let me know. Oh, there's definitely a problem with frame rate as soon as I click back into the game. Okay, let's sort that out. I don't. I have capped the in-game frame rate. The in-game frame rate is capped at 50. Sorry, 60. So I might need to lower my graphic settings, but it seems to suffer when DLSS is on. But it's fine now? This is a mystery. It may be to do with... Go down to medium on the shadows. Okay, DLSS struggling with generating Bailey. It could be it. Too much game, not enough cat. Okay, I can understand that. That's a genuine issue. There we go. More cat. Even more cat. I do need to get like a blue piece of cardboard to go on the ground for him so that I can just chroma key out the floor and you guys can just have a floating Bailey on the screen. Looks fine to me. No, immediately problem when I go to this. We might just go out of ultra wide. That is the other option. That's better. Ultra wide is your adult entertainment name. Nice, okay. Blue sense rendering, that makes sense. We'll keep an eye on it. If the frames drop, then let me know. But yeah, this is where we're at in the game. We've still got a bunch of stuff on us. Okay, I need to repair my suspense. Okay, my dispenser belt is just screwed up. Let's make some more dispenser belts, and then we can go do some playing around. 25 is a nice benchmark. Should be in the hundreds if we're really honest. Keep up the awesome job. Thank you very much, Sabu. I really appreciate the 25 streak. The commitment, Sabu. I'm very impressed. Thank you. Let's make several full suspense. I mean, we're low on particle capacitors. I need to make some more of these. This is what they all get spent on. They get spent on dispenser belts because you need 30 a time. Luckily, today we need to run some research facilities. You did a beat today and bought some salmon and tuna. Ooh, exciting. That's good. Fish for yourself. Teach a man to fish and he will feed himself for a lifetime, but teach a man to open a can of tuna and he will attract a cat. That's the saying. You might not like it, but that's what the saying is. Where's the repair bench? Doing moves like that is probably why my dispenser belt is so screwed up, just to be clear. It is on me. Set a man on fire and he'll be warm for the rest of his life? Maybe. Yeah, could well be. Construction tool, we've got fuel cells. I think it's just when it's running the extra camera feed from B, the PC was suffering. Good morning, Mango. You're drinking gingerbread flavored Pepsi. That could be nice. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that they've added new things to the game, like the new cargo container. So we go into research and we look under, it's like me vehicles. Look at this. It's 40 research and we have 30. Looks like we've got to go and do some research. Let's go to the deep desert and grab one of the testing stations out there. And I'm going to be honest. I'm going to use my fast flyer. Oh, I've missed my ornithopter. And the base tool is on the research. Yeah, I'll need to get enough intel to get both of them. I know that the new base tool is only like 2, so it's very, very cheap. Is it free? Oh, it was 2 on the test server. Palmer Drac, thank you very much for that sub with Prime, buddy. You are amazing. Thank you very much for being here. You're a legend. I only need to do 1 A-band, luckily, because I've already got 30 of it, because it bugged after the most recent content update. So I had more than the maximum amount of research. Oops. Not much I can do about it. I couldn't spend it, so free. And the one thing about British people is we love free stuff, especially if we're not meant to have it. Even better. Well, yeah, I mean, the queuing is what we do to get the free stuff, Dr. Crowley. I mean, that goes without saying. Oh, damn. Sometimes I forget how nice it is to fly around in this game. Like, they did do a great job of the ornithopters. Queuing for free stuff is, frankly, national. 100%. Oh, yeah. Yeah, who's a good boy? Yes, you, Bailey. What's up, little guy? Okay, yeah, I've missed my ornithopter chat. That's where we're at with this. Very, very enjoyable. Very much missed this. We're gonna go and grab on the research facilities. Oh look, there's a carrier. Fairly sure there's one up here. There is a dev stream later on today. We will be co-streaming that dev stream. So we will be listening in and talking about it live. If you want to know more about the future of Dune and the game and where it's going next year, I would suggest tuning in, because there should be some very interesting content updates coming at that I haven't talked about yet. Oh, okay, Bailey, you're moving to sit there, are you? The new shipping box is nice. I'm looking forward to using it. That's what this run's about. You watch here, you get better heckles. Yeah, we'll do some heckling, you know, potentially. I love me a good heckle every now and then. That's why my suspense about is broken. Chrono, stop doing that. How many hours until it starts? The dev stream starts in 5 hours, I believe. Hello, are you loafing? Okay, bless him. The drops start in 3 hours and 7 minutes, and the dev stream is 2 hours after that, I believe. I think it's 5 PM my time is meant to be the drops, if I recall correctly. Unfortunate, isn't it, that I just arrived behind you like that? I still would be absolutely horrified to come face to face with Emily Slider at any point, which is my character's name in this. She's kind of brutal. Pop. Num, 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 num. Was that that was very rude. I'm now, by the way, just going to collect pretty much everything, because we're low on certain resources. So if I collect everything from these bodies, then I can just choose at the end of each dungeon what I leave behind. Because apparently we're low on things like particle capacitors, which we haven't been low on for a very long time. The desire to float ominous everywhere is truly a bane of suspense about durability. I mean, that's it, Mango, because it's just so much more fun. Why would I touch the ground if I don't have to? That just seems pointless when I can just, like... Well, I don't know why Darth Vader walks when he can just, like, float around. Like, it's just more satisfying, you know? Especially when you can just float around a corner. Someone will be like, oh my god. I do love that spacebar quick loot. Okay, I can't get out of that one. It seems like the NPCs are dashing away from attacks that should stagger them a lot. I think the AI is improved so that they are trying to dodge you better. They've tried to improve that AI to make it a skill-based kind of thing, which I think it makes sense. We don't actually need to go this way, but we will, because I believe in clearing out the base fully when I visit. I don't want any of them to, you know, get any ideas above themselves. And also, look, there's loot in here. Why would I leave valuable and precious loot behind? Why would any of you let me leave loot behind? You'd be very upset, chat, wouldn't you, if I left the loot behind? What do you mean surprise? You can't shout the word surprise attack and then expect it to work. But that's not how this works. Hey, chat. Surprise disappearance. Was that a surprise? Not really. Not really. Oh, OMG, where did he go? I'm so surprised. We're back. Don't tell the NPCs. They'll be surprised. They might try another surprise attack. Turned around. One of them was trying a surprise attack and didn't announce themselves first. Good job, AI. Oh, they're saying I'm the surprise attack. Well, no, that's not surprising at all. Emily Slider's been here like a dozen times. If anything, they're more like, oh no, not this bitch again. Hello, I brought a gift. Happy Cronmus. It's one of these turrets. One of them has got the faction one. Don't mind me, I'm just taking my loot before I kill the enemies. Oh, your shield is broken. It'd be a shame if I snuck up on the guy with the faction one. I've fought too many of those now. I can time broadly when they're gonna start that attack. I can make it so that like the first 2 shots go off and then I hit them. If I take this, I'm gonna use this. I've loaded into the game and rudely, past Kronos didn't leave me at full health, which I think was very, very unfair and unreasonable. Hey, compact to Mark 5 though. It's never a bad thing to have. I mean, that's what I'm using right now. The Mark 6 is not worth it. There you go. Just by running that one base so far, I've already got enough to replace. I've already got enough of the parts capacitors to replace at least one of the dispenser belts that I made when I came here. But I can also grab this, which I already got. So I get 12. There you go. It's taking me back to the cap. No, I'm no longer gonna have a spare 30 of them. There's the cargo container unlocked. Water, plastinium ingots, silicon blocks, spice melange, and advanced stirbox. We're going to be good with that, I think. Does anybody need the materials for one of these? Because I could probably give some away to community members who have been helping out. Going to be real. Yeah, it costs 2. So 2 intel, meme for the base saving. That's a great... And you get it at iron tier, so actually like very, very early on in the game. I think they've done a good job with that. I think that's the right call. Does anybody want to party up and do some deep desert base running? Or run some stuff out here first? I wouldn't mind doing some research stations, see how we do on blueprints, see where the game is at, see how responsive the AI is, because some of the issues we've had in the past have been AI responsiveness. You sent me the timer URL for OBS. Thank you. I'm having a strunk. Call a bondulance. Call the bondulance. The timer URL. So if I add that as a browser source, Luther, that's what you're telling me. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing add it as a browser source, and I'm not gonna give you time to respond. Of course, you'd be keen. If you guys are in the deep desert, just rock up in Alpha 2 on the shield wall, and I'll get a small group made. Browser drops timer. That's not what I want. So I can hide the drops. I can take the drops timer. Definitely want to trim that. Does that show up for everyone at the top of the screen? Okay, B. Why is it pulsing? I don't know, Luther. I don't know, you... That sounds like a question I would ask you. Or Phantom from Dune, you can just leave the stream on now and you'll have it when you come back tomorrow. Just leave your PC on all night. It is indeed the new drops day. I mean, Phantom Dune, I might even be live tomorrow for you. You never know. It depends on how late this goes and how many people end up watching. If we end up with a like a large number of people watching, I'll just kind of keep streaming. Because, why not? You've uninstalled the game thanks to this, so you've got no reason to immediately need the drops. You'll tune in tomorrow on the big screen. That makes sense. That makes sense. You know, somebody to watch while working all night? What? Balth, what? Love yourself. Don't work all night. I'll at least get some sleep. Like, Stravidium mass for my Stravidium ass. Wait, what? Huh? Who said that? Sometimes the intrusive voices win. Calm down. There we go. Thank you. You know what we could do? Let me do this quickly. If I do this, I can check out. We can do something we haven't done for a long time, which is a rare wing gamba. Would you guys like to do a rare wing gamba? Look, I can even show you the wings. Look at them. Look at them. They're delightful. They're not even that fucked. They're a little bit fucked, but not that fucked comparatively to how we normally fly. We could do wing gamba. What was there a lot of changes doing? They've been doing a lot of quality of life updates, yes. So there have been a lot of updates over time. Nearly pristine. Is that what you think, Nellis? In that case, we're going to do a vote. Do I not do this? I don't want to do this as a poll. I want to do it as a prediction, don't I? That's what I do. This. Here we go. Start prediction. We want to go. $46 to $51. We'll go 50. No, 51. Numbers are difficult first thing in the morning. I do words, not numbers. That's other people's job. 56 to 60. Someone's gonna get very upset by the bounding on this. On this. There you go, so I don't upset myself. The prediction is live. Do it. In comparison to my normal wings, I like that you said 34%. 34% isn't even on the list. It's above 34%. I can tell you that for free. What time do you reckon you'll start stream tomorrow so you can try to plan ahead? I can't tell you that, Phantom for June, because if drops goes the way that it did last time and I end up with like 1,000 people watching, then I might just stay live all night. Like, I might just go live for like 20 hours again. That genuinely happens. Hello, Game Dadle Bud. It's great to see you. How are you doing, dude? So we are doing a wing gamba. The prediction in chat. You can see my wing durability in the bottom of the screen. Now is your opportunity to vote. You bet your whole thing. Nice. The chorus, I have work, I have life, and I have balance. That's fine. I have all three of those things separately. That's a problem. No, wait, that's not a problem. Rough day, 4 meetings done, another 2 happening soon. Well, I hope that they clear up, bud. I know that meetings are rough, but hopefully your meetings are designed so that you can do less work over the Christmas period, I would hope. I do have Bailey. That's my work-life balance. A cat on my lap is how I balance. Please don't stream for 20 years. I need to sleep. I can stream for 20 years. You can't stop me. 100 years before the Mars. Turner, do you fear death? Good morning, Turtle Tamer. Oh, Game Diddle, I hate those kind of meetings. Important to go to, but afterwards, I could have not gone. Yep. Dude, imagine if I just rocked up in a Rick and Morty scene. Right, let me go to my Twitch and actually manage that prediction because I forgot that they actually just disappear from reality once they're done. Manage predictions. That's raid channel. Let's not press that button. That's not the one I wanted. Let me make sure I get out of the vehicle so we don't change the durability. And then find that prediction. Oh, okay. This is actually a pretty interesting one. Let me switch to screen share. You guys can see this. So one person 41 45. 5% of people think it's 46 to 50. Again, 0% 51 to 55. 14% of people 56 to 60. 41% of you think it's 61 to 65. 66%. You guys are out of practice, I can tell, because let's have a look at this. 54%. So actually, Balthazar put 10 points in and is the only winner. 51 to 55, 10 points in, getting 17,000 back. What do you mean you can't see? I had it on screen share. What? I had it like this. Look at that. 10 points spent, 17,000 points won. What do you mean it's cut? Okay, fine, I'm suspicious of you. Look at that, though. That is the best payout that we've ever seen. Like the best ratio. Good job. That's genuinely impressive. Well done. Well done. I'm very impressed. Everyone else, get some skills like Balth has. That's my advice. If I could get that kind of return on investing money, I'd be very happy. I'd also be quite rich. I think we all would be. Imagine if you were always guaranteed a 1,700% investment return. That would be ideal. I give you £1, you give me 1,700. Let me just get my Discord open because my Discord is making sounds at me. That could really not. How weird. Fine. It's. Oh yeah, because everyone's forgetting the 100 off the end. No, it's not. It's not 17. Wait. Okay, I'm lost. Yes, Mr. Madoff, I guess, yeah. Hello, is there anybody here? Oh, apparently not. Okay, fine. Oh no, all of these horrible mines. I've started carrying an improvised cut array for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's a small single-handed one. You can still have full movement speed while you do while you still do this. But secondly, it doesn't have durability issues. Whereas using my Kind's, like I can't replace the Kind's cut array anywhere nearly as easily. So I don't want to waste its durability. So I've started just carrying this improvised one so I can cut into wrecks and I can do the various bits that that aren't, you know, mining. If I recall correctly. There's another one over here. Again, probably shouldn't be flying around like that. Hello, Ruchi. How you doing? Same with the cheap compactor for treasure hunting? Yeah, broadly. I thought it was up here. No, apparently I'm having a strong. I'm probably thinking of the next area up. I will indeed try and hydrate. Here we go. I will hydrate. Thank you. And in Dune, I also need to remember to hydrate. That's the other thing. I'll do my hydration checks in both, in real life and in game. Wrong lever. Am I Yzma or am I Kronk? Which one? I'm not sure which one's better. I mean, on one hand, Kronk is amazing, but also Kronk is Kronk. Oh my god, my character in the last D&D session might have been Kronk. Not low int, but high whiz, high charisma. Okay, god, maybe I should make Kronk as a character. Yes, sir. Yeah, we can do that. Of course we can. I have I have Pathfinder at the weekend. I have Speak with Animals as well. The one thing that people didn't discover about the Barbarian is the Barbarian actually has 2 druid rituals. Speak with Animals and I think it's Commune with Nature. It's sneaky. And I have a fuckload of resistances that I didn't get to use, which makes me sad, but also probably a good thing. I didn't need those resistances anyway. Half-Orc Barbarian Project Manager. So the interesting thing is that in the campaign I'm playing at the weekend, there's a class in Pathfinder called Commander, and I feel like the kind of like the enthusiastic, encouraging Kronk vibe could very much come out in that character. But I was also tempted to play an Eidolon Summoner, which is like a summoning class where I have... It's kind of like a mid-line support. You're also playing flavor classes, like being an Assassin Monk Shadow Sniper. That's a very cool class. A lot of strength there. There was a small subset of people who were very mad that Thor didn't like heavily min-max his D&D character. It was very confusing. I didn't really understand. Human was an excellent character, very funny. Oh, thank you, Spook. B5. Nice. Hello, source of micro sandwich fibers. I'm coming to visit. I do have enough power. Oh, mines. They left me gifts. That's how I know it's Cronmus time. What don't I need? Okay, I don't need... Wait. I forgot which game I was playing. Ooh, melange beer. Mine. I don't need the light darts either. I don't need that heavily damaged dispenser belt. That makes me sad to see them. I definitely don't need the salvage metal. Ooh. Everyone knows how I feel about salvage metal, and the answer is no. I don't like. No, don't need. The only missed opportunity from humans where he didn't keep the gold mimic the mimic gold coin in a jar as a trophy. Well, like, I've got a jar of dirt style, but with the mimic coin. I mean, how do you know that it's a mimic coin? Are you metagaming? I can refresh the browser source. Thank you, Luther. I didn't necessarily know why it was undulating so much, but nice. Thank you, Luther. There was a joke in there somewhere about the color and having, you know, a pulsing UI or whatever, but hey. What? His lordship is here. The ads are here, chat. Bear with me. I'm just going to land for a second and go and do my stretches because I didn't do enough of them yesterday and I woke up this morning very much feeling it. Make sure that you get some water, look after yourselves, give yourselves a bit of self-care and a bit of love. We will be right back in just a minute. Thank you for bearing with, and once the drops have started, you won't be late from this. Mr. Jesse, before I go, thank you very much for that resub. 7 months is absolutely huge. You're a legend. I hope you're enjoying those emotes, and I should give a Bailey pat emote. I need to remember that. Someone remind me to do a patting Bailey emote, because the pet emotes are great. I wasn't yapping. I'm going to overrun by a couple of seconds. I'm just going to give Bailey some chicken at the same time because he's adorable. So bear with me a second after the ads. now no one can claim that I haven't given Bailey chicken. I've had to give it to him in his fast feeding bowl so that he doesn't overeat it because he's a voracious little beast for chicken. But this is where we're at. So there you go. You can see, James Brown, I'm talking to you particularly, that Bailey has been fed chicken, that I can be trusted. What do you mean you see no chimkin? It's literally, I can see it on the camera and my OBS feed is teeny tiny. Nope, that's chicken. It's just been shredded up. See? You can see that it's white, it's chicken. Chicken. See? He's adorable. Look at him. Little paws. It's not a full chicken, no, that was different. Well, Rucci, unfortunately, other people can see him absolutely demolishing that. He's very happy right now. Look at him. He's so adorable. Rucci, this is your fault, by the way. He now just doesn't want anything other than chicken ever. Rucci, the good news is that you'll be able to look on the VOD. And actually, if I do this, switch back to default profile, and I press the middle button, that'll leave a marker on my Twitch. Or I could do this. That might have made a clip. I don't know where that clip will be, but if it worked, then there should be a clip that I've just made. You take full responsibility? Fair. So for those of you wondering, this is just basically plain chicken. We just took a chicken breast, boiled it, and I've shredded it apart with a fork. And I do that. I basically do a new chicken breast about every 3 or 4 days. I know you kind of every 4 days. On the 4th day, I give him a bit of a break from it so that he'll eat other food, although he does have his normal wet food, etc. He does like salmon, so he doesn't like tuna. He's not a big fan of tuna, and shrimp, he'll take or leave. Chicken, he's a real fiend for. As you can see, he's really like getting in there. He's really like kind of really checking every part of the bowl. Aren't you, baby boy? Yeah. Yeah. Baby, aren't you? He's left a couple of little scraps, but, you know, he's really, as you can see, polished that off. He's absolutely adorable. I hope you all enjoyed the special treat of the full screen Bailey. Just an empty bowl, exactly. Like, now you see what, even with the fast feeding, like basically the dog bowl that stops dogs from overeating, like he's still absolutely wolfed that down in a matter of like a minute or two. Without that, he was just num num num. It was horrifying. You love how I live commentate Bailey like he's eating like it's a football match, yeah? That's my sport, Mango. It's watching B eat food. Okay, I'm going to fly back and I have something I want to make. I want to go make one of those cargo containers. That's the plan. We want to check it out. We want to see the cargo container. Thank you, all of you, for bearing with me during the ads. I do appreciate it. Those allow me to look after myself and the cat and to support the stream. And obviously, we're just building up to drop, so I'm hoping that we can... between you and me, it'd be nice if we have a couple of thousand people watching for drops. That would be nice for the game and for me. So, you know, and for you guys, because that means more Bailey and more stream. Because I've noticed that when I get to about 7 PM my time, Bailey is like, you're done now. You come, I'm going to sit here until you're ready. The drops start, as you can see at the top of the screen, Sahishi, the drops start in 2 hours and 33 minutes for everyone. So we are in the drops waiting room here. You will get drops immediately. I've already checked with Funcom. I'm very much ready for the drops. The last of the Observer setup, which is awesome. And then I'll be able to safely say that I've streamed an entire drops campaign of a whole cosmetic set across 6 months, which will be like a real good commitment, I think, on my behalf. I'll be very pleased with myself. And I'll also get to see Bailey. You are very welcome, bud. Not a problem. I'm just glad that people are still choosing to come by and check out the game, because if you're still interested in drops, it shows that there are still people who want the game to succeed and who believe that Funcom are making the right kind of changes for this game to end up where they want it to. Funcom have been really clear that they want it to be a long-term development for them, in the same way that Conan has been, and Conan's still very popular today. And I'm hopeful that the changes they are making, like the base deconstruction tool, like fixes to the Deep Desert coming in January, that we'll probably hear more about today. I'm really pleased that there is progress. I'm just eager and anxious for more. Conan still gets a lot of it. Yeah, Conan's still actually a very, very popular game. And I'm really hoping that Dune can end up in the same position, because Dune's got a lot of strengths to it. Just going to repair... How well behaved have I been recently? Gundor, thank you very much for that 20 stream streak. What the hell? Like, awesome. Thank you very much. Been keeping up your base. I'm really pleased to hear that people have still been managing to do that. I am considering turning off sandstorms for all sietches. I know that there are currently 2 sietches where sandstorms are bugged, one on the mushroom servers and one on the pirate servers, where they happen very infrequently, or they're happening off the map. So I'm not too sure why, and I think that at this point it allows people to have more chance of coming back in and getting their stuff. So I'm considering that, just so people are aware. It's being turned around in my brain for thoughts. You've got too much on to dive back into Junior Force yet, but that's better to keep an eye on it and get cosmetics in the future. Well, Mango, the other nice thing that you can do is make sure, like, we always know that your base is still around, and I've still been upkeeping it, because look, your Darth Vader Pez dispenser, that's what it is if anyone asks, is still there. That's Darth Vader Pez dispenser, chat. Nothing else. So it's nice and convenient for Mango. Mango doesn't need to log into the game to see if his base is still there. He's just like, log into Cronus' stream. He's just playing Dune. Let's see if my base is still alive. That's why Mango built it there, I reckon. Man, dump chest's my favorite. Hello, Demna. It's me, Prince Charles. No. Wait, no, Prince. No. King Charles. King Philip. Hello. You know, I guess if you get the drops on mobile, you won't be yet. Mango, that is no defense. You cleared it on purpose. Spook, I would like one, but I wouldn't take it off of you if you've not got spares, bud. I don't want to rob the community of anyone, like, because it's a very useful item. Let me see if I've got any. I don't believe I have any spares, but I can always go and find some today. Like, that's the nice thing about the change they've done to the looting system, is that, like, I can go out there and I have a chance of getting any of these missing ones on any time, rather than like having to wait for a specific week. Actually, I do have a Shaddam's bladder, so I have one. So don't put yourself out, Spook, but I do appreciate the offer. I want to get one for Thor at some point, but he's not been playing, and he won't be back until January, so I'm not in a huge rush for him. But we'll do that today. We'll once I've got the, I'll stop getting distracted for like 5 minutes, and I'll go and make the vehicle, the medium. Oh, there's a buggy in the way. I'll go make this new medium container. Harrier Ornithopter cargo container, 125 volume. Cargo container with anchor points that can be lifted by the carrier Ornithopter, placed with the welding torch. The logistics of transport on Arrakis have always been difficult. While this container makes moving large amounts of resources around the planet efficient, hazards such as sandworms and sandstorms are still a constant threat. There is something I kind of want to test with this. That's what happens if you carry the cargo container high through the sandstorm. Ruchi, does that mean if you do come back, you think you'll start again? JDL and Fire, you love the game. It has such potential. You've taken a long break, but looking forward to the dev stream today to see if they draw me back. It's up to them. Exactly. And that's why I say to people is, look, the devs are still working on it. I still believe that they have the right vision for the game, and I want to see what that progress is at today's dev stream. You guys know me. I'm very pragmatic, and I'm not going to pull my punches if I think they're not doing a lot. If I think that they could do better, I will tell people. I will tell everyone. I'll be very clear about it. But I will also give them the credit for the work that they are doing. I think that's the fair line that I have to take. Okay, so I can make a few of these. So you would start over, Richie? I have been thinking about whether I would want to start a fresh character on another server at some point, and I may well do. But we'll see. I've really enjoyed my Emily Slider run, but like, unless it might be after January if I completely run out of content that I can do, because let's be real, I'm level 200. I've got pretty much all the money. I've got all the skills. I've got everything I can do on my own build. Done all the quests. Except for this one, which is apparently bugged. I don't know who the issuer was of this. Ghoul in the Rift by the Desert Ghoul. Your joke name left you hungry all the time? Oh no, that's not what you want. You don't want to be hungry while you're playing the game all the time. That's the job of the sandworm. Why is my light... Okay, my light was turning on. Let's do this. Apparently, I need to make some more space on myself for this cargo container. Alternatively, can I... Storage. My favorite vehicle. To have a new character, you have to buy the game again? No, you can just reset your character, or I could go and play on a different siege and we could try on a public server or something like that. Like, there's all kinds of options. I'm not tied to... If I really wanted to, I would leave my character here on Blackbeard and I could go onto the mushroom servers, for example. Hello, Red Falcon. How are you doing, bud? The legend of lasagna al bolognese is over. Oh, no. I don't even think getting rid of all of these items will actually give me the volume I need. I'm going to take off what I've got equipped. Oh, I'm very close, though. If I get rid of that. And the welding torch, it should be guaranteed. Oh, yeah, more than guaranteed. Okay, fine. What? Apparently I'm having a stronk again. Now that is a cargo container. Oof. Look at that. Cargo container. Ooh. So this is it. So all of my inventories do that, or is it just that one? Did they really mess that up? Why do inventories do that? It's not meant to shift the HUD for ultra wide, and yet it is. So, that's a thing. Let me see. Let me send Mr. Greg was a very quick message. He's fixed this, and I need to ask him why. Like, how? Greg knows many things about tech, and I get confused easily. You're playing on a dead private server, might start anew on a public server. I would say if you're going to start anew on a public server, you could start on our privates if you're wanting to. We are going to be enabling server transfers, but the server transfers are not coming this year. They want to make sure that they work properly. And I am absolutely fine with them taking the time they need to fix that, because otherwise it could be a problem. What the? Wait, Sabu, what? Sabu's main drive is apparently having some kind of strong concern to do a recheck. I hope it doesn't take 16 hours like it's suggesting, Sabu. That would suck. Everyone send your prayers and thoughts to Sabu. We don't want Sabu to be down for 16 hours. That's bad. It basically looks like the main drive has had some kind of stronk. Let me open this up in Muz Paint for you. Everyone, here you go. Send thoughts and prayers to Sabu. Look at this. 16 hours. Do not turn your PC off in the middle of this. If you see this, do not turn the computer off. No. Let the computer work it out and go from there. That's my advice. Sabu, you have our thoughts and prayers, but I hope it gets resolved. Jeez. It's been that time of year, really. Just in time for, obviously, all of the PC parts to go sky high in price. People have been having all kinds of PC issues recently. It's been sad to say. Sad to see. Let me just check a... Oh, I'm outside of that. That makes sense. That's probably why I'm, dying of dehydration. Let me just check a setting. Greg has asked me to check something. Settings. Display. Not display. Accessible. Where was this? Ultra wide support on. I'm not saying for a new PC. I really hope not, but if so, we'll do what we can to help Sabu out. I might need to relaunch the game quickly, so just bear with me. I've changed an ultra wide setting that I need to allow it to restart. Dune, a Wonkening. How old is the PC? I don't know how old Sabu's PC is. I'm going to be honest with you. Everyone's PC ages kind of blur together in my head. So everyone's PC is between like 1 month and 10 years old plus. Difficult for my brain to... Oh, apparently it was at 37 hours at one point. So it is getting better for Sabu. Okay. Actually make some space so I can see the bottom of my screen, actually see the messages from Sabu today. I haven't attempted to pick the base storage up yet first, and no, that's what we're going to try next. Just want to make sure that the storage size actually works. Once those errors start, they tend to not stop. Luckily, that's a drive problem, and the SSDs and other drives haven't increased in price quite as much yet as RAM, but that's about it. we're in for a really rough time because a lot of those parts are also going to be used for AI and other kind of commercial purposes. And effectively, like, consumers just can't keep up with the cost of what businesses can afford. So that's in the middle. So this one works. This one isn't. They've just broken this in the most recent patch. Apparently, that's kind of how it seems. Greg's gonna check his and let me know. I would like to make sure that's not just me, but I didn't see any settings that might change that. Display, ultra-wide support is on. Dynamic HUD wouldn't change it. Hardware cursor is fine. Hotbar is fine. There's no way of actually setting up the screen bounds or anything like that, so... all the sound stuff. Keybinds, accessibility, not going to change it. You can make it so it only boosts when you hold it. That's interesting. I don't know why I'd want to do that, but fine. SSD prices start to go up in the last week as well. They will do. You'll find that SSDs do what the most common knock-on effect will be. Hello, Luther. The most common knock-on effect I think that we'll struggle with is going to be fine. I haven't got all my emotes. The price of phones is going to be very, very heavily impacted by this downstream. So that will be where I would expect to see it next, because all of those parts are also used in phones. Phones need RAM, phones need, you know, they need storage drives, phones need all of these same parts. So if you, just to be clear, like, that's where I would expect to see the price increases next. That's the other natural progression. And then you'll see it in commercial computers. So PCs, etc., that you're buying as an individual will go up in price. That's the nature of this now, unfortunately. I think this was my first carrier. So we'll try with this one. Very low on fuel, so it sounds about right, yeah. This is the first time we've tried picking up this container, so let's have a look. Oh. Handles quite nicely. It drops well, doesn't bounce too much. We like that, okay. No, Balthazar, I'm just saying that that's where I would expect to see the current consumer trend of increasing prices ending up. Movement with this is the same as it is with anything else. It's actually a more stable flight, I think. This has clearly been tested to some extremes. Let's see about dropping it off somewhere. Hello, are you back? Are you checking out the bowl? Is that what you wanted to do in case there was more chicken had somehow manifested? And it had... You left yourself a tiny little snack. Oh, hello. Okay, so actually it grips well even on an uneven surface, so he doesn't need to be on a completely... My worry was that it would just slide because there's no wheels, there's no brakes, there's no anything like that. My concern was that it would just slide off of an uneven surface. The good news is that's a reasonably canted surface that probably shouldn't really... It's been weeks and now you choose to go up there. Hello, is it because there's a box up here? Oh, you want the window? Okay, well, I can't get to that. Give me a second. Give me a second, B. Come on. It's raining. Oh, my God. You'll see, it's raining into the window if I do that. You don't want that, do you? Yeah? No, you don't like that. Okay, there you go, Bailey. You can now sit and look out of the window. Yeah, are you upset because it's raining? Yeah. Phones are for messages, calls and pictures. Why do you need more? I mean, phones are for me to take pictures of Bailey, right? That's how that works. Let's see how this works, because this is also a thing. Like, because you can normally, yeah, you can park directly over, for example, the sand crawler. This is taller. And this was a little concern, so let's see if we can play around with this, because normally, as you've all seen me do before, you can land on top of and next to the sand crawler. I don't think that's possible, due to the height of the container. Oh, the ads are here. I'm gonna pet Bailey for a second. Oh no, are you getting down? What are you doing? You checking out that box? Hello. Yeah, those are G's flying saucers. Yeah, that's what those are. Okay. You want to go and sit in your bed? Okay. He's gone to sit in his box by his food bowl. I think that's his plan. So it will land, but what happens if I get out? Does it push it through the... So what I'm hearing is it doesn't really like it very much. We're not going to try that. Okay, so no landing over this box. That's what we've learned from the testing. No landing on top of the box. You can't do the same thing that you would do with a sand crawler, which I will show you guys now. I will also put some fuel in this so people stop getting anxious. So that is obviously, that is the cargo container. This is the sand crawler. So some of you will remember that you can land the sand crawler, and because of its shape, and you can use with the buggy as well somewhat, although the buggy is a little bit more difficult to do with. Because of the shape of the sand crawler, you can place it down and you can move the carrier forward slightly and land over it, like, or you could at least before. Maybe now they've changed it finally. Maybe less carrier Tetris than before. We have to be a bit more careful about how we actually store things. Which is helpful because Luther has designed a new base while he's had some inspiration over the past few weeks. I don't know why there's a scout ornithopter in there, but fine. So we've actually got a new base layout to look at as well. So we'll go check that out. And then, Luther, do we need to move stuff between bases today as well? Is that something we need to do later? Because I'd like to do some deep desert facility running if you and Demnar, for example, are down for it. You love the new container. Only thing is you can only fill up with your backpack, not direct from a buggy or ornithopter, and you hope people come back after the new update. You want to see it just getting emptier and emptier every day. So we are going to get server transfers, and yeah, look, so you can... No, you can't stick his thoughts in the way because of the ads. So I'll wait till after the ads before I talk about this carrier ornithopter container and why I love it so much. Hello? Welcome back after the ads. My mic had crashed, apparently. Something's going wrong with computers today. I'm gonna go with like solar flare or something. That's what we're gonna blame it on, chat. Solar flare. That's what happened. But solar flare. That's what we're going with. You can read lips, especially Ruchi, if I recall correctly, you're on mobile without looking at the video. So if you can read lips without looking at the stream. I'm very impressed. That's a skill that you should probably sell to like an intelligence agency, Ruchi, just to be clear. I'm sure the CIA would really want to know about things that they can't hear or can't see, but still want to know what the conversations are. You've got a skill there. You could sell that. Marketable skill. So Luther has, over the past couple of days, made us a new, or like a prototype base layout that I want to go and check out. I looked at it a little bit the other day, but I'm going to be honest, I was also distracted by the fact that I have widescreen Dune, and my ornithopter is like a little segment in the middle, and it's great. I just need to remember where he put it. I could have sworn it was around here somewhere, but he might have stored it to troll me. It's been backed up already. That makes sense. He's done it to troll me, chat. We might make our own base then today. Makes me feel a bit weird to think about making our own base in the Haga Basin. It might be a shitbox, but that's also not going to be relevant. Oh, actually, no, I have a couple of good ideas that might make it less shitboxy. Oh god, I've been inspired to make a base. Oh, that's a strange feeling. Because I've always kept one base slot free because ultimately I need to be able to... I was always the one who was placing down a deep desert base. But because I've not been doing the deep desert base and the community's actually kind of doing it independently now, I could make a base, empty my resources into it that I want to save in case I ever need a restart, and then go from there. Because the thing is, I want to make sure that, like, I'm not planning on quitting Dune and my base is still maintained. I'm going to keep the repository base, or, you know, our main base as we need it. But what it means is that I've got a backup base that is always available if I should for some reason quit the game, or our server, you know, explodes and I need to bring it up from a backup or whatever. It gives me a contingency to have a backed up single base, one vertical staking unit, you know, with a bunch of stuff stored in it that if I needed to, I could make a full kit and I could, you know, remake everything at tier 6. So, for example, if I have one of each crafting bench that I need, one of each, you know, what's the word? Like some of the large water, like, production facilities, the death stills, that's what I was looking for. I can work around my requirements and think, actually, what do I need if I had a survival base? I got into the game and I wanted to resume at tier 6, but didn't have any of my stuff. With server transfers coming sometime, do you think we might have to transfer from private server to public? DLN Fire, myself and Luther are talking very heavily to Nitrado and Funcom about this, because obviously server transfers are an extremely important thing to get right. If they get them wrong, that would be catastrophic for your game, your save, your enjoyment of the game, potentially. So we know some ideas about server transfers, and I reckon there will be more information coming out today at the dev interview. We're not getting them this year. That's something that I would say quite clearly. Like, it's the 18th of December. We are not getting server transfers this year. And I think that everyone kind of broadly should start getting on board with that, because there's very little that can be done about it at this stage. Must not contain leading or ending blank spaces. Oh, it doesn't say that. I can't put Kronos has a hoarding issue. It won't let me do it. That's annoying. You don't let me do the... Fine. No objectionable content, no profanity or slurs. It's called Crap Bag. Obviously, after Paul Rudd's character in Friends. That's the reference. That's my crap bag. It's like, leave this stuff alone. Another one of my very well-named containers. Although, This might work. I can't guarantee that will work. I'm going to be honest with you. Don't start a fire. No promises. I could start a fire. Hello, Aquadictus. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. This was our deep desert base stuff, to be honest. That's what I think this is. Plastinium, some water. This is all the stuff that I would need to make my deep desert base. I might use this to make the make my little repository base that I back up and store. But is anybody on who wants to go and run deep desert facilities and is good at dealing with me getting distracted? Is those... Oh, that's where you can get those soft step boots early on. Nice. Doing fine, having a nice day off, chilling a bit. I'm really pleased to hear that, Aqua. It's very important to have days off. Especially this time of year. Like I say to people, this is a very difficult time of year for a lot of people. Some people absolutely love it. Some people, it can be incredibly difficult. If you've lost family members or your tradition is different this year for some reason, or you've got family members who are quite mentally draining, this can be a very difficult time of year. And I do try and be cognizant of that fact. So I want to be clear. A few people have asked, I will be here on Christmas Day. We'll be doing Chronomus. My current plans are to have a kind of a drop-in, drop-out session of a few of my friends like Vicky, Perry, if she's around, Winky, Thor. We'll do games like RV there, yeah. I'll try and do some community random things, and it'd just be a bit of fun. I don't care if you guys are busy. I don't care if you want to vent in chat. I don't care if you're upset. You are all welcome to be here or not be here as you see fit. It's one of those things. I know what it's like. I know Christmas can be very challenging. Is this the Mark 6? Why is there just a random... The random Marks... did I probably put this here, didn't I? Christmas Day, you can be around for a full stream? Yeah, I'll be here. It should be a full stream, that's my plan. I wasn't sure what my plans were on Christmas morning, but I had a recent interaction with my family where I decided what I want to be doing on Christmas Day. And it's spending time with you guys. Oh, it's always funny. But no, I know a lot of people are not able to do what they might want to do for Christmas this year, or, you know, all kinds of other things. There's lots going on for everyone all around the world, and Christmas can be a very stressful time. Not only because it's the end of the year, but so if you work in a field like some areas of accountancy, some sales-based roles, a lot of reporting-based roles, there can actually be a lot of pressure at the end of the calendar year, depending on what kind of schedule your workplace keeps to. It can actually be an incredibly stressful time. There are a lot of people I know who work in various fields who actually kind of dread Christmas time because the amount of work they have to do still needs to be done, but because of the lack of support they have from, you know, key staff members who have logged out for Christmas, they've checked out mentally for the year, or, you know, family situation, or, you know, they end up coming back in the new year more tired than when they left. It's not easy. Did one of them offer you peanuts again? I mean, yeah, along those lines of feeling welcome. Yeah, it's very funny. What do I currently do for water? 7 is my water number. Is 7. That welding torch is absolutely fudged. Fix that as well. Shouldn't be running around with that and relying on it. That will get me killed. Dune is one of those games where you really rely on the quality of your tools, and if your tools are damaged when you go out into a PvP or an unsafe area, you can actually, like, you are taking an increased level of risk at any given time. Like, my suspensor belt being 44, I wouldn't go into a PvP encounter using that suspensor belt, because if it ran out mid-fight, the few seconds it might need for me to change that over could be enough that I'd just die. Which, obviously, best avoided. Would rather not be rest and pepperoniing. I need to test something. Okay, this is. Don't judge me for what I'm gonna do. Some of you will judge. Luther will probably judge me for what I'm gonna do, but Luther normally does that, so it's fine. It is gonna be a little bit questionable. These are for Thor. Oh. Those are now 2 run. Interesting. Starts the judging. Thanks, Aqua. Thanks for starting the judging early. I appreciate it. This is the generator from the Thopter of the Rocks chat. You might recall, right back at the start of June when it launched, we lost an Assault Thopter, Mark 6, in the rocks. This was the Thopter of the Rocks' engine. Good morning, Malachite Kel. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Oh, Freya, I'm sorry, that's going to be really difficult. If you're having a hard time, Freya, you're free to reach out. You're more than free to hang out in Discord, here in stream on Christmas Day. If you're, you're having a hard time, it's never a problem. Indeed, the Thopter of the Rocks. What a clip. What a time. Thopter of the Rocks, what is your wisdom? Sabu, I'm guessing that your main drive died. From the sound of what's happened, it sounds like there's been a drive corruption. It happens. They do go after a while. Sabu, if you are here, how old is your PC in those drives? So we've got 32 bodies. 32 plus another 11, so that's 43. You're also a charter member of Socially Anxious Incorporated reaching out. So that's fine. That's fair. But the offer is there. You can just. We used to call it in Eve. We used to call it broadcasting for reps, because when you were damaged in Eve and you needed a repair ship to basically target you and to repair either your shield or your armor or your hull. Hopefully not your hull. You would do something called broadcast for repairs, broadcast for reps. And that was a fleet broadcasting tool that was used to let people know that you were in trouble and you needed some help. It was co-opted by the community in a kind of a figure of speech way, in that, like, if you were broadcasting for reps, it was like a mental health shout out. So if anyone ever does need to broadcast for reps, you just need to write those words somewhere in chat, and I'll try and reach out. I'll try and do what I can, or I'll try and make sure someone else does, because it's not easy out there. Like, it's a hard time for people. And I was talking about this with Thor and the mods last night, that, like, Christmas is a very hard time of year for a lot of people. The economics, the war situations around the world, everything is kind of rough. Everywhere appears to be on fire all of the time. Like, it is natural and okay for you guys to be feeling stressed, for all of us to be feeling stressed and having a hard time. We just need to try and be kind to each other and try and help each other out where we can, and recognize that, yeah, you feel like shit. Definitely, yeah, and it's horrible. It's not forever, and it's not your fault. Everything is fucked for a lot of people. It's not all on you. It's not any kind of personal failing if you're having a hard time. And I think that that's something that's been forgotten. There seems to be the stigma again of, I'm having a hard time, I need to keep myself to myself because everyone else is having a hard time. I think it's a really easy trap to fall into, but it's definitely not one that I would say is... If one of your friends was to say that to you, you turn around and tell them they were being an idiot, right? So, maybe we need to be to ourselves what we would be to our friends a little bit more. I think it's that kind of time. That all needs to be transferred anyway. If you're having a really hard time, you can open a mod ticket in my Discord, and Sabu will see it, I'll see it, and we'll try and jump on it. Or someone will ping me, and I'll pop up and be like, "Hello there. I hear you're looking for mental health support. These are the crisis resources we have. Also, do you just want to have a quick chat?" I'll do what I can. My resources aren't unlimited, but I can be around for people. It's not... It's not a burden to me until, you know, if I'm being given an opportunity to say no, which all of you would do, I know that, then it's never going to be a problem. Never going to be a problem. What was I doing? This. Hello, my Jedi. How are you doing? Where's Crap Bag? Crap Bag and Regina Phalange. Luther, I don't want to alarm anyone, but one of these has gone missing. Thank you, Small Mate. It's... Nah, it's nothing, bud. It's nothing. It's just... I know what it's like to be there. Like, I've been there. It's not easy. And like, it's shit to feel alone, so I don't want people feeling like that. Why are you not depositing? There we go. Not gone missing it. We've borrowed you're going to fill it with Christmas pudding. Okay. Oh, wait. If we're going to have Cronmus, what is Cronmus pudding, chat? You get to... Let's get some input. Let's get some discussions around what Cronmus pudding would be. Some sort of crust, maybe like a crumble, you mean, to bid? A savory pudding made with thyme. That would be funny. True. You're always trying to keep an eye on people around me, see if they might need some kind of help. Often won't recognize it themselves. I don't know what you would mean. What do you mean? I think that the people who are, you know, the most needing to look after their mental health are completely fine. What could possibly go wrong? Whatever it is, the recipe needs to be cat safe, so Bailey can partake. Bailey doesn't like most human food, and I'm very grateful for that fact. He often just like wants to know what it is, but he doesn't like... There's very few... Because I will let him sniff stuff, and I'll say the word sniff, and he'll only smell it, even if it's something that he wants. He'll start shouting, but he will wait for it to be given to him. So it doesn't necessarily need to be. As long as it doesn't smell like chicken, it'll be fine. You do an absolute abomination of a trifle with banana bread, sliced bananas, chocolate liqueur, caramel and chocolate sauce, custard, and whipped cream. Oh, okay, Boaz. That's not necessary. You can just spamming the word poo over on YouTube. Okay, sorry, Thurston, that you had to deal with that. You have 2 wide, 4 land plot base you stored it. Now the stability is not enough to place. Oh no. You'll have to find somewhere that you can get enough space for it. That'll be the challenge. But like, this is why I'm saying to people, when you're making your backup base, make sure you're making something that's just really generically like literally to 1 by 1 if you can. It needs to be a backup, not your ultimate goal ever, but like, it needs to be able to be placeable somewhere again. And like, I was talking to Mr. Greggles. Actually, I'll go and show you Greg's base, because this will show you some of the weaknesses of what the tool is and why I say what I say about making a separate base for this. Because there's a lot of stuff that you can do in the game that you could do 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, etc. Rather than now, where they've fixed the clipping, they've changed some of the way stuff like can't be placed inside of other objects, etc. So there will be certain like projects and build styles that just now, if you back it up as it is, it won't be able to be placed because it will always be clipping. That's my concern. I don't know how that's dealt with, or if there is a way around that, because I've not played around with the tool too much. But Greg's made his base in a really interesting location. I don't think it could be backed up or restored anywhere. And I wanted to show you guys this at some point today anyway, so I'll do this and find out. You're going to go make that pudding? I mean, I would love to see a photo for it, because it sounds absolutely incredible, but it also sounds like a war crime full of sugar and joy in a bowl. Like, I'm not sure I'd want to eat anything else. That would just be a meal by itself. Who has portion control with pudding? Me when I run out of pudding. That's how I portion control. If I run out, done. That's it. If all the pudding is gone, that's how we do portion control. My portion size has been controlled. Give a couple of days, there's no rush at all on it, Fro. That's very funny. That's very cool. I'll show it on stream. I will. Okay, so Greg's base is just the other side of Meister Tyrell. Now you're alright first, and I'd try and make sure that my YouTube is moderate. I know what YouTube is like. It's can be a little deranged over there. So you've got Thor's base down there. You've got Palras is up on the hill. That's Sabu's. I'm not sure whose is on the middle stretch. This down here is Greg's. When I get close to it, you'll see why there's no way you could store or restore this base. How would you restore this? How would you place this in a backup? Because it's clipping with all of the rocks. It's beautifully designed to take advantage of the natural formation. It works really well for its use. But this will never be able to be backed up. This is one of the issues with the backup tool. I'm not sure it's necessarily communicated as clearly as it should be, that like something like this won't be able to be backed up and restored, because you're not going to be able to find a location where you can easily plop down this shape. And you're definitely not going to be able to place it back here on any server, because the clipping will no longer let you. It is, yeah, Thurston, exactly. It is really jigsawed in. He's built on all the layers. He's built it up. It's like one of these. It's you know, it's very windy, twisty. There's a bunch of different kind of chambers in there, different kind of walkways. And I really love what he's done with it. It's actually like this is actually what I think a base would be like in Dune. It's a very Dune lore accurate base, I guess, because this is actually what kind of, you know, would be the most wind efficient. You're working with the natural formations and reducing the amount of effort you have to do while making it also functional. I like I said, I really enjoy it. I really like what he did with this base. I can go inside if you want. There we go. You can have a look. He's got storage. You've got a couple of little routes through. I very broadly remember the route through this. This is on the hangars at the back that we saw. You saw someone similar. Let's not fall to the ground. Pay attention. You saw somebody similar filling the whole tower of rock because it was hollow all the way up. Yeah, there's a lot of cool bases that can be done. He's got, you know, large area. I'm kind of sad that he patched the hole in the ceiling that was very clearly a landing pad, but he's made this nice birdcage style as well, which is Luther did this a while ago. He made a full like 360 window like this, and it was supported from the below on the pad by like an arm that went to the rock, and then above by another arm that went to the main base. I really loved the style of that base when Luther did it. So what I do is I might make myself a nice like kind of a panoramic window, you know, an ultra wide window. And then up here should be his carrier. Yep, here we go. See, it's like I know Greg's base layout. It's almost like I was paying attention. So big carrier plot, but also it doesn't go any beyond the rock, so it still looks a bit like kind of like moon pool style. And then he's got a little spot here, because actually he doesn't need his sand crawler to be on the ground floor anyway. He doesn't drive it. He literally just gets picked up from here. So he literally just drops it here where it's perfectly safe. And then he'll run down. If someone's in it, they can run down and empty out. They can do whatever they need to, because you can access the vehicle inventory. Oh yeah, the cronies are very food motivated, as they should be. I'm very proud of that fact, to be honest. It's that's how I know we've got the right people here. The word moonpool makes me want to play Subnautica again. Subnautica is Subnautica is one of those games that I recommend to any person who hasn't played it, because it's just one of those, I think it's almost like it defines how you experience and enjoy other games going forward. It's that good. And it's something you can only really play once to get the full impact of it. But yeah, so this is Greg's base. Anyway, from my tangent, this is Greg's base. This is why I don't think the base backup sort of works for all bases. And I think that for like myself, I'm going to make myself a backup base that will contain all of the benches that I need without it being any larger than 1 by 1. You couldn't leave the life pod. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, if you already have rampant thalassophobia, don't play Subnautica. But if you're kind of just uneasy about the water, why not? It's only a game, remember? Oh, James Brown, were you here when I gave Bailey chicken on camera to make sure that it was provable that I gave B food? Because you keep on saying that you haven't seen it. A lot of chat has now seen it. Tough. Wait, you're gonna sneak in and hide clips in the hide food in the create clip section? How could you, Nellis? Is that where you're hiding the Gregs? The ads are here, give me a second, I'm gonna eat a snack. I've been told I need to make sure I eat more because I didn't eat enough yesterday. Excuse me, I just breathed water again. Hello, Delchant, how are you doing? I've not been able to live without 3 monitors for a long time. I'm currently on 2, but it's kind of cheating because one of the monitors is like wide. Don't clip that one, Nellis. Not me coughing. That's not reasonable. Unfortunately, I have got a bit of a cold, so I do apologize for the occasional cough. You're up to 3? That's how that goes. Okay, how much power is Thor's base using? 1750, that's too high. I've decided that's too high. What can I shut down? All of this is shut down. Have I done this before? I feel like I'm having some kind of deja vu where I've already shut down what I can. Hello, G. G, I'd like to say, well, first of all, welcome on in. Second of all, Sabu said earlier, thank G that, what was it? He said I think he meant thank God, but he said thank G in there, so I'm going to make sure I thank you. Yeah, thank you that it was one of his secondary drives that failed rather than the primary drive. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, G. Well done. Sabu specifically said thank G for it, so I did. Wait, these are all off. How is he drawing 1750 power? Still. Also, where does Thor keep his... Well, I can't believe I'm asking the question of where Thor keeps his lube. He hasn't named his storage containers. He doesn't hoard enough. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with this guy? He doesn't hoard a huge amount of industrial grade lube and stuff in his base. You have a big base, everything turned off. You still have a 5.5k power draw. It's probably the shields then, but he shouldn't be using he shouldn't be using like. Okay, well this is my tax for helping him with his power. Okay, he's got a bunch of water. That's at least good. I can at least manufacture some lube if I need to. More water. I know he's got storage in that little room. That's where his thief console is. I can't get in there. Okay, this is looking better. This is component parts for lubricant and other things might be in this room. Low grade, damn. I could place some low grade lubricant fueled power generators, but I could have sworn he had an absolutely colossal supply of it at one point. I think he's been on a couple of times. Oh, I've got no access, damn. It's probably in one of the containers I have no access to, which is the problem. Might be near his power gens. That is up here. I don't know if he has a balcony for his power. Oh, he does. They're up here. I'm just turned around, that's why. See, even these are off. Because I would have thought this would be what's drawing the power. Pretty sure that medium setting in the vehicle bay is the high-grade lube. See, it should automatically pull from the sub-thief, but I can't get to the sub-thief console because that's also blocked off. And there's nothing in the circuit. I just don't understand how it's using 5,000 power. I'm not even sure I can get to the corner pieces to edit the pentashield. Let's do this. Either that or I just sent him a message to tell him, yo, your Dune base is dying. And I can't demolish anything. Good afternoon, Swithering Minds. How are you doing? I still don't understand how the base is using 5,000 power. That's not that lot. It's not. He's not got that many pentashields. I just don't understand. I'll drop him a DM and I can arrange it off stream. I'm not gonna spend because I can't get to his thief console. If I could get to his thief console, then I would do it. But because he hasn't given me access, there's very little I can do. Unless the power use is in something, one of these. No, buggy vehicles. Nope. Maybe a bar, give everything opposite pension. You still draw 800. Yeah, but he's doing AOC, Nellis. I'm not going to ask him to, I'm not going to ask him to switch contents, but just to fuel his, just to fuel his Dune base. It's not a good use of his time. He won't want to do that. But thank you for letting me know. If anyone wants to, you can tell him in his chat, Nellis, that I've checked his base and he's out of industrial grade lube and I can't get to his lube chest. I think this is tick space here. I don't have access to this, but this is still powered. Still got fuel. He's at least better reachable during DM. Yeah, I'll be fine. But you have 4 pentas and only 250 power minimum. Yeah, that's what I'm not sure what's going on in his base. I think he needs to disable something in his thief console and turn it all on again. New drops start in an hour and a half. Yes, it will be the observer stuff, and if you miss any of the last 2 observer drops, it's the same stuff again. So it's the last of the observer drops. I would also be clear for the people who are, I mean, probably doesn't apply if you're on Twitch. Kabi's not pay tax and the power use is what the game does. Nope. We have taxes disabled on our servers. I decided quite early on, because of the state of the game, that getting people on to farm power or Solari was fair. I didn't think it was fair to make them have 2 different mechanics for upkeeping their base. And it has only just gone off. Like, the base isn't hugely damaged or being destroyed by sandstorms, although he is in a very sheltered location there, surprisingly, because of the hillside. So it is fine. Not paying taxes just turns off your shields. Well, exactly, and then the sandstorm destroys it. Yeah. You're supposed to be able to buy some of that observer stuff from the NPCs now. That's good. They've been talking about doing that for a while to make sure the people who missed the Twitch drops can actually get back in on the game and kind of actually take advantage of what's going on. You know, get all the drops they might have missed. Because not everyone will watch all the Twitch stuff. Like, everyone in game, like, there are people who will play the game who will never touch Twitch, and like, it's not necessarily fair to be like, oh yeah, you have to go onto Twitch and watch this person or that person for a long time in order to get drops for yourself in game, even though you're a staunch supporter of it. So there should, I think, be a way to get the stuff in-game as well. It's very, very important. Okay, well, I'm doing the same tactics that the other people on Twitch are doing. I'm making sure that the drops are... I'm putting drops here now, so you've got the timer. Oh, apparently I've got dehydration. I mean, how many people are waiting to come back to Dune? I know there's quite a few people in the community who are big Dune fans who are just waiting for the game to be in a better stage. But some people might be like, you know what, I'm not going to come back. And that's also completely fair. No one's compelled to come back to the game at this stage. Like, you don't have to give the game another chance. You still play almost every day? That's awesome. I'm actually really pleased to hear that, Fuab. That's nice. I'm glad you're still enjoying the game. Some are going back to run the base back up and packing up till chapter 3, and again, I think that's completely fair as well. You still feel that they're going to make them available in-game, the drops are then pointless? Well, it means you don't have to pay for them in-game, or you haven't got to do the quest line to unlock them, etc. So I can see why they might do it. 500 hours in and still get on 4 to 5 times a week. I'm actually really pleased to hear how many people are still enjoying the game. I'm really glad, because I know that people... I've been keeping an eye on the server numbers and how active the servers have been, because obviously that's what dictates... you know, keeping the servers up long term. You know, I talked to Natrada about how the servers are doing, that kind of thing. So I'm really pleased to know that some of you are still enjoying it, and as many people as are. What can you see here? 1 second. What is going on, camera? One second. This button. Filters. Oh, that's why. Okay. I can fix that. Don't worry. Live. Out. Sorry, someone was just asking about what the strange shadow behind me was, and obviously I don't want to see shadowy figures behind me, so bear with me 1 second. There we go. Now I can chroma key myself effectively and appropriately, like a professional streamer should. I'm surprised I didn't summon Bailey by moving. He's very active at the moment because it's wet outside. Anything exciting inside, he's like, ooh, 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 chicken, ooh, ooh, for me. You're on daily stealing spice in the desert and trying to keep busy. Oh, I'm really pleased to hear it. That's actually awesome. Has anyone worked out what we're doing yet? You love a good chroma key? Well, Nellis, don't worry. There are none of those here. No, just scuffed chroma keying here. That's what I do. You just mothballed your pirate base so you can get around playing again? That makes sense. Getting 100 of your friends. I just want to see roughly how efficiently this works, because obviously I'm going to have to put the carrier down somewhere at the same time. And putting the box down somewhere convenient, I don't know how, like, I genuinely don't know how it'll work out. It's like, these guys will start shooting at me in a minute, but like... I don't want to land the carrier on the ground because the sandworm is a bastard. Who's that? Who's that Pokemon? It's Emily Slider. Where is everybody? What are you doing? Weird. Pick up body, and then we go to this. Now I can quick deposit these. Am I using the carrier and container for body farming? Why? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Why would anyone do that? There's someone here. Let's back off. Now If it's probably not being able to confirm a base blueprint to build with, it depends on what the problem that you were having was caused by. If the base blueprint that you were having a problem with was because it won't fit into the terrain, it could be a clipping issue. I don't know necessarily what's caused your specific problem. But they've done a bunch of work on improving the placeability of the backup bases from what was on PTR. Yes. No, those were no war crimes. Those were enemy combatants. This was a lawful operation under international war law. Flambe. That's what that was. One of the funnier characters in Dispatch as well, Flambe. Also, it's not a crime because under the principle of innocent until proven guilty. There's no crime here. I've not been found guilty. You think it was because the blueprint had pentashields? Interesting. Yep, I think that would be... Oh, don't get me wrong. The base that I make for doing... You know, a backup base will likely be a shitbox because it would make sense. It's the party bus. Yeah, it's a mobile morgue. A party bus. It's even got cruise control. I just press this. See, look. Full self-drive. Look, when I'm old and I'm, you know, decrepit, I would like there to be a bus that drives around picking me up to take me to the pub. This is what I want that bus to be like in the future. Yeah, when I'm old, I'm still young and very... kind and benevolent and humble. I can... Okay, gee, what time do you go to bed? Like what, like 8 p.m.? I'm the most humble, yeah. If you ask chat, they'll tell you that I'm the most humble person ever. Even Thor will tell you that I'm the most humble. I love sniper shotguns. They might tell you that this is a shotgun. They're lying to you. It's very clearly a sniper rifle. Oh, that one missed. Oh, that one missed. I would actually say that one of the things I actually really want to compliment them on is quite subtle. The smoothness of movement has drastically improved. Previously, there would be kind of weird hiccups and there would occasionally be weird moments when you catch on the terrain. When you were landing, you wouldn't be able to do things. The actual smoothness of movement and animations in that movement has been drastically improved. There are still problems, sure. It's a fun con game. If there weren't issues, I'd be very, very shocked. But actually, I'm pretty pleased with this patch currently. This is working out quite nicely. Did you miss any bail in the last 40 minutes? Maybe a brief arrival, but nothing significant. I don't always keep track of when B arrives because sometimes he just comes in for a flying visit and I don't even put the camera on because like by the time I realize he's here, he's already leaving because he's been like, okay, yes, you are in here. Correct. Thank you, human. Stay where I expect you. Now I'm going to go and sleep. That's what sometimes he's doing. He's just checking to make sure he knows where I am and then he's going to go and have a nap. The chimkin feed, Nellis, did you? Oh yeah, see, Nellis has got the clip there of the chicken feed. Okay, so what I'm thinking is if somebody had an assault ornithopter with rockets, and you had two people following in a carrier with one of these containers, assault goes to a location, blows everyone up, drops down to kill people if needed. The carrier then follows, drops in the people, like lands, and then they gather up all the bodies. You could very rapidly get enough to make a very effective kind of base farm for this. Oh, that didn't immediately kill you. That's a surprise. I'm really pleased that they can run through that vehicle. That was a weird thing to see. I do feel sometimes I do feel bad when I come here for body collecting, because like, how would you feel if you were just mindlessly, like, you know, guarding your home? And then all of a sudden, this bitch rocks up, she drops a cargo container out of the sky and starts grabbing your friends and stuffing them into it, like, and then when you shoot her, she doesn't take any damage, she doesn't even react, she just kind of laughs. Oh, you know what, I'm just gonna... Hello. So when I was slowed a second ago, that's because the shots on the enemy are basically doing a level of something called like poise damage. They're basically throwing me off. They're making me unstable on my feet. That was fine. If you're not good, the Sky Crate will come for you. This is Sky Halud. Okay, this is great. Hmm. Seven months in, you like this? Mondheiler, thank you very much for the 7 months. Absolutely huge. Quantum Dreamer, the drops go live in 1 hour and 14 minutes for this campaign for Dune. Oh, Funcom games. No, we haven't. The base backup tool I'll be testing a little bit later on. I want to talk a little bit more about that first and test a few things out as well. And do a little bit more in the game before we base building, because I'll get stuck in that for hours. And like, we're not going to go down that side of it. We're going to go down the other side. Thank you, Demnar. I really appreciate you offering to come out, but apparently I managed to solve it by being equally janky. I just leaned into the amount of chaos I generated. The drops will be live in 1 hour and 13 minutes for Dune. They are not live for any streamer yet, but they will be soon. Not very kind. That's some kind of trap shit. Hiding traps by your loot, devs. That's why I don't trust devs. They're very clearly trying to keep me away from the delicious loot. Demnar, did you want to team up and do some testing stations in the deep desert? Drops when for games you don't look up. Very accurate, yeah. What? The ads are here. I'm gonna eat some more snack while I listen. For those of you wondering, I'm eating a black bean quesadilla. I ran out of chicken because I gave it all to Bailey, but I have I still had black beans left, so black bean quesadilla. And yes, I understand that I gave Bailey the chicken instead of me having it. That's how this family works. If you don't like it, this isn't the stream for you. He's my grumpy son. What else was I gonna do? Do you want to calm down? Okay, no, apparently you don't. 45 minutes after girls are collected? Okie dokie. All the chimkin for Bailey. The thworm is breaching out. Oh my god, the thworm. The thworm. Do your job. Okay, well that's just rude. The shadow from that. Did I trap? I did actually trap them on the stairs. That's hilarious.
Eyes on target.
Yeah, eyes on target. You feel unsafe that Winky isn't protecting you from the thworm? Okay, we can solve that. Why is ads right at the top? Oh, Winky, no, you're too close to the thworm. No! There we go. Winky is keeping us safe, chat. Rather weirdly, the quesadilla that I heated up at the start of the stream 2.5 hours ago has gone a little bit cold. Who would have guessed? Who would? What? How could that have happened? Surely not. It's still nice, but it definitely isn't warm. In that short 2.5 hours. Who would have guessed? We're gonna leave Winky here because I feel like Winky's guarding our water supply. Can we make it so that we can actually see the water supply? No. Can't.
I gotta get phone.
Dude, just walk through the gap. It isn't that difficult, man. Come on. You saw. But you saw how easy that was. Look at that skill issue that guy had. Awful. Awful behavior. Now, we're in a close environment, so there's only one weapon of choice. If I can make it work. Here we go. Titan's tongue. Flammenwerfer. It births the flammen. Apparently, I'm a hot commodity. You get the point. So does this person. It's all right. When I'm using a flamethrower, that's when you're allowed to use like a little small amount of understandable German in chat. I think that's fair. I'm not going to begrudge you the Werfing of Flammen, the Wasser of Fallen, the Flieder of Mousing. Yeah, these are, you know, Fremen croquettes. Well, they're not Fremen, but you know what I mean. The bandit croquettes. When you speak drunk Spanish, you get, yeah, that's because drunk Spanish is just. I used to have a Spanish teacher who when they got angry, it just became like this verbal tirade. That's basically kind of how it happens. When people get drunk and they're Spanish, it speeds up, and it gives me flashbacks to like 11 or 12 years old being berated in Spanish, which is fun. New Twitch drops, so it is new Twitch drops, plus if you missed either of the last 2 campaigns, some of those as well. So basically it's like the second half of all of the Observer drops. When the drops start up, I will turn on the carousel that shows you what the items are. I just don't necessarily overwhelm everyone with UI elements because, you know, Winky is already enough in his chair. Oh, Portuguese is drunk Spanish. I actually have heard that as the meme goes.
Where's my reinforcements?
Where's your reinforcements? I will reunite you with them. How about that? Oh wow, I had a real Ashes of Creation moment there. I just saw these and I thought, oh, basalt nodes, I need to mine those. That's the wrong game. Because they're the shape of the small basalt nodes, I think, from Ashes, pretty much. That was... This is the main game. Howling Fox. There should be one more outpost just ahead of us. No. We've cleared that one already. Why do you think you play Dune so much? It's just the looting spirit. I know the looting spirit is very strong in all of us. Uncommoner and Mondhyla, thank you both very much for those 7-month resubs. You guys are absolute legends. Why don't I just do... Wait, I want to try something. Okay, well, it doesn't kill them if you drop a container on someone. Kind of a shame, but kind of makes sense. That's parked beautifully. If anyone asks, this is the optimal parking job, chat. One leg on. This is how you park. This is how you know that I drive in London. Oh, full suspensor belt broken. I've got time to change it. Don't worry, we're good. Fine. I can just keep doing that for quite a long time. I can park there, and I did. I had a permit. What are you going to do about it? It is an unreasonable parking job, but to be honest with you, like, I'm fine with it. Right, there was a body that I'd already removed somebody's life from their body over here. Here we go. That's free water. I feel like this is the best first use of the cargo container that one could have, to be honest with you. Where is this? Just shoot him in the knee. Damn shotguns. That was rude, I'm sorry. When he goes British again, we can apply all the laws. There's no laws on Arrakis. Not really, other than Canley. Every time I shoot my flamethrower, I sing this little light of mine. Oh my god. That takes me back to some of the songs that we used to sing in, like, infant school, which is just... oh. Old memories. Horrifying. Ooh, there we go. Suddenly, the starting area becomes very, very silent in all of these locations. How weird. There's laws in Arrakis, no feeding the worm. You can feed the worm, but the worm then knows you're delicious. If you get eaten by the worm and it's not related to a bug, so your flavor hasn't been diluted, that's a problem. That's you're like, the worm will know you're delicious. If it's because of a bug, then you're safe. Don't worry about it. You're good. But I want you to be very aware that, like, if you get eaten by the worm because of your own choice and your own failings, like, the worm will know you're delicious, and you can't come back from that. There's no undoing that. I have been eaten by the worm as a bug, so the worm thinks I could be delicious. It's still tempted by me, but it doesn't know because my flavor was diluted with that of bug, so it doesn't know if the bug was delicious or me. If the worm eats you of your own accord, because of your own hubris, the worm will know that you're delicious, and the worm will come for you more often. The judgment of Shai-Hulud? Of Sky-Hulud will also come for you. The great and noble Sky-Hulud. I like I just ran past that person. Reveal yourself. No, I'm gonna go hide here to bring you all closer to the container. Actually, I need to drop something off in the container anyway. There we go. There you go. Look, look, come on, all of you. Well, this is disappointing. Too slow. Wait, blocking's been made much more difficult. How weird. Wait, that's the wrong weapon. The flamethrower is, I mean, this is the flamethrower from the most recent content DLC, so it has the skin on it. But like, it's just cool. I just like the flamethrower. Who wouldn't like a flamethrower? See, look, it throws flame. It's literally in there. Drops have started. Wait, what? What? Okay, well, we'll just get rid of the drops timer and we'll start the drops carousel instead. Winky can watch the drops. Actually, I think Winky should guard the drops. The drops work better in the corner. There we go. Perfect, right? Has you done any sub-drops since the first outfit? No, the Atreides outfit's been the only one they've done. And I really want them to do a Harkonnen outfit, because that way I get to use my Atreides Thor. Wait, do I still have the Atreides? Did I get rid of it? Oh no, that's the last drops campaign. I think, Luther, did you send me another one of those as well? The drops are here and you guys are getting drops, then great. The drops are indeed showing as live for me. Yeah, I've got watch to earn drops. They are live. Just updating the pinned message. Pin that properly so it doesn't untime out. There we go. The drops are live, chat. Thank you very much. Drops are all of the previous pieces and more. No. Sorry, it's just my better half getting back and asking a couple of questions, and I had to give a couple of my own questions back about something. We're all good. I've got food for the rest of the day as well, which is nice. I have food later. The last parts are nice. I think all of it looks nice. They've done a really good job on the Observer set. It's been really good throughout. So it's one of my favorite sets to build with in general. So I will be building with it today. I could have sworn there was one more body, but I might have not killed the person inside. There's normally one more enemy here. I may have let their body despawn because I was distracted. That does sometimes happen. I know that's a surprise to all of you. Do I need Winky without chair? Yeah, if you could do Winky without chair, so I can have chair, Winky with chair, and just Winky, that would be fine. I do also have the alternative for chair, but it's a bit too large for this. Winky on toilet, made by a member of his community and sent across to me. So, you know, I want to make sure, obviously, that I'm, you know, representing Winky in the best possible way. I think very important, you know. Do that. Okay, we're good. Drops are live and working. I'm making drops progress. Am I? Let's just make sure I'm watching my own stream. Hang on. Thanks, Twitch. There we go. Now I'm watching my own stream. I can make drops progress, I think. Resven, the drops are live. Yes, they are here. Welcome on in. Make sure I haven't got any other tabs open that are going to mess up me getting my drops. Because that happens all the time because I have other people's streams open for various reasons. Okay. Of course, soil needs to be big. Gotta dump that. I mean, it's Winky, so you know we're gonna be careful. Winky knows all about drops. Ooh. Spice blow nearby. Of course, Howling Fox. I mean, 100%, right? How is everyone doing out there? Are you excited about the new drops for Dune? I definitely left the container behind. Let's not do that. I forgot that I'm not in an assault ornithopter. I'm in a bigger bitch. No one saw that. I'm completely innocent, chat. You didn't see anything, chat. You saw nothing? Good. Thank you. Thank you, Uncommon. Thank you for confirming. Grab some more bodies. Look, we got to get more friends to the party bus. Am I going to make the container match the carrier? This way I can actually see it. So maybe, but also maybe. Actually, I'm also not sure what the skins are for the container. It's its own vehicle, so it might not let you. That's a very interesting question. I have not checked out any of the skins or swatches for the cargo container. We'll do that. Yeah, see, there's no there's no variants, but there are swatches. Cool. Harkonnen. Absolutely, so to get the rest of the observer set so you can replace the mismatch bits. I think that's what I felt so bad about. So many people are like, there were so many people like, oh, I missed one drop, and I'm like, oh, because they need that one other piece just to get the full set or to make their like fully round their base out. And I'm just like, oh no. I'm really pleased that they've done a little bit towards making that fairer. I think for people, you know, it's a whole thing. Oh, there's two of you. Oh wait, no, not that one. Also not that one. Why did I not put them in the right weapon slots? That's better. Why do I have a system and then not follow it? Because I'm an agent of chaos. They did indeed start early, yes. So the drops are live. The drops are live, like they are here. Make sure if you are getting drops, if you can just let me know in chat. If you refresh and you aren't getting them, also let me know. Just drop a message in chat to confirm whether you are or aren't getting drops, please. Make an absolute huge difference. I really appreciate that. One moment. My drops are not progressing. I'm just finding out why. There we go. Twitch being Twitch, all things being all things. Okay, it's worked out. It's worked out for the best. Should be one more body up here, but it might have despawned because I was too slow. Yes, it did. It's fine. I can replace it with additional friends from elsewhere. Shows drop 6%. Amazing. When this, so what you just saw there was me taking my shotgun type weapon. It's called a scatter gun, which contains two different types of weapons. There's one, a traditional style shotgun, which does actually fire like a scatter gun. This, which is basically a slug thrower. That's not a scatter gun. To be that accurate at like 60 plus meters, not a scatter gun. No way is that a scatter gun. There's no way in hell. You love it when even the CN doesn't know when drops go live. Well, the thing is, Twitch's system isn't always good because they put GMT 3 hours on that. It's definitely GMT 2 right now. So, hey, thank you all for being here, getting your drops. I do appreciate it. Discord's making noises at me. I've been delivered a milkshake from McDonald's. Apparently my partner went back home via Mackie D's. Thanks, Alice. I'll do that during the next break. Ooh, nice. I just figured while it's a shotgun, it's using slugs, which can reach out and touch target, but they put it in the scatterguns category, and it's affected by skills. In here, if we go into Trooper, the GRDA 44 is a shotgun. It is a scattergun, but to say that the drill shot, that weapon that you've just seen me use, is a scattergun, I don't think that's very intuitive for new players. Is there a limit on how many you can have with the new container? The new container has 150 slots and 15,000 carry weight. Oh, if that wasn't out over the sand, I would try baiting them for 4 more bodies. Need to finish some things up, then you'll be available for in-game stuff. Okay, thank you, Luther. I don't know if Sabu is going to be able to join. The new container counts as a vehicle slot, so it's the same as any other vehicle. If it scatters the enemy's brains across the sand, it's a scatter gun. Well, ugh. Have you tested it on transporting into the deep desert? No, we haven't done that yet because that's something that I'll do later on. That's once we've got something to transport to or from the deep desert, we'll do that. Wait, I wonder if can I bait this ship? There we go. Physics Sag. Another body for the pile. Wait, did I not? Oh, apparently I didn't empty my inventory before I... You go to bed now? You've been away from 30,000? Yeah, Kinez, get some sleep, bud. Jeez. Dude, go to bed. I'll catch you later on, / tomorrow, / whenever we see you next. Take it easy, dude. Sleep well. Have a good one. I was hoping that Mr. Greggles would be on, because we were going to stream together, so... but he doesn't appear to be on yet. And I'd like to go and do some deep desert shenanigans. So they've added this, young Nico Jr. So it's a whole separate storage container. Look at the amount of storage that it contains is we're currently at 66 out of 150 slots. Sorry, if I do this, it's actually easier. Oh, that works really nicely to do that. 66 out of 150, and it's got 15,000 total volume that we can store into it. So actually, that's a huge amount there that makes a huge difference. So this is the nice part. Yeah, that's well, it needs to be, because the carrier can now transport things between the deep desert and between your home base. The largest container that you can build would have been the Regis spice container that you can fit the... Once you've got the Regis spice container on the Sandcrawler, you can carry 11,250 weight. So it needs to be more than 11,250. 15k makes a lot of sense. I think it's a very sensible amount for them to do. All the ads are here. While we're flying back to base to drop off these, then we're going to go to deep desert and do stuff. I'm going to keep drinking this. Yeah, so look, it's a container, and it just works the same way as the spice containers did. 'Cause, 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 It can fit 100,000 spice sand. Ho ho. What do you can guess, Lycos, what do you reckon it is? Want to see what everyone reckons. The first spot was it actually? That's hilarious. Twitch listens to you, it knows. Strawberry with only 2 R's. Where are the 2 R's, Cassio? Which 2 are you choosing? So we've just done the proof of concept where we've gained 66 bodies. That's not bad. 66 bodies is a good. That's more than 3 assault ornithopters full. As a reminder. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not that sorry for that. That was well worth it in my opinion. I'm pretty happy with that. You think it was cursed? Great. Yeah, you can sell your pre-built base now. So yeah, this is we're in a different view because this is currently bugged. But basically, yeah, what you can see here is that we've filled up just shy of half of the container. Well, sorry, just over a third of the container full of bodies, weight-wise. 60, so we could actually very easily fill up this with 150 corpses. That's what we've been doing. So you know, as proof of concept, it works better than doing the assault model, which could only carry 20 bodies. If I do this again, see, this will only carry 20 bodies but full. So Romania, sorry, that Kawaii is the biggest tangent I've seen in a long time. Did I know Romania is going to build a Dracula theme park? A Dracula theme park? I didn't know that, and that's really interesting. Because I'm guessing that Romania has... Does Romania contain all the areas that, like, Transylvania and all the kind of like the historic parts that would have been Dracula themed? I can't actually necessarily remember which areas which inside Eastern Europe. See, Britain no longer owns it, and therefore I no longer care about those borders. You see, that's how that works. One day I'm gonna get myself cancelled for the British colonial jokes. That's gonna be a thing. If I ever get like banned on Twitch chat, that's gonna be why. I don't watch you regularly. Did you stop playing for a while and come back to Dune? I've been saying this game. Shiver Kid, I do variety, so I moved on from Dune when I completed all of the content because I'm level 200, so max level. I had 2 million, 2 million Solaris. I've got all of the skill points that I could get. I've got all of the research I could get. I could have spent more time farming blueprints, but like I have a huge supply of most of the ones that I want anyway. So I did step away from the game. That's why, yeah, that's why you think that I step away from the game. I took some time away. I've been checking it. We still run our community servers. I've still been checking in about once a month on the game, if not more. What do you mean with sell your base? Well, now that you can back up your base, theoretically you could... I don't know if you can sell that backed up base and reinstate someone else's design. I'm not sure if that's been tested. Luther would know. Luther's very smart like that. It's the kind of thing Luther would have tested. If they haven't, that would be a good idea to do at some point, other than just the design. The back database is a character bound. See, that's makes sense. Otherwise, it would be too easy to transfer a huge amount of stuff in one go, if that was the case. But at the same time, you know, you can sell the blueprints, but I think the actual backup itself is character bound. Popping up the bodies. This is, I mean, Luther had a gentle complaint at me for the amount that I harvested a few weeks back when I definitely filled up most of the base with titanium and just left enough that it was the water that was holding us back. There you go. So we basically semi-refilled all of our base supply, although bothers me that this is now being used for other stuff. I'm not mad. I'm just angry. It's different. No, if you answer the question, but you said after ad race, you explain the cargo a bit more. So yeah, you can switch from crap bag. This is the cargo container into other things, but you can't. If I go to say a vehicle, you can't do, because it's a vehicle, you can't go from vehicle to vehicle. So I can't go to the buggy and say, oh, I want to interact with one of the base containers or another vehicle. So it doesn't let you do it from another vehicle, but as long as you put down a container, you can pull from it, yes. Yeah, there you go. So character bound, but you can sell the blueprint. So you can sell your base design, but you can't sell your base backup. That's what I thought. Yeah. So one of the things I would want to do on this base backup is we're going to want to make sure that we have, you know, a medium spice container. We want to make sure that we have a medium chemical refinery. I'm going to want to make sure that I put in a large ore refinery. So whatever I make as a repository base is going to want to contain all of these elements so that when I store it, I can have, say, 1 million water, or I can have, you know, a death still. So I can make sure that I've got production that could go rolling in one day as soon as I placed it down. I want to make it so that it's placeable in pretty much any area. So I want to place just a single flat square somewhere, make a very simple base that's just 1 square wide that can be used as a backup no matter what. That isn't going to be my main base. This base, or what Luther places down, will still be my main base. But I want to make sure that I've got like a backup survival base. You know, that's kind of the goal. Because this is great, but it's also mostly Windows. I think it's more important for me to have a Luther. I think it's very helpful having a Luther. I don't know if the Luther is available, but there is the Luther up on one of these balconies, and Demnar's down here too. I don't know where Luther was. I saw him up at the top. There he is. Here's the Luther. See, we've got a Luther. Here's one of them. We need to make sure we have at least one of these at any given time. He's in chat too. Terrifying. Luther is multi-track drifting. Those of you who guessed strawberry, you were correct. Yeah, so the new cargo container is basically a vehicle. That's what you have to kind of remember is how it works. It works as if it's a vehicle. Put Shaitan's tongue back. We will put in the improvised cutter ray, then Kynes. They nerfed. They might have nerfed normal bandages, or it might be that I've changed my my abilities since then. Okay, so the next step is to go out to the deep desert and see what's going on out there. But I'm just waiting for Luther and Demnar to be ready because I need to help Demnar get some stuff back. And Luther to replace some stuff that was lost. Got plenty of rounds. We've got Plenty. I don't know why I'm carrying 20,000 Solari on me, but fine. Probably drop that off back here. It also counts towards your amount of vehicle cost. Yeah, it is a vehicle. You make it in the vehicle bay, it is a vehicle. That's what you have to treat it as. That's how that goes. So it is a vehicle, and that's why it doesn't have the same kind of interactions as a storage container. And I don't want people to get, like, upset that they were promised a storage container, because it is still a storage container, but it does function like a vehicle. That's why it can currently be picked up. That is the workaround. There are a lot of recommendations to how to improve it that are going in, I think, over on the Dune Discord. There's lots of discussions about kind of like feedback, what they want to do with it next. And I think they will probably work on making it interactive as if it was a cargo container so that it can access vehicle inventories directly. But it's obviously not a priority. It's a quality of life change rather than a, you know, an urgent fix needed kind of change. Given that the deep desert bases are now instance loot, we can get more than one group together if there's a lot of people that need to that want to do stuff. Ah, that's the DLC one. Why it's so high up. I need to start dismantling the broken dispenser belts. When I run out of dispenser belt, I need to bring them back, because that gave me 4 particle capacitors, which is enough. It's not enough to make one. I need 30 to make one, but it does add up. Hello, Classic Buster Bud. It's great to see you, dude. How are you doing? How many of you have got golden kappas from yesterday, by the way? I just remembered that how mind-blowing that was to happen right at the end of the stream. I felt really bad about ending, but I had to go to that meeting. It was very important, and I'm glad that we did. It was a very productive meeting and chat. But I felt very, very bad that we just had such a huge hype train and I had to run so quickly. I really hope that you guys got to chill with Perry on her birthday and had fun on that raid. Now we need to be able to pull swatches on the base placeables, because the Harkonnen search on the storage container looks great. I mean, it does. I was gonna say, I've been saying for a while I'd love to be able to put swatches on these containers, because this looks okay, but like the black and red, it's just nicer. Oh, look at those golden cat. You should enjoy them while you've got them, because they only last for 24 hours. The other one's the sunset dye. I also like this one. The bronze is quite nice. I just don't like the paint chipping effect on it. Like, if it didn't have the paint chipping and it was just an even edge, I would like it a lot more, I think. But it's just like a little bit too weathered and it just throws the lines off. Whereas the Harkonnen one, I don't think you have the same issues. Actually, you do. Weird, it just doesn't show up as well. Because it doesn't show up as clearly because of the black, maybe. You gotta be not finding it in emotes. You might need to type it in with the colon command. So you might just do like colon golden cap. Ooh, that's the infinite. There you go, Balthazar. Nice. Oh, you've just been auto modded. There we go. Sorry about that pizza party. Yeah. How do I figure out your wife's pet name for you? Is she a Friends fan? Because it is actually a name in Friends. It's Paul Rudd's character in Friends at one point. And I'm kind of sad that I know that. We've got enough advanced Servox. If anyone needs one of these containers, let me know and I can bring the couple out, because... No, surely you couldn't. There's no reason you couldn't, but... I need to make a second one. Deep down, we're all Paul Rudd. To be honest with you, there's worse people to be. He's just pretty funny. He does a good job. I would watch a film because it had Paul Rudd in it, probably, because he's very funny when he's a good character. If I go into, you could fit 100 easily of these in this box. Each of them has the same. You have infinite Thors. You have infinite from Thor's first ever April 1st hype train. I mean, yeah, it was huge. It was. So, this just breaks physics. You can put one of these containers inside one of the containers, which makes sense, but you could put over 100 containers inside one container. We've created TARDIS technology. Yeah, we can now manipulate space like never before. We thought that being able to fit 3 liters of water in a 2-liter space was good. This is even better. Being able to fit 15,000 volume inside 125 volume, the compression. Oh. Water doesn't compress well. But apparently, cargo containers and metal do. Okay. That's, see, because we have this, we thought this was cool. It's a 2 volume item that holds 3 liters of water. We thought this was good. We thought this was amazing. But nowhere near as good as the containers. Infinite storage, exactly, that's what it is. Can it be dismantled with something inside of it? We'll go and find out. Let's see. If I go up to the roof. It is, the only explanation is that we've got TARDIS technology. It's happened. We're in the Doctor Who timeline. I mean, I'm fairly sure a lot of Doctor Who stuff is based on Dune, like the Face of Bo. So it would be like a vehicle and it'll drop to the floor. Yeah. So it dropped its inventory to the floor. This will be a cargo container, and this will be the one that we just dismantled. So it drops whatever it's carrying where it was, and it puts my stuff there. So I just need to do this quickly. Not what I wanted to do, but it'll work. One, two, three, four. I didn't need to get rid of quite that much stuff, but I always do. The other thing is you can fit so many of them inside an assault ornithopter, it's great. You could basically use them to make a wall as well. You can just like put down like 5 of them and use them to make like a stack. Which I quite like. Both of those work. Nice. But I need to actually deploy one of these, don't I? And so it'll reduce my number of vehicles. Oh, I'm glad that you can still position things in really janky spots. I like that. And then we customize it again. Come on, there we go. Seven. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Nice. We've got our inventory laid out properly again. Talking to Jude Discord that the container dies in a single storm. That wouldn't necessarily shock me. It probably shouldn't be a single storm, given the cost of it, given that it's 300 plastinium to make one. Like, the cost of this is huge. It definitely shouldn't be a single storm. Probably had to name it again too. You know what? You're right. We'll have to call it Regina Phalange, because the other ones, no. It's crap bag again. Because it's a bag full of my crap. You can push the container with the vehicle. Yeah, I don't think it's as heavy as other vehicles are. Let's see. You can land on it and it will lock on. Let's see if we can give it a good nose nudge. Oh yeah, you can give that a... That's real light. Real light. And then you get stuck to it afterwards. Good testing. Excellent. Your crap is fine, but naming it medicinals is bad. Wait, you couldn't say medicinals? No, fine. You know what? I can't answer that one. There is no answer. No answers. No answers are forthcoming. It shows a problematic. Weird. Do this. Can I name it Scunthorpe? I'm gonna guess no because of what that contains, Ursha. You can say medicinals in the game is all about huffing spice. Hey, we are taught to huff spice responsibly. Thank you very much. I kind of feel like this carrier might deserve having some replacement wings at some point. And maybe a replacement engine. Also, Luther, why do we have 3 carriers around the base now? Like, what's going on? Because I could also swear that we still have one that's, like, stored down in here. Okay, no, at least this carrier is apparently gone, so it might be the carrier that was in here. Why not have 3 carriers? I just don't know why they're all assembled, because we don't need 3 carriers in use at any given time. Unless we're going on a real operation, in which case, let's get spice in. Did you mean drops? The drops are indeed live, Mavrosk. There's a carousel on the far left of the screen there. You'll be able to see what they've got. Dark Water Song, thank you very much for that Prime sub. You're an absolute legend. Welcome on in. Thank you for keeping your Prime sub away from Jeff Bezos. So, for those of you who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, you are contractually owed a Prime sub every month, which means that you can basically get ad-free viewing to one Twitch streamer of your choice. If you don't redeem that, that money goes directly into a fund that Jeff Bezos keeps called the Diamond Statue on the Moon Project. And that's what he's going to do. If you don't use your Twitch Prime subs somewhere on Twitch, Jeff Bezos will make a statue of himself on the moon. Made of diamond. No one wants that. We don't need diamond statues on the moon. Hello, Zephron. Admiral Akbar, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Absolute legend. Thank you for keeping the money away from Bezos. You know, he doesn't need it. None of us need him to do that. A German court forbid Bezos from injecting ads into Prime Video Direct yesterday. Good. Oh wow, that spice container's looking a little bit gnarly. What do I do if I'm meant... Okay, this is a streaming dilemma. I have a potential bug combination that I think I want to try out to see if it works. If it does, it's 100% going to be an exploit, but I do think they should have fixed this. It's quite a long process. Might be okay. I will hide the screen before I do the critical stage of the what could be the problem. I'm hoping it isn't an issue anymore, and it's not an issue in other areas of the game. But I want to be sure, and if it is, I can report it to them directly, because it's kind of a rough one if it is a problem. Let's just dump this into as some of you will know, there were a number of bugs around inventories and being able to fully repair items by dismantling and breaking things apart, etc. And I'm wondering just how far those issues have resolved. If it is a problem, I'm not going to do it on stream again and then clip it. No, that's I can repeat it off stream if it is a problem, and then provide them without it being, you know, fully publicized and in a video that can be shared for everyone. That's how you break the game. Let me do this. Okay. Take that out, that out, that out. 10, 30, 70, 100, 110. Okay. To be honest, I don't actually need to do it with anything other than just these two. Let's try it with these two pieces. Also, this is how you get banned in the game. I mean, look. Oh, let's not accidentally mute the game for everyone. Let me do this. You can still hear me. You're still getting your drops. Just bear with me a second. I just want to make sure this isn't going to be a an exploitable bug. I would hope this has been tested fully. Right, give me a second. Or make sure that you guys are stretching. The ads will be here in just a minute. Don't you worry. Make sure you stretch. Make sure that you have a drink. Make sure that you consider the great orb in the sky. Pet a cat. Find a human to pet if they'll let you. Make sure you ask first, I guess. If that's what you want to do. Like I guess you can ask a human if they'll let you pet their heads. Bug, we'll find out about Bug. We'll find out about Bug when I log back in. At least buy you dinner first. Same with the cat. I mean, yeah, a cat will show you if they don't want pets. They won't come near you. They will leave. Like a cat's body language is pretty. You pet a doggo. There you go. Pet a doggo. There's no orb in your sky. There is an orb in the sky, Shinar. It's there. You just can't see it right now. I know this is alarming, but the sun is still there, even when it's hiding behind the clouds. I know object permanence is very difficult, especially when you're on Twitch. Don't get me wrong. I know how that is as a streamer. If I stop playing a game, chat thinks I hate it. But I promise you, the sun is still there. I promise. It is still there. I know you might not believe it. We might not see the sun in Britain for 3 more months, especially if you're in the north. But it is there. Permanent schmermanence. Don't be alarmed. For some of you, the orb is raising. Some of you, it is sinking. Dr. Crowley, what I'm hearing is you got something that you can re-gift to a member of your family for Christmas. Oh. The ads are about to start, but that's the worst news I could have had. Ooh, the ads are here. Give me a second. I'm going to work on those ads and I'm going to start typing this up to Funcom. That is definitely a bug. So as you can see at the top of the screen, that Regis spice container is now back up at full durability. Is it not? Okay, guys, I need to go onto the be right back screen during the ads to make sure that you guys don't get the other half of that bug showing up. So bear with me just a second. I want to make sure none of that's repeatable. Samok, you heard earlier that base degradation is turned off for the servers. Is that the case? No, just the taxes are turned off. Base degradation is not turned off at all. Sandstorms will still continue to damage your base as before. If that ever changes, as I've said, I would ping out about it. Okay, we can go back to the live now. Oh wait, I need to. Yes, I turned off taxes a little while ago, Tarmok, because I don't think it's a fair thing to ask people to have two base protection methods. To have to power your base or tax your base is enough, but both wasn't great. And if I have it so that you don't need to power it, but you do need to tax it, people can have their stuff stolen. There were issues around the NPCs. Whereas when I made that change, it was more beneficial to allow people just to only log on to do power. Okay, so welcome back from the ads, everyone. What we've learned there is that there is a way that you can glitch some of the systems in the game to repair items. I'm going to be reporting that to Funcom because it's a problem that we've seen before. I don't want anyone trying to repeat that or trying to guess the steps that I did, because it does involve picking it up with a carrier. So you'll probably end up you'll probably end up losing your box if you try and replicate that. I'm going to be honest with you. It's only because I've got a lot of hours doing what I'm doing that worked. But obviously a problem, not something that's meant to be there. Definitely not intended by the devs. So no one try and claim that because it was left in at launch, you know, or left in when the patch was released. That's intended behavior. Very fundamentally not. Let me of course tell you how it's all done. No, I do appreciate you guys not getting upset that I won't show you certain things like that. That's one of those things that could really spoil the economy again. There were issues with it before when the game was launched, and some of you will be absolutely fine with it, but I know there'll be some people who'll be like, oh, I really wish that you show me. I do appreciate you guys not making it into a problem, because like I just won't. It's not in my nature to do that, and I think that protects the integrity of the game long term for me to not share exploits. So what I need to do instead is do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 carrier wings. God Emperor Thor is terrifying. Yes, that's the whole point. The God Emperor of Dune is a very terrifying creature. Oh, 1 second. I need a 1% on that. Couple of server issues that I'm getting solved. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hello, sneaky snack time with a party of 13 people. Welcome on in, buddy. How's it going? Ichigo Dono, welcome on in. Ping Pong, hello. Ellie Vanfer, hello. Simply Tragic, good morning. And Sneaky Snack Time, hello, buddy. How are you doing? Did the stream/game switch to ultra wide? My apologies. I switched to ultra wide and didn't switch my view back. So there's currently a bug, which is nice. If I do this and I go to the inventory list, it shows you quite a nice, like it shows you centrally. If I go into the into this inventory, you can only see half of it. Welcome on in, Raiders. The stream is going very well. Thank you, Sneaky Snack Time. Yeah, when I'm in a vehicle inventory, I have to press this button to screen share the left half of my monitor instead on ultra wide. Just a small bug, something that's been reported. Just let me know if I'm ever showing the wrong thing, because sometimes I forget to press the button because I have streamer brain. What were you playing, Sneaky Snack Time? I still need to set up a bot command that tells me what people were playing. That would be really helpful. What was the exploit bug I mentioned? Ah, see, you nearly tricked me. I'm not going to tell you what the exploit was. But there is a bug that allows you to repair items beyond their max durability. So, for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, very, very good game. I'm assuming that you are either planning on playing or have played the second one. Sneaky Snack Time? So those of you who know how the repair system in Dune works, once you repair an item... let me find items actually damaged. This carrier will have something damage on it. You just want to monitor when they fix it? Fair, but I unfortunately, like I said, I won't tell you. Okay, look at this. So you can see here, there's the red bar, which is the max durability, which is decreased. You've got the grey bar, which is its current durability loss, and then you've got the grey bar, which is the current durability, and then you've got that darker grey section in the middle, which is the current lost durability. When I repair this, the red bar will get a couple of % longer, and over time, your items will degrade so they can't be fully repaired. They never go back to full restoration once they're done. Same with all of these items I'm carrying on me. If I repair this full dispenser belt, which I will go and do now, you'll see that actually it costs me some resources to repair it, and it never goes back to full durability. This side. Not the repair station. If I go to this full dispenser belt, it's currently got a maximum durability of 87. It's currently got 30 there. If I repair this, then that's 76. That's affected by your skills and an algorithm in there that determines how much loss. You go 69%. Nice. You can repair, with the exploit that I just found, you can get rid of this red bar, so you don't need to replace the item at all. You can restore it to being as good as new without paying any resources, which is very clearly an exploit. Yeah, you've come out of medieval times and ended up on Arrakis, so congratulations. You thought you should complete the first one before trying to be honest with you, this is going to be controversial. I don't think Expedition 33 should have won RPG of the Year. I think it deserved Game of the Year. I think it deserved soundtrack, to be honest. But I think that actually Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was the RPG of the Year. If you haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's a game I would really recommend. Just be aware it is a little bit intensive on a PC. They should add a repair machine that can fully repair but at great materials cost. Yeah, potentially, just to save you... maybe just to repair the proportion as if you were just making, you know... Say something is at 50% max durability, it's literally just 50% of the crafting cost. Even if it's just the same cost as making it again would be, just so you don't have to keep recycling items all the time. But, you know, that seems mechanically difficult. It's just kind of a quality of life thing, really, isn't it? What exploit? Again, Glorious Splat, I'm not going to tell you what the exploit is, but I can tell you there is 100% a repair exploit in the game that I've just done, because I've just showed it. That's why this Regis Spice container is now back up at full integrity, because it was down to like 20%. During the next ad break, I will type that up. Whose is this? Throwaway scout. Who knows? Are there diminishing returns when recycling depending on current and total durability? Yes, if you recycle something at... Yeah, I can probably show you this. These two. So, if I go to the recycler, and I'm very careful not to press the spacebar, if I do the full dispenser belt at 76%, I'm going to get 6 particle capacitors, and I'm going to get 4 Holtzmann actuators. If I do it at a full one, I get 8 and 4. It's not a huge amount of a diminishing return, but it is still there. Bearing in mind that this full dispenser belt takes 30 particle capacitors to make. 30 is quite a lot compared to 8 being the... This doesn't make sense economically to me either. Recycling a full integrity one should be back. I also agree, Expedition 33 wasn't an indie game. They were backed by Kepler and a couple of other larger groups as well, as far as I know. But the very least Kepler Interactive, who have done things like Pacific Drive and other games that, you know, I've worked with them on. I went to Kepler's event in London for Expedition 33 in January before it launched. I was very lucky to. Shivakid on the base while I was gone, I was logging in and paying... Well, we don't pay taxes on our server, Shivakid. I disabled that as the world owner for all of the 15 Seaches on this server network. I decided that there was no point having taxes and power for maintaining a base. That's 2 different mechanics covering the same thing, keeping your base up. We only needed 1. So at that time, because the taxes weren't working properly, we chose to keep power. Most things in Dune I'm going to have an answer for. Where I'm playing other games, I'm not always very knowledgeable. Sometimes I ask chat a lot of questions, especially if it's games that chat knows better than I do. For better or for worse, I've spent quite a few hours playing Dune. There's quite a lot of these questions I can answer myself without any problem. Right, Luther, Demnar, is anyone around? Like, right, Sabu? I don't know what's... You're in the stream channel and you're surfing. What do you mean surfing? Okay, fine. Hello. Let me make sure the sound balance is fine. Luther, if you could talk. Yeah, and Demnar, if you could talk. And go a little bit longer rather than just hello. There we go, that's fine. That's fine, yeah. What you want to do is when someone's... That's allowing me to basically see what your vocal level is at compared to Luther's, and I can alter your volume compared to his to make sure that one person is the same volume as you speak. Otherwise you end up with Thor, because Thor doesn't audio balance when I'm in, so sometimes I'm much louder than him, or sometimes he's much louder than me, and it just makes it a little bit easier for me to do it. Or I unleash you to chat like now. Now chat can hear you. Say hi.
Hello.
Hi, chat.
Good to see you. Luther, I think I dropped you.
Yes, you dropped me. Can you come to where I am? So I need to mute myself. Stream.
Yes. I can do this for now. I can do that now. While you're sorting it out, I'll mute you. You can say hi to the mods, exactly. You don't want tax anymore? Tell me with you. 18k, 80 site every site. See, that's what it was. Like having to log in and do that farming on top of farming all the power cells and stuff didn't make sense when people wanted to take a break from the game. Now it's not so much of a big deal. What I will likely do after the content patches in January, now that when people have had a month to put their bases into backup, etc., I will likely just be like, yo, we're now gonna just add taxes back in. And then I can make all kinds of memes. British man adds taxes back to server. Who's shocked? Not me. Very funny. So if I put these into this container, sand crawler. Did I not? Did I? I didn't rename crap bag, did I? Too busy messing around. Crap bag. There we go. Are you guys going to evade taxes by be creating, you know, offshore settlements, aka storage, put them into long-term storage? Is that the plan? Yeah, I didn't agree with there being, sorry, I didn't agree with there being two separate mechanics for maintaining the base. I don't think it made sense. I think either have power or have taxes, but like to have both was just kind of odd. Imagine I've been doing that. You did like a month where you didn't pay. You came back and had to repair the hull. You only lost your buggy. I mean, thank God for that, because like, yeah, you know, it's very easy to lose a lot more than that, isn't it? And that's wild. Why are there only 3? Okay, sometimes, chat, I wonder if I'm a crackhead, because look, sand crawlers use 8 parts, but like, that's... Or am I missing one? No, it's the engine, and what is there too many of? Oh, it's because of the buggy PS, that's why. Whoa. There we go, that's... I'm no longer having quite so much of a strong, although the PSU is messed up on both of these. We need to make sure we're taking a shed load. These 1, 2, 3. They're already in a party. Sabu, we're just basically setting up to go chill out. We'll probably do some harvesting in the deep desert. That's basically the goal. See if we can deploy out a couple of sand crawlers. That should be enough. We'll grab some more fuel cells just in case, right? That'll be fine. That'll be enough. 2,000 repair wire. Yeah, it'll be fine. That'll be fine. You have to come help on the spice harvest. I reckon we're just gonna get a bunch of people in to do collection, I guess. But bring yourself one of these containers. We'll find someone we can leave them that's nice and sheltered. And then we'll just fly out with carriers and sand crawlers. So I'm traveling out there with a sand crawler just in my container. I just needed somebody who'll drive the sand crawler for me. But it is indeed spicing time. We're going to go spicing, chat. Blam. There was something I was going to do. That's what I was going to do. I've made an error. Do you have an issue on with the remaining power on your advanced stuff? If my power says 14 days and I can't get it over 20 days, even though I have enough fuel cells, 20 days is normally the maximum amount that you can store inside most of those benches. There's only a couple that you can store more than that because of the power draw. So we use industrial lubricant and these directionals because the total storage of one of these is large enough that you can actually fit 31 days in there. But the storage is the difficult part because you only have 5 stacks, and using all of that is the time that it takes. The most you can have is actually dependent on the storage rather than the amount that you've got. So you might have more in the circuit, but if the storage in every single item is full, it will only let you have 20 days of total time. If they're all filled, that's probably why. That's what I would check. Make sure they're all actually full. I was creating carrier wings because my carrier's wings are shredded. Not a problem, Unilaris. My pleasure. The word is the devs will eventually reset Deep Desert to the OG layout. I would expect to find out more about that today. Remember, we've got a dev live stream in 2 hours. Okay, so Luther and Demna, we have a bunch of carriers and a bunch of sandcrawlers. I'm going to
Yes.
fly one carrier out there. I need a sandcrawler. And then we also need to do the same thing for Sabu and another sandcrawler. And then I would advise taking the carrier and one of the large containers underneath it. And we'll actually drop the containers on like a nearby island and then deploy the sandcrawlers directly out of those containers from there. And then we can travel together in the carriers. I think it makes more sense.
That we can do, yes.
So I'm just getting my carrier set up. I need to replace the wings. So what do you think will get covered at the dev interviews then, Vivi, if you're just speculating?
I would presume we get chapter 3. So
Yep.
the water wars. I think they're going to introduce that. They're going to reintroduce how they're going to entice people to do PvP again, because a lot of people are
Yep.
missing the PvP aspect. And
Rightfully so. To be honest, the Deep Desert changes were atrocious, and I hate them. I still miss the original Deep Desert from way back when. That's
Yes.
Laxia, you're already a big worm. Don't lie. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. For those of you who don't know who Laxia is going to be the DM for our Pathfinder game on Saturday. They're a good friend of Winky's. They've been helping out with D in December. They're a big nerd like all of us. You have poop for me? Thank you, Arthur. You're meant to give that to your doctor when they ask for a stool sample, just so you know. Not to, you know, your designated Twitch chatter.
Why are there a collection of little turret models in the center?
I don't know. I definitely didn't place all of them. I also would presume that we get the talent update as well as the Landsrad update.
The Landsrad update is what I'm very interested in, because the Landsrad dictates most of what they expect the end-game content to be, and it's currently, as they've stated, the end game doesn't look like what they were expecting. Like, there's a lot of hoarding going on. There's not a lot of like, there's not a lot of actual kind of. I mean, who would hoard? It's surely not us with Project Repository. That definitely wasn't designed to hoard next to the Landsrad vendor. Definitely no. That couldn't be us. Make another engine and generator.
I did not realize that all the miniatures on the table were individually placed.
Oh yeah, Luther's been playing Warhammer. Yeah.
I'm
This is way too.
I'm
Sounds way
surprised
too fun.
They didn't think that people would hoard. Like, did they expect a lot more attrition going on in the deep desert by constant PvP, or?
I don't know.
Because if they wanted it to be more like a, I don't know, extraction shooter type of, like, you don't hoard that much, then they would need the cycles in the deep desert where you can go.
Sorry, did you say extraction shooter where you don't hoard that much?
Yeah,
What?
there are some there.
Why would I not hoard an... We always hoard here. We're loot goblins. What do you mean don't hoard? Wild.
Breaking chrono.
There you go, Sabu. Welcome on in.
Wow. So
Hello.
Okay, so we have 2 sandcrawlers and 2 carrier ornithopters.
3.
Who else is coming?
1 second.
No. We have 3 carriers, and you have a carrier, so that's 4 carriers, and we have some sandcrawlers. But who is currently with us for what we are about to do, whatever that is? Is that you, Sabu?
There's
Yeah.
no fourth carrier. We're not rich.
Posted puppy, thank you very much for those 100 bits. You're a legend. Welcome on in. Good morning, Prime Site. Wait, where did my other... Sabu, yeah. Do you have a sandcrawler or carrier at hand?
I have a carrier, which I'm standing on. And I have a unupgraded crawler.
Unupgraded
So a bog standard one.
Without the bigger container,
How?
without the tray stuff.
How? How are you?
Oh.
Because I didn't build that yet.
Oh, okay, there we go. It updated. That was very strange. I was wondering what the hell was going on.
Oh.
we still have 2 sandcrawlers in storage.
Yeah, I just wondered if we had, so basically, look, we've got 3 carriers here. I'm flying out with a carrier and the sandcrawler I've got in the box. We need another disconstructed sandcrawler in a box to be flown out to the desert from someone else. So, like, which one of you is going to pilot the sandcrawler that I'm carrying? What I'm asking.
I mean, I can
Okay.
pilot your sandcrawler, that's fine. So we're just taking 2 sandcrawlers, 2 carriers, and 2 boxes out.
We're taking 2 boxes, each containing a sandcrawler, and 2 carriers. That's all we're taking.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, then I'll
Oh,
go
but
make a
I
box
have
and
that.
then stick it in there.
We have a spare box at our base. If you want it, or if Luther and Demnar want to, well, if Luther wants to bring that one along. Then at that point, you need to bring your sandcrawler.
Yeah, I'll just go get the sandcrawler and stick it in the box. Which one is it?
If you, Luther, it's inside chat lost the game, which I think you have access to. Yes, you're a co-owner on it. So inside my assault ornithopter is the other cargo box. You want it?
Ah, yes. I first need to empty my.
Yes, because it's 125.
Yes, it is. It is a bit.
It is a large boy. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, batteries.
I've definitely got batteries. Don't worry. That's what I'm missing. I haven't customized my wings. I need to use them. I need to confuse the enemy.
So, there we have a box. You should be able to grab it, Sabu.
You put it?
Put it.
Okay, Demnar, you will need to get in to the deep desert, and then
Yeah,
I'll pick you up in the carrier once I get in.
Well, I can just fly with the scout.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Everyone's quiet except Sabu, because Sabu's got a big personality. That's what it is.
Yeah. I'll go get my crawler fitted.
That should be fixed, Balthazar. Thank you for letting me know.
It's better. Test.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Yep.
Oh, well, I've been doing that. The ad started. Okay. Well, that's a good time for me to fly to the deep desert.
Okay.
You got your system back working. I'm sorry to hear that you've been having computer. Why is everyone having computer problems today? What's happened? What have you done, Sabu? What did you do?
It's big memory that's just trying to kill computers, so we could all buy that hyperinflated stuff.
They hit the kill switch.
Yeah.
I've started
Me-
typing it, Balthazar. Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
Please don't joke about that. That is. I don't like that.
No one would.
I don't even want to entertain that idea.
Whoop. Okay, there is a community base in Bravo 5 on the shield wall where Sabu makes his normal base, where we can branch off from and scout the ring mouse. I don't know which ring mouse are currently live. I also don't know the exact base layout, the layout of the deep desert. So it'd be really awesome if somebody had made a cool website which would tell me that, right? Like Planetologist. It's a very helpful website that everyone in chat should use.
Yeah, I want to rewrite that. Ringmouth are in. Oh, interesting. Apparently in F3 and G4, so relatively close to each other.
F3, G4, F9,
H2.
and F8. H8. Okay. Well, I'll go and check Foxtrot 9 and Hotel 8 after I've dropped this carrier box off.
Okay.
Oh,
Subway.
Wompat, you're there. Okay, we actually know the location. Okay. Could you add me to the group, please, Luther?
Demnar is the group leader.
Okay.
I will add you as soon as I load into the thing.
Yeah, I'm almost at my base to load the crawler.
Nice.
It's the downside of living all the way on the other side, right?
Why didn't you just fly off the edge of the map and fly in from the north?
Because I need to get used to the fact that you can actually fly with shit across the border.
Welcome back. Thank you for waiting through the ads chat. You're still getting your drops progress. Some of you should be getting your first drops already. Why is Proto? Well, you know, he's just there. You know, he's just keeping an eye on us. Demnar, group invite?
When I load in, I promise.
Oh, okay. It says that you're in the same world as me. You're showing up as green, so that's why I was asking.
So I'm sure on the server side I'm in, but on my
Oh
side.
yeah, on the server side you're in. On the computer side, maybe not. Yeah, the base construction tool is available on the main game, not the test client.
Do it this way.
There is
Thank
also
you.
the problem.
Helpful.
That H8 is active, right?
Are there patch notes anywhere? Normally under news. Let me go and grab it from their website for you. Do this. There you go, those are the patch notes. Nellis has already updated it by those things, or someone's already updated it. Normally Nellis who does the Nightbot commands, I think.
Bravo 5 on the way.
I think you can just go straight to H8.
I'm not going to Bravo 5, I'm going via, I'm going to go to H5 or so, and then once Demnar's caught up, I can let Demnar into my carrier and vice versa. Hi, Luther. Wasn't your smoothest flight?
No, I didn't have the altitude.
Correct.
Let me see.
What's my progress on drops? Already have the roof set. Nice.
Nice.
Transferring.
Okay, interesting. The new building set has 74 pieces next chapter. Jeez. How do we know?
How do you know that?
Drops.
No, the new.
Huh?
That's his next chapter.
Oh, the next chapter set. Wow.
I mean, I don't know how we know
That's a
that.
lot.
I don't know if that's been declared yet.
Yeah.
What's your source, Ian Adams?
I mean, I approve. The more pieces I can build with, the better. But
Oh, the building's great. I mean,
You
some of the
only-
feedback that
yeah.
we gave to the devs at TwitchCon was that the building side of the game is really, really popular, and people love it. Like the building contests have been really well received. Done a good job with it. I'm gonna meet you guys in Echo 7 rather than Echo 8, or I think because I have a suspicion, looking at the map on Planetologist, about something in the cell. But it might be just on the PvP side rather than the PvE side. I don't know.
I'm heading north now, so
I didn't bring that much spare water. That could be what holds me back today.
I have a.
I have half a decaliter, John. So
I've got a 2 liter John Mark 6, so we have plenty of water.
Nice. There's a lot of water in the Deep Desert Base. The Deep Desert Base back in Bravo 5. Yeah, I can always stop by that if I'm flying back at some point. Not a problem. Make it work. We're on the PvP side, but I just want to see if this is actually a thing. If I recall the layout of this deep desert in
oh,
here.
they even have a 3-minute trader for chapter 3.
Ooh, a 3-minute trailer. We'll watch that ahead of the dev stream.
I will grab the YouTube link for you.
No, no revealing myself. There's no one here. What are you talking about, Deep Desert Dwellers? No Chronos here. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm horrifying. Just run in, loot everything, run out.
That's that.
I don't know if that's instance chess, so if one of you guys could go in and have a look at that, that would be appreciated. You can ignore the locals, they're kind of dumb.
Sure.
Worth checking, see if you get any loot, because, that wasn't a small amount of loot. A lot of pieces in that drop, that was quite nice. That's the rare loot cave.
Ringmouth in H8 has been harvested about.
How much? How much?
You're cutting in and out, Demna.
1/4.
1/4, okay. That's fine, we can harvest that. So have any of you gone in to check the cave?
Oh, good.
Where's the entrance?
Up there.
Ah, thank you.
It's hidden from you. I just need to know if that's instance
Ah,
loot.
it's one of those.
Yeah. Denver, do you want to come and get into this vehicle? Oh no,
I
you're
mean,
already
I fly around with my scout. It's
you're already over there. Sorry, I thought you were closer for some reason.
I have to head to check the ring.
Oh, I could also loot it, so...
So it isn't.
Oh,
So it
my.
isn't instance. Or it is instance. That's nice. Okay, well there you go. There's a anyone who wants it. There's there's a bunch of rare loot there in Echo 7. The dev stream is in an hour and a half, or 1 hour and 31 minutes if you want to get really precise.
Did you get pincushion boots with there?
No, I got circuit gauntlets.
Oh, so that's completely different loot as well.
Ooh, I got the crew chief still suit. One I've even seen before, and pincushion boots and some plastust. Unique ultralight still suit.
I think that's a new one, or newish one.
Cool. Might have come with the new patch. What's the drops? You can see the carousel. They are part of the observer drops, Hank. So if you've missed some of the last drops, you should be able to get some of them on this as well.
Yes. You can buy campaigns 1, 2, and 3 from the vendor now.
1, 2, and 3 come
And-
from a vendor, and the rest are from you can get from these drops. Then that's what you're saying.
Yes. Yes.
Nice. The dash still suit, nice.
I'm right
It's-
behind you, Luther.
It's not replacing Shaddam's bladder. That thing is my favorite. It's really nice flying an ornithopter that hasn't got, you know, like bright red wings. Just once. It's a real nice experience. I'm not going to get used to it. But
I
hey.
like living on the edge. Very nice.
Oh, of course I do, yeah.
I still love
They
the rendering
mistyped
range.
the Karpov on their promotional image. It's now the Krapov. That's too good. As that's better than Golf. The Krapov is better than Golf. I really enjoyed Golf.
Look behind you, guys. I should be rendered in for you now.
Oh yeah, I can see you.
Yeah. One of the good things they did.
I do. Yeah, the increased view distance on ornithopters is good. You can see those little specks in distance. You're like, oh, that's an enemy ornithopter. By enemy, I mean it's another ornithopter.
Ooh. I don't know if you like that one. Kronos. Rapier rework.
I understand it. Yeah, it's I think it's because people don't like the rapier, as well as it being my favorite weapon. I don't know. I was hearing some people say the rapier's not very good, and I was very confused because I love the rapier. You can't. Yeah, you can pick up your base now and transport servers later. Yes. Yeah, they haven't brought server transfers in yet. That's something they're still waiting on. The kind of thing that they don't want to fuck up. And to be honest with you, I'm completely fine with them prioritizing stability over getting it rolled out sooner rather than later, because that's something fairly fundamental.
Yeah. You don't want to be told, oh, yep, sorry, something went wrong, your base is gone now.
Yep. Okay, there is a rocky outcrop just to the east of the ringmouth that I'm going to start assembling the sandcrawler on. Sandworm's coming into the location as well.
There's a smaller one to the north
I
as
can
well.
see.
That could work.
Yeah, yeah, it might be where Sabu goes then.
To the north, to the north. Oh, I see it. Just above it. Yeah.
Yeah. Make some more space in here. Jeez. Six. This will be the difficult part, is actually assembling it on this ground. It is uneven ground, I mean, that's kind of the point. Definitely enough support. I wonder if it will let me do it onto 4. Always the downside to using
You're
one of
trying
these
to crush
islands.
me, Sabu.
There was a spot. Make it work.
Like a glove.
It fits.
Done. Like a golf. That was atrocious. I didn't really deserve that, but fine. First switch drop claimed. Nice. Any hearsay or rumors about the tank coming with chapter 3? I think the issue is the tank was ready in the game, but the issue, like, the problem came down to the fact like that there isn't actually like a space for the tank in the game. Like, what role does the tank actually fill? Where does it make sense to have that tank? Because it doesn't currently have a point. Demna, where are you?
I was getting my free loot.
You have me as tank, so it's fine.
Now I need to set Sabu and Skur owner so you can grab it if needed. And refuel.
Yeah, ready?
Full Harko. Boxstars, that sounds like you're watching more than one stream at a time. That's what that sounds like. It's Twitch gets confused by that. This was Big Bitch New Ornithopter $. What? Fine.
Oh. Is it already done?
Are you kidding me? Did the grandfather worm just happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Oh.
Okay, Demnar, divert to the other ring mouths and go and see what's there.
Okay.
I'll dismantle the sand crawler. Go
Yep.
to the furthest away one first, because you're the furthest away from us. Go right to the far side. Okay. Hilarious. No, Dollar is a special character, so I can imagine that it wouldn't do, because it could really upset the game's code, I guess, if I was able to do that.
Ooh.
Yes.
Num 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 num, grandfather worm. Oh, well, I'll do it so you guys can make sure you can see it too, and then I'll get out of render range. That won't be the first grandfather worm we'll see today. Emma, what are you doing now?
F3.
Oh, okay, you're finding the locations.
Yes.
Oh man, it's like it feels like I only just assembled this sand crawler. That's so recently that its LOD is broken. The grandfather worm was hungry. It obviously heard that we were coming. Was like, you know, this is my spice. You can't have it. Oh dear.
Are you still inside it, Luther?
Yes.
But we'll just wait and see where it spawns.
What, in case it spawns in the same location? You need to make, if you're waiting for that, you need to leave and enter the cell.
Oh,
What just happened?
That was horrible.
Oh, my heart.
Explanation, please.
You almost died.
So sandworm head popped out of the dune that's right next to this island and just like despawned in front of Luther's face.
Hilarious.
Like meters.
Genuinely hilarious.
Oh, good lord. And I just tapped back into the game and looked to the left.
Clip
to
that,
look
chat.
around, and I just saw
Chat,
it, I was
clip
like,
that. That was good. Clip it. The sound of fear from 2 of the mods across the mic. Yep. Ideal. That's what we want. What we're up to, well, Luther and Sabu just scared the shit out of themselves with the sandworm. We're thinking about doing harvesting operations, but we kind of summoned the grandfather worm immediately. Hotel 8, so that means that the nearest location is southwise. H9? Okay.
About 2 minutes out of F3, and then I can check H2.
If I check... Foxtrot 9 there was meant to be one. Yeah. I'll go and check Foxtrot 9. Hello, Mr. Grogus. Did I see your message above regarding the ultra wide? No, I did not. Yeah, the container is container's pretty nice. Pretty good container.
How
F9
many
is
bodies
clear.
did your hotel ring you?
Sorry, say again.
How many bodies, how many guests did you collect with your hotel run?
66 to fill a third of it. Which I think is perfectly reasonable, to be honest. Having 150 bodies in a container is just good business. Foxtrot 9.
Oh my goodness, you do realize
no,
that we fill our
some,
base
no, don't.
so much more storage.
Yeah, this is the party bus, the Deep Desert Tour bus. Yeah, we're just showing people around, you know? We're helping out. So Lost One Pratt said that Foxtrot 9 wasn't. So we just need to make sure we leave the cell that we're currently in, which is this border here. It should update, well, it won't tell us anymore. That the Judder used to tell you when you'd crossed a server boundary, so now you kind of have to remember where the server boundaries are. Yeah, nothing in Foxtrot 9. After you've checked the F3, can you check Hotel 2 and then check Golf 4 on the way back? For hotel patrons and Spice Sand, yeah, it's a multifaceted tour bus. This it's very useful. Yeah, it's definitely a bug with the ultra wide. You have the same offset. I've worked out, Greg, that what I can do though is I can press my screen share button. It shows this side of the screen because I have that set up for the left-hand side of my monitor, so it's perfect for the bug. See, thinking in 3D with portals in 3D. Sabu and Luther, did you leave the area and come back to see whether it was So that's what I'm asking. Did you leave the cell, like the 3x3, and fly back in to test that? So then you haven't tested it. We don't know that the graphical issue around that hasn't been resolved after the ring mouth. So assume that that bug is in until we've been told it's fixed. And therefore, that's why I've left the cell and I'm coming back in. Otherwise, I wouldn't have flown directly back in. Yeah. Never trust a bug has been fixed. I know how developers are. They're trying to hide loot from me. They know that I want the loot and they hide it behind waterfalls and in like cupboards, and they're hiding loot from me, chat. The devs are doing it on purpose to hide loot from me. It's very rude. It's personal in every game, Sab. Every game. Every single game, the devs they're hiding the loot from us.
Wait, there's a waterfall in Dune?
If there was, there'd be loot behind it because they're trying to hide it from you, and you know it's true.
Yes. Every gamer ever tries to go behind the cave, into the cave behind the waterfall, because we've been trained.
Oh yeah.
Like that. Okay.
I'm guessing that's a medium. It looks like a medium.
Yeah.
How many mediums can you fit into one of these large containers?
Many.
A lot.
From the sizing, it should be 8.
8 medium spice fields. Ooh.
Okay, G4.
Oh, you mean spice fits? I thought you meant the medium storage.
Oh no, medium spice blows. Sorry, what was that?
I
You said
don't know.
G4 was.
Also empty.
Okay, by that logic, it has to be Hotel 2 then.
Hotel 2 is also empty.
What?
Foxtrot 3, Golf 4, and Hotel 2 are all empty.
No bubbles.
No bubbles. No nothing.
F9 is empty, and I don't see H8 as being respawned. No.
Those 5?
What was that?
Is it just those 5?
Yeah.
Okay, then I will do another pass. Maybe the respawn timer is just a bit longer.
How close did you get on the passes?
Right over them. Oh, something big has just exploded. Let me see if that is just a medium or if that is mouth.
Has to be somewhere, indeed.
Because that looked like Hotel 2.
Thanks, Marmite. Just need more scouts.
That's a medium, probably.
In this version of Deezers, you've only seen spice in Hotel 8. What? Have they is the deep desert still not fixed in general? Like, are we still having issues like spice only spawns in one location?
It was the ring mouth.
What
Which
was?
one?
Hotel.
Chelsea, okay.
Okay, on the way.
That must have started just after I flew past it. The nerve. There is some rocks right next to me.
Purple, right? Yes.
We are in the ads. By the time the ads are over, we should hopefully be pretty close to the spice field.
Yeah, there's a rock formation just northwest of the spice. Big mouth.
Right. Is there anywhere in that spice field that has cover? Like in that rock area that has cover for the containers? Because the containers can't be left out in the storm.
Yeah, it looks like there should be space for cover.
Nice.
See how much cover?
Yeah, make sure that you are getting yourself some water, you are stretching your legs, you are standing up, you're petting a cat. Or some combination of these words. You could pet your legs, make sure you know, your cat stands up.
It's one of the basin ones.
Nice. As I was saying to the stream earlier, I can confirm that on Christmas Day, I will be here. There will be a stream. There'll be live. We'll have some people dropping in and out. We'll do a couple of community games. We'll just kind of chill and take it easy for Cronmas.
I will probably join you after 9.
Yeah, Merry Cronmas, Laxia, you know. Don't know, are you on the island that I'm meant to land at?
That is correct.
31st of December will also be a stream, currently is the plan. Yes, although that's way beyond where I normally plan. That's 2 weeks away, Balthazar. God. What kind of person plans 2 weeks away for themselves? No, I only do that for Thor. Thor's planned for 2 weeks away. No, you don't need to apologize. I'm just taking the piss because I'm not organized. Don't worry. I don't arrange my own diary that far in advance because it's all done by vibes. We vibe calendar here.
You organize one calendar by complete efficiency. The other one needs to be chilled.
I guide others to a treasure that I cannot possess.
Oh, why are we being poetic?
I'm just quoting Marvel films.
Oh, fair enough.
No worries, Balthazar. We will likely be here. If not, there'll be people in Discord. We will do something. The Pathfinder one-shot is indeed this Saturday, yes. Speaking of Laxia, what did Winky decide to play? I think you were chatting to Winky yesterday, weren't you? Was yesterday Wednesday? Yeah. Been that kind of week. He was supposed to, but he was too sick. Can't believe it. He's chatting tomorrow. Okay, so I'm generating the character just before the session on Saturday is what I'm hearing. Yeah, let me know, because otherwise I'll be generating it on Saturday, which is obviously a bit late. At least if he knows kind of what he wants to do, then it'll be manageable.
Almost there.
I'm looking for a good place.
Yeah, where it can still pick it up, right?
Yes. Almost technically anybody could pick it up.
Wait, there's no permissions on it?
It's PvP
It's,
region.
it's PvP. We're in the
of course.
PvP region.
Yeah,
Anybody can pick
sorry, yeah.
Let's go. Just put it here.
Demna, where do you find that counts as sheltered for me to put this box? Because the middle of this doesn't count as sheltered.
Oh, okay. Oh, I mean, if you want to put it down somewhere that counts as sheltered, let's see.
What did you think I was asking? What? What?
Well,
No,
I mean,
I would just
find a
like to
spot.
know broadly where's sheltered, but also not sheltered. I need to know where's sheltered so that we can put the container somewhere safe. Like,
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
z-
If you can come underneath this shelf, then yeah, it's sheltered.
what in a carrier? No,
Yeah. It's fairly wide.
unsheltered.
I just
Mm,
took the basic one, so I figured there would be somewhere sheltered here.
Yeah. You can fly around in your scout ornithopter and find out. That's what I was hoping you were doing.
I did not understand the instruction.
I know that was probably a bad idea to do that, but hey.
you think you can grab it, or?
Yeah, I think so. I just need to go
Okay,
under that.
Demna, where are you now?
I'm in my scout.
Okay, now this is in a sheltered spot.
Yeah, it's a sheltered.
Yeah,
ground.
I know it's sheltered because I'm What? Luther, are you free?
Yes. I'm being dropped onto the ring mouth right now.
Oh, that'd be nice if I could do that.
I think Kronos wanted to order a hit on me.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Have him killed, chat. At once.
This is
Okay, right. This is now set up. Add you new 1, 2, and 3. Right, there you go. Jump in the sandcrawler. Wait, have you got any fuel?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now we can do this.
That was a fast breach.
You mean likely spawn the sandworm when you guys drop the second one on there. Does sometimes create a new sandworm. For every sandcrawler we add, we get more sandworms. That sounds like good maths.
Big math.
You can still push the containers, yes.
Okay, what method are we using?
Well, the other guy started harvesting on the rim, so I also did the same.
We'll do spiraling circle in, so we'll start you at an angle, and you can then spiral into the center Demna from here.
What catch, Sabu? I was definitely not worried there for a second.
Yeet. Let's go! We're spicing again. It's been a while, but we're now spicing again.
As I think I'm still gonna start from the center. It's way more easier for my brain.
Oh, you want to start in the center?
Yeah.
You're a spiral outwards rather than spiral inwards, fair enough. Making the original circle is high pressure to make it, actually circular.
Please go clockwise then, so completely fuck up with the...
Clockwise, okay, very well.
Because the
I
other
love
two are
how you
going
were turning
counterclockwise.
anti-clockwise while that's going on. back in the happy place. Then I hate to tell you this, but you've done a fucking bad circle so far. With all the love in the world, that's an olive, my friend. That's an
Yes,
olive.
yes, it is. It is.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm aware, don't worry. The middle will just need tidying up later, that's fine.
No. No. Missed. Balthazar, you what? What do you mean he missed? What do you mean he missed a spot? What's it?
I missed all the spots, Balthazar. I'm not yet established. Do not judge my trail yet.
I absolutely love that. That's hilarious. Good job, Balth.
Yes, it is definitely an olive. Oh well, that's just
Yeah, it's in your olive the place. I'm
Okay,
expecting to watch the view count go down for that one. Spiral inwards from here, please.
You want me to spiral inwards?
Inwards, yes, because I don't want there to be a giant nipple on the screen.
Okay.
It's literally what
Okay,
you're
yeah.
trying to do.
I understand. No, that's not what I'm trying to do, but I understand. I would never do that intentionally, Kronos. Come now.
Where are you in the deep desert? Deep in the deep desert. We're when the ring mouths in the H band.
I would have very naively made that without intention.
Can't believe
did not
you.
say.
This ringmouth comes with a fallen shuttle. Oh no, that's too tempting. You can't tell me that. That's not fair. That's like asking me to do my cleric healing in Ashes of Creation without wandering off to go and like harvest stuff. Oh, that's a really massive hill next to us as well. Okay, I need to go high for this one. Okay. Look, it's a really nice day up here.
Bye.
Oh, yeah, look, yeah. See, there's a fallen shuttle. Nice. We like that. We like that. We like a fallen shuttle. Let me just quickly do this. Where's the music gone? It's just Spotify having a bit of a moment. That's not a problem.
I desire spice, brother.
I'm coming back to the Sabu. Sabu? Thank you.
How the nerve of that worm. Audacity.
That's a very rude worm, I'll give you that. Your PC turned on? I'm very pleased, Ruchi. That's what we like.
Rude sandworm.
Yeah, the rude sandworm, exactly.
It's also Uppies, Luther, not Sabu.
I can't believe Luther forgot the, sorry, that was the wrong way I turned you.
Oh,
Right. See this bit? Inwards. Inwards. Yeah, yeah.
I haven't done. I haven't done spicing in such a long time. Was it always the case that it glowed green for harvesting at optimum and yellow if it didn't?
I don't think so.
I don't
Because
think-
on the outer edges, my rings,
The,
the lights on
the
the back
indicator
were
saying yellow,
glowing.
is it?
Yeah, and now it's green going further in.
Interesting. But that being said, that means if I mean Denmark's currently doing kind of like half of a whip. It's currently showing as green, so I'm not sure, to be honest with you. But tight corner here. 58 minutes till interview. Thank you very much, Balthazar. Yeah, we will watch that. We will likely keep spice harvesting while that's going on, if you guys want. If there's any spice left at that point, of course. Luther, Demnar, Sabu.
Depends how
Yeah,
full
that's fine.
I'm happy
Yeah.
twice. I did respond. Sorry, I probably.
I think there's a scout above us, but I can't see it. I just saw a shadow real quickly.
It smells like
Yeah.
small mite.
Okay.
I can sense a small mite on the wind. You resemble that remark? Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah. See, I know how it is. I know what's up. Nah, I don't mind that at all. If you can find someone else with a carrier and a sandcrawler, we are more than looking for people. And then I'll go and do some more runs of facilities later. I was going to do some runs with Luke Corm and other people, and I got distracted. I feel bad. I know it's unlike me to get distracted.
Very much.
Thank you. I was waiting for someone to agree with me. Very kind.
Neither
I'll deactivate the bomb
confirm nor
in your
deny.
head now, Luther.
Mm,
Oh, I heard trumpet.
yeah, I hear worm noises, but I don't
I don't
see.
see worms, no.
Well, a mushroom cloud of spice to the north. East.
Yeah.
That must be a medium, right?
Yeah, probably.
There's nothing up
No, there's no ring there.
there.
Hi, friend.
Is that two? That was two sandworms.
Yeah.
I think a sandworm is going. I think there might be another sandworm going for the nearby wreck.
Yeah.
Because the fallen shuttle should have its own sandworm theoretically if there's one busy locked on us. I don't know. I don't trust it anymore. Like they might. I don't know if they've done any more worm changes to their brains. You know,
Yeah,
worm brain
also-
changes.
And also, this is a square in the middle of the 3x3, so the higher chance of worm
That's
activity.
true. Yeah. Lynx, I'm not sure I needed to know that. That's horrifying. I'm okay, thank you. Without that's. I don't need to know what you're learning about or getting up to in your free time. Do you need some help, Demna?
I'm gonna just back and forth this last little bit. Thank you.
Oh, okay. You need to turn on the sand
Yeah,
harvester.
pick me up.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Pick me up. Hello, Mwadib.
1 hour drops. Nice. Glad you are enjoying your drops, everyone. I really appreciate you all being here. Hope you're having a good day. Having a good December. I was looking at a game on Steam recently, which is basically. Have you guys played any of the Bannerlord games, like Mountain Blade? Bannerlord.
No, but I've paid interest to it.
Okay, so what they have in them is kind of like an army management mechanic where you can lead basically a warband in live action, like real time, while you're actually like playing, right? But you're also an individual unit. You're a soldier. You have your own like survival, to look after, and your own fighting to do within that. That's and then on the outside of the combat map, you have your kind of travel that's zoomed out. It's kind of you have a piece rather than managing that army at the individual human level further in. There is a game called Bellwright, which is out, or which is in early access and coming out at some point, which looks to
Right.
me to be the same kind of mechanics from Bannerlord, but you've also got the survival mechanics of any kind of survival game, and it's kind of kingdom management, army management, and other things by the looks of things. I was wondering if any of you would have any interest at some point if I was going to do that, possibly in the new year.
I think I've
Very
seen that. Rings a bell.
They're currently doing a large amount of ad spend by the looks of things on places like Reels and on YouTube Shorts and stuff. So you might have seen an advert for it recently. It could be a thing. That's what triggered me, because obviously if I see a company doing a large swathe of adverts and it's for It's for a survival crafting game, and I'm normally somewhat interested. You know, I do like a survival / crafting game here and there, like occasionally. You know, funnily enough.
What? I can't imagine.
No, I know that my type of game is not survival crafters. Couldn't be. I very quickly had to accept that that's 100% my type of game. By the way.
Still need to get you to play Icarus.
Yeah. But if there's, is it still being developed?
They are getting constant updates, even paid ones. So
Nice. Okay, so yeah, it is. Yeah. Sweet. You've been playing Bellwright. It's a good game. I'm very interesting. Hello, Avaricious. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Yeah, Jesus Christ. You have some fantastic news, Taffy. Finished Foundation for Economic Education, so ordered one student 30k to fund a doctor. Is it Warhammer's World? But wow. 30k to research into Warhammer's 40k. Well, just Warhammer's world building in general. That's. Why not? Go Finland.
yeah.
Icarus has weekly updates. That is cool. That worm's coming back in. Just be careful. You guys do need to be waiting longer before dropping, because you are going to bug the worm. So, like, it'll just keep coming back sooner and sooner. You have to wait longer for it to actually leave. And again, we have rules about this. That's why I have rockets.
I think Kronos is threatening.
I would never. Actually, I haven't got the rockets on me until I've got my laser, which is even better because it's infinite range.
Yeah, I can see smoke trails north, so that's probably where the crash site is.
That makes sense.
Mm.
Worm gone? Worm gone, okay. Unleash the Demnar Roomba. Look at all that, like, look at all this delicious spice. We could get a navigator so high on this, they could literally find their way home.
You could become a navigator on all this.
Well, I can now comment on my residue.
Yeah, okay, that's okay. You're now established enough that you're officially saying that any any banter is now allowed about your harvesting.
I like that Steve is telling you how many hours you've played on games that are similar. Aggregated, I've played about 1,000 hours of games that are similar to Bellwright.
Okay, you're probably not going to enjoy Bellwright, Luther. You know, 1,000 hours of similar gameplay? Nah, definitely outside of your field.
Yes.
We've got so much spice melange back in our base, we could grow our own navigator. That's how this works.
What the? Okay, that's an interesting bug. I saw a Moedeep drop off my carrier.
Friend.
Maybe it's your carrier when you picked something up?
I mean, by definition, the carrier does carry things, and therefore carrying the Muad'Dib does mean your carrier was doing its job.
True.
But you can't say that if you had all that spice melange, you wouldn't grow your own navigator, so you didn't have to pay the Navigators Guild. Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's like being free from subscription to like a sat nav of any kind of forever across all of time and space. Well, not time, kind of, if you're all Atreides, but mostly space. Bellwright is similar to Factorio.
No.
I'm not sure. In terms of you gather resources and use them for crafting, yes, but that's a real loose similarity. You're home baking your own AI. That's interesting. I was talking to somebody who they believe that the current shortage of RAM and SSDs, etc., is designed to cause consumers to be unable to run their own AI at home and have to rely on corporate use being done through the internet, which I thought was quite interesting as an idea. Jason Madar, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You're a legend. Thank you for keeping your sub money away from Jeff Bezos. Make sure those of you out there who have Amazon Prime, make sure you use your Prime sub somewhere. Don't let Bezos keep that money for his diamond statue on the moon. Not allowed. Completely not okay. Hello, Brex Weaver. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Yeah, to be honest, that was my worst part. I was like, you know what? I'm cynical enough about corporations now that I could kind of believe it.
I actually had an interesting discussion earlier with from a colleague of mine who does now the most German thing ever. AI bubble. We don't really trust the big corporations, so we are now teaching people how to run local AI.
Oh, look at that. That was all three of us in unison. That might not be going for us, by the way. That might be going for the,
Felt this way.
It did. Sometimes they just kind of turn around on a pin and go for the other things, though. Okay, yeah, what's coming for us? Location could have been going for the down ship as well. What's that, Demna?
We're at about just under 50% capacity.
Okay.
We had somebody in chat who played Bellride.
I think a couple of people said yes.
How does online co-op work? Is it a dedicated server, or does somebody need to host it?
Prime site, the worm's detection radius is anything inside its server cell. So inside the 3x3 around us, so we're in Hotel 2, anything from Hotel 1 to Hotel 3 and Golf to Indigo are in that worm's detection radius. It's just a matter of what else is in that detection radius at the same time. And what else pulls it away. It'll roam and it'll kind of come back, but if there's no one else doing anything which will grab aggro, it will just keep coming back. Oh, Demnar.
I did.
You can't park there.
Demna's doing breakdance.
I did nothing.
I know that
That's
you're
his
excited
entire
about. I know that you're excited about spice, but come on. Gotta lock in.
I might be high on the spice.
I can just imagine, like, you've got, like, they're basically like ice road truckers, and then they sit in their sand crawlers all day, you know, harvesting spice. That's kind of their role, right? But they're probably just, there's going to be a level of spice seepage, right? They're probably just a bunch of spice high ice truckers just like strolling across the sand, currently like dealing with these giant worms and spice hallucinations all the time. It's probably a really wild life.
Sabu, Apis?
I think that's the
didn't
one
get
that's going for the
wiggles, did you?
ship. I think that's going for the ship, but I'm not feeling
Yeah,
confident.
no. Yeah, there it is.
There you go, Demna.
Yeah.
And it's now
Coming.
this way. It's going southwest.
I've spiced once or twice, and I kind of know that after they do one of those next to the field, they do actually move further away, or at the very least, they re-trigger their like aggro, so they'll do a rise up on the field as well. It's always worth watching where they go afterwards, just in case they've changed it. I like how Thor is standing on Winky's lap. In my head screen. I'm just gonna eat a snack. I'm gonna come off of camera while I do that, because I know that the mods will take photos of me and turn me into GIFs now, which is fun.
It's not just the mods. It's
Well, no,
all of
okay.
chat will help
One of the
us.
mods will turn me into the GIFs, but chat's working with them. Many years ago, this is what I did to Thorn, why he no longer eats on stream.
Good.
Back when we started making block game, which will be moving to Hightail in the new year, which is exciting as well.
Is he porting it directly when Hightail comes out, or?
I mean, it's
So-
gonna take a while.
The plan is to start the process at that point. I'm going to be honest with you, like that's going to be a huge amount of work, and there's going to be some compromises in some of the systems, because some of what's going to be possible inside Minecraft now with mods won't be possible immediately in Hightail. That's my guess, to be honest. But I would broadly expect, yeah, that they want to work on it pretty quickly, because I'm going to be real, like Minecraft is ass. Like it's amazing what people have done with it, but at its core self, It is a absolute bucket of shit.
How old is it now?
Minecraft, about 3,000 years. About as old as my knees. Actually not, but...
$16 years, says chat. Wait, EVE Online and World of Warcraft are older than Minecraft?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. Wait, oop. I didn't see that one.
Sneaky worm. Look at that. Try to do the weight. The worms are getting smarter, I swear. I like that we've made a donut. Or a slightly hexagonal donut. Yeah, Minecraft was around when Rome and Carthage went to war, and then, you know, throughout that, yeah, all that kind of time. That was alpha. And then, you know, Rome fell and they were like, Minecraft's being released now. We've now got 400 years of Dark Ages.
Oh, he came back.
There's very little to drag him away in this, this field.
Yeah, and there's not like many assault Onis mining out there either. I guess.
Omega King said that the Senate killed Caesar because he threatened to shut down the community server. Yes. That's exactly what happened. Brutus was like, you know what? Screw you. I want the server admin privileges. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. I appreciate you sticking with. You're still getting your drops progress while they do those, and that means that I can actually eat and stretch my legs and pet the cat. And I think about the great eldritch gods that are inhabiting, you know, the darkness within. What was that?
Yeah. Yeah, no, do it.
That's brave.
And the other one just doesn't care. Good.
One brat's just being brave.
But now they're going up.
Now!
I'm really glad to see how attentive and alert the entire group is. Brave or crazy? Yes. Yes. They're not mutually exclusive. We're going with both. Both is good. This is indeed a private server, Elorigem. We actually have 15 private servers in a network on one private world that we have open to the community. 3 of them are public, so there are public people who are allowed on, but the rest of them are password protected to the community, so that we had my community, Annie Fuchsia's community, we had Jay the Bard's, Winkies, we had Mr. Gregor's, Vicky, we had Pirate Software's community. We had a lot of communities who were all playing Dune together. And, you know, we came together to create the server with Nitrado's help right at the start, and that's what we've been upkeeping throughout. Our server's a low pop and has 1 guild left full of griefers. I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of people are in the same position as you, and that's why server transfers are such a hotly anticipated topic at the dev stream today in 38 minutes, which we'll be watching while we're playing, so you'll be able to get your drops and also be able to watch the dev live stream at the same time. I'll definitely find a way to put that on the screen. I might have to...
Chronos uppies!
It wasn't breaching. That wasn't an aggression animation. That's not going to do anything to you.
I know, but you never know.
Are you sure? Didn't they change it so that any part of the worm, if it touches you, now kills you?
During the aggression animation is the wording on that.
Yeah, no.
It can flip you over though, which would have been really funny if you just like flipped over because of the worm.
It probably would have happened.
Do you need a few minutes? Do you need to go and change some clothes?
I'm fine. I'm just upset that you ignored me.
I didn't ignore you. I didn't quite see the same level of urgency and also content.
All I saw was this mass of roiling sand coming straight towards my side.
Look, this is a very difficult time of year for everyone, and I think the catharsis of you shitting your pants on stream just works quite well for everyone, so thank you for your service. It's good for you as well. It's the
Yeah,
Greeks believe that was how you let like kind of pressure out of you by going through kind of semi-traumatic and sad experiences. That's why tragedy existed. So you get tragedy, that gets comedy. No, it's different though, because this was like theater. This is definitely not just me trying to convince you and gas lamp you into it. Definitely different.
Also, I do agree because mild trauma from D&D is very therapeutic.
So now we have 3 scared mods already today. So now we just need to get Nellis in here.
We can scare some more people. We can make it work.
I scared Nellis the other day when I sent him a picture that he refused to turn into a GIF. So
He refused. Okay, interesting.
Did you record his scream though?
You're on the Cadrish server. So yeah, Laura, this is the issue with the current situation. Again, people who were interested in PvP ended up having to do their PvP at the expense of other players, and that's where that griefing behavior has really become entrenched. And I think that's ultimately done the game quite a lot of harm, because the players who actually were genuinely interested and wanted to continue and progress and play weren't able to do so, basically off of the back of there being too many griefers for them to progress the in-game content. Which is why they made the Deep Desert changes, which then drove away some of the more serious players who were like, oh, well, this has made the Deep Desert feel weird and strange. We have made a cherry bomb, yes.
please.
That one I saw the need.
That was
Also,
close.
Whoa, that was the fast one.
yeah, it was a fast breach. Nope, wrong one. Where's the cat cam?
It was that. Lord Bailito.
Emperor Bailito has arrived. This is Bailey. Those of you who don't know, he is kind of my cat. He's 15 years old. He's a beautiful baby boy. He doesn't look 15, but he just loves attention and fuss.
We're almost full Sabu.
Okay.
Being friendly. You just saying hi to everyone. Oh, you want some attention? Okay. I'm just gonna hover here for a minute, Denver.
Make the other.
Shall I make I can make it a little bit, given that it's the focus of the content, I'm just gonna make the cat cam slightly larger for you all. People still don't believe that he's not mine. Like,
Now I see how the bar is. I see.
who's the little baby? You're rumbling.
Now I understand the UI on the back of the Sandcrawler.
Yes. So it's explained nowhere, so you just need to figure it out.
Yeah, should no, yeah.
Haha, you got defluffed, nerd.
No, I don't understand. I thought I did that.
The two bars that the last two blocks that you're now on is the last 10%, 20%.
Oh, there was the last two cells in the inventory, but
No.
that's not it.
It's percentage based.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Bailey. He's 15. That cat's a freeload. Yeah, exactly. Like in the last house, it was there was a little black cat who moved in, and then when I moved in here, the house came with a free Bailey. Second house in a row that came with a free cat, and now he's my grumpy son. He just lives here. What he does, he just chills out in my house all day. Sometimes he sits in the garden and shouts at the birds and the people as they.
Puppies.
Full.
Now we just need to go back to our container.
Demnar.
Who are Demnar?
Can't believe it. I'm just gonna blame it on you every time, even though I know it's completely not you.
Which one was it?
Small Mart, I'd rather you didn't. Although,
We're incoming.
Respect there.
We're incoming.
how are you doing on cargo capacity, Limner?
I am at 80%.
80%. Nice. Okay. Yeah, Laura, that's why it's very kind that Nitrado provide these servers to our community free of charge, and that's why I really rate them. They're super responsive when we need anything. They've been very helpful talking to us about transport. Like Luther, you've been talking to Nitrado about server transfers, haven't you? And kind of working with them on some stuff around that. While it's, you know, while there's obviously some stuff that we can't cover, like they are really open to us working with them, which has been really good. And I think we're very lucky that they supported our community in that way. They've actually provided 25 servers. We had the first 10 servers were just too big and too full, so they gave us an extra 10 servers as well for the community. We will merge those once server transfers are available. So we will see. Public to private servers is apparently based on, I can't remember what's. Nitrado will confirm it when they know more, but I think that Funcom will tell us about it today. I can't remember exactly what the setup was. I remember that it has to be like enabled on both sides or something. It's because
if you want, I can explain it.
I think we'll save it to see what the devs share today, and then we can discuss it afterwards. I think it's probably better. I think the devs will probably put it in a nice, explainable way. I think it's basically like it's gonna have to be enabled on both sides because, you know, some servers might not want people to transfer to them because they might be happy with their small community or their small group of people, and that's entirely fair and reasonable, I think. There is a live stream today. We will be co-streaming it. It's in less than half an hour, so it'll be on while we're playing Dune, so you can get your drops and watch the devs at the same time, which is, you know, ideal. Why would you not want to do that? Yeah, amazing. And that's basically the goal.
Once I get confirmation from Nitrado what they're providing on their side.
Can one of you reply to? Can one of you allow that auto mod, please?
So.
Thank you. Yeah, Laura, you can use !Dune Discord. So on the public side then, so for the ones that are owned by Funcom, that'll be owned and managed by Funcom. That's how that works.
Yes, Funcom will mark a server to be closed, and once a server is marked as to be closed, it enables character transfer from that server.
So once it's marked as closed, you can leave it. Okay.
Yeah, it's marked as to be closed, and then when it's getting closed down, everybody is forced into a migration mode, and afterwards they can select which server they want to migrate to on the official side.
Yeah, so there you go.
And,
so it works.
Yeah, and once I get confirmation from Nitrado what they are going to offer for private servers, already have a website prepared. I'm putting in the information with some infographics. Probably going to call it transfers.planetologist.app. So people can just look at that and know what they can expect. Moving spice out of the takes so long.
Yeet.
Okay, if we're going to do this in the future, someone should grab enough materials to put down a temporary base and just at least a small storage container, because moving it by hand
transferring them
from
between is going to be absolute pain, isn't it? Oh.
Yes, you can only do like 900 spice at the same time, so it's taking ages.
I don't think bringing the cargo container out is that worth it, I'm going to be honest, because like by the time that you've got two people, if it's just you by yourself, then maybe, like, it saves you from doing one trip back, but like you say, you need to make a little base to make that easy. Transferring it all back and forth is an absolute pain. Yeah, there's definitely a balance to it. This is why I asked you the other day, Luther. You know, what do you know if we're going to have the ability to transfer it like it's a circuit for it? No, more Mike, because it's a circuit. It's not a storage like a base storage. It's a vehicle like a buggy is. If you've got one, Womp, that would be very helpful. Yeah. Where's your nearby base? Oh, you can probably DM me about it instead, rather than sharing your private base.
So we need to transfer it to a container and from container to the big cargo.
What I will, your PVE south. Okay, well, what I'll do is I will drop you off at that base, Demnar, and then I will fly back in carrier speedy mode to grab the container.
Ready?
Because transferring it manually is just gonna suck.
Oh no, it's still.
Because you're transporting 150,000. Well, you know, sorry, 11,000 weights worth, 11,000 volumes worth. It's gonna take you. It'll take you forever to do, and it's only gonna work for one because this is a Regis container, so it's not like 2 loads or anything. So the container's actually probably best left in the A band, I would say, thinking about it in future.
Yeah.
More Mike, could you collect our cargo container for us? Because that would actually be very helpful. Thank you very much, Bert. That was exceptionally helpful. Thank you, Small Mike. This is why I like this community. Everyone's very collaborative. We've got a bit of a different experience when it comes to some of the public servers. I will be honest. Like, we've had a much more collaborative Dune group, which has been good. Why have I got a notification saying there's someone at my front door and it's just Bailey walking down the path? That's hilarious. Thank you, doorbell. I've not done that before. Little lump. Love him.
You know.
There's Small Mite. Like a beautiful, majestic manatee. Vice explosion. Nice. Who just went off simultaneously? Big wormy bitch. Okay, I think I'm out of fuel cells now, so that's oh no, there we go. Oh, I've got loads left. What am I worried about? Can't believe you were worried, Demnar. I've got loads of fuel.
I mean, I wasn't worried because I have fuel.
Okay, Bailey's wandered off for a snack. There we go. I can see it, one Pratt, thank you.
Yeah, so one Regis spice container is about half the inventory. It's 7,500 volume. So it's half. You can put in 2 Regis containers into. No,
Two
sorry,
normal
you don't have a
containers.
Regis container, right? Yeah.
I've got a Regis container, yeah.
Yeah, you can put in 2 regular containers into 1 transport box.
So, the Regis container is a good thing to have if you don't have the transport box. I'm actually not convinced that the Regis container is worth it now if you can do it that way. Because you can just get 2 loads, drop it in a box, then dismantle the vehicle and go back. That is actually worth it. Whereas doing it with the Regis one's going to be a bit of a mess. I think that broadly this works as a concept for the smaller storage, but not for the Regis container. Wait, on next uppies, can I give you perms on what, Small Mite? You shouldn't need perms on the box, should you? It's that you're in a PvP area.
And you're not in the group or guild.
It's a red circle.
Ooh.
There you go. So it can't just be yeeted.
Oh.
That is actually very interesting.
It does make sense, because otherwise someone could steal your container, which is listed against your vehicle limit, and then they can't get into it. They can't use it. They can just move it so that it can't be used by you. Too griefable, I think, otherwise.
But they can steal your ornithopters, your sandcrawlers, your buggies. So
those can all be recovered without the inventory, I guess. But the purpose of the cargo container is to have a large inventory, so it's more griefable.
Arguably the sandcrawler as well.
Sandcrawler, yeah, I would broadly agree. Yeah,
Its position may just be.
it is a strange call. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's a good choice in relation to this container. I think it makes sense. Anything that can make the game less griefing vulnerable, I think, is the key thing. You know, I just think it's absolutely necessary to keep the game, like, having less griefing in is just. This is my problem with the Deep Desert. It was almost designed in a way that there was no other way that griefing would take place.
You know what would be the most expensive griefing? Just dumping of shitload of big cargo containers on somebody's base so they can't get out or in.
Yeah, just put like a line of them in front of their front doors. I was saying that earlier. You can make yourself like a little wall and just use up 3 or 4 of your slots and just block any like way in or out. It would be awful. The new container can be pushed to be destroyed. It can be pushed to be moved, but I don't know if it can be destroyed, can it? I mean, you can make it fall through the ground, I reckon. Landing zones to the side of the base you can drive in and repair. Nice. Awesome. Sounds like One Pratt's got a very well-designed base. On the 4th of November, sunrise. People have been putting worm statues in front of our guild members' bases and calling them traitors because they left their guild because they were treated badly. This is... Look, this time of year is a really good example of it. If you've got shitty family, you don't want to spend Christmas with them, because why would you want to spend your time somewhere that makes you feel like shit? As you've just said, Alora, you said people have been putting worm statues in front of your guild members' bases and calling them traitors because they left their guild because they were treated badly. If they're being treated badly, why would they choose to be there? Ultimately, that's the thing about guilds and about groups and about communities. If you aren't being treated with respect and you aren't being listened to, you are totally within your rights to leave.
Hit me up.
Still.
Thank you for that, Luther. Thank you, bud. I can't even remember how to give somebody remote access to a container anymore. Here we go, edit permissions.
Sorry for that one.
There you go.
Sure.
There you go. You should be able to pick it up and interact with it now. That's fine. That was hilarious. Thank you, Luther.
I didn't hear uppies. Nice.
Beautiful. 10.
I don't even...
Immediate 10
not
in the
going-
gymnastics Olympics. Good job, Demnar.
I jumped completely over the ring.
That was
Mad skills.
that was artistic. You know what? I'm not even mad. Do a barrel roll. That was doing a barrel roll. That when I did a barrel roll during D&D that first time, chat absolutely lost it. I just There's a ring mouth even closer. Interesting. Well, that's a full one. If we clear this one out, we can force this one to respawn. So that's kind of what the goal is. We know that if you completely 100% clear out a ring mouth, it does despawn. Well, I'm so proud of Demnar for such a clean run in the middle there. I've seen a few fragments on the outside, but that's okay. We can blame some other craftsman, Demnar. It's fine.
Yeah, I was gonna stay on the outside. I was like,
Yeah,
I'm pretty
exactly,
sure I'm
yeah.
keen on-
That's why you did that flip over the ring. Like, it was just your drive to clear up those problems once, right? You know.
Yes, yeah, like that attraction to clean up the residual.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like your resource gathering in AOC.
I just
Compulsive.
sometimes you just lock in. You're like, I need to get that granite. I need to get that basalt.
Just wait till you get the next tier tool, and then you're gonna gravitate for anything that is the tier higher.
Yeah, so I'm level 9 mining, so I'm not far off. Chiefo, this is a ring mouth, so it's the largest site for spice in the game, and it has these grandfather worms, which are the largest type of the large types of worms. This is its mouth. It's the whole ring-shaped mouth of a grandfather worm.
We're like 700 short.
I know. I thought about leaving you for a couple of seconds longer to gather more, but I was like, nah. Even if it's a slow breach, it's not worth the risk.
Demnar,
Yes.
as soon as you're full, drive as fast as you can. South.
You've never seen one live. We had one earlier again, Chief. I'm really sorry. If you stick around, we will hopefully see one today, but it'll likely happen while we're away doing the next emptying this. Knowing our luck, as soon as I've said, oh yeah, just stick around, it'll be here in a minute, it'll happen while we're away. Have you taken some spice out of your sandcrawler and put it into your personal inventory, Demna?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good. Spice maxing.
Yes, I'm well versed in spice maxing.
We've spiced once or
you.
twice. Sabu thinks it's not my first rodeo with being a carrier pilot.
So what? No.
Magmatic Golem, the height that you are safe from the worm at is based on how high the dunes are around it, not a set default height above the terrain. The grandfather worm has a set height that it'll snap to. Luther found that really well. I think it was like you were like 40 meters above it, and it just chomped you. Just, no, you were
It's
gone.
somewhere between 25 and 50 meters is the safe zone. You're not getting eaten at 50 meters above the center of the ring mouth, but you are getting eaten at 25 meters above the ground.
And then
This is in the center. If you're anywhere off to the side, you will be eaten
Yeah.
regardless as well.
Yes.
if you are in the center though, and a wandering worm spawns on the top of one of the large dunes, when it dives down, it's going from a high up area to a very low flat plane. The worm can sometimes kind of get a bit weird where it goes through that deep angle and bridge the middle, which can destroy things in its path because it's done the raise up animation, it's descending down, and it's already aggressive. It's in an aggression animation. That can kill you. That's Sky Halud. That's what determines whether you're safe or not. It's the angle that the worm can come off the top of the dunes nearby down into the flat pit. So it's not an exact science. We've done quite a lot of worm science over time. Who are we scaring next? I don't know, probably me. More research grants, yeah, specifically for Warhammer world building. That's a great research grant. I very much approve of that. Let me start getting set up for the how am I going to do this?
Is it Warhammer or Warhammer 40k?
Wormhammer 40k.
Wormhammer. Oh, Wormhammer. Mm.
I would watch Wormhammer 40k. That would be a cool show.
Imagine Worms.
I think it's now a playable faction.
Imagine Worms, the party game, but a Warhammer 40k theme.
I need to clean my OBS up at some point. I've just got a bunch of stuff in here that I'm not using. Like, I haven't used this for a while. Let's use this.
Where did he go? No, he's gone.
Small Mike, you should be able to bring that cargo container to this location where I'm at. That works for you. I think Thor might be aware of Thorm. I can't quite remember. Oh, there you go. That's Small Mike. Oh, what? That's where Demnar can drive in. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Demnar fits there.
I don't have permission, so I probably can't drive in.
Oh, okay. Well, that's obviously a skill issue. Could you calm down? Lean to the right a little bit. Just yeah, you're fine. Yeah. Small Mike, do you want to drop that cargo container somewhere like nearby on the side of this cliff so it's in range of this base so I can use the transfer? Good morning, nodding off. How are you doing, bud? That's not where I wanted to be. That wasn't a very OSHA compliant landing, I'm going to be honest.
You're complaining about your landing. What about my placement?
Your placement is fine, stop complaining. But you bitching. Fine. Fuel and... Okay, it's fuel in there. Just need a transfer box. Here we go. Spice in and out. There's still some spice in... Okay. Spice is getting co-opted. One, two, three, 4, 5. Sandcrawler. I wish you could take out of the sandcrawler with a take all.
Would be nice. What would be even better is if Funcom added an opportunity to do vehicle to vehicle storage transfer.
That's what I would like them to do, yeah. Okie dokie, then I'll take these 3.
I mean, they could even make it. I think there are some games that do like a distance check. If
What's up, Demna?
yes or no?
My spice in the cooler so you can deal it as well.
Can you speak up a bit, please?
I'm gonna put my spice into the crawler so that you can steal that as well.
Oh, okay.
The MiG
Yeah.
560.
Spice maxing.
Eight minutes until the death interview.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Small Mike. You can just leave it there for now. That's fine. That's perfectly reasonable place to leave that, I think. My cam looking pretty spicy. Yeah, new hair. Yeah, it's just some new product that I've been using. Yeah, that's what it is. Definitely wasn't distracted in the middle of updating my OBS overlays. Do that. Let's go down to this. Close this and this. Which channel is the dev interview on? Do we know? Is it on Funcoms? Luther?
Give me a second.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, just Funcom.
I presume, but I wasn't sure.
Just wanted to make sure.
Ready to drop?
Yes.
I can do.
Why of all times are you now
What's he doing? What's he doing to you?
I dropped him.
Okay.
Every time beforehand, he gently let me down, but at the same time in the height, so I wasn't touching the ground, so the process took longer. And now I was just centimeters off the ground, and he quick dropped me.
And he bounced.
Oh,
So
okay.
inefficient.
As long as you guys are playing nice, that's the main thing. Create new. Grab Funcom. Capture the audio on that one. Nice, that will work. And trim this all down so you guys don't have to see the Funcom's chat. Which we don't need to see. There we go. You can see a countdown now to the dev stream. Done. AZ Desert Smurf, thank you very much for that Prime sub. You are an absolute legend. For those of you who don't know, those Prime subs are very valuable to Jeff Bezos. He doesn't want you using them, so make sure you do. It's all part of his corporate plan to siphon that money away from Twitch. Because you're obliged, like you're entitled to that money. They're obliged to pay Twitch and the streamers when you use it.
What is going on the outside of this ring?
I don't know, but at least it matches on both sides. It is quite interesting.
The little stump.
Oh, I can see some spice residue over there. Upsetting. Deeply upsetting. Oh, sorry, damn, I was a little bit low there. That's my bad. On the bright side, it kind of worked out for you, so it was beautiful. Yes. That one was my bad. Every other one was your fault. There are only 2 drops. There should be more than 2 drops, I believe. Should be several of them.
It's 1 per hour, so you should have. The last one is just 1 on the menu, probably, and the other, and it should be campaign 4 and 5 lumped into together with that one.
Okay, I'm at 215. Whoever 315. Whoever's up behind me. So
A large sandstorm is approaching.
be careful.
Oh.
Bother, that container is definitely out in the open. Is the worm less crazy aggro glitching on the private server? What do you mean crazy aggro glitching?
Which side is it? Which side is it?
Oh, we've got a Sissel rad already. Wild. It's safe inside. Oh, Smallmite, you're a legend. Thank you. Do we know which direction the storm's coming from?
I'm trying to find it on the map, but I don't see it.
It won't show until it's like 2 minutes away now. It's kind of weird. The Spice Breakers sends their regards. Spice Breakers have kicked ass then. Look at that. The Baron Spice Breakers. Full Sisselrad. Weapons vendor.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Head south through there?
Huh?
Want to head south? Get out of the thing or fly over it?
Yeah, let's do that.
Which one?
Just get me up.
Okay.
Let's fly to the storage container. Let's see what we can do.
There is a
I'm watching it. Yeah, you're fine. The timer is for the dev stream, which starts in 4 minutes. We will be co-streaming it.
Might be able to hide somewhere there. There's a small cubby.
Oh, we're right in the center of that, aren't we?
Close. You need to find somewhere to hide.
Here, I can hide you here.
Sector weather alert.
Yeah,
A
but
large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, but I'll fly south.
Is this sheltered? Yes, this is sheltered. Nice.
And I'm gonna boost away.
Does your Harkin, do you have like battle suits for Atreides members? We haven't really done that much of it because people haven't been that engaged in the PvP side of it for a long time. Because the PvP stopped feeling good. You can tell I've carried a few times.
Ooh. Some of the containers at risk.
Is it?
It's not classified as safe. Oh, I can probably... Maybe I can shimmy it with my scout.
It's like on the edge.
I need to see. Yeah, it's on the edge. So.
One moment. We get a little bit further. You can just go around it in a loop.
Not still at risk.
What storm? Your limited time flying the carrier seemed difficult to do in no stress situations. I don't find that, but I've probably spent about 300 hours in a carrier, so I guess I'm somewhat biased. Catch you later, Tibid Snow. I hope that you sleep well, but thank you very much for being here. How you doing, Luther?
The container is too long. It doesn't work. And it needs to be... Well, then I'm just going to repair it while it's getting slowly damaged.
Repair it while it's getting damaged. Perfect. Infinite health.
I can also test how much damage the thing actually takes from this.
That is true. It's a good test.
Does it take damage when we transfer things in and out of it, like
water does?
Other-
Elite Johns, I mean. I don't actually know how it takes damage.
No.
I'll be honest with you. I'm entirely uncertain as to how that works.
I mean, I put it so close to the wall that I now have an enclosed space beneath it.
Nice. You've made yourself a little portable wall.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to bother for a second while I get the sound set up for the dev streams. I don't want anyone to miss out on anything, so bear with me for a second.
It didn't take any damage.
Didn't take any damage. As long, maybe if part of it is sheltered, that's the main thing. Okay.
Go back to the sand crawler.
OBS. If I unmute this.
You made it really hard to get to it, though.
Okay.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
mute Discord so that chat doesn't lose out on the dev stream, but you guys we can still communicate during it, so that's fine. Just gonna do this.
everybody, and welcome to another Dune Awakening live stream. It's our 6th, if I'm not mistaken, and it has been a while. I am Natasha Rösli, Senior PR Manager here at Funcom, and I have the pleasure to be your host for tonight.
Loud enough for everyone?
We have a lot to go through. As I mentioned, it has been a while since our last live stream. But what's actually coming up, you see here on the side, we are going to talk about Endgame revamp, very
Perfect.
exciting part of
Dangerously
our
like I know what I'm
stream
doing.
today. We're also going to talk about dungeons and augments. We're going to talk about the expansion or the extension of the main storyline, quality of life changes. We're going to talk about Raiders of the Broken Lands, which is the optional paid DLC. That's coming out together with Chapter 3. And we also do a big Q&A in the end. We do something a little bit different now for today's stream because it's such a long stream and because we have quite big segments, quite exciting segments. We do a Q&A after each segment additionally as well. So if you have any questions, we will be collecting them from chat and answer them for the specific segment. So keep in mind to have questions that are specifically for that segment and for that topic that we talked about. But then towards the end, we'll have a last Q&A to kind of collect some of the questions that we haven't answered previously. And we also have a giveaway at the very end of the stream. So don't start spamming chat too early or I'm coming back to your house. All right,
that's a threat,
but
isn't it?
as I mentioned, it has been a while since we have done our last stream for Chapter 2. That's because we have been very busy behind the scenes. So let's take a quick look at all the updates that we've done to the game since then. You see here on the screen, there have been quite a lot of new things that have been added to the game for quality of life changes, additional content as well. With
What is
the
that, a
last
presentation for ants?
update as
Even on my screen, that's tiny.
as recently as 2 days ago, actually, on Tuesday. That brought a few new really cool things as well. For one, we have the base reconstruction tool now in the game that gives you the opportunity to back up your base and then easily place it out again. So if you know you take a little break from the game, you have to go on vacation, you can actually use that tool. It should kind of relieve a little bit of the pain of coming back or taking a little break from the game for one reason or another. We also added the cargo container, which helps you transport lots of material and items in one go via a ornithopter, which is actually really fun to do as well. Something really cool. And then if you haven't seen it, if you haven't updated your client 2 days ago or haven't done it yet, we also had a little surprise, a little thank you from us here at Funcom.
Yeah, nice little free
in,
DLC.
The free pack, the Gift of the Sands free pack, which adds some really cool placeables for you to play around with. You can see here a strategy table, little miniatures that you can actually place. So something from us as a thank you. And a little tree here, almost festive for the holiday season. So yeah, if you haven't updated your clients, do that and you will automatically have all these items available to you in-game. Right, then another thing that actually went out 2 days ago was regarding a community request that we had because some people might not have Twitch accounts. So it's actually now possible to buy older Twitch drops from in-game vendors at Harco Village and
I'm just going to
Arrakeen.
temporarily make that much
So we
larger
did
so
that
people
as
can
well.
see what they're...
So
even
obviously
if I zoom
newer
in,
Twitch drops,
Look
new
how
Twitch drops are actually
Bleh.
live right now as well.
Okay,
All the Twitch drops are on those vendors, and as we get more and more Twitch drops, these will get added to those vendors as well. So right now the Twitch drops are actually completing the Observer building set for you. Also very exciting.
Yes.
Now, with all of that out of the
important.
way, let's get into the new and exciting stuff. So Chapter 3 is around the corner, and it's our biggest and most exciting update to Dune Awakening to date. I think I speak for everyone here when I say we're very excited for you to experience and see this new content, check it out. This update, this chapter has also been built with your feedback in mind. So we have been looking at feedback, we have been following discussions, and one thing was very clear, that you were really looking for more diverse and more interesting ways to specialize and progress your character after tier 6, like end game, late
I think that's
game.
true. Everyone's in there with a
And also
homogenized
that we were
build.
looking
Everything
for
is
more
very
content
similar
to do,
now.
of course, once you're in T6. So this update is specifically addressing and putting system into place that lay a foundation for us to exactly do that for you. So I am done yapping now, so let's take a look at the announcement trailer for Chapter 3.
Chapter 3 is the biggest update to Dune Awakening yet. A rebuilt endgame, new maps, missions, testing stations, and much more. Choose among the great houses and take on Landsrad missions that will further your specialization as a crafter, gatherer, explorer, fighter, or saboteur. 10 new locations are available across the Overland map, each with new challenges. These include 5 new Imperial testing stations with scalable difficulty and rewards.
Oh, thank you, Laxia.
Once you
Those are
completed
jumping
these
puzzle
challenges, return to your base and craft augments, a new way to upgrade your tier 6 gear and progress in the endgame. Dozens of augments are available for weapons and armors. Speaking of weapons,
thank you, Avaricious. I really
new
appreciate you, bud.
dual
You're awesome.
blades provide a unique way to approach melee. The Rapier, reborn, turns attack into defense in a single fluid motion.
Nice, okay.
And from afar, the pyrocket smokes out those who think they can hide.
Grenade launcher. Nice.
Peons, bondsmen, now familiar. Let the battle begin!
The main story of Dune Awakening continues in Chapter 3 with the new storyline. Infiltrate the arena in Neo-Carthag and fight in bloody gladiatorial battles.
I give you the degenerate killer!
Then reunite with a
Is that
familiar
allowed
ally
under the cord?
and descend into the
Unmuted now.
heart of the smuggler domain.
It's not every day we get visitors here.
Chapter 3 also launches with a DLC. This includes a full 74-piece smuggler building set, a 17-piece decoration set, 3 armor sets, and more.
Armor sets, awesome.
This is Dune Awakening, Chapter 3. A rebuilt endgame, deeper systems, new missions, new weapons, and new ways to define your role.
They came in nameless. Now the pit carves their legend in blood.
Please stay tuned for more Chapter 3 details, and see you on Arrakis.
So as you probably saw, there's a lot of things in that trailer and there's a lot of things to go through, and we are going into the first segment which talks about our revamped endgame, and I have 2 very exciting guests with me to talk about that. Let's do a round of introduction.
Yes. Hello. I'm production director on Dune Awakening.
Hi, I'm Viljar Sommerbach. I'm the game director on Dune Awakening.
And he's our VIP today. That's the reason he has like his own proper microphone. Oh, actually, all right.
All right.
Audio
My
issues.
microphone doesn't work, so I'll have to use this. Hello, my name is Ola Andreas, and I'm the production director on Dune Awakening.
All right. Just like game development, we'll deal with things that get thrown at us.
Does it work
All
now?
good. So we just, was that okay?
Does it work
All good?
now?
I really cannot check right now, so.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So chat, let us know if you could hear both of them.
If it doesn't.
Okay, all good. Okay. Perfect. All right. So, endgame revamp. As I mentioned, like
Let me
Chapter
just
3
make sure
is
I'm
really
spray OBS problem.
done with player feedback in mind. which also means we did actually revamp a lot of systems and mechanics that go into, or we actually added system and mechanics that go into progression and kind of. And while these systems are all new, one thing that is still there is the lance rod, but it has changed a little bit. It's still there to deliver content to our players. But tell us more, Ole Andreas.
Sorry,
sure.
I'm a long way away from
right,
you. That was very dangerous of me.
When we launched the game, our intention was always for the lance rod to be an activity driver. That's always been the design intention behind it. So basically what we've done with Chapter 3 is we've built on top of that. So we've taken the lance rod and we've created a bunch of new activities for the players to do.
I think we should actually have an example of that too, if I remember correctly. But
yeah, maybe we'll get something on screen. But yeah, so basically what you're going to do, as soon as you reach faction rank 5 on either of the factions, with the lance rod now, you will have a new menu. Oh, look at that. Some nice little emote.
Camille is taking a nice bow.
That two of you managed to guide me into believing
there we go.
Yeah, so here you see the lance rod menu. It's pretty much
very funny.
exactly how you remembered it. So you still have the lance rod with the two factions fighting over the dominance of the board, hopefully winning a sizzle rod or just winning the lance rod, to in the end secure votes to vote for your decree. And you still have your personal rewards and everything. But there is a change to it. So now Camille basically just clicked one of those tiles to want to do a mission. And now you're basically selecting a mission to support that
that's fine,
house.
Balthazar.
So House Mauritani, which is selected here. So as Camille just did, he went to go and show more about that mission, and basically now you're in the brand new menu, the Lance Rad mission menu, and I think it's a ton of new stuff in there. I guess we can go a bit deeper into it. So the menu that we're seeing on the left side now, scrolling through, and he's highlighting there is 5 basically different categories of missions. You have the one called subtlety, which might be renamed to sabotage, and then you have gathering, crafting, combat, and exploration. And then we'll come back to those, but those different categories represents different specialization progression paths that you as a character, or you as a player and as a character, can progress through. So you'll be able to specialize and evolve your character into either of those. I was just looking at Ignacy on the side here. So you can see Camille here has 2 missions accepted already. There's room for 3 that you can have accepted at one time. And
he is getting spice.
And you can also see there the different rewards and the description for that mission. The team's been hard at work building out cool missions for you guys to go and explore. And these missions will take you to new locations, as well as some of them taking you to Haga Basin or existing locations. Now we're seeing Camille basically accepting that mission, and then once you accept it, you have to also select which house you want to represent while doing it. And this will then go back to the voting power and basically winning the Lance Rad when you finish the missions. So and then I guess we can go a little bit further into the rewards. So as you see there on the left side, there is a reward section. This is rewards that you will get just by completing the missions. So you can see here 6,000 Solari, 350 XP, and then 1,000 Lance Rad contribution points. Those we will come back to as well at a later point. And then you have something unique on the right-hand side here, which is what we currently call bonus rewards, which are limited by a currency, I guess, a credit that you can see at the bottom there, which is 5 mnemonic recollection points. And you have 5 of these to start with, and then you get 5 every day, up to a max cap of 35. And then for those, you will get some nice bonus rewards. And then I can basically go into the top one, which is combat XP, and that will flow back into the specialization loop, which we'll go back to. House grip, which is a currency you can use to buy off-world components for, which will then basically tie into the crafting later, and then you will gain faction standing, which
Thank
now
you
is
for the
important
raid,
because we've
Lukewarm. How are you
increased the
doing, bud?
faction
Oh, I
rank
apologize
from
about the
5
ads. I
to
didn't realize
20.
those were on. Let me remove that
Yes.
overlay.
Yes.
Talk a bit more about that as well.
I'll just mention one thing. It's that you can do 5 of these per day, and Ola said 35, but that's 35 per week, basically, that you can do. So, yeah.
Also, you see that it says combat XP there because we actually did choose a combat mission, and you get experience according to the different section that you're choose, like crafting. Or, yeah, now it says crafting and sabotage experience, of course. So going into that whole thing of, so you can actually choose something that you like doing, like your play style, right? So you're not forced to do combat. If you don't like combat, you're not forced to do
We are watching the
crafting if
Dune
you're really
dev
not a
stream at the
crafter,
moment, so just seeing what
and
the
so on.
update
So
coming in
more
January is.
specialized in that sense.
Yep.
There's an
And I think
interesting
you
look
mentioned
at
it
the end
earlier. For us, this is a foundation that we've
Yes.
laid now, and we want to build on top of. So we want to hear and see what the players enjoy playing, and then we can see how we can expand upon that with further missions and further locations to do that.
Yeah.
I do want to mention something. So you see, this is a separate menu, a separate tab. Of course, you can come at this from either angle if you wanted to. So if you wanted to go there from the Landsrad menu and select which house you want to represent, because now you want to continue fighting for a Sisselrod that your faction is about to capture, then obviously you can go there and specifically choose that tile. Or you might be more in the mood for a certain type of activity, and then you wanna maybe go here and select from the type of activity you wanna do.
All right, I think, should we just jump into a mission? Should we follow Camille and see what the mission can look like?
This is why it's so important that when you're harvesting Spice Sand the
Okay,
first
no,
time,
so
you don't
Ola
miss stuff in
Ola
the
mentioned
middle,
that we
because
have
now we're left
missions
trying to
that
get
go
every
to,
single
like,
scrap.
the basin, but we also have new maps.
And if you get
and
every
the
single scrap
overland
on
map that
first
you can
pass,
go
we don't have to do this.
They're both outside maps, and we also have dungeons that you can go to there.
We'll just, do you want to comment on the
Yeah.
ornithopter? Yeah.
I just wanted to comment because it's really cool. Some people might have already noticed it in chat.
And the ridgeline
The
here
nice
is
little
loads of
ornithopter
it. Look
that,
at that.
Camille is flying here
This
is
is
one
thick.
of well, it's the new
There's
ornithopter
spice, like,
skin.
Most of the way here.
You can go and have a look at it from the outside.
I'm gonna drop you
It's
here,
really,
Denmark.
really dope. It's the smuggler one, and
Probably stop seeing the lines of
yeah,
it
you'll be able to
spawning.
buy it from a vendor in the world.
So
And
it's
then
not part of the paid DLC, this is actually part of the free content.
free part, yes.
Yes.
And you can also see Camille's base here, built using the awesome Observer building set. Looks really
Including
nice.
the bigger doors.
Yes.
The really big
Oh,
doors.
wow, it's the
where
garage
you can
doors.
actually fit your buggy through.
Also
finally,
part of
garage doors that
chapter
actually
3,
work as a
we
garage.
have garage
Nice.
doors.
Yes.
That's
You can finally go in.
Amazing.
It's a 3x2. You can finally go and drive your vehicles through a
that's
garage door.
yeah, the
And,
nice, very
they'll
quick
be coming
doors.
in
We like
different
that.
factions variants as well.
It's been so long, such a long
There we go.
time.
All right.
And, you can also see the buggy variant of the smugglers. Yeah, sorry, I was. Camille was lightly hinting at it, but yeah, it's really really cool.
Okay. Now we're going back into the ornithopter and we are going to join a lot of those missions to see what that looks like.
So yeah, as Camille is flying out to go and get that mission, we'll see some exciting new changes on the overland as well. I don't know if you are able to see it as well, but there's some nice little new streaks on the wings of the ornithopters when they glide. Really love them.
The air.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
the
it adds-
condense. I don't know what is it officially
Garage
called.
door
Maybe
rather
someone
than
in chat knows
Pendleship
what
for the
they're
first
officially
time
called. I think
since
there's an
launch, I
official name
know.
for them, but I don't know what.
adds a bit of flair. I like it.
Absolutely. Very nice.
All right. So yeah, welcome to the overland map again. I guess we can comment a little bit about that as well. Do you want to comment on it?
I just wanted to mention that Camille had a mission selected when it went in here, and it actually auto-selected.
We need
the,
like a
map
black light
marker for
mode
it, so
almost that
he-
like
or
makes it
the
glow
map
like a
direction, so he
phosphorescent
can actually
green or
follow it
something so that
without,
it can show up at night
without
time, etc.
wandering-
Yeah.
Without wandering across the entire map, so it's a small quality of life thing that I think
We,
is good.
we do need folding hangar roofs. I agree with you. That's a piece of
And
tech that I'd like
I
to see
think
in the game.
a few of the cool changes you'll see to the overland map. It looks very different. It has a bit more of a visual flair to it. It's also a big change that we did was that we removed the water and the fuel loops, so you don't have those survival elements on the overland map anymore. It did.
Okay, fuel and mortar's gone on the overland map. That's good. That didn't add
and a ton
anything
of
as
new
a game
experience,
mechanic.
or sorry, ton of new locations have been added to the overland map. So now you even have
Okay,
categories.
it's turning light, so you should get a
in
really
terms
good
which
view of
locations you can go
the
to. So you
missing
can see here
dots of spice. Make
the
sure you are
different
spot
story
harvesting now.
missions,
Everything in the
and then
middle.
you'll
Make sure
see
you're
the different,
going in to grab, even if you're
locations
just
that
dropping
we
down
are,
for a second to activate the
adding in chapter 3 as part of the Lance Road missions.
because you
And
can't
then,
see this for
lastly,
very long.
You have a tab for the 5 new testing stations, in which I think we'll have a deeper look at one of them later.
Yes, and then one of the
Ooh,
next
new
segments.
testing
Not
stations.
one, not two,
I
not
like
three, not
that.
4, but 5. New.
5 new testing stations. That's wild.
But yeah, it's really cool to see everything come together. The team has been doing an amazing job.
Absolutely, shout out to
Yeah, we'll do the one
everyone
next because that's the most well-known one. If you head to
working
that
on
one as well.
Awakening. Absolutely amazing work.
Maybe you want to comment a
Throughout
little bit
all
on
the
the
grab whatever
mission.
you can. Go wild.
Which mission was
Free roam.
this?
Enter Spice Roomba mode.
So just mention, like, if you saw the ornithopter there behind
Yeah.
us, that's actually the exit point. I just wanted to mention that because you can leave the map directly like that.
There's
if
also
you
some
wanted
here,
to.
Demna. Do a turn.
But let's see, what is the mission about? I can't even read what's on the screen there.
It says
Locate and activate the first
Ixian
Ixian triangulator.
Good luck, Fui. Hope it goes well for you.
Yeah, so you just go to these
Balthazar.
different points, and then you
Brew.
get your
Yeah,
triangulation.
don't want to find any
on the
weird
way.
Muad'Dib. One here.
I love this effect, by the way. I don't know why, but I think it's so cool.
Another one
It just-
here.
it has like this, I don't know, it just feels so engaging to me.
Yes.
Not you.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I love this effect.
And it's worth mentioning that I think maybe now
Would
we
have been
just
fun to
have
watch
one
Luther get
mission
eaten 'cause
to
Sabu
this
couldn't keep
area,
up.
but you can actually pick 3 missions, so you can do them at the same time.
Would
to
have found that
maximize your,
hilarious.
Your output, basically. I see that Camille has not mastered hydration loop. Oh, sticking to the shadows.
Oh.
So the map that you see here, it's a new map. It has multiple missions that's going on inside of the map. So as Vilja said, you can pick up multiple ones if you want to. Also, they're all you can go in there as a group, a party of 4 if you want to, and the missions are now also shareable. So you can actually share them with your friends. If
That's the
one of your
problem,
friends
yeah.
have a mission and the other
The
friend
light
doesn't have one,
changed.
you can just share
Some
it.
over there.
So now Camille has
Do a
triangulated
demo
and
first.
found the location of the cave, or he needs to find the location of the cave where the signal originates. So he's basically now just clearing some enemies masterfully with his
Indeed.
sword.
I think one thing to mention is also that it was important to
Also
us
one
to
here on the
add
way.
content that is both playable
And
solo and in
and
group.
there.
Yes, so
And
all
that's-
Oh, yeah,
all the
2.
missions are playable solo if you want to, and we're getting more into the dungeons later, I guess. But
Yeah.
yes, it's important for us that you can play it.
Alright, we'll
either
complain to the
alone or
union.
in
It's
a party.
okay.
Yeah, there's some
Fine. I'll just follow you now.
enemy activity down here.
The other people
needing
around
to
our
clear.
teammates' games, we've got Demnar,
And you've
Sabu,
located
Luther,
the
3 of the mods. We've
Blushing
got
Cavern,
Lost Swamp
which is
Rat
probably
and
one of my
his
favorite location
spice,
names
his spice pilot.
in our game.
I was thinking the same, Elias.
1, 2,
It had an
3.
internal name
Oh, no.
before, which was definitely not as
we
cool as
got
this.
4 and 5.
Can you
Yeah.
mention it? You shouldn't.
A little
No,
slur
it,
Was
there.
it
was
like
a very boring
Oh, okay.
internal development
All right,
name.
I
So
see.
I'm glad we got a narrative pass on it.
The writing team
Yeah,
prettified it.
keeping it keeping it nice and Duney and tasteful.
Right, straightforward.
All right. So yeah,
Nice
seeing
low attack.
Kimmel clearing out.
It
Enemies
might be,
not
it might
using
be
his
my
spice
view might be
addiction, I
bugged.
guess
It
he's
might be the
saving
ones
it
that you
for an
drive over.
important
If mine's
time.
no longer updating, so that's helpful.
All right, now there's apparently a wave of enemies coming, so we're defending the beacon against the enemy reinforcements. See if he see how he does. Should have brought some friends, maybe. Maybe he can take it. Maybe he can do it
He
himself.
got this. He
Always
got
that
this.
pinpointing
He's
work
a
better
pro.
when you're being. I think it works better if
I
you switch to
believe-
passenger view potentially.
I believe.
Hopefully he picks up the bodies to bring them back to the death still afterwards.
Oh, good point.
Can't let water
Don't
go
let,
to waste.
Yeah, don't let anything waste. Very true. So that dash from the NPC.
Ah, he's got skills.
Mm-hmm. Easy.
Yeah, like you know, like a kind of like black light
Right,
effect
so that
almost, like
phase is done now, and
UV.
now he has to get out of the cave.
Yep. So now he's
What's
got to
up?
get out. Obviously, if he wanted to, there's a ton of loot there, resources for him to get. There's some secrets here and there as well that our team has put
The
in.
drops
so,
are live. Yes,
he kind of just
we've
went
got mods
straight
on.
through
There
the
was
main,
new Twitch drops. It was
main
currently
loop
live.
of
Yeah.
the mission now to show you it in a quick
Good
way.
spicing.
But yeah, there's stuff to explore.
For sake of efficiency, we just ignored everything else for now in that cave.
And yeah, now he's going back to the Ornithopter to claim his rewards. Oh, he's just gonna leave a grenade for that guy first.
I would point out how
Yes,
difficult
there's
it
no
was for us to
little
harvest
goodbye
every
presents.
single one
It
of
was
these spots
almost
before.
fast enough
Like
to
it
turn
took
the
us a
camera away
long
for us to
time.
not notice. All right, knee charge
Yeah.
all the way.
That's how I do it too. Still.
We have some good traversal abilities. Knee charge and Shigawari is
Mm.
biometrics. Telemetry is one of the most used
Yep.
abilities when we do traversal. So non-combat abilities for sure.
Yeah.
All right, now he reached back to the exit, so he can view the
I feel like this
mission
one's quite
report
close to
from
center
here.
down now.
Get all of the info about his rewards.
Worryingly
and then,
close.
He can claim it basically directly from here. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about this, Viljar.
About the rewards.
I mean, the light reveals
So
them differently.
basically,
than
we just
today's
finished the
lights on
mission
this one
here,
for
and
example.
these missions they go into kind of powering your
Yeah,
character.
I mean,
You
the
help
one
with
you
the
put
lance
down,
rats, so
where
you
I
help
put you, there's a button,
your
there's a couple spots
faction
right in front
win.
of you.
But it also goes into
Should we
powering
just,
your character. So basically, you get
then
specialization XP, you get
over
house
here.
credits, and faction reputation. And some
We go
things
one
are
here.
gated behind faction reputation.
Those two.
So it's a good thing to keep grinding away at these missions. Yeah, so the specialization XP, it unlocks
I find them
traits so that you can eventually apply augmentations to items. House credits, you use those to purchase
Got quite a lot
cosmetics,
of you on
crafting
the-
components.
On the room, yeah, I think
and
there's because it
yeah,
deploys like
I
a
said, you
square
repeat lots of
around
missions
the
to
ring
keep
mouth. It's
growing
actually
your
really
personal-
hard to
your
judge what that
character's
square
power.
is.
Here we see the new specializations. There are quite a lot of them.
Oh yeah, there's a discoloration line.
They go into the 5 tracks that
So it's not
Ole
updating.
already mentioned. Worth noting though is that if you want to go into the augmentation loop, which adds
worms coming back
different
around.
types of
Yeah,
powers and abilities
I'm
and
going
stuff
up,
to
that's
your weapons.
unpleasant.
You want to do at least a few of the crafting ones, so because that unlocks your ability to start crafting these augments. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk more about augments later, but I think, yeah, a bit more about specialization maybe.
Yeah, no, I think Viljar covered it pretty nicely. There's hundreds of different upgrades here, so
Hundreds of different
you can
upgrades.
go
I love
pretty
the sound
deep,
of that.
I would say. And
More
each of
upgrades,
these,
more things to do.
Major traits that they're called, which is hovering over now, they cost you spice to buy. So you'll need spice to buy them, and then you have some nice free ones in between as well.
Oh, there's
that
like a
are
pattern
just
here.
specialization
Yeah.
increase, specialization bonuses basically. Yeah, you can see a nice one there. There's been quite a few players have asked for a way to increase their inventory slots. So the first one that he hovered on was a way for you to add a new row, like one row for your inventory, which is pretty exciting.
More inventory slots. I
You
didn't say
have
anything about
a
inventory
ton
weight.
of them that are they're doing different things. Vehicle speed bonus. You have heat mitigation on vehicle. Yeah, like this one. There's more inventory slots increasing. Yeah, there's just a ton of them. Extra skill points, damage mitigation.
We actually just need to harvest further
and
out.
then the augment system
Makes
that we're
sense.
gonna get into later is gonna there's a.
We
a
have to
few
clean
ones
everything
regarding
up.
that as well.
Yeah, I mean, he got another
So,
field very
yeah,
recently,
the
so we need to
progression
clear this
team has
entire
really
field
been
for it
hard
to
at work
actually show
building
up.
out and fleshing out all of this. It's really cool for anyone who likes to
We've
go
done it
deep
before, though,
on
and
their
we will do
character
it
and their
again.
progression. This is definitely you're going to be your favorite menu from now on. I just want to mention that this goes in addition to the skills menu that we were on in previously. So that's not going away. You can still progress your character via the normal skills menu in addition to the new specialization menu.
And I think it also needs to be said that obviously you can try to max all of those, but I think we talked about this. It might actually take like a year if you really want it, because it takes a while to really. So which I am personally very excited about, because I like
Big
feel
wormy
special.
bastard.
You know, I like to
Get
kind of
off
like,
my
oh, I
lawn,
am
worm.
one of those people who can really do this
Wait.
particular thing because
Why
I
is it
maxed out
still
that
active?
specific line or tree in this case, right? So
Are we
that is
ring
definitely
mouth?
an
No,
option
just
now. You can
the one was
become-
being a
especially
big
when-
bell end.
later
Okay.
when we talk about augments, so you can be very specialized in that
Got hopeful then.
particularly.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this this change personally. I can't wait to go out and do missions, and they're repeatable. You can go back and do them, and then we'll keep adding missions and locations as we see when we see what people want, basically.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about what
When I
happens
say you
at
have to
level
harvest
19
all of
on
the
faction
spice, I
ranking?
really do mean all of the
Yeah.
spice.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, when you get to level
There will be like a
19,
triumphant moment,
depending on
and you'll be
the
like, I've done it.
faction that
I've
you're,
harvested all of the
that you're
spice.
with, you'll get a new special mission to kind of take you over to
Yes.
faction ranking 20. It's quite relatively involved mission with a lot of cool things and stories. So you get to delve deeper into factions and your faction and meet some important people from Dune lore, basically.
Yeah, I think we just need to do further out on the room then.
Definitely for the people who know the lore well. It's like meeting more people from
Oh,
the
wait.
books.
Oh,
and
that's
stuff
right
is
there,
always
okay.
Exciting.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Alrighty. I think
Can't believe
we do
Complain to the
have.
unions.
That was it for this segment. So we go over to the Q&A now. So
I
we'll
guess,
see
yeah,
if we have.
drive straight up to this and then do a
actually,
reverse
no,
swing.
Yes, I almost forgot. We actually do have an example of the different missions, what they can look like. as
Okay,
well.
cool. We can see what the
Maybe
different
one of
missions
you
look
wants
like.
to
So that's
mention
basically the
that.
smuggler's run, where you
Smuggler's Run.
where you have
Nice.
a race-like thing where you go and it's not triangulation. I don't remember exactly.
I
what
should
you
get
call
one
it,
brat to
but,
build
in
a-
that
build my
neighborhood,
race course. That was
basically.
great.
So, you have a certain amount of time to clear it.
What are you doing? I'm just going to pick you up. There we go. You forgot the left and right work
Yes, you can, of
differently
course,
when you're
beat
in
your
reverse.
personal best, if you remember. So, yeah.
This is the Broodworks.
The Broodworks.
Yeah, the
Oh, nice.
Broodworks is
Keep going. A little
a
bit further
fortress
this morning.
that you need to basically what's it called?
That would make sense. Yeah.
Intrude, but
Infiltrate?
Like infiltrate is the word I was looking for. So you can
Infiltrate.
see here
Ooh,
it's like
sneaky
more like an
missions.
infiltration mission.
I liked the
type,
water shipper's
map.
mansion, but you know when we had to
Stealth-
break into
stealth
that, I
map
enjoyed that
Yeah,
stealth
but there's
mission.
tons of combat in it as well. Lots of cool locations, camps.
As long as we can extract all the
and,
bodies for
different
water,
things
that's
for
my
you,
main
for you
concern
to
now.
explore and do. I really like this map actually. It's really cool.
It is great.
Got some verticality to it as well with the different heights of
I
them.
think that-
and then now
I think
you're
I'm
looking
fairly
at
sure-
the Blushing Cavern again, which has this nice little cavern area as well.
Is Chief
with
Adroit
some,
here? Chief Adroit,
there is
or whatever it
right
is. I can't
crystals
remember how
in
to
it
pronounce
as
your
well.
name, but you said you've never seen a grandfather worm live.
Super exciting. Got Wreck of the Tyke, which is also another map, a radiated, radioactive shipwreck that's crash landed that you need to go and explore, find
Yep.
some cool stuff in it.
Chief,
Figure out what happened.
if you're
maybe.
here, the grandfather worm,
And there's
we
some,
summoned it specially
yeah,
for
you. Better
you.
bring your radiation suit there.
Mm-hmm. It definitely looks very green and very toxic in there, radiation-wise. I think when we talk about, we just talked about shipwreck there. The overland map also has now all the location that you can actually replay too.
Yes, yes, you can go back there and replay
Grandfather one.
Some of them will require you to have a Lancer mission active
No,
to
server
be able to
transfer
go there.
is not in yet,
while other
Toxica.
locations
They
you
should
can
talk
go
about it
and
today.
replay,
on
as
this.
much as you want, and they're built for it as well.
All right, great. So now, while we collect a few questions from chat, so I'm just gonna check my. There we go. Fantastic. We already have some questions ready here. So I was gonna ask you about your favorite specialization and things, but we already have questions ready, so that's perfect as well. So Allah. Oh no, I'm just gonna butcher. I apologize beforehand, chat, if I butcher your name. It's always a little bit tricky. Alaskan Kare 911 asks on Twitch. So if you're tier 2, you can still do Landsrad as you currently do? These missions are open after level 5?
Correct.
All right. There's your
Server
answer.
transfers will be in the new year. They're wanting to make sure they
you
get
wanna
it
ask?
fully right, and
have
I'm
to
sure
be
they'll
faction
cover it
rank
today
5,
on the
right,
other devs room.
before you can do
It's
them, actually.
like one of the most
So you
requested
have to,
questions now
you
after
have
the
to have
containers in.
engaged in the faction loop before then, and when you faction rank 5, which I think is currently the maximum, then you get actually another mission that gets you started into this Landsrad loop, basically.
Grandfather
so
Skyhood will make
there
me
you
actually
go.
shit my pants.
Then
be
we
clear.
have another question from
No.
Bueno Flex
Nah, that's
over
not
on
reasonable.
YouTube.
That's not. I don't
Is the
want that.
progress
No one
for
wants
you
it. No one asked
only,
for
or
that.
progress for guilds too in regards to the Landsrad?
This is only for you as a character, basically. But like by doing this, you obviously help your guild and your factions as well. I will mention one thing though, that if you go down the crafting specializations, it's very smart for at least someone in the guild to have done that, because that means that you'll be able to craft all of the different all the augments for all the different types of weapons and armors and like that. So if you just do the first step, you can craft. Like I think it's for one particular weapon, but then you expand and you'll be able to craft for a lot of things later on. So having someone on your guild who can do that will help the entire guild. So in an indirect way, I guess it's for guilds as well.
It's like the old part of the Landsrad that we had before is still there as well, where you actually fight for your faction, and then you have the other thing on top of that for you personally. All right, the real Bajich, I think, on Twitch over asks 3 missions a week or 3 missions repeatable during the whole week?
So you can do 5 of these. You can have 3 missions at the same time, but you can do 5 of them each day, and then during a week you can do a total of 35.
Okay, daily content.
You can do as many as you want, but you can only get the bonus rewards for up to 5 a day. Basically.
Okay.
Based on the
I mean, it rewards everyday play
Mnemonic
somewhat.
recollection.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
I'd rather it was weekly.
Dune lore.
In thresholds, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Joel. All right. Subtatius over on YouTube asks, can you build bases in the new location?
Unfortunately, no.
I mean, they're on the overland map.
They're not meant to be permanent locations for you to settle. It's more of a location you go to do to explore and do an activity and complete something, and then leave.
And Sentinel over on Twitch asks, are these missions repeatable?
Yes, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of them.
Yeah. Light of Zion on Twitch. What happens if you bring another vehicle tethered to your carrier ornithopter to this location, Blushing Cavern?
So when you enter, for example, the Blushing Cavern, what actually happens is similar to when you're going to a social hub. Your ornithopter stays basically stored in outside of the map in a way. So the ornithopter that you saw at the entrance kind of represents your exit locations. You're not bringing your ornithopter and your tethered tethered vehicle to the location. That said, if you have a vehicle backup tool, there will be, for example, the Smuggler's Run, you will be able to place out your vehicle that you have stored in the backup tool. And that's a part of it as well.
I'll mention one thing: you should remember to bring your vehicle back with you afterwards as well, because it will probably get lost to the sands.
Yes, the poor thing.
You don't want to lose your vehicle. No, but no, wouldn't want that to do any of us. It's never happened
so
anywhere
Venus
here
Savage
before.
over on Twitch is asking, is there a limit to specializations like there is a level cap for skills?
Yeah, time, like you said.
Like we said, like a year to like get everything. Yeah.
Dem nah.
I think like currently it goes to 100 on each of them.
You know what? Fine. If that's where you want to sit, you can sit there.
So there's plenty of things to fill out.
Rude, insubordinate, and churlish.
Not lucky, Exe over on Twitch. Is the cost melange or sand for specializations? So spice sand or spice melange is the question.
Is it melange? Okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
I don't
it cost melange for
Yeah, look at me.
specialization.
That I actually don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Don't make it that easy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so, yeah.
you've heard it here that
All right.
hoarding melange is in fact a good thing.
At this point anyway,
Yeah,
so,
here's the thing. This is end game, late game content as well. So by then you're probably established and have like your spice, going, flowing, so to speak, or are part of a guild. Sisha, you don't have to be part of a guild, just like that. Sisha over on Twitch, will there be some new skins for clothes and equipment? That's probably not specifically to this segment, but we can, answer that as well.
Yes, in Chapter 3 there will be new skins to both vehicles and gear.
Yeah, both free and also in the DLC, of course.
Yep.
It is probably a good time for us
All
to
right,
empty
let me
our
wait a little bit to see if we have
containers
more questions coming in.
while we wait for
But
that
anyway, in the meantime,
next spice
I'm
load
actually
to go.
curious. What is your which
Gonna be really
specialization are you
honest
going
with you.
for? Which specialization tree, basically, and also.
I'm going to leave my
which
sandcrawler because I've got way more
specialization
spicing to
are you
do,
most
but
excited for?
like.
Besides
just
the
unload the
augments.
first, I've
For
unloaded
me,
it,
it's
and
the
now I'm doing the
augments.
first container run back.
We'll
and I'll
figure.
go to and from again.
You'll learn afterwards why they are so cool and why they're so
I
important.
mean,
but
for me,
No.
like this
Oh, well,
update is
yeah, it's
definitely
just-
like if
well, I
you're a
already moved
player
my
and you
container
like
back to
number
the
go up,
base,
this
yeah.
is an update for you as well.
Mm.
And getting into the augment system and the augment loop and
I could put the sandcrawler inside, or I could just leave Demnar there and see how long it takes Demnar to notice.
You get to get more
Oh,
damage.
okay. If the sandstorm
or
comes, you need to dismantle
stats
that, by
out
the
of
way, just so you
your
know.
gear. Basically opening up, taking tier 6 in opening up the max cap of tier 6.
Inside the
basically.
base? Oh,
Which is-
lost one
is
bright.
really
Can you
exciting.
give
So for me,
Demnar access,
crafting,
please?
and then maybe afterwards.
That's why I couldn't. I didn't put Demnar inside because I didn't want to trap Demnar inside the base of Eternal Solitude. That would have been bad. I've been told trapping your moderators is generally frowned upon.
It's kind of obvious, basically. There are some things that you
Very
just
handy.
need to get
Yeah.
personally, like in the
But, hey,
crafting,
you know.
so that at least you can start.
I'm not the expert.
on that loop for sure. And there's also some that allow
There's no escape.
additional
The
augments
basement's
to
in
be
your head
added.
now.
So like there is that. But I
How
think
much
that
melange? I think we've
like
got
overall what has me excited is that
35,000
if you have a
melange.
weapon, tier 6 weapon that you
That
like, you
sound
can
about
actually
right?
change the personality of the weapon depending on how you augment it. So you can have something that fires maybe continuous shots, then you can give it burst fire, and you can have it be more controlled. And it's like we
Ooh,
have weapons that
okay.
have these aspects in the game, but now you can take one that you like and actually tweak it to the way that you want it to play like. So I think that's pretty cool, actually.
That would have been my answer. I just generally like kind of improving the weapon and how it works. Like if you can go from single shot to auto fire or reduce recoil and all that stuff, that's for me.
So we can take our drill
where I
shots
go.
and just basically
But
upgrade
you
them,
have
is what they're
lots of
saying. So they're saying that
options,
the
and that is
existing
also what we
weapons, you're
wanted
better to take
give
it and you'll be able to
right?
apply
Like,
upgrades and
your way,
augments to the
play
existing
the game,
weapons.
play your
So for example, you can
specialization
I can just
and
make
have
my
your,
black
the
market
gameplay
las
you
gun
like.
better.
So
More las
we
gun.
have 2 more questions. Wait, was there water and fuel? Ultra Beard on YouTube asks. So they didn't know that it was water on the overlap map, water and fuel on the overlap map.
I did. I knew it was water and fuel in the overlap map.
Exactly. I was like,
Of
I'm
course
gonna come. Yes, exactly. So it was kind of like a bit of a redundant system since you didn't really have to pay attention to it. So off it goes. And then we have the last question from Twitch. Elora Gem is
Got the
asking.
answer here. I'm just
when
going to
you go
free
through
fly towards the
specialization,
exit. I'm going to go and stretch
will it
and
be
do
lost
my
if you respec your skills?
my required
and
stretches.
Also, will
Thank
the
you very much for
spice
being here. I
upgrade
appreciate
be
you
lost
guys,
each time
and I will
as
be
well?
right back.
No, the new system like that stays. You've earned that. Basically.
Oh, Arafiel,
like,
please, I
the
agree.
missions
I'm
you've
gonna
done,
make sure I ask
they
that again.
map directly to one of these.
When I
five
report
paths,
this
basically, and
exploit, I'm also going to say in return for this
Alright.
exploit, please could you Either allow me to lock on far farther
remember
or far
that we will have
quicker,
more Q&As,
or just allow me
with the
to
other
dummy
segments
fire it
plus
at
a
least.
main
Let me dummy
Q&A,
fire it.
to kind of catch some
Yeah,
additional
and,
questions
yeah,
at
and
the very
Thor
end.
too. Exactly.
So
Marika,
don't
exactly.
hesitate
I'm glad
to
you
ask
enjoy
questions.
it.
We try to.
It's one of the
answer
more
as many as we
horrifying
can.
ad ones, but
But
I'm also quite proud of it.
Before we go into
Nellis
the
did a great
job
job again.
segment,
I think that
we
one was
are
Nellis. Actually, that one might have been a community
a quick
member.
little break and get ready for our new e-collabs and augmentation and also some combat information. We'll be
The auto fly button Sabo is right shift by default. I do believe. I do declare. Wait, that's I watched the new Knives Out film. You know, the Daniel Craig murder mystery films. Have you seen those? You guys seen those? You guys, we can have Discord. The chat can hear you again while the break is on.
Okay. Are those movies any good?
The Knives Out films, they're actually very good. They're surprisingly good fun. I thought like some murder mystery stuff can be a bit dry, like when it comes to like films and such. But actually, did I say Daniel Radcliffe? Daniel Craig.
You said Craig.
Okay, I thought it was. I'm having a strong. Someone call a bondulance.
Yeah, the only James Bond that was ever murdered.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're actually really, really good. There's 3 of them. They are funny, they are clever. You can guess the killer if you are aware of various facts ahead of time. They don't hide it from you, but they also don't guide it to you and make it obvious. So it's actually like, it's a murder mystery that's actually very, very well done. So yeah, if you are looking for something on Netflix, for example, there are 3 of the films now. The first one is, I can't remember which order it is. I think it's Glass Onion, the second one. Yeah, Glass Onion is the second one. Yeah, the first one was better. I'll agree, but I think the first, second, and they are good. He said he'd be happy to play Benoit Blanc forever. That would be great. I think he does a really good job of it. It's really shocking seeing him as like James Bond to seeing him as a very kind of laid back and casual, but also quite basically a charismatic, like kind of detective, private eye. It's like Sherlock Holmes with charisma without some of the bullshit. I think it was really well done, but he has this I do declare kind of accent. He has, it's kind of like a Texas drawl, but with some other bits in it. They do make fun of Musk, yes. Elongated muskrat, yeah. I would highly recommend it. You did well voicing the frog from Frog Detective in Benoit Blanc's amazing. I would need to practice that right. It looks like the Dungeons and Augments section is coming up, which is one I'm very, very highly interested in because this is basically the next kind of wave of content. Fundamentally like the end game.
Welcome back everyone. We have a new face with us. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Alexander. Nice to meet you guys. I happen to be in the middle. Hi.
A new old face, yeah. For the people who haven't
I'm really
watched,
excited about these updates so far. I'll be really honest. Like I've been very impressed.
What do you do?
I am a gameplay designer at Funcom for this will be now the year 17.
Damn.
So it's been a hot second.
Yes.
Wow.
It's been great fun.
We say you're by far like
I'll
by now
talk
you're
about
like
that actually after the stream.
Like
inventory.
Your furniture, yes. Furniture. All right. So this segment is about combat and our scalable new dungeons.
Yeah, good enough.
Which is very exciting. So for one, first we actually do have new weapons.
We're going to do that first?
The game, yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
We also have some cool clips we can show while you talk about that. Potentially, there you go.
There we go, clips. Right, so first things first, there's 3 of them. This is the first one. This is our first range addition to the game. This is along the same lines of a flame-based weapon, but instead of being a direct fire flame-based weapon,
dump
this is a
them onto mechanical
parabolic.
parts to
Has a
upset
bit of
them
travel
now.
time, has a bit of skill ceiling. Players can lob these wonderful balls of fire at their foes.
Okay,
Ideally,
grenade launcher,
you know
incendiary
where your
grenade
baddies
launcher
are.
is
You
cool.
can
We
use
like
spice
that.
prescience to expose them, either from behind cover or you've seen them go into cover, and then you proceed
More
to
heavy
lob
weapons
the
is
balls
nice.
of fire near the cover, around it, to force them to go out. Fire goes through shields, applies burning dots, forcing players to act, or NPCs to act. And we can see on screen here deploying
share it,
it
Luther?
in relatively
Anyone can't
nice
hear you?
fashion.
Like,
Can I just say, I love the splash effect of that fireball. It looks
great.
so good.
Yeah. I had a wonderful experience with Joel arguing about the naming
I
convention of
want
this
to
thing. I think
be
he
clear
ran
that,
away
like, I
to
have a
fight
little bit of
the
fear
drop
around
bears
the
in Australia
animation
after our
of the
conversations. But
fire
he
grenade
chose a good,
causing
like
problems.
we have a fun
I don't
internal
know
name.
why.
He chose a great player-facing name.
I have issues remembering it.
An instant. Oh, yeah, maybe because I'm scared of someone smash separation. You know what? You're right.
Pie rockets, yes.
It's a great name.
Pyro rockets. So
Pyro
it's just like,
rocket.
but I can't remember the name, like for the life of me. Horrible. All
And
right.
here is another edition. So that was the range edition. This is the first of the two melee editions. Here we see our characters equipping a dual dagger weapon.
This is what I
Right
want to
now in the
see.
game, we have two classes of melee weapons that players have available to them on live, which are the dagger animation set.
It is
and
just
the sword animation
twitch.tv
set. And here's the
/funcom
first
for this.
dual weapon.
Or you can
dual
click on the
dagger
category below and
animation
they are the
set.
first 3 minutes.
In terms of playstyle, we want to do something different because we have a baseline
Most likely,
already.
anyway.
We want it to be a little bit special, a little bit nuanced, a little bit for the connoisseurs to try to explore
the connoisseurs.
amount of depth we have in the system. So these two dual daggers really incentivize aggression, focus, and commitment. They are not a great, compared to the sword, AoE weapon, while they're quite tasteful as a single target anti-shield weapon. This clip here doesn't do justice to them truly. I think the players that are playing our internal playtest right now will have a fantastic time with them. Once a character gets up to speed, like we'll see the jumping sequences there, they will be able to quickly and in chain deploy multiple attacks that penetrate character's shield. As a function of that, they require some commitment, which means you're opening yourself to threats from other characters, which is why they're not a great area of attack weapon, but it allows you to deliver multiple slow
Really
blades
fast.
that penetrate the shields within one
Just
window.
queuing on
especially
9
within
jobs
one
from
window
that
of
spice run.
second wind weakness. So if you outplay your opponent, you blow out their stamina with abilities or your melee attacks, expose them to a second wind window of vulnerability, and you proceed to follow through, massive damage.
So fast, slow blades.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes.
Sometimes I concern myself.
A bit risky, a little bit of commitment, with a little bit of planning, finesse, and you'll get what you want, which is big numbers.
We also see the little clip here, which we're going to talk about it actually in our next section when we talk about story a little bit, because those two knives are coming from, or this dual.
They come a little bit
coming
late.
from a specific,
Yes, they come a little bit late in the overall progression for stories, but players will get them and they'll have a play with them. So here is the second of the two melee editions. Technically speaking, rapiers have been in the game for a while now. They were there at launch, but they mechanically function as extended range daggers. For us internally, we always felt that we could do better. It was just a case of resource allocation. So here we had the resources and we chose to have something with a little bit more depth and nuance. So
I love depth and nuance.
I like to use the following term to describe the rapier. It's a offensive defensive weapon. While that may sound a little bit awkward, by this I mean every attack, not every attack, the opening attack of the rapier, as you can see here, the half circle, is technically a parry window. If you time it correctly, you are offensively parrying your opponent, and as well we can see there's a backstep. So you do not have
It's
a
literally a
block
parry
function,
build
but your
designed
left
to
click is
buff
a
the
parry forward and
defensive
attack,
segments
and
of
your
it.
right click is a parry backwards.
It's
attack.
a
So you
control
choose
weapon.
your distance, you choose
Yeah,
your
it's
pacing.
exactly
you
how
step in
the
and
rapier
out,
currently
in
plays.
And out of range, trying to catch your opponent off guard. And again, like the daggers, to create some nuance and variety, this is not an area of an attack weapon. This is a focused dueling weapon where players try to bait each other out to see who fails the skill checks before they proceed to deliver slow blades.
So it makes it into an actual duelist weapon.
I love how
I
it
love
feels
that.
like a dance.
Do any of you
Very
guys
different.
actually
It's
use
so
the
different
rapier?
once you play a game.
Who actually uses the
rhythm-based as
rapier?
well, in a sense.
I just want to mention, like, the skill. I feel that the skill level for required for the rapier is higher. So I can't claim to master it. My favorite is the dual blade. To me, it's much easier to use. I will mention though that we've also equipped NPCs with rapiers, and we found out that
I don't do melee is actually a really common stance. A lot of people have been saying, why would I do melee in a game where I can do ranged?
Content, because they're quite aggressive with them.
Which is interesting to say in solo content. We actually get back to that.
Oh, that's a
later
very
as
interesting
well.
word, right?
That's yes. So, but there have also been changes.
I absolutely love the rapier.
Stamina.
It's my favorite weapon.
So there has been a.
I don't even like using the ranged weapons. They're boring.
This is an interesting. this is an interesting discussion because I'm not sure the best way to take this at. So I'll take it from the. I guess I'll take it from the player's point of view, right? So the experience for most people is that they feel like their actions do not have weight and value when they deliver them to a target, both in PvE and PvP. That message was received multiple times in our feedback sessions from players.
I think my key point is melee is better because I'm close enough to take their stuff as soon as they die.
For the price that they pay for an action, and for misplay against an action. So
yeah, might actually be loot
feature
goblining.
that we deployed in patch 1.2, where internally we called it Ghost Dash. I think we have silver ghosts and golden ghosts already in the game now. One of the things that didn't come aligned with this was the appropriate pricing and triggering of this effect for the corresponding state that you meant to exit it with. Said another way, we want players to pay a higher price for dashing out of abilities, which is when you dash, you've been knee charged, and you choose to dash. Okay, that's great, but you pay a high price. You pay a gold price. However, if you had received a stagger
I'm leaving my container in the A-band.
melee weapon, doesn't matter which melee weapon, and you choose to dash out of it, you only pay a silver price, a medium price. And on the low end of the scale, movement is just cool. Moving around is cool, predicting is cool, evading is cool. It feels great, it looks great, let me feel great, fantastic.
I like this guy, I agree with
when
him.
you're not paying anything to get away from something, it's a little bit cheaper. So it's a little bit more easy to use, you feel great when you do it, and you can position yourself to deliver more gameplay effects. The end result of our goal, and this is obviously still in balancing, it's been in our internal NDA playtests, players are going through it, we need to find the right actual numbers. The direction for this is that we want players to commit to succeed.
No, you should be moving around. Moving is cool.
Pay the appropriate price for their choice.
Yeah.
Moving is cool.
The actual price, is it going to be 80 stamina? Is it going to be 70 stamina? Is it going to be 50 stamina? We'll figure out in playtesting.
All right.
If you dash away from an ability, it should be expensive. From a stagger, medium, and just normal traversal, cheapest.
Yeah. So we will have to test all of this. It's like
This is not just for players,
balanced,
this is
of
for
course.
also NPCs. That will
Yes.
see
Well,
our
thank you for letting
players
us know, Josh.
consider
We'll talk about that after this
exactly. Now, there's also changes to respecking, how respecking works.
Love dodging.
one of
What I
the
do,
other points of view
literally
that
all I
we
use my stamina for is
really wanted
dodging.
to
It's
get
part of
on
my
top
key part of
is
my
that,
build.
the initial implementation we had for the respec system was relatively brute force hammer solution, where you had a static cooldown window that you had to wait before you could try another playstyle. We have some pretty big commitment windows for amount of progression, and we honestly just decided, no, we should just let players do more interesting things. Let them try different playstyles, let them experience different things. Let them just respec a little bit more often. So instead of having a static window, you pay an increasing amount of spice cost to respec more often. And you can just respec more often, but the price goes up.
Sounds good, I think, at least to me.
I have turbo, so you shouldn't get ads on the dead
stream.
stream. Unfortunately, I can't turn off the ads
But
for
also,
my own
like,
channel,
how we
but
get
if you've
feedback
got the
by
sub, then you can watch it without
we'll
ads.
adjust accordingly if we see that something needs
That's
to
the
be
advantage of watching it here
adjusted.
versus watching it on the
now
Funcom
we
stream.
talked
Just saying.
already, also previously, about faction ranks, about the repeatable
Winky's here
missions,
to keep us
the
company.
content there, and specializations
Nice.
specifically.
All of them. Sweet.
Now we also have not.
Oh yeah.
You actually mentioned it, or we mentioned it briefly earlier. If not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 new dungeons and eco-labs in the game, which is
5 new
exciting.
dungeons are cool. Like, I enjoyed the dungeons that we got in the new DLC.
So we can actually jump into some gameplay as well while we talk about
Sounds good one, Pratt. We can do that.
And how they tie into the system of further progression and specialization.
Yeah, Ruchi, exactly.
Yeah, so you can get
this stream has Bailey might show up. That's the exciting part. The chance of Bailey is not zero.
Are focused on your own power, like increasing your skills with the specializations. This will tie closely into the power of your gear, basically. So you're going to have to be running these a few times so that you get the things to
run these a few times to get the gear the way you want it. Okay, interesting. It's going to be a basic component part.
Schematics that you don't care for, you can actually recycle those. And,
okay, schematic system.
And turn them into.
I think we have to take a step back because we haven't actually explained what augments are, right? So we because maybe we can start with that. Because
yeah. Tell us what augments are before you tell us how we level them up.
Are things that are abilities in a way that you slot into your weapons. So you can see here these are level 1 augments. You see that on the circle. It has just one pip on it. They go up to level 5 basically. And then for each weapon, for instance, you start by the lowest ones you have. You can only place 1 in, but then you can place up to 5 into them at the most, basically. So you can really that's how you change the personality of your weapon if you want to, or you can just have damage numbers increase and things like that.
We can go a bit more into that later. I just wanted to take that a bit.
The mythical 4th slot still isn't filled, though. Just want to be clear.
But now let's talk about the dungeons and how those are actually important, also when it comes to these augments and why these dungeons are interesting.
Yes, you will get things here that you will need in order to craft. To craft your
weapons. You can actually you'll be able to select a difficulty rating. That's a really nice change. So you can actually scale it depending on your comfort of doing the end game content.
And you can put them into the suitable type, whether that be armor or different weapon types. And
because you can then target what the augment that you're looking for is.
Schematics that you don't care for, like I mentioned, you can actually recycle those, turn them into fragments that are then to be used in your crafting, so it's not a waste. Even if you've
run one that you don't want to keep, you can then recycle it for fragments. Again, that's a really nice way of doing it. That's a great way of just having a completely modular endgame system to build to what you want as a user.
Who of you wants to comment?
I love this. This is
what
great.
Exactly we see here. Before you go into a dungeon, you have.
Yeah, I can start.
Scaling. Yes.
Basically, so we have now dungeon scaling so that you can challenge yourself. You can start at 1, which will be easy. Go all the way.
This is the January update.
Quite a long way, basically, on the challenge levels.
Or at least their path in. I think it's currently slated for January. I'm not.
It will of course increase.
Just a few bits of spice. You're doing good there, one, Brad. Nice.
The benefits.
Don't know. Are you in the base ready to go?
What you get for doing the higher challenge level are of course beneficial. I don't think it's in this build, but we've actually today, at least me for the first time, played dungeons with a new system that's quite exciting, which is not only do we scale the obvious things like hit points and damage output of enemies.
They have, Sabu, you're right. They have cooked. This is actually
into the dungeon. We also scale the number of enemies. This means
this is a lot of progress. This is what the game needs. This unironically fixes the PVE end game.
But you can also play with 2 and 3, and the numbers and everything else will
undeniably
scale towards that. And also the difficulty of
Luther,
the
are you on
challenges
location?
will be dependent on where you set the bar, basically.
Thank you.
And we also just saw when Camille put it all the way back, you actually get denied. Sometimes you can't actually set it to that difficulty level because you need to beat the previous one first to be able to go through.
Yeah, this is correct. So you start at, I think you can go up to 5 in the beginning in how we have it now, and then you have to start increasing the chance. Now, interestingly, you might be able to pull off a level 5 challenge without having upgraded your gear or anything like that, but it will get challenging real quick because we expect after that to actually have gear that is augmented as you go through.
Yeah. You see here the modifiers as well for the difficult scaling and ranking. Plus, of course, you see what you actually
While we're flying,
get,
I'm just going to make this larger for chat. I'm going to eat my
where, of course, the augmentation
while I'm doing
into
it. So
play
if I do
again,
this,
you already talked about a little bit. We see that on the side. But yeah, let's. I think we're just going to jump in and see what those look like. We have a team of 4 here.
And before we jump into it, I would like to show off the personal light that we worked on. As you can see here, Camille on the left side there, he has a personal light with him. Obviously, It's more helpful in dark environments, but it actually follows where he looks quite effectively. It's a much needed improvement for what was the personal life. Basically.
Yes, it's a complete rework of your personal life. It looks really cool too, like your little floaty body there.
And as we can see here, we're going into a poison dungeon. Someone said it would be a good idea to have a static compactor with you. I don't know why, but you know, there might be a good reason for it. And all these dungeons, they have five different themes. So each of the 5 new dungeons have a different theme. This one is poison, but we also have electricity.
I mean, having a compactor being useful, it's super important.
The bosses are different, and the bosses tie.
I like this. This also encourages teamwork and people having roles and good call outs and all kinds of stuff. This is just a good set of setups.
And going to a poison dungeon, it would be a good
mechanics.
idea to actually have skills that mitigate poison damage. Going into the radiation dungeon, good idea to bring a radiation suit. Electricity, I don't think we really have mitigation, but don't get hit by the blasts.
I think don't get hit is generally a good thing for like dungeons and electricity specifically. But yeah, but we see that our team is making its way here, making their way. So also we have those doors, of course, that we can talk about as well.
We have, at least internally, and I've called them the blood doors, basically, where and this is live already. We've done some tweaks to them, and
these environments look
there's
incredible.
Still a couple more tweaks coming, actually, but they spawn enemies at intervals, basically, to provide challenge.
You also see here that there are specific traps as well that players have to be careful about, environmental hazards and things like that, of course. I actually like how
I automatically volunteer for the role of compactor
very,
bitch. I'm doing it.
Very like, I'm going to say Last of Us, but like very organic and poisony, and I really like what they did with the dungeon. Yeah, so you do have to clear those rooms,
what's that meant to me?
The blood rooms, like we are also, we had in some of the earlier eco labs as well, the T6 ones. Is anyone using dual blades?
Yeah, and Camille, I saw him use dual blades.
Yeah.
Dual blades.
The grenade launch is going to be so good against those compacted groups of enemies they spawn out of the closets.
Because your speed of attack accelerates, and they all do damage through the shields, basically. So it's quite effective.
I might have to completely like redo my builds, just thinking around like what I actually want to do with the new weapons, because that could be really fun. Just being the grenadier, kind of effect them to massive fire damage, etc. Ooh.
I don't remember which difficulty did that. Was it difficulty 5 that went in here with?
I mean, the reset you can do every,
exactly.
2 days, isn't it?
Difficulty 4. Yeah, exactly.
I imagine that, you know, there'll be an inevitable way that you can bug it on when they change the system, so that, you know, it's a free respec, like, you know, like at launch when it was free respec when you changed the server you were in.
I probably could have.
If you went through the deep desert and you crossed one of the server borders in the desert, you would just suddenly have the movements to respec again. It was deeply funny.
They have a good mix of different playstyles here too.
Well, yeah, just don't be bad.
There's some need charging going on.
It is, yeah. Losing skill points is a skill issue, Sabo.
Make sure we're ready for.
And we've done some updates to the signaling of the wave space, because sometimes you might feel that, oh, did the encounter actually end, or is it bugged?
So I'm guessing you don't have any of your emotes as a result.
We start with blinking lights to show, hey, this is a good time to reload.
Do you have your emotes?
Get your buffs on, things like that, and then an audio signal that actually signals, well, now it's on, and it's simple mechanics, but they are quite useful.
Now we actually saw some loot there, also from a chest. Yeah, I'm assuming chat is actually able to hear those audio cues. We can't, of course.
Yeah.
No, of course, just we can't, because we can't hear the game sound right now. All right.
Yeah, so Mary Ban is doing well.
Yeah, you see, they're basically destroying those poisonous pods first, so they don't get, or they're trying to anyway, so it doesn't. They just explode in the worst kind of time when they're already engaged with like additional ads. This is a good idea to just get
Oh,
rid
sorry.
of them.
I like the look of the new personal light. The new personal light looks like it's
that we're doing
pretty good.
When you go into here, it's quite easy
The current
to get
one
poisoned.
is pretty shit.
When you go DBNO and then you revive,
Better than
currently
nothing, but like
the effect stays with you, which is quite annoying. So we're actually clearing all the debuffs that you have on you when you revive from DBNO.
Yeah, you know, so it's the new flashlight item.
Life change here, basically. You see also the pyrocket being used. The pyrocket doesn't have friendly fire, but you have to be careful not to damage yourself. And it's just really nice to, if someone goes into cover, just to get those NPCs out, or like area denial, as you mentioned as well earlier.
Right, here we have a dual blade. Oh. Let's use the burrow dots.
I was thinking the same. Someone is.
You can of course see your friends' personal lives as well, which, talking about optimizations and everything, isn't always the case, but you at least see the lights from everyone, which is quite handy if you go to the darkness dungeon, for instance.
We have an asset afterwards where we show a little bit what the other dungeons look like as well. But of course we want to make our way here to the final chamber to also talk about something that's new and that we put into the game as a foundation to build upon as well for future updates.
Yeah, so we've done a lot of UI work actually when it comes to the bosses. And we've been quite conservative with some UI elements in the past, but
I'm liking the look of these dungeons though. These look like they're interesting. They look reasonably different, and getting the environments look really dynamically.
Take it
like
a little bit ahead, so we do
every kind of situation will evolve based on even individual bits of cover. And like the spawn rooms are all very different. They've very much worked around their own system to make it like kind of difficult.
That I'm very excited about specifically. So once our team here is getting rid of those last...
I don't know if they've said anything about how frequently they can be run, but actually it's a very good question.
They're doing really well though.
They're doing well.
They're doing really well.
Yeah, dual wielding Violet Orchids. It's going to be dual daggers as a new weapon that's coming. Denmark, are you ready to go?
Like I said though, I mean, there is kind of a limit where you won't get rewards anymore, right?
There's a limit where you won't get rewards anymore.
You can actually crank up. There's no limit to how difficult you want them to be. You can actually go to
difficulty. Okay, so that's about difficulty. So there's a max difficulty and a max level of reward.
Guilds and groups of players will challenge
Lost
each
One
other.
Bright, it's the one that we were on first today. The one that closed pretty much as I arrived.
That they finished the dungeon on difficulty 100, for example, right? So I think that's, at least for me, because I like.
They haven't said if it's procedural yet.
First world raids encounters and things like that, so you can actually do that here too. It's like, who's the first one?
And this is only one of the 5 new ones. Given the system they had from the D&D style dungeon and the new content, I very much would expect to see like a modular style like that at some point, but that might be more development time than just 3 months, because that was very popular.
This specific dungeon on, but also, like you said, for time running, the amount of time that it took you to do it on.
But that's only for yourself and for
your... It is only for yourself.
Oh, yeah, dungeon speed running. Yeah, you're right.
For now, we need to see where we expand with it to make it a more prestige system for everybody to see, instead of having to share
any percent runs, yeah. Any percent naked run. Is that what we're saying, Luther?
Just about wrapped up with this space. They're just looting, scooting, and
making
exploring.
sure,
Chicago feet on the shine.
Gotta make sure you don't miss exactly.
Nothing gets left behind.
Don't miss
There are some
any
cases where you want ammo, some cases where you want med packs.
Speaking of Amazon, they're forcing ads upon us in a minute, so make sure you look after yourself and get yourself a drink, etc. during that time.
Health packs. Start to panic.
They currently run the new dungeon, so we're seeing some of the new weapons and items in action.
Everyone gets a door hinge.
Seeing some of the new environments that we can expect to see coming up. This is, remember, one of 5 of the new dungeons, and this is how we're getting the augments, which is those strange circular things that you can see in their inventory, which are schematics for upgrades,
are of course used, and
which is what I'm really interested in, because then you'll be able to break those apart and then actually combine them to make the ones you do want in kind of a pity system as well, so you're not just relying on randomization to get it. It's not RNG based. Well, fully RNG based.
Oh yeah.
I would love to see different layouts. I agree. The problem with running the same research stations again is you start to be like, oh wait, I'm running this automatically, and I didn't even realize.
You saw that it just kept going. It
that
looked
looks
easy
really
there,
like
but he was also
fleshy.
alone. It becomes, of course, more challenging when there are more enemies attacking you. But I love the dual base. I think
Yeah, be careful not to be overwhelmed by it.
It's a really cool environment.
All right.
And I think
So
we're
spice boat's
approaching
about to go
the
off nearby Den
destination.
now, so don't poop
So
your
if you can
pants when
see
it does.
here, this is obviously a good place to reload, have some spice beer, get ready to use your prescience, and take on the boss.
As a god of your team. I don't know how many times I, in other games as well, ran into the boss fight and others were locked out by mistake.
There we go. There's the boss.
Cool. That's what I've wanted to see for a long time. Not
Right.
just, you know, NP.
So yeah, we do.
That's got an
what
insane
you
amount of
mentioned earlier,
health.
that we have done
Amazing.
user interface work
Okay.
as well, specifically for the boss fight.
So we indicate the
is
faces
really
of
cool.
the on the bar there. You also see
Oh, keep going. We're
right
good.
now
There we
it's
go.
blinking. This means that the boss currently is not taking damage. There is more work to be done, so we're having another go at that to make it exceptional, to make it completely clear.
It's
We
actually
just
a
wanted to
low,
mention
a
it,
relatively low one.
so people are
You know.
aware.
That was very, very fast. That's some of the one. Use this thing's tanky.
It's almost unfair, 4 against 1 here.
I mean, by the looks of things, that in order to take that out, what you're going to need is, ideally, you're going to want somebody who's holding it down in melee, maybe even 2 people with rapiers, for example, or, you know, 2 melee users. And then you've got somebody who's
I mean, our
firing,
team
like,
is also very experienced,
like a laser at it and just doing a huge
It's
amount of
still,
damage into the
like-
back. If you can keep it angled, it's going to
No,
be
he
about
has a
control from the
few-
melee
few
users,
tricks
not about
up
how
his
much damage they
sleeve
can
as
put
well,
out.
so-
And given that it's solo
What is
target, I
fancy?
don't see the sword being that useful in that situation.
Sorry.
The sword is
Are you
really
okay?
good, but it's AoE rather than it's the dual dagger might be very good. I'm looking forward to giving that a try. Then you're on the
Do
ground again.
something.
Oh, that's a 1.
When the daylight comes, we'll see the flashes. So if you did miss anything, we'll grab it then. Burbridge. I'm hoping all 5 of the dungeons
So we
have these
we are in
bosses
the
or
final
boss-like
stages
mechanics.
We're well in the last stages to finalize this, but there's
I'd
still
love that.
balancing work to be done. Some kinks to iron out here and there.
Because when we were doing the
It's
new
been very good.
Flame would also be very good, yeah.
process, I think.
Flame would be ideal.
He's
Laz,
also deploying,
Laz would be
like,
fun as well.
additional
Laz into the back, but Flame
poison
he's
or
block,
things
you
that's
know,
eaten out of the floor.
block
But we
agnostic. He
need
doesn't
to
care.
keep- to make sure to keep those in check.
Potentially, that would make sense. It looks like the poison clouds coming off of those orbs are healing him, so it actually wouldn't surprise me at all if, as Luther just suggested on comms, that the boss is actually being healed if you deal poison damage to them. Which would mean that, for example, using correct Viper could actually heal the boss, theoretically. Although they might get rid of that poison damage from the rapier if they're reworking the rapier. That's the other thing.
Constantly, in general, switching between melee and ranged. But I find that for some reason, when I go against the bosses, I generally start playing as a melee fighter.
Interesting. Why is that, do you think?
There's a strange mark in the
mean,
center of this.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
field.
Haven't thought much about it. I just had that realization actually. No, because I saw that the most of the players here were actually using melee.
Yes. I mean, Camille here is using a little bit of a hybrid between ranged and melee, of course. But,
Alright, so we've gotten him down to half health now.
Actually, I wonder if I can.
yeah, he spawned way more of these poison things
Yeah.
now.
So these poison things
So it's
are it's good
activating
in
them
the
again.
group
Grab
to
the
actually
game.
have someone be on static compactor duty, take care of those, so that the rest of the team can focus on the boss himself.
Some good damage in here.
Feeling gassed, are we?
Do you need some water?
No,
Are you good?
coffee, yes, I apologize.
No, that I have some
Bring the
water here if you
compactor to
want.
keep in. Sorry, was that you guys were? So you had to compactor to stop the boss from healing.
So yeah, so this is then challenge level 4,
Fascinating.
which is still geared to, or yeah, balanced towards not using augments, and you can crank it up to 100. So people will likely find their limit at some point.
So this is a more straightforward fight right now. While once you go into a tier where you do need augments, they're gonna get.
Yeah.
I really like
spicier
this. I'm
without
loving the look of this
not
dungeon so
meaning
far
to
and the
be,
mechanics that they've got planned. Do you not see this
That
strange,
joke
like,
here,
on
not
stream?
that
I can see it. There's like a strange,
Bad
like,
joke.
brown
Yeah, it's never a bad joke.
explosion mark. Yeah.
So can you take out a few of these
Yeah, he's
poison pods
focusing
here?
on taking out the poison bulbs here to make sure that it doesn't come and bite them in
Strange.
the butt, like literally. Well, not literally, but add to the challenge.
Those of you who
Of
might be
all
new on
poison
in, we are
poisons.
watching the Funcom dev stream while we're playing the game and getting drops. So I hope you guys are enjoying. Appreciate all the follows. Thank you all for being here. Don't
They
forget
make
to
it
claim
look
your
very
drops if you're
easy
here. Remember,
because
if you
they
haven't got
kinda know
extensions,
how it
sometimes
works
Twitch
as
doesn't
well,
auto-claim
and-
drops. Sometimes it does, so just
okay.
make sure you check your drops progress every now and then.
Yeah.
Sometimes it freezes, especially
Now
if
it
you're watching a
gets- now it
Funcom stream
gets,
as well. It could be getting confused about watching 2 of the same thing, and it could pause your progress. They're currently talking about the January update optics. So this is about January and onwards,
Yes, probably a good time.
which is shockingly like 2 weeks away.
Right, he's on the last pip there.
Prescience is looking good. No, January is 2 weeks away. That's what I mean. What? It's true.
Reminds me also a bit of Alien with the eggs. The eggs in the, like, you know, in the mist thingy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's. I don't want to give that many people
Not
psychic
across
damage, you know.
IPs
So I
here.
didn't say. I specifically didn't say that, but I'm not going to repeat it. The mods get psychic damage for free from talking to each other. Confirmed.
Alright, so getting close.
I keep wondering, like, what is the story behind the suit that he's wearing? That's what I want to know now. I need to check with the narrative team what exactly the.
Yes, Nomad, thanks
The
to the
reason
kindness
for
of
this
Nitrado, we are still running 15 private
I'm pretty
servers
sure
on
there
a
is some
private
kind of
world,
reason,
so it's
because
yeah,
there's
it's quite a few communities. They dip in and out. Any
Alright.
Futures
I think in the
community
past they had some issues
is around.
with
I've been speaking with
not
one of their
really knowing which
moderators
was the
here
boss
and there.
oh, suddenly you killed the boss.
They're
but
part of the
okay.
Oh,
community.
God.
We've also
Okay,
got
that's-
Winky,
yeah.
Vicky's, and a few other people.
At least
So we've
that
actually got a
Futures
few
should
communities that come
always
together to run the server. Yeah,
Definitely.
Thor's not particularly involved in the game
All right.
right now.
And then let's get
Sorry, I thought that was quite a far away breach. Thor's waiting for new content. As I'm sure are other people. So
here we go.
you know, when there's more content coming out. Oh, hello, you're in Arc Raiders. Love you too, Winky. It's all right, Winky. You've been with us throughout. You know, we've been really happy to have you here. He'll come back when the update drops. Well, exactly. He loves the world of Dune. He's really excited for more content in that world,
these
and
are
that's what he's waiting
schematics?
for. But you know,
Augment schematics
Thor's not the
that
kind of
you're
person to play one
able to
game
get
consistently when there's not much
and then you
content.
then-
Yeah, exactly. You have to learn them just like you do any schematic, and then they have charges, and then you can.
That one's coming back
once
around.
you have the components and everything, you can of course build them and
Exactly.
slot them into your weapon.
We're actually going to look at that afterwards because Camille is going to go back to the base now and we'll look
He
at
appears to have
how
departed.
that works with the augmentations, crafting and everything. Well done, team.
You
Thank
are
you very
the
much.
weakest link.
Thank you.
While he goes back to the to his base and gets ready for
Winky, how was
showing us
the
other things,
D&D
we can actually look at some of the
Deck of Many
other
Things
ecolabs, what they look
session?
like, some of the other kind of what the vibe is with these particular
Maybe you
ecolabs.
want to take this one,
Sure,
Alex?
absolutely. I apologize. I had to control that coughing.
No,
Definitely still
don't
got
worry
you
about it.
Positive.
I just didn't want you to die
Sorry,
here live on
people.
It was
stream. if
insane as
possible.
expected. Amazing.
So on screen, we're
I haven't
seeing a
gone
couple
back
of
and
the
watched it
dungeons.
yet. I'll
couple of
listen
this-
to it.
I'll give you an example.
I
The
saw it
boss
happening and I
from
was
the
like, I'm going to bed.
darkness
Good
tab. You can
night.
see the darkness. Ecological
As you guys were
Festive
getting set
Festive
up for it.
Station here
With the nice
with the absolute lovely
personal globe.
I'm going to have
globe.
to...
You'll see some of the environmental shots. This is the
Oh, I hear a worm.
radiation testing station. Well, internally we call it the radiation testing station. It has a wonderful set of lore, has a proper name, and a full-on narrative that players get to explore. The electricity testing station, again, internal name.
That looks cool.
Backstory,
I'm gonna suck at this one. To be honest with you, I'm gonna absolutely suck at that.
Experience of Arrakis. Let's see what the other one is.
I'd like to make a
This
rubber
one, I
suit and just kind of
believe,
go through completely
is it
Earth. Be fine.
PlayStation?
Just wrap me in a
Yes, it
whole
might
ball of
be.
rubber
I
and
think
roll me
is.
through it.
Is it?
Rubber bands
think
just
it
all
is.
over.
It's hard to tell unless we see the boss. Yes, there she is. The hero. The people's hero.
The people's
fire.
hero.
On fire.
They don't look like a hero.
This
They're
girl's
red
on
colored.
fire.
Everyone knows
Okay,
the
I
red
should-
means
oh,
bad
God.
guy.
It's amazing.
Apologies.
And this one we just completed a moment ago with the team working through the internally named
Poison dungeons.
Poison
They're basically
dungeons.
making elemental research labs or dungeons. That's what we're talking about here.
All right, so we are
Awesome.
waiting for Camille to be ready to show us what it actually look like. How are you going to use those schematics that you're getting from those
Oh, they're going to
dungeons?
show us how they use the augments. That's sick.
Again, these dungeons are
Well, the British in
scalable,
red at
so
one
you can
point,
either
that-
go in
I rest
solo,
my
you can
case.
go in with 2, 3, or 4 players. That will scale according to how
yes,
many
the British,
people you
known
are
for being
playing with,
very
if you're solo.
reasonable.
And you can also choose your difficulty level.
Exactly.
And depending on that, the loot scales as well, of course.
And it's worth mentioning that they're actually instanced as
Yes.
well.
That's
So
Yeah, very important to mention that. Yes, yeah, exactly. And of course, replayable many times as you like. So now we're at the base. So
I still
let's
get
see
confused for a second
how-
seeing
what
myself
we can actually
as a
do
GIF in
and
chat.
what these augments look like as well. Stats.
all right. So I
I love
presume
that.
that we have some weapons. Or
But it'll also mean
some
that
items
if
we
it's
want
instant
to
dungeons, as
augment.
in the loot is
And here you
instanced
see
to each player.
the various schematics like garment
Because that's become the norm.
schematics,
And
melee
if you're in a PvE
weapons,
area,
and the
you'll
various,
all have instant
ranged
chest loot.
weapons
So
and
that's
things like
that's
that.
what
And how
that
many
would,
there
I'd be
are
interested
as well.
There's
There's
quite a few.
lots of
I'm not sure
augments.
how many, but it's a bunch. And then Camille will. Okay, here we see the level of the augment.
that's really nice.
Here
That's what we needed
it's
from the
level
start. And the
one,
fact that you
so
can
you still have some way to go.
dismantle
even if you get
ones that
your
you don't
weapon fully
want to
decked
make
out.
the ones
Yes,
that you
that's
do
something else
want
to
is
mention,
neat.
that depending on which dungeon you do or like
Quick
the
breach.
difficulty, you also have the higher chance to get higher tier versions of that specific augment. So to mention, that's one for me. Anything that can help with recoil, that's for me.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that these augments they can increase your stats basically, but there's actually some
Strange
random
outplaying
number
Eve
generation going
years ago led me to
on
this
as well.
very
So
much
even
so,
if you
yeah.
have the
Yeah,
highest
this is-
level of
I'd
these,
agree.
do you actually get the jackpot and get the full
The max
the max
possible
yeah,
number,
exactly.
yes. Yeah.
So here we have the augmentation station.
There's
and
lots of
we
people who
see
followed
here
that path who played it for a while,
Halex
fell off
pick,
of it,
I believe
you
it
know,
says.
or
Yes,
played it for a long
Halex
time, and then eventually
and
were like,
he has
yeah, we're
two
done.
augments
Because
that
he was
are
kind of shitty.
relevant for this. He could have many more, but they wouldn't show up because they are
Life is
different
wild.
augments are tailored
Agree.
towards different weapon types and armors and everything. But here we have two options. I have to sit a little bit closer
It's
to
the
read
blade
it.
flex
Blade
coating.
flexi.
Blade flex coating.
Blade flex
Flexi coating.
coating, yes. And he has another one. What's the
That's the blade
optimizer? And you can see the stats here below as well. And then he's okay. And here we have for the Pyrocket, we have the Pyrocket quick loader.
Increases ammo capacity.
Yeah, and we have the disruptor, quick loader, and the amplifier. So the better your unique is, the more of these you can actually put in. So you can have level 5 augments, and you can have up to 5 of them in the in let's say a weapon, and then you can hope for the jackpot for all of them. So
Are you
so
ready
can
to
have
you
the
ready to get dropped?
maximum,
I mean,
of
you guys don't come here
everything.
because of the interview.
Yeah, so that's how that works, I guess. Yeah, now here he is ready to attach
They're literally
an
attaching augmentations
augmentation
onto the
to
weapon.
the weapon.
I really
cannot
like
be
this system.
undone. So once you commit, that's how your weapon will be forever, basically. But of course, for some of them, you can add more than just one.
You also see that it reduces the durability slightly. We also saw that there was a little bit of a penalty to it, so that's also kind of a thing that some augments are kind of payoffs, right? They might have a really big stat increase.
Well,
but
yeah,
they
like you
might
say,
have
like you
another
just said,
slight
that ability to
But it
express
is
your
worth
character in ways that you
noticing
want
that
to.
even though there is a
personally,
durability hit, overall you can actually
is
get
better and it's
twice the
meaningful. It means that
total
you are tied to your character better than just some kind of
but it might
generic
get
build.
reduced to,
Everyone
let's say,
can
170%.
make their
So
character
even
the way
though
they want it to, and I
gets
think that actually
reduced,
adds a lot to
there's-
even the role,
they-
especially the
they
role playing
overall
side of the
have
game.
better
I think
durability
having
than
these
if you
systems
did
that allow you to
implement
better
them,
customize your character and stand alone and stand apart with your own stuff that works for you, this is just nice. Like, you can really chart your own path.
So here we also see the range that is possible on these specific augments, right? You see like from 3 to 5%. So we can
This
roll
is
the lowest.
you can see they've been
potentially, or
cooking.
here
This is a
actually from
huge
2
update,
to,
exactly,
8%,
Freya.
right?
Yep.
So you can be very lucky. You can use specialization actually to help you increase the chance
Regis
to get the roll higher
components?
here.
What is that? Schematic.
But yeah, there's
sort
a
of
little
thing.
bit of an RNG and a gambling aspect to it. as
Regis
well.
component is a new thing. That's a
We're crafting. Let's see what we get.
In the advanced weapons fabricator. Let's see if he's lucky. Camille is generally very lucky with his
no. That's the schematic
rolls.
fragment.
So I
That's
keep
what that
saying like
is at
I'm
the
just
bottom.
gonna have him craft my orc.
What is a Regis component? Regis is currently used to refer to tier
4%.
6.
4%.
All right.
That was the low on the lower end, wasn't it?
It was it's in the middle.
It only
Like
needs
I think it
4
was
of them
one
as
that
well,
was
the same
2 to 8,
rate
so
of
it
melange.
was,
It
it
should be
wasn't
no
that
more
lucky.
difficult to
It
gather
wasn't
than
super bad,
melange.
but it was definitely not. Yeah.
Necessarily.
We'll try again.
It's less common
And
than
of course you don't
plastinium, so it's
commit
more
until
likely an
you
item than it is a
do it. If you're
material.
happy, you could,
You do craft kind of the augment separately,
Interesting.
and then you put
I wonder what that's
you
from.
slot the one in that you're
Yeah,
really happy with.
yeah.
Now it has 7%,
Can one
so
of
that's
you
definitely better.
allow that? 3.
I'm assuming he will use the 7% unless he rolls an 8% now. There we go.
All right.
I already hope all
Very
this is ready to
lucky.
go for console
saw
release
that.
as well. My friends that used to play Ark are pretty curious about Dune since you
went,
won't shut up about it. I think that that's the
Alright,
nice thing about
nice.
having the console
Awesome.
release. That you'll actually
That
have a
was
bit more of
nice.
a polished game on the far end that will
Almost
actually
planned.
work.
I was
You know,
actually
the way that it's intended. We've had a bit of a
There we go.
rocky launch. There's been a few things that needs to get fixed. I think that has obviously damaged
Yeah, so
the
you have some fragments.
the wider
they are
player
used
base,
to
but also
actually
a lot of
craft
people are just
this,
hype beasts for games these days. So
augments.
I think the people who enjoy the game will come back, and I think
as
they're
we
making all
mentioned
the
earlier,
right
like,
steps to
in
make
the
this a game that has a
dungeon, you
huge
also
amount of
find additional
longevity.
material, the new material
I'm
that
really
you need
impressed
to
and
craft
pleased.
those things.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, yeah. And then all these combined specialization, the new unique weapons from the dungeons, the augmentations go into, you can really customize and specialize your character how you want it to be, like also for combat here, but then also if you want to do something else, like for crafting or for, like I mentioned earlier, you can actually be the crafter that is known for being the best one at making augmentations for you, because they just have the best like skills and the best chances at rolling.
Do I
high
think there's enough new stuff to
so you
coax
might
Thor
not
back
want
to
to
the
do
game?
those yourself, because of course they're tradable.
Yes.
Which makes sense.
I think that what's being described
All
here is
right.
incredibly compelling, and for Thor as a,
if we
you know, he likes the he likes kind of ratings. He likes being able to customize his character. There's are very kind of like division-like choices that we get to make. You get to do a bunch of raids to level your character and choose your path. That's the kind of thing that Thor tends to find compelling, to be able to kind of make his unique character and work out builds that work for him, things that he
Nicole behind
enjoys.
the scenes is already ready with
So
questions. All right.
broadly, I think yes,
Get
that
right
is the
into
kind
it.
of thing that he
Patrick
would enjoy.
Walker, N9W or
I don't think it would.
N9W asked you, but
I don't think it would turn it into a forever game for him,
tree?
because Thor's not
Is
that
it
kind
part
of
the new
player.
Landsrat specializations? Everyone gets it.
I'm just Dave. Yeah, that is that part that you're guessing is the part.
sorry,
Yeah,
if you hit the
Twitch
microphone.
help
Everyone
for
gets it.
aggression,
It
which
comes
is
online
ridiculous.
a
I
little
need to
bit
change
late.
my
You have to
auto
do
mod
the
settings. I think 'cause
story.
it's getting silly.
Find out what happens, to who it happens,
story.
maybe help them, assist them, and be rewarded for your efforts.
I love being
It is
rewarded
just
for my
another item in the
efforts.
game that everyone can get access to. Please enjoy.
Perfect.
All right. Sounds good. Like Julian over on YouTube is asking, so with dual daggers, how does it work with equipment? We need 2 weapon slots
No.
for daggers?
It is considered a standalone item that you put on your hotbar. When you press it, you happen to have 2 daggers in your hands.
Sounds very convenient. Bams over on Twitch is asking, if you pay the spice tax for spec time reduction, is that a permanent reduction in the spec cooldown?
It is not a permanent reduction. It is a increasing and decreasing amount of spice that you must pay based on how often you use it within
Well,
a
I
time
didn't fix my
window.
posture because
Said
I'm
another
sure
way,
as my
if I
hands are
respec
actually
3
getting real
times in 5
painful.
minutes, my price is going to go up. But if I then proceed to not respec for 3 or 4 days, it's going to go back down again.
Okay, so respecking is going to have a scalable cost, so you can do it often, but it will have an increased cooldown afterwards. That makes sense.
Also get this
I like that change.
scaler
The
or
2
just
days
the
is
new
kind of
ones?
just arbitrary.
Just the new ones, but we have plans about taking the older content.
Don't worry,
and doing something
nobody on
interesting with
stream
it.
saw that.
Stay tuned.
Because it was hidden
Ooh,
behind
exciting.
the live stream. They didn't see you
The
skidding
Solid Milk
your
on Twitch is asking, is
sandcrawler
there a
on its
maximum
face
amount of
across the
people that
sand.
can join your testing station group? And also, if it's higher than 4, can you have more for?
You're
can you
completely
have
in the clear.
more for?
They didn't
Can
notice
you have
anything.
more 4 people in a party now? So can you have more than 4 people in a party now? No, it's
These
still
are
limited to
instances.
4.
Your party size is 4. You can do it as a 4Z,
What was
3Z,
that?
2Z, or as a 1Z.
1Z, 2Z. Okay,
Oh,
never heard that before.
yeah, that's
Like that. Otto Biardo on YouTube is asking, can you enter dungeons with less than 4 players?
Yes, absolutely.
As you just
no,
mentioned,
Shroom. The
you can
problem
go
was
in
I'm
solo, you can
I'm
go
holding my
with a
arms up and
friend,
holding
with 2
my
friends,
hands at a
or
really
in
weird
full
angle. So they're
group.
basically
And the
caught at this kind of
dungeon
angle on my
scale, yeah.
keyboard.
And there is
That's
something
causing
that
the back of
players
my
need
hand to
be
feel
aware of, is
real
like you have to
painful and real
group up
tight.
before you actually go there, because that defines who is allowed into.
It's
the
not in
dungeons.
Thor's nature to
before
find
you
it to be
interact with
to be
the
a forever
original
game.
door that we saw.
No, before
So
you actually go
I
into
don't.
zone. Yeah.
You know, I
Right,
don't think
oh
he
yeah,
would- he
before you
would
go into the
commits too long term.
Yeah.
Like, in the same way that like he won't play
Yeah.
Ashes
Okay,
all
that
day
makes
every
sense.
day forever. That he will take breaks and play other games.
Sephiroth
he
on
might play
YouTube
this
is
a lot,
asking,
he
what
might
sort of
not. It
rewards
depends
can be
on
expected in
all
the
of it.
dungeons? Yeah,
Oh
we
well,
can
I'm
go
glad
over
you've got that arranged around.
Yeah, we can just go over that
Thanks for being here,
in
bud.
detail again as well.
Hopefully you
So
want
have,
to keep
like,
watching, but
the
if
new
not, I'll
materials, of
hopefully
course,
catch you
have
soon.
the old things
Reducing
as
the cooldown on the
well,
respec is a
like
great call. I think it's
so
very
that,
needed.
the things that you need for crafting.
And it also means that when things are buggy and are being worked out, they can actually,
schematics,
work
or
on things and
schematics for
improve it over
uniques,
time.
as well. Yeah, I mean the different, you have the augment fragments that we'll use and things like that. So yeah, the crafting components, and yeah, so like I said initially,
I will
the Lancer
hydrate. Thank you,
missions,
Taffy.
just doing those will actually be to power your character, but going through the dungeons, that gives you the stuff that you need to power.
You stole
your
VIP
gear,
from Taffy now. Is that what you did, Demna?
to get the augments.
Respect.
loop
Good job.
going. So
Well done.
they're part of the same. And what's interesting, I think, is that you're also doing, even if you don't necessarily care, you're doing it for your
Whoa.
for your
And
faction.
worm
So you
nose.
might be very specific and go to the Landsrad and get that board. Get 5 in a row, for instance, but you might not even care, but you're still helping your faction by doing these things as you're helping yourself as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's neat.
That's cool. Yeah, that's good to mention that as well. Sir C Phoenix Fire is asking, are the augments going to stack? It's a good question.
Yes. So like I said, some uniques you can only put 1 augment on, but then you have others that you can put 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they do stack.
All right. So make sure you get a unique.
Nothing substantial about Landsrad in this section, but right at the
Donuts,
start,
so
they were
to
talking about the Landsrad being changed into a
Uh,
quest-style
Nylos
system,
over on
which will
Twitch
give
is
daily
asking, will boss
5
HP
of them will
scale
give you
based on
bonus
number of
rewards
players?
a day
Yes.
for a total of
Right.
35 a
well.
week.
Yes.
So Landsrad is being reworked to a
Texorus on YouTube
contract-based
is
system
asking,
that
can
you
we
can
get
kind of
the boss
target what you
armor
want a
as
bit more
well?
and get bonus rewards from daily play,
Let's talk about it.
rather than the arbitrary system that they have now, which encourages
Stay
hoarding.
tuned.
Not that
Mystical
hoarding is bad,
Miavar
of
over on
course.
Twitch is
Hoarding is
asking, if my
great.
group was to do tier
Anyone who
1
tells you otherwise is
difficulty,
lying
can we
to
go
you.
right back in at tier 2 and have the place be reset?
If you don't know the
Or do
command
we
in
still
Skyrim
have
to
to
increase
wait
your
for
max
reset
carry weight,
timers?
what are you even
No,
doing?
there's no reset timer. But what you have to do, actually, you have to leave the dungeon. But you just have to leave, so you'll find yourself on the Overland map.
Yeah.
And then you can go back immediately.
That makes sense for the dungeon to just repopulate with the difficulty level that you want to do. Yeah, that makes sense. Right, making sure I'm not hopping over any questions here that I've been shared. Kitty Hawks is asking, I'm seeing a lot of machines that are colored. Ha! Are we able to do that with the next update? Can we color all
Customizing
of our
machines and
machines? We can
internal
actually answer that
placeables?
question in our next segment. So we'll
Next
get
segment.
back to that.
Oh,
But
okay.
the
Bear
answer
with
is
for some
yes.
base design
Okay.
shenanigans.
Yes.
We're going to color coordinate
Adam
our
Dooner on YouTube
benches
is
based on
asking, can
use. That'd
any
be cool.
of these augments be gathered via PvP content?
This is geared towards PvE.
Yeah. All right.
It's okay. That was a very
This
clear.
was the
This is
last
PvE
question,
content.
actually. Perfect. All right. So this means
It will
some
also
really
have an
good
impact
questions,
in
by the way.
PvE because the
Thank you
augments
for
on your
that.
character
Keep
and
them
weapons
coming
you'll
for
take
our
into
next
PvP with
segment
you.
as well.
But the content is focused on
all right.
PvE.
So now
you won't get augments for engaging in PvP.
Before we're going into
That's a very clear statement.
just
Fine.
quickly what
That's
we're gonna
about,
talk
it's available to everyone
for
that
those
way,
of
and you
who
don't need to
are
PvP
curious,
to do
we're
it.
going to talk about the story, continuation of the story, and also
That's a good step.
quite a lot of
Don't
quality
lock
of
players'
life changes
progression
that are
behind
coming your
PvP
way
because that's
in
what they did with the
chapter
Deep
3.
Desert, and that was the
And now we're
problem.
taking a quick
You have to
break.
let players consensually PvP, it seems, at the moment in this game. That's what people want. We've got a couple of minutes of storylines cool down, so there we go. You can be heard again, moderators. You've been set free from the basement. Speak. No longer being censored.
He finally turned on the light.
Yeah, just in time for me to just me to turn on the hoses and just like flood the whole basement. The plan.
No. I don't want to bathe.
I just wanted the glass, not a fountain.
No. I really like the look of a lot of that. I like the dungeons, I like the augment system. I think they've heard a lot of the players' feedback and it sounds like they're doing a really good job. Like you said, they've really been cooking with this, which is what we've all wanted to see. Like we've all wanted to see that.
I someone should tell Intrepid about this so they can include it in their boss fights. The environment direction.
Yeah, the environmental impact of on the boss fight was really cool to see.
It was the idea that you're gonna have to have somebody doing the compactor throughout it to keep those poison clouds away so the boss won't heal itself and it's not an environmental threat to your party. Absolutely huge.
Amazing, yeah.
Look at that grumpy cucumber. If you've ever left a cucumber inside its wrapper and it's been in the fridge for like 2 weeks, like, cause I came back to my uni house once after I'd been away for Christmas, and no one had emptied the fridge out before they left. So inside was just in the middle shelf was just a cucumber, and it genuinely looked like one of those sandworms. They go, it's disgusting.
And then when you touch it, it just disintegrates.
Oh, I didn't want to think about that. I'd managed to forget the sense memory of picking it up and cleaning out that fridge. I wish I'd had the flamethrower from this game so I could just been like, you know what, this fridge is beyond saving.
You hit the grenade in there.
The new flame grenade. I'd love that. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Fire purges all. It was horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Hans. Come on, Devon, I'll let her rip. Buy a new fridge. Unfortunately, I was a uni student, and uni students are very poor and very cheap. That's where I learned to fix a fridge way beyond where it was worth saving. But the skill came in handy a few months back when Little Ham was about to move house, and then their fridge broke like 2 weeks before, and I was like, just try taking out the light bulb. The thing worked like a dream.
It's
the light bulb.
insane.
It's ridiculous. Sometimes I scare Little Ham, I think. Alright, that's the next segment. Main storyline and quality of life changes. This one's going to be absolutely huge. I'm going to be real with you.
Thanks,
This is the main stuff.
Welcome back, everybody, to our story segment, and we also talk about quality of life changes that are coming your way with Chapter 3. And we have a new guest, and also very Christmassy guest. You have like, I'm actually a bit sad because I was considering wearing a Christmas sweater too, but like I have to find a way to put my microphone on. I was like, hair's always in the way, so I opted out. But I love the fact that you.
No one told them about
very
DJI mic
very
minis.
holiday-y.
Like they're real good, and you can just kind of click
Would you
them
like
on.
to
You haven't got to
introduce yourself quickly,
use
Niels?
your whole like cable into your laptop with your old
I'm
iPhone
Niels,
headphones
producer
anymore.
for the
That's
narrative team and a couple
2025.
other things as well. I've been here with Ole and have been shaming Natasha for not properly dressing up. We're working on that for next year.
Yeah, I will work on it, I
but
promise.
for now, I'm here to help talk about the story.
I'll go in person and do it for
Also
them, Sabu,
a
if it's not in
face
their budget.
that we've seen on the stream before,
Volunteer.
and Ole Andreas is of course back.
It probably cost them more to fly me in, but that's not relevant.
Director on Dune Awakening. Yes, so we'll talk story. There might be some spoilers.
hang
So
on, Demna.
if you
I'm just gonna pick you up for a
haven't
second.
played to the story so far and you
I'm
do
gonna
want to avoid
pause the
spoilers,
ads for 5 minutes.
you should mute right now. Niels can actually, once he's done talking, we won't like do
Because we want to
spoilers,
know what's
but we
happening
want
to the main
talk a little
story,
bit
and I don't
about
want you guys to
what
miss
has
out.
happened
So I'm
so
going to make
far.
sure I skip my ads.
Not
for,
in detail, but we might actually talk about
minutes.
some things that are spoilery. What has happened so far?
I should have run
where
my
are we
ads during
going,
that downtime. That would
what's
have been
happening, or
sensible.
What's coming
But
up?
hey,
Well, obviously not what's coming up, but what can we expect?
I do
Some
my
teasers
best.
maybe. So if you don't want to hear that, mute us, and then Niels can do like, I don't know, some hand thing. It's like, now you can come back, and if that works. But anyway, Niels, tell us about the story.
Absolutely. I'll try to improvise something exciting for you, and maybe you'll know. Yes, definitely going into spoiler territory, because there's really no way to keep talking about what's going to happen in the next chapter.
So
without at
those
least
of you who are watching,
recapping
if
a
you
little bit
haven't
of where
engaged in
we've
this,
been.
you're going too fast. I'm not using engage your.
For those of
vacuum.
you still listening, you will know that we've, at the end of the launch of the game, we discovered a couple of things. The main one being, you are not who you thought you were. You are, in fact, a Gola.
The SM58 microphone
and
is
we're
weirder,
also
is
left
it?
with the big question
Yeah.
of, who is it that you were originally made from? In chapter 2, we started
think of the
exploring
key.
that question a little bit more. We went down 2 different little story threads. One, Fenring's agents being picked off. That whole mystery kind of culminating with finding our wonderful
I'm
friend
gonna have to
Thor's,
replay the main story. I'm gonna have to
dead.
make a new character and
And,
replay the main
replaced,
story before this
impersonated
I've
by a face dancer. So the Benito Lexu clearly having some level of involvement in what's going on.
nothing yet brought Gaming Foundation.
and
No,
separately from
nothing
that, we
substantial on the
also
base
got
tool
to,
yet, but the base tool is in and
meet
working
up
so
with
far.
Aristide
So
again. She had
it's
some
in
harsh
on the patch.
revelations thrown her way. Very awkward.
Let's not talk about that.
Let's not.
Let's not
I do
talk
remember
about that.
some of the story.
But we also tried to figure out, like, who is it that you really are, and these are the threads that we're picking up on again here with chapter 3. So we get a little bit of a hint or a clue as to where the face dancer might have ended up, and we are on the prowl looking for them again. On the way there, the first piece of content we're going to interact with is the Art of Canley, or this hidden away, unsanctioned arena near Harco, where I'll admit we took some inspiration from the books or from the people who
I
watched
like
the
the look
second
of these
movie.
environments. They're looking very
the
cool.
arena on Giri Prime, and here you'll get an opportunity to get a sense of what it's like to fight through the kind of battles that gladiators of old would. It'll be quite fun. We're going to see a little bit of a preview here from a fight between 2 people that those of you who really pay attention might recognize. Most of you will not, because you won't have heard their names before. But these are the people who were in that cell with you back earlier in the game the first time you interacted with Tors. You'll get to have some more fun interactions with them as well later on through the game, as we are also introducing a continuation of the faction storyline.
Okay, so they're continuing the faction
that also
storyline and the main
some
storyline,
of the Lance
both
stuff
kind of the
that we'll
wings
talk
of
more about
things.
later.
I'm liking the look of this duel.
Yes, I am personally very excited that we kind of reunite with another friend of ours as well. That I am really, I just really like that character. Like,
See, that was my
I'm
concern about
similarly
going
a
out
very
there
big
too
fan.
early. Yeah.
I mean, so we got to meet up with RC again in chapter 2, and it
That
wouldn't
too.
be
We met with Arista
fair
in chapter
to
2,
the
a little
lovers
bit
of
weird.
Harkonnen if we did not give them some similar fan service. So expect to potentially get a little glimpse of the Na Baron himself again sometime soon.
okay, so yeah. Also, what I just wanted to mention is that I think I mentioned that to you before, and also the narrative team specifically, is that I really love the fact that we have those characters that you know from potentially only the movies, but many of us know from the books, and I love that we have the opportunity
You
to
characters
make
like Gurney,
them
Halleck, etc. all
more nuanced, you know, like
been
not
kind of
like
brought in.
black and white, good and evil, like this
I
character I
like
hate,
that
this
they
character
show
I
the
love.
nuance of characters in this. They
and
show that
give
every
them
character isn't good or bad. They
within
have
the
their
lore,
own
within the
agendas, they have their
universe,
own
kind of
beliefs
like,
and their own
a
kind of goals,
believable and
and it's
meaningful
about where
kind of
you fit
character
into
arc as
those.
well.
I
And a
like that
little bit
that's
of
kind
more
of
nuanced
how that
character.
shows.
No, absolutely. I
Hey,
think
Warlord
with,
James, thank you very much for the
with
resub, buddy.
Fade, I mean,
Awesome,
one of the
good
most
to see
exciting
you.
things was getting to develop him kind of beyond
Subscribe
the,
for 5 months. Thank you for the support, bud. I really appreciate you being here.
the point that we were allowed to see him in the
You like
books,
Zayn,
right?
the neurotic mentor.
Spoilers for those who have not seen the movies or read the books. He does pass away very tragically.
You captured the wild
maybe
lax
not
here.
so
Good job.
But obviously, in our timeline, it's been 10 years since, and he's had a chance to develop a lot, and like extrapolating what that character would be like by this
Death
point
Hologram,
with the experiences
you mean
that he's had, and
I didn't
in the world where Paul is not, and
I
instead
didn't
there's
reveal
a
that I had Pal.
lovely young woman who he was intended to be wed to. That's been really, really exciting, and we think you'll have some very fun.
You didn't have to give her all of the UI.
I personally really love
all
that
of the AI. You had
aspect,
to
and
give
I
us some
still
of them.
think
You only had to give her some of them.
while we're exploring that, we also managed to stay really true to the actual universe and the root of the characters and all that. So I think it's actually very exciting, specifically.
I didn't give her Pal.
Yes.
I kept him.
So something
mine.
that we're gonna
They can't
touch
have her.
upon
They can't have him. He's my
life
my
changes,
portable D&D DM whenever I would want it. No, I'm not trading that. That's nah.
Also that we saw in the announcement trailer too from the story. So I'm personally very excited to see where it's going. Obviously, we will continue on the story as well for those of you who really like playing through the main story and also know the lore and then kind of connect the dots.
I'm loving the fact that it's going to be so different from the main Dune films and stuff. So we're going to see a really different side of the game, really different side of the
I'm
world.
personally very excited
to the film explores.
Where this is going.
I love the Dune universe from what I've read and what I've explored. It's
into,
it's obviously a lot of the universes I like and enjoy are pulled from the Dune universe.
This was my attempt at
Warhammer,
the
it all draws elements
I
from
don't
it.
know how to
Doctor
tell
Who
them
draws
to,
elements from
that
Dune,
spoiler is
so does
over.
most of modern sci-fi.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
okay.
I'll figure it out.
You can come back in. It's
Frank
fine.
Herbert's got a lot to answer for.
Yes.
Forgot about that. Perfect. Thank you for remembering to bring everyone back in as well. All right. So, Ole Andreas, we have talked about so many things. New system, new mechanics.
I like that they are respectful of the lore they're developing as well, so they do it in a way that matches the expectations and doesn't break what the fans enjoy. Because it's not convenient. They found a way to make it work with the shield thing to make it a fun game mechanic
different
as well.
Forums, Reddit, Discord. We listen. We watch YouTube videos. We do read the feedback that people are giving us, and then we try to incorporate that into our plans. And some of those plans match up with chapters like this, and then they turn into quality of life features, which also then sometimes feeds well into the rest of the gameplay loops that we have. So I can start with mentioning the personal glow globe or the personal light that we talked about earlier and I've seen a few times already. It's one, I think it's a really good addition to Chapter 3 because it works really well with the darkness dungeon and a few other of the locations.
The grumpy
which
cucumber.
Are dark location. And it takes it gives you a light companion.
The original Dune
really
artist was the inspiration for the current artist we have to exactly. And I've loved RTSs for a very long time. It's one of my very first favorite game genres.
Revamp stuff and the additions to Landsrad, we have also added a faction chat to the game as part of Chapter 3. This is going to be exciting.
Okay.
So as soon as we
might start seeing more faction versus faction. That's interesting.
Right now, you will unlock the new faction chat, and then you can basically chat globally in the entire the world that you're on.
The entire world. So not just the server or the siege, just
you can scheme and
the deep desert, but the entirety
make some nice
of
plans.
You can also have a spine there, of course.
Oh, sounds like somebody has plans.
I mean, I'm a hardcore and at heart. Of course, I need to.
Yeah, no, it's cool. So then you can start talking about
they haven't talked about server transfers yet, and that's one thing I think we're all waiting for.
If you have a Landsrad tile that you really want to coordinate around,
very much wanting the
chat, which is really nice. In the deep desert, we've made some changes. I can touch a little bit upon those. Mainly cleaning up a little bit around the shield wall. So we made the shield wall now into one continuous segment with ramps.
Okay, shield wall will be all the way across, so those gaps won't be there where the server borders are.
So you now can drive your ground vehicles all the way up and down.
You're about to drive your ground vehicles from A1 all the way to A9.
And I know a lot of you guys love doing death races in the deep desert using your treadwheels and sand bikes and whatnot. So now you have a way to get up again as well. So it's really cool. I do want to mention that we have talked about this in a developer update in the past. Our intention is, with time, to return the Deep Desert back to its original vision. Is our intention here. So I just wanted to mention that as part of this as well.
Yeah.
What else do we have? I think the placeable swatches we can go into next. It's been, I think it's been seen a few times already, and it's kind of exciting.
Look at this.
I really love it.
There we go. Swatches.
Finally,
for
quite a few of your placeables or your machines,
machines.
you can now add swatches to, and a lot of these swatches are also rewards as part of the new content that you'll have. So now you can have some really unique and personally crafted and tailored.
Ditzy1, thank you very much for that Prime sub. You're a legend. I really appreciate the support. Thank you very much for being here. Welcome on in.
Earlier.
Yes.
Was asking about.
Kitty
nicely spotted, by the way. Very nicely spotted. I wonder if other people actually.
I'm really excited about this. The team really did a good job there. Yes, another thing is I do want to give a shout out to the base reconstruction tool, even though that was a part of the patch that we just did. It is such a massive update that the team was working on, and it seems to be well received, and it allows the players to take a break if they need to, but it's also a great tool for moving your base between different locations or even between different sieges if you want to move it to a different siege. And a really nice quality of life on that base reconstruction tool, which I don't think get enough credit, is you can press X while you're placing it, and it snaps to the original location. Because a lot of people build bases quite intricately into terrain or like in a location where it's really hard to.
They've actually improved the replacing, so Greg might actually be able to replace his base after all.
There, so you snap it back, and that's perfect. So
then you snap back into the location it was.
Move to a different siege, and then you snap it back right there if you want to.
If the space is free, of course.
If the space is free.
Yes.
But there's plenty of sieges. And then I just want to mention that this also ties into our future plans around character transfer.
Here we go.
And,
this is the important bit.
Which there will be more information on soon. That's a different update.
A different update. Okay.
And then lastly, the vehicle relocation mode, which is currently slated for Chapter 3. We're testing it now in the NDA PTC, and then we'll test it in the public test client soon as well. Which allows you, so if you have a vehicle that's stuck somewhere or it's on the same map as you and you just wanted to relocate it to you, you can use that functionality and you can relocate
I feel that. I think a lot of people feel the same, but if they've made enough changes that you feel like you could come back to the game, it might be worth it. All of these good things
are coming in Chapter 3. I'm super excited to share it with you, and keep giving us feedback.
Like if you enjoyed the game the first time around, then finding a server where you might be able to have somebody who helps you get back up to the level that you were could be awesome. Like that's what we do.
That was when the physics were a bit different
when we're fully active, like when the launches come out, when people come back to the game, we offer them relocation packages they want to move over before we had server transfers. We've helped players who were on our servers catch back up. It's a community and collaborative affair. I think that we have to recognise that a lot of people have done exactly as you did.
Games. I'm a really good driver. I'm a very good driver. Like in real life, I
they're making fixes, but it is,
my boyfriend would.
For a lot of people, it's it's quite late, and they want to know whether it's worth to come
back. In games,
back.
I'm absolutely horrible.
I also agree about the auction terminal, Violet Orchid. I've been saying that one for a while.
Sorry.
No, well, even if you're a bad driver in the game, we have a tool for you.
No, we have a tool for that. Yeah, we should make that our motto. We have a tool for that. You know, like, do you have a question? We have a tool for that. You have an issue?
Nice,
we have
okay,
a tool
very
for
interesting. I mean,
anyway,
more quality of life tools like that are always very helpful. So
for this segment
I like
as
that.
well. All right. So the Trump Cap on Twitch is the Trump Cat, sorry, on Twitch is asking, can you romance Fade Rotha? Asking the real questions here. I like it.
You romance Fade Rotha. Okay.
Look forward to the future.
Look forward to the future. Okay.
I'm not confirming or denying anything.
Okay. Apparently, chat.
We have been joking around about it every now and then. There will be some fun things for people who would like to romance him. Certainly coming in here. We had some very good voiceover sessions with the actor, and he leaned into it well.
Oh man, that's exciting. Okay, all right, there we go. I wasn't expecting the answer. I didn't know that either, by the way. So thank you for asking
There
that
are,
question.
look, you know, a lot of these things that you're asking for are things that Funcom have heard, will want to hear more of, and is good feedback for them. Like, you know, we want them to know that we want these auction terminals. We want other things. I can't pause the ads anymore, but we're beyond the critical update. Are you full?
Because those, of course, you can get.
Is that the question? If you get the blades? No.
It was the question is the blade that Atreides guy had. Can you get the Atreides blade? Sorry, can you get the Atreides blade the guy has in the pit? Maybe we can go back to.
Yeah,
if you can.
see it again.
Yeah. Let's check it out again. I mean, I know someone is using the dual blades because those, of course, you can get, but I'm pretty sure that they mean.
Is this what the game has come
something
to?
from
Bored out farming spice and fuel cells in large quantities? I mean, Axe, this is what this update is all about. There's a huge amount more coming, and this spice is going to be useful. This will become the augments and such that we're going to use as part of our upgrading our characters.
Because it has the.
So farming this stuff now is going to help us when the new launch comes out. But also,
we'll have to come back to
I'm having fun chilling with the community. We're all harvesting spice. We're enjoying the game. Like, you know.
We're
currently farming resources. We're currently,
we'll get back to
using our builds. Some people are still leveling up. Some people are still catching up. Some people have only just started the game because they've got it on discounts. There's more content coming to it. There's a lot of stuff.
We're going to the next question.
I'm just going to eat a snack. I will be right back.
We'll try
Give
to
me a
figure that
second.
out for you.
Also, Demna, you should switch into the passenger seat.
Question. Why couldn't I have a dialogue option in chapter 2 to tell Arista it wasn't my fault and I was so sorry? I feel that very much.
We just like to torture you. That's no. I mean, you try, right?
If your drops
she
aren't
just doesn't really
progressing,
let you.
then I would check. I make sure that you've only got 2 Twitch streams open at most.
It's tough that you had to find out that way, but
out.
We know that you were trying your best.
Just so you know,
it's not your fault.
If you're watching Funcom and me, for example, it could be getting confused.
We know. She doesn't know though. That's the important point, you know.
It's definitely your fault.
Somebody? I can type that out for.
You're so mean.
I remember the first time Joel pitched the idea to me, and
you loved it. You loved it. Of course,
I was so for it. It's so good.
I remember as well the first time I heard about it, I was like, you're such a... Anyway, moving on. Invin91 on Twitch is asking questions of quality of life. Can we get more circuits to craft and dispatch correctly all components on storage?
We'll look into it.
All right. Not promising anything, but we never say never. All right. Nice one, Oni on YouTube. Will the swatches also be used for the building pieces so your base can be red or green, etc.?
Not for now. This is what I'm going to answer. So no, it's for the placeables, specifically some of the machines. I don't think every single placeable, but most of them.
Right,
I typed the response for Ben Fetty because I don't want him to miss out on getting an answer.
Having confirmation.
Just give me a second to keep eating.
I just got confirmation. Like this, how they doing? Like, hello, yes. Oh, we got confirmation. No, actually, I just heard that we actually do have faction plates in chapter 3.
We have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun rewards for the
factions. And we have Camille here actually showing one of them.
Oh, was that the question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I guess that was the question, yeah. But we probably didn't really, or I didn't.
I didn't understand.
I didn't portray the question well enough. I think that was on me. Yes. So there are actually, with the new faction tiers, we also have new faction rewards.
Yes, correct.
And that's
new faction rewards is also cool. I love that.
All right.
That's nice. I didn't eat very much for a snack. So we were able to answer the
question as well. Okay, another question from Cyrus Phoenix Fire. I apologize. I'm so sorry for.
I love how much she's struggling with the names.
It's
so
really cool
funny.
name, but it's also difficult. If Deep Desert will be reverted fully, is there going to be other locations for spice, sand, and plastinium ore?
We will take into account when we design and change things to make it viable for different types of playstyles. I can't commit to anything here and now. We're still figuring out design-wise and kind of how we want to land it. But when I'm saying we want to take it back to its original vision, I'm being on purpose a little bit vague for now because we still want to kind of nail that balance.
Okay, so they still haven't worked out what the balance between PvP and PvE is, and they don't really know what their path forward is. That's what I'm getting at. They're still not entirely certain on how they want that to look. They know they want to revert the deep desert, but what they're talking about there is, are they going to make plastinium and spy sand available outside of that PvP region in the future? Maybe not. That's a huge answer a lot of people have been waiting for.
There's no plan for that right now. But yeah, keep giving feedback.
All right.
So the current, plastinium on the A band and there being so much spice in the PvE area will be reduced. They will bring back a level of the PvP nature. I don't think that's a bad thing. Now there are a lot of systems in place for recovering what's lost.
It is something we've been discussing.
But I just want to make sure that's not done
insensitively.
And I think at that point that's going to push a lot of people onto private servers because you can serve a transfer.
All right, and one last question.
I think you'll find that people are like, you know what, fuck it, I'm sick of I'm sick of this toxic private public server that I'm on with these griefers or that griefers. I want to move to my own private one. I think that's what you'll see a rise of.
There's so many cool players building their own PvP arenas, so it's already kind of possible. But I guess they're asking for something more structured, in a way.
We have seen players make their own PvP
we're
arenas.
Discussing internally. This I'm not committing to anything here now because this is all about Chapter 3 now. I want us to focus on that, but definitely something we have been discussing internally.
Alrighty,
okay,
and that
so they're working on this chapter 3
the
idea.
last question for this particular segment.
Oh wait, I think I'm actually going to the
now.
wrong. This one can go to the box and we'll transport it back. The next one's can go into
no, we actually
lost one
we're
perhaps
gonna
in
look
storage.
at.
Now just give us spice to trade.
We're not opening the giveaway just yet, so don't start spamming. You
I have to go find my storage
more
container.
than enough time to enter the giveaway later when we open it up. But what we're gonna do now, after we take another quick break,
to this one, dump it in this
we're
space.
gonna look at the optional content that you can pay for. Our
Where did I leave my container? It's in this
Riders
down here.
Raiders, not Riders.
Lands.
Raiders of the Broken Lands. Right after the break.
This is the next DLC, Raiders of the Broken Lands. This is like... This is what we're excited for. Okay, it's in 3 minutes. Right. Okay. The mods have been set free again. They're live.
Ads. If you can run it now.
I can't run it now.
Okay.
Because I delayed it too much during the last one.
Okay.
I think I'll be able to run it in 2 minutes. 1 minute 45, I think I can run it, which is very unhelpful. But whatever.
Well, we got a storm hitting.
Oh, have you? Okay.
Yeah.
I do like the auto fly. It's quite nice. I can kind of get out a little bit while we're flying, rather than having just to constantly hold W, which was...
Yeah. Oh, cramping.
If I'd set my foot pedal up, I'm going to be honest with you, I would have bound W as a toggle on my foot pedal.
Oh, my thief is going to get destroyed.
I found a sheltered location for the sandcrawler.
Okay, cool. Cool. I'm almost out of the storms thing.
How's everyone out there in chat feeling about the update so far? What are your thoughts? Got any questions? Anything that you want to know? Because there are some things that I can... If you've got any questions that aren't answered, let me know. I can always pass them across the devs, and if I can get a hold of them before Christmas, I will ask them your questions, and I will pass on your bugs. Like, you're feeling like you want to run a Butlerian Jihad. Laxia, some days I feel that way, but I feel that. Every time I do a Google search now, I'm like, Butlerian Jihad can't come too soon. Didn't even realize it was dropping today because you're a bad gamer, TM? Not at all, Blade Punter. Everyone's got a lot on. It's a very busy time of year, bud. Give yourself some slack, dude. Like, you know. There's one of those things. There's the VOD. You know, this has been coming for a while. The update to Dune came out on Tuesday, and I kind of spaced it until today anyway, so... Author, thank you very much for that Prime sub. You're an absolute legend. Welcome on in. I appreciate you being here. Hope you enjoy your Bailey emotes. Speaking of Bailey emotes, look who just arrived. What perfect timing. Warlord James, we are on a network of private servers provided by Nitrado. They actually give us a world for a number of communities. So actually we run 15 private servers in a world together. You push through the storm? Nice. Look at this little cat. Those of you who are new here, this is Bailey. He is my grumpy son. He's 15. When I moved into my house 2 years ago, he was just here. And I'm now his chosen human. So that's kind of how this happens. I just look after him. He's my baby boy. Non-stress relief, hello, how are you doing? It's great to see you.
Welcome back, everybody. So now we're going to talk about the paid DLC.
Paid
Optional
DLC. Okay, so this is the
paid
DLC that
Again,
we want to see because we get this as part of the season pass.
in the DLCs. Also, because we did actually
Denmark,
learn
can you make sure that you get out and
from the
repair
previous
that?
DLC, maybe Ole Andreas, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, we
Oh,
continuously
nice, thank you. I haven't seen such
like,
to
see
make sure.
what you guys think of what we put out there, and we try to learn from it. And I mean, with the last DLC, we
baby
had
cat.
some issues with the
Oh, there's not
expectation
storage
around how many
actually,
building pieces there
down.
were.
Oh, nice.
We did address that, and we the team worked really well on fleshing out the set, and now it's a really good set, I think, in the first one. So in chapter 3 and onwards, we're gonna be super clear, transparent, predictable on what is included in a DLC. Yeah, I guess we can.
Yeah,
jump
if you guys are
into it.
wanting
So
to get back into
it's,
Dune as well, you're more than free
it's
to join our
very,
Dune
like a-
Discord and join our
a very
private servers.
transparent package, if you want it.
Yes. And
I don't know
we
if we're
also
running
learned
the
that
same
people really like
service at the
building
moment,
pieces.
sadly, while we're not playing as
They
much.
usually
Going
do.
going
I
forward,
also.
it will be very clear what's paid and what is free content thematic-wise
Yeah.
as well. So yeah, let's take a look at some. Maybe we can look at the
nice, awesome. I
infographic
didn't know it was
first.
being continued,
What
thank
is
you.
included?
Yeah.
While
let's
we get ready to show
jump
it
into
to you in
that.
game.
I
Yes.
love our community.
A meaty
Our
one.
spooks are
Can I
legends.
just say
That's
that
why.
because
It
it
is.
has over 100
It's actually
things
spook space that
in
we're
this
in right
DLC,
now.
which is actually kind of crazy.
It is. I mean, I'm super happy for the building set. It's 74 pieces of the
74
Smuggler's
piece building set, that's what we want.
set. And then
Smuggler's
you
building
have
set.
the armor and still suits
Let's
for
make
the
this
smugglers.
larger
You have
so
a
we can see
light
some
and
of the
heavy and a
images.
still suit.
Bailey is unfortunately
And then you
left.
have the 17 smuggler decoration pieces.
74
There's some
pieces,
really
yeah.
nice furniture.
It is indeed.
And
That chat
bookshelves
person wasn't
and
lying.
Cool,
They shouldn't give us a source.
placeables in there. Then you have the smuggler weapon variants, and then a
Then
raider
passenger
buggy
seat.
variant, which looks super cool. You have a Swatch that is themed as the smugglers, and then
Good
you have
job.
2 new emotes. So I think the next thing is we're gonna actually dig in and
We're gonna
look
jump
at it.
into the
Armor and
life
still
version of
suit,
those,
decoration
yes.
pieces, weapon
I see
variants,
Camille
the
here
raider
getting,
buggy
uh,
variant, smuggler
getting his
swatch, and
ornithopter
2
ready.
new
And
emotes.
actually
Awesome.
Look at,
That does
these
remind me I
things
need to.
here.
See there.
Our
Whoa.
resident builder Tor Eagle, of course, again has built an absolute
No,
masterpiece with these
look
new
at them.
Shout out to Toregel.
building pieces. Shout out to Tor Eagle, you magician, you.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Yes,
crazy.
as you see here, it's really gracefully built into the actual terrain and the geology. It's a really unique set. I think we talked about it a bit earlier. Like they're
I absolutely love that.
they're
That's a really nice
scavengers,
style.
kind of by nature and by trade, but they're not
gives me a bit of a
scavenging
Fallout
and it's not
vibe.
like a
That makes sense.
low
It doesn't
quality
look rag.
crafted
It
or
doesn't-
ragged.
Yeah, it doesn't look cheap.
They
at
really
all.
do
Fallout 4, when you get to the first kind
care
of
and they
city,
put
It's basically like
quality
I
and-
think there's like a
and
car
careful craft
plant
into
or something that's there.
what they make. So
The whole
it's
city
got
has this
a-
kind of like
a sense of
industrial
quality
vibe to it, and I get the
uh,
same kind of
but
vibe
yeah,
from this
it's-
building, these building
it's kinda,
pieces. That's
what
why
do you call it? This
it reminds me of.
style,
What did I
Can't remember the
call
name
it
of it.
earlier when we were looking at it? I don't remember what I
No,
said
I
actually.
don't remember either. Maybe you want to comment on the style.
So with the smugglers, we try to keep several things in mind. We
I'm just gonna be
we
right
have
back here
here
1 second. Just to grab a
a
drink.
very
I've
organized
drank
group,
all of my hydrations.
that is kind of subsisting on the resources that exist on Arrakis. Obviously, they are able to acquire things from other places, but when comparing them to other kind of bigger name factions like the Atreides, the Harkonnen, they don't have the same kind of production base available to them that these kind of great houses do. So while they are like, you know, the more distinguished of the groups you're going to find on Arrakis, they are still kind of salvaging a lot of their materials from things like, you know, fallen highliners or things that exist within the world. A far cry, of course, from the scavengers who have to scavenge simply to survive. They have created something that is much more refined and that suits kind of the ambition levels that they have. So style-wise, that's kind
I'm
of
gonna
where,
be so hydrated, just got a
from our
litre and a half
perspective,
of
we've been
liquids.
trying to focus on finding a way of communicating that.
It looks so
Thanks,
good
Adam.
though, especially from the inside, the windows.
I know.
I
I
love-
love how
The
the
glass
windows
ceiling
look so
tiles are
different
really
from
cool,
the
yeah.
inside to the outside
Yeah.
as well. They get
Yeah.
a completely different feel to them.
And here we also see the whole overview of all the different
There's
pieces. that
so
you're
many.
getting
Like
with
this is for
set.
all of you builders out there, and that you want a new style.
The building
to mix
is a
and
really
match or
engaging
just
part of the
completely
game,
Do your
and like
own,
I think it's almost
smugglers,
underemphasized
base
in what they've
width.
been
This is
doing
perfect
so
for
far
you.
and the way they've
Sit
like
in your
marketed the
chair.
game. But
Yeah.
You also
the building's
see a
actually
nice,
huge, and it's really good
you
fun.
got the
Actually,
Comfy
like
bed?
even me,
Oh,
who
okay, you're
made
talking about
shit
the
boxes,
steel
like I have learned that I can make a shit box that isn't quite as shit.
stylish as ever, and yeah, the comfy bed as you see.
I won't admit that
I also really like
shit
the
boxes
lamp
don't
for
have
some
their
reason.
place.
I really like the lamp.
I actually saw on the
It's so
NDA PTC there a lot of people commented on that. So,
But I think the building is
really cool.
undersold, and I'm
for
glad to
some
see they're
reason, I really,
focusing so
really
much
like
on it
the
because this
lamp
looks
it
really
very different
nice.
as well from anything else we have in the game so far.
That
And
light
also
looks
the
so
little
much
pieces,
better.
Of course, that you can place, little placeables.
I'm going to work out
this
where to make a
base
base, aren't
is
I?
So
only this building set and the decoration pieces. So this
Yeah.
is just built with the smuggler set.
So everything you see here, yeah. And of course the ornithopter skin as well.
No, the ornithopter skin
No.
is a normal
Oh,
chum
that's
one.
a normal one. I'm sorry. Apologies
Yeah.
for that.
But yeah, I think you have the Raider buggy
Bungalow style fits
skin
my
in there
MO.
as well.
Again, what does that
yeah,
mean?
it's the
Just
buggy.
Nice little lamp there.
you're calling me a loot
Looks
goblin
really,
again?
really cool.
The ornithopter's fitting the theme so well, so it's just like my brain just zoned down. It's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's looks
I
perfect.
just wasn't sure if it was a British joke or a
Yeah, it's
loot
really
goblin
cool. And
joke.
then
That's the question.
now that you can swatch your placeables, you can use the same swatch
Both.
to make your placeables look
Okay.
in the same style.
We do this.
Yeah, look at that.
Earthy.
I like that with the ultra wide I can pick my screen this way and still see it.
So many options. I love it. So yeah, this will be available at the same time as Chapter 3 launches.
This comes out with
and
the
you can
Chapter
go
3
on,
the same way the
Steam
last
and
time we
you can
got Chapter
buy
2
it.
with the Lost Harvest and we've got everything new.
Yeah,
is
so
just way
there you
better.
have it. A lot of content, free, and then also the DLC here is coming your way with Chapter 3. It's around the corner. We're looking at early 2026.
Oh, there's
depending on
there's 4
testing.
module slots on the.
But before we take
no, they've
another
been
quick
used
break,
there. You've got the
before-
what's
Maybe I
that
can mention.
square?
Did we
go
announce
ahead.
That's the PSU.
now,
You've
or
got
did we not?
No, I was going to do it at the end, but you can
boost
do it
and
now.
scanner.
You can do
Okay,
it
so
now.
that's
Go for
fine.
it.
That's boost and
Okay.
scanner on that one.
Yeah. Okay.
What
Since
about
we're
the
talking
ones?
about testing
until
and
we look at
everything,
one of the vehicles,
and
let's go
we're
back.
yeah,
How's the
we're
ping from my location?
shipping in early 2026.
This is what you're saying. You're in Germany.
Tomorrow,
Luther, how's your ping
this
to the
is
server?
going live on our PTC servers. More information about the time
Luther?
and so on. And right now we are going early with.
sorry, the ping's taking a while to
going
get to Luther
PTC
and
with
back.
it
That must
quite
be what's
early
happening.
because we really want your feedback and your thoughts. And
Luther, what's
and
your
what you like, so that
average
we have
ping
some
to the
time
server? Like, how's your
actually tune
connectivity
in
broadly?
and
Do you ever have any
kinda
issues?
Adjust it as people give us feedback. So please check it out.
Nice. Okay, someone in chat
Tell us
asked
what
me
you
from
think,
Germany.
give
That's
us
why I'm
feedback.
asking. But Luther's
Yeah.
from Germany as well, so someone who's in the call will be one of my mods.
So before we go into
absolutely no
another
problems.
very
I'm
quick
from
break,
the UK. I've had no issues. Sometimes the
where
servers
we
will have problems,
a
but
last
those
round
are
of
independent
Q&A
of
as
ping.
well. We're gonna start
the
our
100
giveaway,
or
so
so
now you're
MS
actually
that,
allowed
I think
to
I
spam
think I was at like
chat
70 MS last time I looked.
exclamation mark,
I have no problem at all.
With
Very
two
playable
O's.
without issues from Germany, so you're more than
AWOO.
welcome to join
Are you
Andrew
making
Postmus.
fun of me? That was a nice
mean,
awoo.
No, I just
Come on.
love how that's become a
It's
thing.
a meme. I know. I was just joking. I was like, I still
good.
love it. I think it's. I still wish he was in the game, but anyway. For those of you who came in later, you won't know where this is coming from for the vets among us here in chat. So yeah, yes. So the giveaway will unfortunately
How big
only
is
be
your
open
ping,
to
Chronos
Twitch.
2025? Yeah. How big is your ping,
At
chat?
this point, I am very sorry about this. I apologize to YouTube, to our community over in YouTube. And also, we are going to... I'm getting there, Ignacy. I'm getting there.
Okay.
talking in my ear.
So it's good enough. It's so good that
So,
Luther
also, we're
hasn't,
giving away
hasn't been the person
2
who's been the
wingings,
indicator of bad network performance,
3 deluxe upgrades,
which is nice. Playing on
and
a
10
an NAE server.
DLCs of
But there is a
your
reason why we
choice.
chose to have our
So,
servers on
spam
NAE East
away,
New York so that it balances
while
much
we
of
go
our
into quick
EU
break,
audience
and then go
as it
back
did with the
into
US audience. Because
our
obviously
gameplay
Thor's community, my community, Annie Fuchsia's community is very international. We stream across EU and US time zones. But we want to make sure that as many people from our community could be involved. Unfortunately, Ruchi, yeah, for people from Brazil, from further afield, it isn't quite as easy. I'm not sure what you expected that command to do, but a woo to you too, Neon Vice Artcar. Good job, Sarah. I'm proud of you. Thanks for taking part. I've been really enjoying this so far.
It's really.
Lizard.
I think Lost. I mean, we were always told on their roadmap that Lost Harvest was going to be kind of like, it's the content that they'd already made when the game launched. It was kind of what they'd already been working on, plus the quality of life fixes. No, Hoobsy, I'm not going to automate that because you guys would absolutely destroy it. Of course not. But no, I think that, yeah, the September patch was a bit unfortunate in that regard, because I don't think it was ever meant to be. When they talked about their roadmap, they said about everything being fixed long term. They said January for the end game fixes. They are delivering that. They actually said January to April, so the fact that it's being delivered when it is, in my opinion, is really nice. Being told January is when we're getting it is unlike a lot of other developers right now, when we're getting fixes promised and they get pushed back by a few weeks, and then you get them like the next month, and it's tolerable but problematic. They've been very consistent. They've been very on time. They've been very good with their updates. They've had to learn to communicate better. I will give you that though.
Yeah, but they also added like very big quality of life features, like the crate now.
The crate, yep, they've very much delivered what we asked for, yeah.
And the 3x3 server border issues.
Yep, the server border issues are gone. Correct. True.
So that's all development time that they also had to do while also delivering the endgame stuff. So it's yeah.
I don't know if they realized quite how popular it would be on launch. I'll be honest with you, I don't know if they realized. I think having done Conan, obviously, which has been popular and is a very well loved game, I don't know if they realized how popular it would be, and I think that could have overwhelmed. Axe, we have 15 private servers, making up a private world. 3 of them are public, and the rest of them are in our Dune Discord. So we actually have the culture on our server is quite collaborative. We don't tend to see PvP except where there's a reason to. So when you're in like a wreck and you're competing for the same resources, there is some combat. But Deep Desert, there's so much spice around that you can just collaborate and it works, which is just so much nicer. So it's about the culture of our server.
Welcome back again to our last Q&A segment, and also our giveaway that's running right now. So if you want to join in, !AWOO. Unfortunately, it's only for Twitch. We're giving away 2 main copies of the game, 3 deluxe upgrades, and
Q&A, very important
DLCs
segment. Also, Cat.
If you win, we will send you a DM on Twitch, just so you know.
Are you ready?
All right, let's get started with
Now you went to
some
over there. Nice.
We have another question from Kitty Hux. Will we be getting Atreides Harkonnen variants for our carriers and crawlers?
Demna, you can't just ask that question.
No.
For carriers, yes.
Oh, sorry, carriers.
For carriers, yes.
Sorry, my brain was in a different place. Yes, for carriers, yes, but no crawlers.
You like the AWOO? I'm glad you like the AWOO,
Right,
Sarah.
next question from Joby610 on YouTube. With the southern half of the deep desert currently,
I mean, Sheffield, I don't mind talking about it when people ask. How do you get Twitch drops? You get Twitch drops just by watching Holy Skin. That you'll be getting them now. You're getting drops now. You better see the progress by clicking on your little icon in the top right of your screen if you're on PC and browser.
Ola, you said it earlier that we intend to bring the deep desert back to the original plan or the original vision for it, basically. But there is some more figuring out that needs to be done exactly how that manifests.
Okay, so he's walked that back a little bit. It's not going to be immediate in January that they're changing the deep desert back.
Currently working through the designs and
they're working through designs.
How we figuring out how we want to actually in detail solve it. But I mean, we will take both PvP and PvE into account whenever we do this, of course. So
you can't buy them all in Ainrest. As far as I understand it, only the first 3 that you're missing are in there.
Merges.
Yes, we are
the 4, 5, and most recent, the end of them are this time.
Server or character transfer is what we're calling it. Which is basically allowing your character to transfer between one world to another, is very close. The team is just wrapping up the small minor details now, and
Spook
we're
and
doing testing. and then also making sure that it works well with everything, and the team is basically almost there with it. So expect that one to land soon. It will work with your character, your bases, vehicles, all of that. You'll be able to just back up your base and transfer over, basically.
Nice, okay.
And then server merges is a little bit further away, but also the team is actively working on it, and it's
merges is further away but being worked
of
upon.
development.
Okay.
I would say right now. You wanna
I can just say that they are using sort of the same tech basically. So like one thing has to happen before the other, and then we're good to go. But we're close.
I thought Scavengers was supposed to be the third faction and they scrapped in terms of cosmetics. I would wait and see what they're planning on doing with that. I think that they probably push that to the back burner while they rework the end game. It might very well be that they are the side that you can side with during this new story update. We don't know for certain.
We just, yeah.
You'd like to play something, but your base is gone. Well, if you're playing on our servers, we will help you get re-established. We do have community programs for helping you get back on your feet once you've left the game.
TBD,
So if you are looking to get back in, you want another chance, just reach out on the Dune Discord servers and people will help you get started again.
Tab so it doesn't clutter the inventory?
Let me do...
We don't have plans for that, but that's a suggestion that we should consider.
Yeah.
What I'm about to do?
So keep sharing through our channels, Discord and such. Warlord Platypus over on Twitch is asking, can we carry passengers between overland locations in our ornithopters? Warlord Platypus.
No.
Great.
It is something that we have been looking at, and we might look at it again. It is a bit of a tricky problem to solve. It's not like we don't want it. It's just that it's
moving two people across at the same
challenge
time
to solve. And right now, as a company, we also and as a team, we also have to focus on solving other problems. So it's not a current focus.
Moving a vehicle across was bad enough in terms of its
like
in terms of the complexity, but moving
Right.
two live inventories across at the same time,
building items be made
I think that's just a
from?
recipe for
I've
disaster. I
actually
would
pinged our
rather, for
resident
safety
builder
reasons, go
because
across separately
I have to
anyway.
admit,
in a
none
small
of us
plot
three
bridge,
here
back it
was
up every
actually
single time.
sure. We weren't sure.
It just
I'll
feels
see
safer
if
to
I
me.
can. I don't think
I know it would be convenient, but
I'll try to
I
get
don't
back
know.
on that question in regards to detailed information about the building.
I would expect it is the same as you would.
Feel like I'm
build with the
forgetting
other
to do
ones,
something,
like
but I don't know what it
Atreides
was. So
and-
hey.
if you're talking about the smuggler ones, I would
Yeah.
expect it to be the same, but we can
From the
confirm.
DLC. Yeah. So if we get confirmation on that, we'll definitely let you know.
Blade Fighter, I love that.
Can we sleep in beds now? Space God 1 is asking.
So we can't sleep in
no,
beds?
but we have been looking at that as well. Again, it's not a focus right now.
It's not. That's such a
but
low
yeah, keep giving
priority
feedback
question.
Like that,
well, the Twitch drops,
something that we
that
might
Twitch
look
drops
into
we can
the
get right
future.
now. That's the carousel you
So
can
we have
see
another
over there on
question
the
that
far
is in
side
regards
of
to
the
the building
screen on
set
the
that we
left.
also not 100%.
Those are the final
sure
items.
of.
So it's a
Will we
bunch
get
of different
half
items.
wide
The
walls
final
and
set of the
floors?
observer sets.
I'm guessing that's
the
also
holy
in
skin.
regards to the new building set. I would kind of expect so, but I'm actually not sure. I have to admit.
I don't remember. Like in my head, it's like 74 pieces. I do think so, but
Same.
But I'm not 100% sure. So we should
Same.
be confirming this.
Yes, so I
rather.
did ping Tor Eagle about that as well.
We can't see out of the screen
If
over
he
it.
has time to answer, I'll definitely update with the reply to that. Serena Savage is asking, will the relocate tool for the vehicles work on vehicles stuck in social
It should be
hubs?
underneath.
Good question.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can
will
click that
check
link in chat for
before we ship it, and then
drops.paleontologist.app
we'll see
because
what-
that's made by a lovely member of the
Vehicles
community
stuck in
and one of the
social hubs.
moderators.
How is your vehicle getting stuck in social hubs? That's
Did you go to the bar and have a few too many drinks?
Yeah, exactly, Shipper Kid. That's
you couldn't
exactly
drive
what I
home
mean.
because you were too drunk.
That question is.
So, I don't
that
think
is
it's
fine, I guess.
I
Feel
don't
free
think
to ask that
it's
question.
meant
It can
for
matter to
those
someone,
kinda
but it's so
edge
low
cases.
priority compared
if
to
you
how
can't
are you
drive,
going to
don't
make
drive.
end game
Technically, vehicles
engaging for both
cannot spawn
PvE
in
and
social
PvP
hubs,
players.
But I think
That's the
I
kind of
understand
question
what
I'm
you mean.
wanting
We'll
to
look into
ask,
it.
not
Yeah. And
why
just,
why can't
please
we
make
have
a
sleeping in
request or
beds? It
something
doesn't.
for
That
someone
seems to
look
me
into
to
it.
be such a nothing burger. But you know,
I
maybe
think
it matters to the
currently
RP crowd
the
some
tool
more. I
only,
guess they can log off while
it's
they're
only on
lying
the
in a
same
bed.
map, right?
Maybe.
You can't use tools in social hubs, so you can't do it. But I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if what the problem is.
Bias UV light would be
How-
nice. That's a quality of life for completely harvesting fields. So that's a thing.
Oh, you have to make sure you get the microphone.
Yep.
Yeah, why can't I feed my Wadi
Rashid
that's in my
Williams
container?
is asking, will there be an attachment to God of Flower Sand?
Those of you on the
Colors?
outside ring, look at all the leftover spice. There's so many different little bits of
Flower
spice.
Sand
I'm not.
Not in the plan currently.
There's a few bits in the middle that
So you
them
still
nice,
have
but I
to
think
go onto the sand, dare your life with the...
Use the compactor.
I think there was
I mean,
one
you could
piece I
just
saw
make it
earlier.
public.
Or
Yeah,
naked,
I
you can make it.
Yeah, there's one piece that's like over there
just
somewhere.
hand collect.
Nothing is like gathering
But
some
like-
flower sand early in the morning naked on the
the
sands of Arrakis.
You have some really weird hobbies,
rude
only
little-
Andreas. Let me
rude
just
little
say
worm
that. Like,
cucumber.
okay, interesting, but yeah, let's not iterate on that further. Not yet.
The ads will
maybe
be
next time.
here in a minute, so make sure
Grumpio
that you
is
get yourselves a
asking, will
drink,
there be
chat,
a
and
way
stretch.
to go back to another faction if you already swapped faction one time already? So
Okay, they're asking if you can
Defect twice.
unbetray, then re-betray
No.
someone.
If you defect once,
they
that
don't trust
they
you
won't
anymore.
have you back.
They
Yeah,
don't
if you
trust
defect,
you
they won't have you back.
anymore.
That makes sense
nope.
from at least from a logic
gotta
perspective.
choose your gotta choose your gotta choose your way properly here. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, made sense in my head. Drew Lopez is asking, is there any announcements about console release date?
No announcement. We
No
are
announcement on console release
working
date.
on it.
Can you marry the
We
NPC? Can I
have
sweep the sand out
builds
of my
running,
porch? Exactly, Ruchi.
and it's looking pretty good. There's some cool adjustments or like.
How can we get out
we're
vehicles from people that quit or move to public?
also
I have
quite
a
a bit
carrier in my
for
guild
the
base that needs
console,
to
so
take
it's,
out.
using different elements of it.
I'm going to be honest with
like
you.
the different,
Your best bet is to dismantle the
what do you call
base
it, like
around it
technologies
and
of the
allow it to be
controller, et cetera,
destroyed by the
et cetera.
sandstorm.
So it's coming along quite
Oh,
nicely.
I'm going to type that for the
but
real
no
blood. Oh no,
release date.
that's
It'll
up.
be
Nice.
late next year. Is what we
They
said
do
so
need
far.
to allow vehicles to be
Alright.
destroyed or moved if they've been there for too long, because obviously that's a problem. Yeah,
88 for
you'll
one
need to
was asking,
dismantle
what
the
about
roof in that
building
in that
items
area and
like
allow it to be
lamps?
destroyed by
Will
the
they be
sandstorm.
raised to,
If there's
like, the
no access to it,
limits?
no
Sorry,
one,
building
that
limits.
person isn't going to log on anymore.
No, mostly
maxed
this
guild
is
base,
mostly
you
a
can't.
performance concern, to be honest. So we'll.
When you say it's a max
like
guild
as
base,
we keep working on the game, we continuously optimize. We continuously look at things like this.
yeah, they're talking
If
about
we
it.
see
but
that we have the
this is
option
a,
to
this is a
raise it,
genuine
we will
problem now
definitely
for them. I want to see
do
something that
so,
they can be
'cause it's
done
one of the
in,
things that is
in the
requested.
interim, not I'll
But
wait
right
several
now,
weeks.
performance is the limiting factor, and yeah. So maybe in
It's
the future.
fully extended,
for
yeah,
now,
but
no.
you could just. You can leave it up.
All
Just,
right, how's
just
Erebus
dismantle
on
the roof
YouTube?
above it.
Any word
Don't-
on
don't
allowing
destroy the
fabricators and
thief,
stores
just
set to
literally
faction permissions?
make so the
Similarly to how
carrier
they
is
can
out
be
in the
set to
open, so the
public or
carrier is
guilds.
destroyed, and just keep the rest of the base segmented and separate for a while.
Faction
Is it possible to do that? If
permissions.
it's on the top floor, for example, you could just
Faction
leave that top
permissions
floor
on
open, take
fabricators
anything that
and
you want to
storage.
keep off of the top floor,
Oh, right.
So you can say any hardcore
and then you can
access.
rebuild it once
that
the
is not in
carrier's
the
been
plans.
destroyed in a couple of days'
That
time.
is also
That
an
would be my
interesting
advice.
Can be just nice to your faction only.
You can just put it to public.
Yeah,
and
tell the
then
Plenty
you
Shield above
say
it,
like
or
a
you know,
trade is
open
only,
like,
like
open
write a
the
sign above
doors
it.
and
No
destroy
hardcore
any
and
walls
allowed.
around it.
Yes.
Holy Skin. I
And
think
then
the
you have,
maximum,
like,
I think it's
snipers
4
hidden
hours
in
for the
the-
longest of
in
them.
the
You can check your
different
drops
mountains.
progress if you
It's a
use the
cool
exclamation
idea,
point
though, I like
drops
that.
command.
Yeah.
There's
I mean,
there's a link
the
there
idea
that takes you to
from
your drops
our
inventory
player.
where you can
Yours,
see your
yours is
progress.
fun
Mine
too.
is-
Yours
yeah.
is fun too in another way.
That's real
So
blood.
Evil Angel
Unfortunately,
is
if you
asking,
don't
will it
have
be
the
possible to
ability to
restore
move
completely
it or the
broken
ability to
armor,
contact
weapons, and
whoever owns it,
equipment?
that's all I can really suggest. I think
Currently
from my
not on the
perspective.
plans.
You might be able to contact the
recycle.
devs if you're on a public server through a ticket and ask them to get it
Yes.
moved.
And then Connor
realistically, I think
Michael
you're gonna
is
have to get
asking
it.
on
It's
YouTube,
gonna have to get
are any
destroyed by the storm.
adjustments
It's
or balances
the most
going to
reliable
be
method, I
made
think.
to
There's 3
cripple
hours for all the drops. There you go.
strike?
Even less time listening to me, Holy Skin.
Thank you.
Not a problem,
We
real
are
blood. Happy to
currently
help.
not
Sorry, I
doing,
can't do more for you.
Balancing on Cripple Strike. I think with what Alex talked about earlier with the
Drops at 1,
stamina
2, and
costs
3
things
hours. There
like
you go. Not
that,
even 4 hours.
We will see
You're
how
fine.
that's received. Basically,
To be honest, I think we both chat
so
ourselves a
we
little
do
bit there.
want
That's
to
fine.
do a full assessment of combat and balance, but I feel that
Well,
we've
4 of us, yeah, that sounds
reacted
about right. It's
maybe a
just-
little bit too
yeah.
quickly in some cases, and in that, because of that, the game has drifted in a way that we didn't really predict because we didn't fully understand the
Did
consequences.
Luther not even notice
of
until he
things.
saw
We
it on the
did
stream?
fix some
'Cause that's
bugs and
deeply
that had
funny.
consequences that we didn't fully understand at the time, and I think that we need to take a step back and look at where we are and also define
Luther
clearly
didn't even notice
where
the one
we
went
are going.
underneath of the vacuum
we
of
are
him.
not at that stage yet,
That's
but there
so
are
funny.
changes
That's a
that you'll see
Long one.
when you play, but it's not going to
Weird.
be the
Base an NPC into the base and make it
full
attack the carrier. That
package,
doesn't work
people
anymore,
are
Orbital Raccoon.
hoping for, not just yet.
But it's coming.
Also, I'm fairly sure the devs called that an exploit, so I wouldn't suggest that one.
Alrighty, let's see if you have some more questions. Let's see if you can answer some
I'll make
more.
sure. Don't trust that.
Ah, woo.
Ah, woo.
Ah, woo.
Also, I am checking in if how we're doing on the giveaway. Still going, that's good too. So remember,
I like that you can cancel the drop while it's in
if you wanna
process,
have
which by
a
pressing
chance
C
at
again.
either winning 2 full game versions, 3 deluxe upgrades, or 1 of 10 DLCs of your choice.
They're giving the game away, which is pretty cool.
Okay, we have
believe so.
Alan.
What, you've already got the
Estrada.
game, Sabu? I don't know.
Or they
What?
had a question earlier too. On YouTube, can we please have the higher tower fabricator craft the lower tier stuff as well? Probably a question for.
So it's a tricky thing in a
Hmm.
way, because like the more we optimize like this, the less need you'll have to expand your base. So we are actually careful and making sure that we want players to have all the things, so that they will have to keep engaging with the building loops and build things bigger. So we are not planning to do that just now.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, and another question from Pick Roses 24 from YouTube. When will this build be on the test server? We actually mentioned that already, but you can go into that again.
I can repeat it.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Might have missed it. Tomorrow. Yes, will be available tomorrow. Is it going to be a bigger party size? I mean, we had kind of a question like that already, but we can iterate on that.
They'll still be
Grandfather?
Yes.
Player party size.
Okay, actually, I got some answer here as well now. So
Chief,
there are half
another
walls
grandfather
indeed
worm, if you're
in
here.
the- oh, I'm sorry.
Another
I'm
chance for
having
you.
a
You've never seen it
lying or-
live.
No, I was
Hallucinating.
pretty sure. I just wasn't 100% sure. So yeah, there will be half walls in these new buildings in the DLC.
I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller
also,
while
I
we.
should get an answer anytime now regarding the actual material being used. But we have another question though. No, actually we answered that question already. But I got the answer now regarding half
Grandpa's
floors,
cranky, we woke
but
him from
not
his
triangle
nap.
floors.
Accurate.
All right, that kind of was the answer from our resident builder regarding the question for the
There's
DLC.
so much
also
movement
now
of
we
dunes
have
around.
what material. So let's see if you can answer that as well. All right, but I think.
Love the
Okay,
clicking.
that's actually a question from Nicole. What faction did you? I mean, people know I picked Harkonnen. I mean, come on. What factions did you guys pick, though? Nicole wants to know.
Atreides.
Oh, boo. Yeah.
I picked Atreides. I'm not exactly sure, because in Anarchy Online I click Omnitech all the time. So
yeah, there you go.
I surprised myself a little bit with Atreides,
Bad
but I
ones.
went
Going
for
goody,
Atreides, yeah.
Goody two shoes, which they are really not, though. Let's just say that. Pretending to be.
I have not defected yet, so maybe one day.
You're planning to defect. There you go. All right. So I am just checking in on what's going on if we have our winner draw sometime soon. It's being worked on. So we can discuss a bit more. Okay. So I want to ask you actually, because there's so much in this new chapter.
So much.
What is your favorite thing?
How do you aggro the grandfather worm? The grandfather worm is aggroed through a number of different mechanics, and it's not too clear to us necessarily what guarantee spawns it.
I mean,
we know that resetting, gathering every single
I
bit
think
of
if I were
spice
to
in your
choose one
spice
thing,
field,
I would
well, we've done
choose
that.
the
We know that aggro
difficulty
builds
scale
over time, and
dungeons.
sometimes
Or
you can
sorry,
do
the
certain
testing
things which will
stations. I think those are
automatically
my
trigger the
favorite thing,
grandfather worm.
Because I will
like
always
on the
want to be able
first
to
spice
challenge myself to
field
something a bit harder.
of the day
I'm very
after the
glad that
reset.
we're allowing
If you've done
both
a full carrier, a full crawler
solo
load,
or duo or,
leave, come
or
back,
trio or
start
four
again,
player
and then
parties
another crawler
to
joins you, it
participate in
will
them and
always
challenge
reset.
themselves. But I think that's the one thing I'm
we
looking the
don't
most forward to,
know
because I
why.
want to be able to beat it at 99 difficulty. I was trying 10 the other day with Jeff,
what, Brad, how
the
did you want to
person
trade
next to me in
spice?
the office. We got hammered. It was so hard during the duos, but it was a ton of fun. So that is probably my one thing.
Yeah, I think definitely hands down the new bosses, the new testing stations, basically, because they are much closer to the vision that we had for how they would be, basically. But you know, time and you know, being what it is, we didn't manage to fully get there. But now this is actually what we all wanted them to be. All like have them themed, have bosses, and also the fact that we find
while
we
we're
have
flying, I'm just going to
like
make the dev stream large
instancing.
again.
We have a difficulty scaling, and we're basing it not just on how difficult you choose it to be, but also how many are going in there. So like those are things that you know, as an old gameplay designer, it's like to me, it's like, well, of course we're going to do that, and now we've done it, and it's looking really good actually.
Exciting. All right.
And I think as a survival game, which Dune is, it's cool that we're going so deep into the system side for me. So I'm looking forward to the grind. For me, it's gonna be an exciting grind.
Yeah, me too. Like I wouldn't call it grind, but I love the whole like min-maxing aspect of it because I'm a stickler for that. Like I want to get the best gear possible, the best RNG, and yeah. So
Even if
I'm
it's
actually
not,
excited for that.
even if it doesn't need to be a grind, I will grind the hell out of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, am I not allowed to swear?
That's fair.
Maybe not.
All right. So we have. I hear that we're already actually we're already reaching out to the winners. So we actually have winners already. Do we have all winners? So should we just stop with the giveaway? We can move on. So unfortunately, for those of you who haven't gotten, or we're in the process of DMing you if you won, but with that said, the giveaway is over. There, so here we go. Okay. Maybe we can have the infographic up again to see how beefy this update is going to be. I think really, like, this is all the stuff that's coming for free. All the new systems, as we mentioned, based on player feedback, based on like discussions that we're following on Reddit, on social media, on different types of forums, in our Discord, of course, as well. And I think it's a very, very, very good foundation that we have built here to really also, you know, expand on and like, you know, work with.
We got some exciting plans in the future, building on top of this and fleshing out other aspects of the game. So look forward to that. I mean, the game has been out for only 6 months already. Sometimes it's like mind blowing.
Yeah, it's actually
6 months
hard to think about that.
And I'm super excited because we have a ton of stuff for you all
that.
to share and play in Chapter 3. Did you have something on?
Hold the mic.
Brimstone, thank you very much for that resub with Prime, buddy. The second month, you're a legend. I really appreciate that. Those of you out there who have Amazon Prime, you should know that you do get a free Prime sub once your Twitch is linked to your Amazon.
And,
this is part of the obligation that Amazon owes you. That money is free. Like you have a free Prime sub. Make sure you use it. Because if you don't, Jeff Bezos keeps that money and he jealously hoards it in his vault, especially marked for making a diamond statue of himself on the moon.
So we got that out of the way.
So yeah, don't let him make a diamond statue on the moon. You don't need that. Billionaires don't need diamond statues up there.
Thank you for being
exactly. Don't fund it. Make sure you use your Prime sub. Use it here. Use it on Ferret Software. Use it on Alvia Sanctuary. Make sure you use your Prime sub. Very important.
It's quite a pack to not confuse anyone. With those really fun placeables, the strategy table, and the little things you can play with. There you see it again. I'm a huge fan of this. I just like little tidbits like this that work for role playing as well. It's just like beautifying your base. Very cool things. And also remember to follow our socials, Dune Awakening everywhere. Join our Discord. Keep giving us feedback. Possibly, if possible, constructive feedback that we can really work with as well, because we do actually
use yours on Ferret Software. Makes sense.
It's important to us. But yeah, I think other than that, I'm just getting a message here. Okay, all good. Cool. All right. Yeah, that was it. Thank you so much to my guests here, Viljar and Ole Andreas.
Thank you.
And we do, of course, hope to see you for the next stream. And stay hydrated, sleepers.
That is the end of the Dune stream. Let me just get this sorted. You know what? I'm just going to fly this back towards here. Just auto fly. We'll do this. Anthroposmus, thank you very much for that Prime sub. You're an absolute legend. I appreciate you. Well, that was a really interesting dev stream, and I'm really glad that we did actually take the time to watch that, because that really gives us a kind of a viewpoint of the way that the game is going to be moving forward. Are you going to work? Game. Transform. Center horizontally. Nice. There we go. Functional UI again. No, wait. We don't need a Kronos diamond statue. There's no diamond statues allowed. If you're gonna put a diamond statue of me anywhere, make sure it's like glinting through the window of someone who's like really just annoying. Like, what's the name of the guy who patented the color black? Was it Anish Kapoor? He patented like Penta Black. Maybe like just do it to annoy him. You know, that kind of thing. Just for the fun of it. Yeah, the Vanta Black dude. Exactly. Yeah. No PvP updates. No rework of skills that no one takes. This. One second, so let me just fix my stream. I've broken something. There we go. No PvP updates. Not necessarily true. They talked about, they're literally talking about bringing back the Deep Desert back to its PvP state. So I think there is a PvP update, is there not? Is that not a PvP update by itself? I mean, I guess it is somewhat subjective. And yeah, there are skills that are currently a bit lackluster, but they did show a big skills rework. So they've shown they're rebuilding how skills are going to work and how they're going to be applying those kind of... I think there was upgrades, and you could apply... I think they're saying Spice Melange is going to be used to kind of invest into your own skills so that you can, you know, going forward, bend and kind of specialize your skills as you saw fit. So I'm not convinced that there actually is a... I do believe that there is actually, you know, a PvP update. I think that is the PvP update. So, you know, the guy made the pinkest pink. Exactly. Yeah, when you buy it, you have to like consent that you're not Anish Kapoor. You're not buying it because he's banned from sale. It's hilarious. I think it's the most passive aggressive use of copywriting that I've ever seen, and I absolutely love it. Stuart Semple is the guy. Yeah, he made like the pinkest pink, and he makes like you know, the brightest white, like the whitest white kind of thing. It's just deeply funny. And that's the kind of pettiness that you expect to see sometimes in the art world, and it's just absolutely hilarious. Because I've bought paint, you know, where you've had to say I am not, you know, I'm not Anish Kapoor. They did say PV in the other playstyles. I assume other is also PvP. Did they say when server merges will come? No, they were talking about Chapter 3 in this update, so very much talking about how they're going to be moving the story and the content forward. Those kind of balances and quality of life changes were not the focus of Chapter 3, and therefore... One second, let's just allow that, because that's not a problem. I need to rework this AI, because Twitch's moderation stats is awful now. The problem with saying Deep Desert change is the PvP update is that they've said they have no details. Yeah, they're still... That wasn't meant to be the PvP update. That wasn't an update for PvP. That's not a thing. You know, that wasn't meant to be that. This was about Chapter 3. This was about the story and continuation of PvE. It was about the rework of the Landsrad. There was nothing in there substantial about PvE. There wasn't really anything substantial about server transfers either, which obviously are something that we need to know a lot about. They've said they want to bring the Deep Desert back, but it was a statement of intent. It was not any kind of, this is going to be our approach, this is exactly what we're doing. So yes, if you were watching that expecting a PvP update or really hoping that you'd know what the PvP future of the game looks like, I can see why you would be disappointed right now. I completely agree. I completely understand. That wasn't what was meant to be in here, and I think that while we were hoping for news on that front, the news that we've actually received is they're still working on it. They've said that they broadly want to move the Deep Desert back to the way it was. I still don't think they know what they're doing with it, and like I've said, I strongly think that my belief on this is now that they should be, rather than making the Deep Desert less PvE than it is now, like this Deep Desert is a write-off. Like, this system does not work. Give us a separate area. Make sure, say to everyone, look, this area of the Deep Desert that we're now in is so vital to spice production, and this, you know, what you've been doing is so vital to spice production, that the Emperor has declared this, you know, protected. Wait, where did I... leave my... Oh dear. It was either that one. Wait, it's empty. Can I not just... That'd be fascinating. How do you vulture mode with a carrier? You had to not be carrying anything. That's not... Okay, no. Further up, I think. Sorry, let me continue what I was doing. Sorry, I got distracted. What I think you need to do is you need to say this deep desert, because of the spice production, the Emperor says that it's now under Canley, you know, and you add in a new PvE system. Add in large wandering events, which are large sand crawlers with a carryall. Players can land and attack those, but they will summon a Sardaukar force. Let that be the end game PvE raiding in here. You've got certain amount. You fight off the house troops that are defending it. Then you've got to get out of there. You've got to loot it and get out before the Sardaukar come. If the Sardaukar are there, you could fight them, but they're going to be the most intense enemies you've got. Make a separate area in the overland map dedicated to PvP. Give it areas which are no fly. Give it areas which have radiation in them. Give it areas that are inside rifts. Make it so there is a variation of server size, and make it so that anytime you are in there, you are in PvP. The whole map is PvP from the moment that you load in to the moment that you leave. Now, make sure that that has all of the same resources as the Deep Desert, but more of them. So if you take the PvP risk, it is 100% worth it because you get more resources out. That should be absolutely a thing. Make it into, when you go into the Dark Zone, you want to extract these resources and get out from the Division. That, I think, works better, and it means that when you go into this zone, there's none of this, oh, is it PvP, isn't it PvP? You know where you stand. It ties it into the lore through the Emperor, through the Sardaukar, through this area as being massively rich in spice production. Because no one wants to PvP here anymore. We want cool PvP environments. We want small, tight arenas. We want large open rooms with different loot in them, with different areas that we can choose to engage. And that way you can have, you know, you've got a faction base in there. You can have a Harkonnen base, and you can have an Atreides base in there that sell blueprints, a bit like the Landsrad does. And then you can assault those if you really want to, if you really want to do a big end game raid as PvP, but know that there is a level of risk to it. And I think that's what you have to do. I think broadly that would land better than just trying to fix what is. The Deep Desert works the way it is now, and I'm not necessarily sure that it works well, but this is what people are used to now. And to go through that level of change rather than just, this is your new PvP area, let's focus on balancing PvE and PvP separately. That's what we need to do. Come on, like, let's separate the two areas out at this point, allow players to engage in PvP consensually, and allow the players who choose to take the risk and choose to, like, go that extra step, give them extra rewards for their hard work and their risk taking. Give people a reason to PvP. Because that's how you end up with proper PvPing rather than griefing. So, when I put my my cargo container in that super safe location, I mean, look, I was expecting there to be an icon on the minimap. I'm definitely the owner and I can't see it. I can't rebuild it, so it's not been destroyed by a storm. Annex Analysis, thank you for the 10 community gift subs. You're an absolute legend. Thank you for giving out subs to... Those names are... Some of them are... Why are they all... Oh, they're showing as their random stringed ones. Oh, this is a Twitch bug. I can't remember how to fix that. Thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. It looks like it might be anonymized. I don't know why. think I might know why. I think I had a moment. No clue either. Thank you very much, Annex. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you very much for the gifts, and thank you for the support. I hope that you're doing well as well, Annex. Good to see you. It's been good doing some AOC stuff. No, they're not. This is a thing that happened on Twitch. I had a conversation with a partner manager about this at TwitchCon, and it's a bug where basically Twitch just loses track and just spits out a random string of an identifier, and then thinks it's actually the person's username. So when you click on their name, it looks for the hyperlink in the wrong location, because that's not actually a hyperlink to an actual user. It's not tied to something else. So I might have had a strong, but it could also be Twitch having a strong, because we know that Twitch is, you know, prone to doing that. Jay Psycho started a hostage train, but the joke's on him. Thor wasn't planning on leaving anyway because he's playing Ashes. That's hilarious. I mean, worst case scenario, I'm fairly sure it was just a completely empty container, so I'm just going to replace it. How much the new DLC was going to cost? It's going to be part of the season pass, if you've already got the season pass. So if you've already got the ultimate edition of the game, etc., then you should be good. There it is. It's where it is. I just had a moment. Don't worry. I just had a strong. I found the container, chat. Panic over. I left it somewhere very, very safe. That was the problem, and you're all going to get to see where I you know, left it in a nice safe location in just a moment. Let me just restart the music for the stream. Let's do this. Excuse me. Ooh. You held shift to go into vulture mode with the container beneath you, Sabu. That was smart. You're not dead. Nihilus, welcome on in. It is great to see you, but thank you for the tier 3 sub. How are you doing, dude? It's been a little while. Amazing to see you, dude. Were you lured back in by the promise of Dune updates? Thank you, Red Rover. There it is. See, look, I left it somewhere perfectly safe in a crevasse. Or a crevice. It's irrelevant whether or... There's a couple of people in Discord who've reminded me that I've got a base 1,000 meters away from where I abandoned that I could definitely have just not done what I did. But hey, that's the whole thing. It's a thing. Have I been in touch with Thor about AOC? I have not, because I've been focusing on Dune today. I know that he's... I know that he's obviously got slots in the guild, or the guild's been leveling up, and there was a downtime on the area. But the guild's leveled up again. But no, I've been doing Dune today. I'll be back in Ashes tomorrow. Let's not do that. Oh yeah, this is the most convenient spot for a carrier to land, didn't you know? Like, look, it's perfect. Just kind of purchase. What's... I don't know why people are so upset about me parking on corners. Anyone looking for a good server to play, join Stoneheart, including you. Not many PvP, but your guild run the Deep Desert PvP. We've got a really good private world set up. So we've got 15 servers of the community all networked together. So while it's a very kind offer, we're actually pretty good on our current network. Thank you. Nitrado have been kind enough to provide us, because this is my community. This is Winky's, Annie Fuchsia's, Pirate Software's. You know, we we all kind of came together right at the launch. We're like, we're all interested in playing this and doing so together. I was going to fly out to your base. You want it in this base? Yeah, okay. Fine. That saves me work. I love this. When you say that that box is full of water, you mean it's full of people to turn into water? Or it's full of liter johns full of stuff? You fill the container full of 20 liter johns and that's how you transport your water. I don't know if it's madness or genius. Because that's, what, 300... That's 3,000 liters. That's 3 million water. Okay, wait, I want to see where your spice refinery is. I want to see how much spice we've harvested just on this run. All the way down. Okay, well, I guess that because the spice container is huge. Non-stress relief, thank you very much for that Prime sub. You are awesome. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. So how much did we make? Okay, so 100,069. Perfect. 10 runs at 2,000 melange. Just a small amount of melange. The thworm is ridiculous. Why would I use the stairs if I don't have to? You didn't create a what I call, you know, the Kronos jump. Yeah. Okie dokie. It's in the middle section. Oh, I went up the top. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Oh, what, in the middle? Oh. Nice. This is a very well organized through this door. Yeah, I did. 1, 2. I can do that. Oh, so people can reach out to you and you'll process the spice for them. That's very kind of you. That's the Lost One Prat, everyone, if you're wondering. You do know I'm 100 short, right? $5% underpay. I can't believe you try and underpay us. That's... I'm gonna have a word with the union. That wasn't negotiated. There was no fee negotiated. You can't impose that. You can't post that post fact. There we go. Amazing. Thank you. I'm not sure. I mean, we don't have enough spice. That's the problem. I'm personally really short on spice. So, those of you who don't know, this is Bailey. Hang on, I'll mute with Discord. This is Bailey. He's 15 years old. He's a big baby. He moved in... Well, I moved into this house 2 years ago, and he was living in the garden because he's technically my next door neighbors, and he just kind of lives here. You know, like, when you just, like, you'd let someone live in your house because they're cute and fluffy, and then all of a sudden you've got a cat, and it's 2 years later. Are we able to reset large spice fields? You can by... You can buy a few things that you can do, but the absolute surefire way is harvest every single bit of spice from it. Once you've harvested the entire field, every single drop, including the invisible stuff around the edges, mind you, it will reset. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass to do that. Given some head pats from the Bailey cam, I can do that, but he's having a clean. Oh, there you go. You want some rubes? Hey. Oh. You want the rubes? Yeah, so lovely. You are, aren't you? So adorable. Yeah, he's a nice cat. Nah, real talk. This is my grumpy son. I love him more than anything else. I was very, very worried about him in early November, late October, before TwitchCon, because he got a little bit sick. He had some issues with hairballs, and it took him a little while to get over it. But I was devastated, man. It. This is the new drops. Yep, that carousel you can see is the new drops, Admiral Zog, indeed. He has indeed gotten all better. He's just a big baby boy now. He looks like your Coach 13, same little white socks. Oh, I'm really glad. I love, there's a lot of people who post in our Discord and our pets and plants and stuff channels. And we've got, you know, you're thinking of getting the last caretaker. Is it worth the cost or should I wait for a sale? It might be in the Steam Winter Sale, Troytech, which I think started today. The 18th? I think the Winter Sale started today, so maybe see if it comes up in the Winter Sale. No, I'd do anything for this cat. That's how this works. Except, I'd do anything for him, including not give him chicken when he demands it, because... Oh, the thing on the floor, it's a piece of cardboard. He's not going to eat that. Cardboard. He's not interested. He's very good. What does he weigh? I think he's 4.2 kilograms now. So when I moved in here, he was 6.3. So yeah, 6,322 grams. He was very chubby when I moved in because he was being fed by 3 or 4 houses on the street. And while I'm sure he very much enjoyed that, it wasn't the best for him. He was your cat's 11.2 kilograms. Your cat is 2 of Bailey. More than 2 of Bailey, nearly 3. You can't be a Maine Coon. That makes more sense. Maine Coons are massive, but like otherwise that's not a cat. That's like a lynx. Oh Lord, you coming exactly. You can't stop me, Sabu. Jeez, Maine Coons are ridiculous because they are basically just tree hunting cats. They are basically dogs with cat, like, you know, just with a cat skin. Although Bailey is a dog with a cat skin. Thank you for lurking here, Mr. OMG. Why is the Twitch? I'm gonna go to war with Twitch's Automod. They changed it because I've never had this many like flags in one day, and I've not changed these settings for months. I got one of them. I need to get the other one. Maine Coons have got they've got that like Chad jawline, you know. Like Maine Coon rocks up at the bar and you know everyone's like, damn. Some Maine Coons look like proper like little lions. It's great. I know, Glorious Black. I know. But it's also other things like, you know, we had somebody get caught for aggression. The Ron Perlman, yeah, Ron Perlman's like an animagus. Yeah, exactly, yeah. How do you get enough intel points on live to unlock the cargo container? Run one Deep Desert A-band testing station. Just one of these testing stations down here will give you 30. So if I zoom, see one of these, for example, it'll give you 30 of them. That's not my problem. I ain't dealing with that. Guessing they're from Maine. I'm fairly sure they're like from like deep arboreal forests, aren't they, Maine Coons? Yeah, that is a sandstorm. The bloody sandstorm, chat. We can just stand here and watch the storm just fly past. How rude is it? That was exactly. They're very rude. That's directly in the path of where I want to be as well, because it's direct. Like the people who are at the location I want to get to are telling me, "Oh, don't fly out. There's a storm coming. We're all going to die." I think it's fine. I think it's a skull tissue. That's what I think. It's one of those things. Just do that. Oh, hello. Oh, it's Oaksy. Nice. Hello. Horrible weather we're having, isn't it? I can't hear them, but it's very funny. Start dipping your toes into deep desert PvE, too slow for PvP. Are the testing stations tougher than the Haga ones? I think my gear needs to be upped. So, Carforth, if you're able to do the highest level of research stations in the Haga Basin, so you're talking about the ones that are north of the, so like in the Udam, north of that, up on the shield wall up there, if you can do those high level PvE areas, like the stuff that requires like, you know, Duralumin, those are the same difficulty level as the Deep Desert A band ones. So in the A band, the starting band of Deep Desert, the PvE, there's always been PvE, sorry, it's not the PvP section anymore, PvE section anymore. The ones that are down here, I wish I could zoom out this map further. The ones that are in like A-band, these are only as difficult as the Haga Basin ones. So you're good in that regard. See if you can fly above the storm like the movie. You can fly through the storm in a carrier, which we've done before, but you not really worth doing unless you have to. Luther, thank you very much for the reset, buddy. 7 months. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator Luther. I appreciate you. You can do those hard hangers on a good day. I hope that you can do them, Carforth. Some of them are easier than others. I think that like testing station 37 is quite an easy one. So the one that's in Alpha 2, you can probably do a little bit more easy than some of the other ones because it separates the areas of difficulty out. It's basically 3 rooms that stagger the enemies a little bit better. The only difficulty might be that end room, but I think that's true of all of them. 93 is easy as well, so there you go. The ones further out in the deep desert are tier 6. Those can be very, very difficult. There are certain types that have a spawn room, so they'll trap you in the room and you cannot leave until either you kill the enemies or you die. Those ones are a bit more difficult, but that's in the deeper parts of the deep desert. At that point, you might find that, you know, teaming up with people might be an option. I would always say that I would remind people that like Dune is collaborative. If you're on our servers, you can ask in the Discord. You find out if someone else is doing that content. Ask in the Deep Desert chat. Just because I don't check Deep Desert chat doesn't mean that other people do. Other people don't even. Because you know I'm used to things getting typed in there that probably isn't suitable for stream. while I would ban that kind of person, I don't necessarily want to expose stream to it. So there's always me people around, and with server transfers coming, if you're struggling with content, you might be able to join servers that where there's more a collaborative kind of gameplay session. So you might find that you can resolve some of those issues that way as well. Because I'll be real with you, like, I know how it is, you know, if you've got like health issues or you're busy and stuff, you haven't got the time to level up, you know, you can feel like you're not carrying the team the same way, but like people will work with you. Like a lot of us have run these stations dozens of times. We can do half of them in our sleep. You know, most of us can, we've got the gear that we can solo them if we really need to. So if anyone wants help, we're always pretty much happy to help someone out. Like it's never really a problem. See, that was a question there that I missed. No, we don't use large fuel cells, so we use industrial lube. We have 31-day power cycles that way. If I back up my entire base from the Haga base of the new pool, can I put it in deep desert? No oral XP. I think it snaps back into the same location as you had it in Haga. As long as there's space on that location. Oh yeah, Jameson, yeah, you can solo them, but it takes you a long time, and you have to be very careful about the level of control. Demnar, you, Demnar? Oh wait, I should unmute if I'm going to ask Demnar a question. Demnar? Would you like to get into the vehicle? I'm directly above you. Follow the large buzzing noise. Yeah, well, the backup tool is designed to back up your base. It's not designed to be a this is how you easily deploy out to deep desert. It's not meant to take that gameplay loop away. And I wouldn't use it, but like it's got a very, very long cooldown for a reason. Go, Spice Rumba! No worries. Catch you later, One Pratt. Thank you very much for the help spicing and the help processing. I appreciate it greatly. Leaders. Thank you, One Pratt. As a dog person, you refuse. The cat's not cute. He is. Look at him. He's just a baby. He's just having a clean. You were a dog person until I couldn't walk one. Now I'm a cat person. See, I have I don't show it very much on stream, but I've got spinal issue, and it does flare up quite often. I will go between stages where I can't walk, and at the moment, I'm actually quite glad that I haven't got a dog, and that Bailey looks after himself so well. Because he was independent before he obviously met me, like he was living by himself outside looking after himself. I can help him, sure, but like, he doesn't need me in the same way. And therefore, if I'm having a bad day with my back, I would feel so awful if I had a dog and I had to look at them and trying to explain to them, I can't walk you because I can't walk myself. I just don't think I could deal with that when my back is really bad. So I'm actually very, very grateful right now that there's a cat in my life. I feel very lucky, very blessed. He's a good boy. When people ask how do I do what I do, like how do I deal with some of the stresses of moderating for large communities and stuff, my basic answer is I pet my cat when I'm having a bad time. Hello, Twin Blade. It's good to see you again. I'm more than happy to be your Twitch drops, dude. I'm happy with that. Good to see you, man. How's it going? I do post a photo of him every single day on Blue Sky. It's the only thing I use Blue Sky for. I actually said to a brand recently, no, I will not do a social post on Blue Sky for you for a sponsorship because I only post a photo of my cat unless he poses with the product, then that's it. That's not happening. So that's what I do. That's what Daily Bailey is. I've been doing that for 418, I think, was yesterday's Daily Bailey. So we're doing pretty well. I think I've missed one day because of jet lag and time zones once because I was flying back. Am I a sciatica sufferer? I am indeed, yes. L4 and L5 issues. Yeah, right leg. Right leg bad. Sometimes left leg can be bad, but mostly right leg. He likes chilling with me. Yeah, he'll sometimes... He'll kind of vary it. Sometimes he'll spend all day sitting and chilling like alongside, and some days he won't come in and visit at all. That's one of those things, I've been dealing with that since I was 12 years old. No, Sindri, I haven't... When I do the extra daily Baileys, I claim them, so they're unredeemed. But if I'm not going to do them, I will refund them. I refund them semi-regularly and let people get the money, get their points back. Because I take the daily Bailey every day. I don't have a bunch in advance I save up. I take a photo of him every single day. That's what that post is. So if I spend all day streaming, for example, I haven't taken a photo, and sometimes that will cause me to delay, and I'll have to get one that's not as good, etc., etc. So that's how that works. But yeah, some days that'll be why I can't stream. That was an issue a couple of weeks back. I couldn't stream because after TwitchCon my back was just in absolute tatters. Indeed, Brady. Yes, we are on the final observer set. So it also includes some of the pieces from 4 and 5 if you missed those on the last drops giveaways. So it's actually good for those people who might have tuned out a bit from the game and maybe missed the last couple of drops. You'll have the options. Oh, Brady, choose Thor. Thor is the better streamer. Not a problem. I will be live for longer today than normal. I'll probably be live. I've still probably got a good 4 hours in me of those of you who are here for drops, so don't you worry. If not, I'll be going for more. Like I was very clear with the community and with my partner. You know, I've set up my I showered and everything this morning rather than doing it this evening. I've made sure I've eaten already today rather than waiting till after stream, because I knew that today would be a drops day and I knew that we'd want to harvest spice and chill and relax and do a bunch of stuff. So you can complete the set later on when Thor finishes if you really want. And Twitch will normally track you watching 2 streams at once in terms of watching 2 streams at once in terms of progress, although it can sometimes get a bit buggy. But you know, don't feel bad if you want to keep watching Thor. I feel you should. He's good spine support is a bloody pain in the ass to figure out. A good bed is an absolutely critical thing to it. I credit the fact that a couple of years ago I got a good bed sorted, and it really did change my recovery from my back. I don't think it will be a long like 22-hour plus like 24-hour stream, but it will probably be like a good 12 hours easy, like if not more. Well, at this stage, yeah, 12 hours is guaranteed. Thor is good. No, you can't. No, Thor is not good spine support. That's not how people work. That's why I'm being so careful to make sure I take my ad breaks and I do my stretches, because the longer I do my stretches for, the more I look after my body, the longer I'll be able to stream for without it being a problem. Have I tried a chiropractor? The funny thing is that if it wasn't for a chiropractor, the NHS would have severed my hamstrings when I was a teenager, thinking it was growth pain related to my muscles, rather than thinking, oh wait, you're experiencing severe nerve and muscle pain in your right leg. Maybe that's sciatica. No. So went to a chiropractor. I was in the room for maybe like 2 minutes before he said, one of your shoulders is lower than the other. Take off your shirt. He looked at my back for a second and said, go and get a scan of this specific area of your back. Went for a scan within, I think, a few days. Oh, sorry, I got the worm heebie-jeebies. Within a few days, like this guy was proved 100% right. I did get the worm heebie-jeebies. See? Always spend most money on things between you and the ground? Yeah, exactly. Chiropractors can be good. If I have particular issues, I will see a chiropractor, but most of my issues can be managed by doing my stretches, making sure that I'm spending enough time, like, out and about, and sometimes I need time walking around. Sindri, 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much for that. Some of those aren't randomized. Trucker Kane. Interesting. I wonder what's going on. I'm going to take a couple of screenshots and send them across to my Twitch partner manager. Do that. Sorry, everything will freeze for a second. There we go. Extra chicken for the real streamer. I will ensure that he gets extra chicken. Noah runs around. Last time it was what was it last time? It was because of it's basically pulling like a unique string rather than anything else is what they came out with. Like it's an identifier string that when you click on the name, it thinks it's an actual username, but that's actually their identifier string on Twitch's end, supposedly. That's what it was last time anyway. So I've passed it on. We will see what it is. If it is, then thank you very much for the gifts because they still support me, but this is the issue. Twitch has been having more and more issues recently. And I was having a conversation with somebody who said that actually when they disabled 2K streaming on their channel, suddenly their stream was like 3 times more stable. They were dropping frames less. They weren't having issues with ads being so slow. And I wasn't necessarily sure what the correlation is, but the problem with that is that like a lot of things on Twitch, you rely a little bit on mythology because it's impossible to objectively test and know exactly what's going on the back end because we don't really trust the systems. And I think that's the issue, that actually we rely on Twitch to tell us what's up and what's wrong. And Twitch are not always the best at communicating sometimes. Funny that. What do you do when you build Mark 6 helis, get best sets and gun, now what? If you've hit the end of the content, Chicknora, and you know, you're at max level and you've got all the skills unlocked that you want and you've got all the blueprints that you want, then you might be at the content cap. You might just need to be like, you know what? I'm going to put my base into stasis. I'm going to take a break until January when there's loads more content and other things coming. You might be at that point. And don't try and force yourself beyond that point. I would be really clear that, like, go and play another game. Play another game that you will enjoy more. Because that's more important. That is genuinely more important than forcing yourself to play a game that from what you've communicated, what do I do next? I'm at Mark 6 helis. I've got best sets of my gun. What now? If you're asking what now, you might be at the content cap. You had issues with gifting and subs. It declined any and all cards. That's up to PayPal because Twitch wouldn't accept any card. Twitch's having some problems. OD, the Twitch stream that we saw today said January. That's what we were communicated today. In all the ways that matter. That's a little bit soon. See if the worm comes back. I don't think it's bad. Worm despawned. How'd you leave base in stasis? You tired of logging in just to charge up shield? Well, Kojo, they released on Tuesday an update where you can put your base into a base backup tool. It backs up your storage, your water, your production. It means that you are basically free to step away from the game without fueling your base up every week. It's a huge quality of life improvement. They've taken a lot of time to test it, make sure it's landed right, which I appreciate. Making sure that works well is really important. I wish we had this at launch, but, you know, this is where we are now, and anyone who is coming back to the game who has lost their base, if they're on our servers, we try and help them catch back up. We offer them, you know, an ornithopter, we offer them Mark IV tools so they can skip past some of the stuff that they would be stuck by. We do our best to help them out, you know. Now people can back up their bases. That means that you can step away from the game for 3 months and you haven't got to worry. You're not going to lose your progress. If someone steals your place in the meantime, you can move to a different siege. There's different sieges on the same world. It doesn't really matter a huge amount which siege you're on at that point. If you've got friends on that siege, just wait on that siege or just move in with your friends. we want to besiege and then transfer the stuff over the border with the new cargo container, which carries 15k. There's ways around it now. You logged back in and saved your base from decaying. Well, good job, Nihilus. I'm really pleased to hear it. It's a good faith move, exactly. What server and area do we play on? We play on NA East. We have a network of 15 private servers, 3 of which are completely public, 10 of which are password protected, and 2 of which are streamer and their community onlys. Because we share our community, as we share these servers that we're on here with Winky server, Vicky's, Annie Fuchsia's, Pirate Software's, quite a few large communities of really cool people. We've been working together on Dune since start, and their communities dip in and out, and I keep those servers running. I moderate them with the mods who are in the call with me, that we're currently doing spice harvesting with. We just do what we can as a community to kind of keep it going, and I'll be real, like, we're out in the deep desert here, and people keep asking, oh, how come you haven't been attacked yet? We've got a very collaborative community. People recognize that the PvP that takes place is over something that matters. You know, we PvP over like the Fallen Rex, for example. We PvP over the PvP areas of the ship where there isn't instance loot. We make sure that when you're fighting someone, it actually has, like, stakes. Spice denial doesn't stop anyone anymore. All of the largest groups already have a huge amount of spice. We're just doing this for fun now and for community. Like, so yeah, there might be a little bit of disagreement if you're in a carrier group and someone rocks up on your so someone rocked up now, tried to use a compactor on this sand, we'd probably attack them, yeah, because they'd be disrupting our operation. But as long as people don't bother us, that's kind of become the overall way of doing it. It's you only fight when there's a reason to do so. You still hand farm? A lot of solo people will, because solo hand farming makes a lot more sense. But if you're solo hand farming, you should be aiming for medium spice blows, which is what we have on the server. Anyone who is using medium production at this point still uses assaults for that, and they use them with they use them on the medium blows, and it works really well as a rule. Yeah. The ads are here. Make sure that you guys are getting up, getting yourself a drink. You are looking after yourselves. If you're here for the long haul, I really appreciate it. Thank you all very much. If you are here and you're looking to do stuff, that Thor is haunting, Fleshkeeper Thorak, yeah, it's great. I love it. If you are, you're here lurking, it would be a huge favor if you could use that YouTube link in the chat and subscribe. I need 15 subscribers to start moving my YouTube forward to 500 subs, which is a huge threshold. I think it was last time I checked. Thank you all very much for being here, and the people who have supported me so far. Getting to 500 subs is a nice step on YouTube. It's kind of the step up to moving forward with it. So I really appreciate all of you being here. Anyone who does choose to follow in that regard. That worm dived. Don't like that. I'm gonna have a drink. Already subbed? Oh, Hoobsy, that's because you're a legend. Thank you very much. See, that worm was waiting for us. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you. That will mean that I can start doing a little bit, because I want to do a little bit more on YouTube. I want to like the D&D sessions. I've really enjoyed those being little separate segments over there, so that people can enjoy them after the fact. So that they're there for, like, if I'm having a bad day, I can just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna go and watch the campaign that I did with Curly and Thor and have a laugh, about the rock that broke 2 NPCs' arms in a row. Like, I don't know. I think there's just so much fun stuff that I can do, and I'm so grateful to all of you who make that possible. So thank you all very much for being here. Critical fart. My first roll of the campaign was a critically fail on the. Oh, is that a worm from Sabu? Just after we've just lifted up. Just spawned in. It wasn't in its aggression state, so it shouldn't have damaged the vehicles afterwards. But you don't want to risk it, do you? We got that one in time. No one said uppies. I would like to point out, nobody across comms said the code word for being picked up. You still think Bailey was a cheat code I roll when he's around was pretty amazing? I appreciate that. The tinfoil hats were fabulous. I've still got mine. See, look, I'm keeping my moon armor safe for the next session. Don't risk the moon armor. Don't risk the moon armor. It's fine. Hang on, I need to pick up Demnar so I can focus on the moon armor. I realize I might sound like a crackhead for prioritizing my moon armor over Demnar, well, over, you know, doing the, but I don't want to leave Demnar to the worm, you know. I just need to be a good... The moon armor is very, very important, you're right. There was no scared cry, Balthazar. That was the worst bit. Like, no one else noticed that worm. Oh, there's a lot of missed spice on this harvest. I'm not the most impressed at the amount of spice I'm seeing on the outside ring. Look at all of this missed spice. This is not... There's too much residue being left behind. Luther is drastically protesting that that's not them, and to be fair, the UI would indicate that actually isn't them. Oh yeah, the other one from earlier was very good, Balthazar. Don't worry, we'll turn that into a sound alert, I think, at some point. I'll go back through the clips and make some sound alerts of Demnar and Luther both crapping themselves. You've clipped both? Amazing. Thank you, Balthazar. See, that's a dive. Dive. No. Sometimes the tails flick up into the air after this. That's when you get the Sky Halud risk. You saw that? That level of ground difference. Going too fast. Snarky Dad Gaming, if you're gonna go over it twice at full speed, or... So if you're gonna go over it twice at half speed versus once at full speed, it's the same amount of time and the same amount of passes. Look what we're doing inside. We're going at full speed and just going over everything quickly. So the system works no matter which way. We've tested it a number of times and we've harvested so much spice sand that actually it doesn't make a difference whether you're feathering it. It's actually just a matter of how much energy you put in, and it takes more to feather it at low speed. Now these guys on the guys doing the middle ring here aren't, they're not spicing experts, I would say, because they've not been doing this, you know, they're not. We've got quite a lot of spice sand. Like we know that you need to harvest every single fragment of the spice sand on the field to reset it fully in some circumstances. So we are so careful to make sure that we pick up every single piece of spice sand. Luther wants to test the height of Daddy Worm reach. Oh yeah, Luther tested it. Yeah, so at 25 meters above the worm, it'll eat you. At 50, it won't. It's somewhere between 25 and 50. Not sure what to do with this after Haga base and stuff, because I'm always stuck as a solo player. Wouldn't Smelly Desert. I mean, Daniel Tail, that's why finding a little group can be good, but also, like, in the deep desert, there is still some stuff you can do as a solo player. You can still use an assault ornithopter to gather spice sand. You can still, you know, you can still go out and get the titanium and the plastinium resources, the stravidium or plastinium from the A band. You can still do things in the deep desert as a solo player, especially currently while the deep desert is so PvE friendly up to the middle band. Which I would be clear, I do hope they change long term. I do hope that, you know, we do get back to a more PvP focused Deep Desert if that's what they want to go down the route of, or they do what I would like them to do more, which is create a separate PvE only area that has different kind of, it's not just all open that can be flown around. There's some no-fly zone, there's some like rift, there's some underground. I would like to see a dedicated PvP zone that has, you know, significantly more reward, but that is all PvP and that you're always at risk. Whereas the Deep Desert, where you're kind of like half and halving it, just say that the spice production in the Deep Desert is so vital the Emperor's declared it under Canley, and therefore the Sardaukar, you know, enforce a non-PvP rule. Just turn the whole thing PvE at this point, because it basically is, and it has been for months. All you're going to do is disadvantage new players back to the game by making it that they can't catch up. That's the big concern. I genuinely believe that a separate PvP area that's, you know, maybe only half the size of the PvE Deep Desert now, which has rifts, it has, you know, cave systems, it has, you know, like radiation zones. It has, you know, it has faction elements, so you have a Harkonnen and you have an Atreides camp in it maybe, and if you're aligned to each one, you can go visit them, but you can attack the other one. Make it so that there's interesting PvP and PvE elements there, so to encourage players to go there to PvP separately from those who are in the PvE areas, wanting to just kind of progress their characters. And it should give you more resources. To be clear, taking the risk of being in PvP should give you more resources, because you might also lose all those resources. When you and your buddy Spice, you finally pick up the carrier at the 4 minutes and you almost see the worm coming in. It can depend on a couple of things, including how many crawlers you have around, which treads you're using on the crawlers, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I would like to see a PvE raid in the Deep Desert where it's made Canley, because spice is so important to the overall empire in Dune. The Emperor declares areas under Canley because spice is so important. It's why there's the War of Assassins is allowed in certain areas of Dune but not in others. This area, there's so much spice that we produce out of it. Say that there is now, you know, a reason that the Emperor needs the spice. Our attacks, our PvP has been too disruptive to the spice production on Arrakis, and therefore he's declared under Canley. At that point, you could put in large house refineries, the huge spice collections that you see in the films, make them a house asset that are owned by Harkonnen or Atreides, and make it so that you can attack the other. So, like, you can attack. So, if you're a Harkonnen, you can attack the Atreides one. If you're Atreides, maybe go along. You can give them resources. You can give them aid. You can, you can first aid the members. You can help them with engineering. Make it PvE focused, even if there's a level of competition to it between the houses. Sure, but make it so that once you've attacked them, house troops are what you fight first. So they're tier 5, tier 6. They're reasonably difficult, but you can still overtake them. Make it so you only have like 10 minutes, and after that, the Sardaukar will arrive. The Emperor's elite forces who are defending the planet and making sure spice production stays up. And then they're a very different PvE threat entirely. Make them have abilities, make them very, very difficult to fight, but make them rewarding to fight. Mean it so there's a reason that you want to go through that extra pressure. I strongly believe that adding in like that kind of raid content could be really, really engaging, and let you see. That would mean that you start having a use for the tanks that people are talking about. People want to see tanks in the game. You're attacking a large asset like a huge sandcrawler or a huge carryall. That would give you a reason to have the tanks in the game. How many registered cannon loads do you get from doing the whole ring? 250,000 spice sand, which will be 5 normal sand crawler loads, I believe. 50,000 spice per those. If you've got the Regis container, the upgraded sandcrawler that we've got, which is 11.5, just shy of 11,500 storage, it's 75,000 spice sand that you can fit in it. You just got the carry now, you're working a crawler base kit. How long should you crawl for to reasonably be safe and not worry about the worm? There is no amount of time that you should be crawling for when you should not worry about the worm. Real talk, if you are sand crawling, you should always be worried about the worm. Treat the worm with respect. It is the greatest environmental threat in the game that you will face. Solo crawling is incredibly dangerous, in my opinion. It is doable, and I know there are people who do it, but my god, is that risky. I personally would I'd still rather choose using an assault to compact a mine, potentially, if I was going to solo gather sand. And I know that's not an answer for everyone, but that's why it's important to find like a little group on your server, maybe, of like-minded PvE individuals. I would really recommend doing that. If you do want to solo sand crawl, just be very aware of how quickly you can move and what some of the possible bugs are, because if you see a quick breach, you might get maybe 10 seconds of warning before that worm is on top of you and like eating you. And it takes longer to take off in the carrier than you think. Sometimes the carrier will just get stuck to the ground a little bit, and that extra second might be enough that you lose your sand crawler and everything in it. If it comes in at the wrong angle and you're stuck to the ground, you might lose your carrier and all of your possessions and the sand crawler. You can go 2 laps and hover, 2 laps and hover on medium fields. Like I said, I generally don't believe there is a set rule for when you are safe and when you are not. You just need to time yourself for solo crawl. What happens if the worm spawns on you? Because worms can spawn and you won't get the timings. I very much respect the people who have the balls to do solo crawling. I just don't think I do. I'm just very impressed. I just know that one little bit of instability, as I stream, it would definitely go wrong, and it would be the first time that I streamed it. That's the funniest part. Like, I know full well that's how it would work. You know that's how it would work as well, chat. The first time we solo crawled, it would all go wrong. Solo crawling the mediums, that's interesting, but your butt's bucket the whole time. But a medium is a smaller target. It doesn't have an attached worm to it. And also, because it's a smaller area, you can land closer to it with it being less of a risk. So a medium, I could maybe think about doing it more, especially the ones that are nice and close to the ones that are nice and close to the little islands that you find. That worm is going for that wreck. Spice is the only thing you don't have an ass load of? That's fair. It's not easy to gather, especially in a smaller group. We're very lucky with the way our server has ended up. Demna? Yeah. Keep an eye out for the worm. You've never solo crawled? Yeah, I just... When the sandcrawler didn't create worm aggro, I could see it. There was a bug for a long time where the sandcrawler just didn't generate aggro from its treads. Maybe at that point I would have solo sandcrawled. Who am I harvesting with? We're harvesting with Demnar, Sabu, Luther, and a couple of other community members. We've got 3 carriers out right now. People are welcome to come and join. I know Small Might was around. I know other people are around. We're just going to keep playing, keep harvesting. If we run out of spice sand, we've got some research facilities to run to get blueprints. I've also got the base reconstruction tool. I've got a base to build. So there's a lot more that we can do and will be doing. So don't you worry. There's a lot more to do today. It's a good place to get your drops. You are all welcome. We are on a private world, which is, we are on 15 private servers networked together. We have got control of all of them as much needed. So we moderate those. You know, there were people on the first couple of days that we kicked out very early on because they were using racial slurs because they couldn't fight in PvP, and they thought that it was an Xbox Live chat from 2009. So very quickly we wiped their account progress. And then when one of them kept doing it, we said it so that his account progress would wipe every 6 to 12 minutes. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted our own server. We like to protect our community and make sure they have a safe and enjoyable gameplay experience. I don't believe that you should be using slurs because you can't PvP. I think that's just kind of sad. There was a couple of very upset people, but there's also people who, like, when they were actioned, they apologized, they took the wipe and they took it, you know, they took it well, and they actually came back and they were really, like, enjoyable, like, good members of the community again after that. So I will always give people the chance. They got the warning, they got the initial wipe, like, you cannot do that. No, I'm not letting you, I'm not letting you call anyone else the N-word because you lost in PvP, and getting salty is just not good. It's not the answer. One of them was really, really apologetic, and I have a lot of respect for that. Sometimes you just need someone to point out that you've gone over the line, and you'll be like, you know what? Fair enough. Radical Skull, thank you for that raid, buddy. Welcome on in. It's good to see you. No one can attack me right now. No, 100% we can be attacked right now. Three of the servers are public. The community knows that if they want to attack me, they can, but they also know what will happen because there's 3 groups of people here, and there's Overwatch, and there's a lot of other stuff. So, no, it's never about they can't attack me. That's never the point. The issue was you can't use. Sorry, what I said was you can't use racial slurs in chat. I can forgive you being a misunderstanding that means you can't attack me, but those are different things. We've been attacked during these many times. Not today, because I'll be honest with you, there's not that many people playing anymore. Most of our PvPers have quit the game. That's why you don't stay low. Gonna be real with you, that must have been absolutely horrifying for Sabu and Luther. I just heard Sabu, like, wince like a child. Oh. No offense, the cat is the superstar here. Completely fair. I'm fine with that. Where's the fun when you monopolize the server? No one's going to attack you. We don't monopolize the server though. There are groups still here. Right now they're not on. Right now they're not playing. So if I want to up my game when the merger was announced, could I join one of your servers? I like the style, attitude, and helpfulness you've created. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. We're still working with Nitrado on what the server transfers look like and what's actually going on with that. Kind of how that's all going to work. But when we have more news, we will, of course, you know, share it, and we will open up our servers. You know, if you are looking to get a new start now, we already do like a fresh start pack where members of the community will help people who are moving onto the server by giving them things like, you know, a Mark IV Ornithopter. They'll get them up to the kind of tier that they were at before. Any idea how high up the worm is going now? It's not mentioned exactly. It's going up high after the last patch. The worms don't have a set height that they go to. What I've broadly worked out is that it depends on the height of these areas around you. If they come out of the ground at a higher up area, they will reach higher. There is no guaranteed height that's going to work because the dunes are different heights every week and in different areas. You just need to be actively higher up than the highest point around. I would say, think about how high a worm breach is. Be that much higher than the highest point. That's where you're roughly safe. Roughly, never a guaranteed number. How was the dev stream? Anything of note? A huge amount of note. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming in January. They're completely reworking the end game. Schematics are going to be introduced so we can constantly farm stuff. You can target your build that you want. It's all kind of things. There's all kinds of stuff coming in that dev stream. That was really keen. Like being able to dye and color the machines rather than... They leave? You're able to recolor machines now and everything, which is awesome. This worm is such a bitch. Get the fuck out of my sand. Worm is such... Hello, Curly. Yeah, they're doing a bunch of changes to the game. Hello. For those of you who don't know who Curly is an absolutely awesome creator who is part of SideQuest as well, just like me. Had the luck of meeting her and many others at TwitchCon San Diego this year. Absolutely awesome person. You lost all your stuff a few months ago. Well, Curly, if you want to come back, you are more than welcome to join our private servers, which are maintained and moderated by myself and other people. They're provided by Nitrado. People will help you get started again. They'll replace, you know, your Ornithopter. They'll give you, you know, Mark IV. They'll help you get set back up and on your feet. If you want to start again, you are more than welcome to join any of us, as is your community. If you want, you can reach out, because I've got communities that are I've got, you know, streamer safe ones, because I know how it is. You know, there's 2 of our servers which are locked down, so that only Annie Fuchsia's community and our community, for example, like people with the passwords, can get on. Those passwords aren't shared. Apart from the one time they were leaked on stream, and I changed them immediately. And when the server transfers open up, we will see what we can do about getting people involved. You are more than welcome, Curly. You've got a standing invite. Anything you need, just drop me a message. You're fine. We've been playing a lot of Dune, as people know. You know, we're quite acquainted with the game. You know, we do a few, we Dune here and there. But I know that a lot of people had a really shit experience on public servers, and griefing became the order of the day, because that was the only way PvP players could get their enjoyment out of the game. And it was at the expense of PvE players. There were a lot of bugs that caused things to be lost. There were a lot of problems that caused people to be frustrated, and a lot of fear around the deep desert. I recognize that the game wasn't perfect at launch, but I want to make sure that people who want to give the game a chance can do so in an environment that might be better for them. And if people choose to PvP and they choose not to collaborate, that you're entirely welcome to do so. But you will get a reputation. People will hunt you, and they will work together to hunt. Like, that's what happens. The community will work together to hunt you down. It's happened multiple times. Too bad you don't have EU servers. We play NA East. I'm playing from the UK, and my ping is less than 75. Luther, who is in a call with me, is playing from Germany. His ping is less than 100. Demnar, who is in the vehicle below, is playing from South Africa. The ping is perfectly fine to play in EU. We are playing NA East. There's a reason we chose that, because my community is broadly EU and US based. And this was the best way of doing it. NA East had a really good ping for everyone, so that's what we did. Unfortunately, if you're from Australia, you can't get a server that works with EU and US. It doesn't exist. There is no server, I think, that works in the world which is perfect from Australia, EU, Asia, and the US all at the same time. It's not doable. But we managed to get as much stability as we could for as many people by going NA East. You play with Drongo and it hurt him a lot. Unfortunately, I think for people playing in Australia, it just wasn't workable. They needed to play on their own server, and that means that obviously playing with Drongo, you guys didn't get the gameplay experience you would have wanted. Of course, and that's never ideal. What about the moon server? It's equally bad for everyone. Ah, yes, the ping that actually speeds up as the moon signal goes through the planet. Yeah, we love that. Bailey has departed, so let me disable that camera for now. But no, I feel very strongly that what this game really needs is just good community now, because like a lot of people just need to catch up and get back to the stage where they're ready for the next content, and the content is fixing things. It does make things better. The average player count, it varies. I think it's higher at weekends when more people are playing, but I think on our server there's about 5 people that play every day. On our world, it's probably anywhere between 100 to 50, depending on what's going on. But obviously that varies massively depending on like new content's come out. There's been a new update this week. That number will be inflated, Pink Roses. So I can't give you a fair and reflective number, but it is. You can look it up online. So all of the Dune private servers are indexed, so they can be looked up. You love the story? The story is really, really cool. Yeah, Kelly, I completely agree. And I like that they've branched off from the main storyline in a respectful way. You know, the numbers work. That's good. I'm glad. The numbers, Mason. Oh look, another sand crawler. Kelly, how much of it did you play? Did you complete the story, and did you go back for the recent DLC, the Lost Harvest? You haven't done Chapter 2. Chapter 2 was really good, Chipper Kid. It wasn't huge. There wasn't a huge amount of new content, but it's branched off the content in a way that's really interesting, in a really fascinating area. Obviously, a key part of Dune is the Butlerian Jihad, the outruling of AI, and the most recent DLC really touches upon those rules and what is and isn't okay and why it's not okay in a different way. and I really enjoyed Chapter 2. I really liked the different dungeon designs. I just didn't understand that when it came out, people were wanting far more of a rework of Endgame. They wanted their issues fixed. They wanted more from it at the time it came out, and it was never going to be that, because it was stuff they'd already kind of started working on prior to launch. You know, that's how most DLCs work, and it was only, I mean, I think 3 months following launch, they'd been doing a bunch of quality of life fixes to fix the major issues, and this was work that had already been in the pipeline. So I think that this January patch is realistically the first major patch I would expect to see, which really fixes those problems at the core gameplay level, rather than just being patches on problematic areas. So I'm really excited for it, and what I saw today in the dev stream gives me a bit more hope for the game, that it'll have a really stable end game. It will be compelling to come back to it and to keep engaging with those core gameplay loops that, you know, otherwise you might get a bit bored of running the same dungeons again. Well, now there's going to be some changeability to it. There's going to be 5 new dungeons. There's going to be reasons to run it. There's going to be schematics. There's going to be a pity system, effectively, so that you're not forced into RNG. A lot of these things are steps in the right direction for building the right things. The base backup tool is in as of Tuesday, so that's not even like, it's not coming in January. The base backup tool is in as of Tuesday. Yes. I can't wait till console can join us either as well. I think that's one of their, I think after they fix the end game and people are happy with it, I think that's when they'll truly prioritize console. I'm going to be honest with you. I think console being cross-platform is a really interesting question, and I think that that's something they're going to have to look at closer to the time as well. The ads are here, chat. I am going to... when the next worm comes, I'm going to stand up and just go and stretch my back out. I need to do my stretches every couple of hours, otherwise my physio will hunt me down and cut me mid-stream. The ad images are amazing, I'm glad. They're all variations of Thor. Okay, the ads are in progress. I'm just going to be right back. I'm just going to go do my stretches so my physio doesn't hunt me down in my sleep and murder me. I'll be right back. Thank you very much for holding with, and thank you for supporting. Your drops will continue during these ads. Bear with me. Thank you very much. In the meantime, look after yourself, get a drink, go to the loo, stretch your legs, pet a cat. Yeet.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm back.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, this is a bit of a moment. What do you mean run? We're on the edge. Oh. I'm gonna show chat the trick. What's the angle? Oh shit, directly head on, okay. If we do explode, then we've learned a lesson. That's what happens. This is the old system for getting through the sandstorm. We hit the storm, we go into full jet speed on the, and it's because we're carrying the sand crawler, it works like an armored bag. The armored bag technique works. As long as we don't get hit by lightning, we should be okay. Just every time you see a bolt of lightning, Demnar's puckering slightly. That's what's happening. I don't want to peek out the temperature. Magic. Those of you who doubted, especially those of you in Discord comms. Now that is how you fly a carrier through the sandstorm. Make sure that you're up high. You need to be like, you need to start off like 740. If you can stay 740, stay there. You take about 10 to 12% damage at most on your wings. They said that the switching servers is something they want to get right. Their server transfers are not coming just yet. They are still working on them. There's still a lot to do there to make sure they are landing right. But I know that conversations are taking place behind the scenes with private server providers, with a bunch of other communities. We are working with Funcom to make sure the system works properly. And I would rather they chose the best time. I'd rather they chose releasing it when it's fully functional and has no problems and it takes a little bit longer than they release a tool when people lose their progression. Because I'm gonna be real with you, no one wants to lose their progression. That was half of the problem with release. People were losing their progression frequently. Appreciate it. My pleasure. Flying through at 740, 750, and pushing your thrusters to get you through at maximum speed, absolutely critical. Do not do it without a sand crawler. It will completely shred you. Know if people will be able to move off private servers to public ones? That depends on the settings of the private server owners, I believe. There will be more information coming, but effectively, like, you will have to have a server marked for closure under the current system. So someone will have to say, right, we are terminating this server, move off of it. Is the current thing for private servers is the big focus, because people want to be able to close out servers without wiping out everyone's progress, to give people notice. Wonder if shipping crate will work similar as armor when it releases? The good news is, Captain Mog, you can test it. The shipping crate is here. It's in the game. Oh, there you go. Luther's just confirmed that currently there are no plans from private to public, which does make sense, broadly, because, you know, theoretically you could have had the advantage of not playing with a PvP. No, you can't. There's no use either PvP or no PvP. Theoretically, you could have had the advantage of playing with no taxes and with no sandstorms. I'm not sure how much of an advantage that would actually be for people, but apparently that's not the plan. Can you transfer your current account to private server or not? So you should be able to go from private to private and from public to private, but there's not. I don't believe you can go from private onto public just yet. We're not a public server, so we're not one of the Funcom owned ones. I thought I heard a worm. Apologies, Demna. The cosmetic table they offered, where do you find it? If you go into Steam, it is a free DLC they've added to the Steam store. That was a crash ship, was it? I just had a crashing noise and assumed it was the worm breaching. Be a bastard. It makes sense. It probably means you won't come back to the game. That's fair. I mean, Does that mean you only want to move to a public server, or are there not other private servers that you think might work for you? Got out the DLC to the library on Steam first? Yeah, you got to go onto the DLC on Steam and grab it from there. Thoughts on PvP not being revamped in Chapter 3? Chapter 3 was about story progression and a change to the end game. PvP stuff coming with that is important. I think that PvP really does need to be looked at. It's currently a problem for the game. It's currently an area of tension and issues in the game where it doesn't really land properly. I would really like to see them work on those systems sooner rather than later, but I know that it's not what's the players aren't going to come back because the PvP has been improved as much as they want there to be PvE that they can do and they can take part in, where PvP is less of a concern to them, where the griefing and the issues are not going to be a problem. Like, that's what I think is going to bring people back. For most people, there are some people out there who I know very much care about PvP. I know it's very important to the game. The game was sold as having a large PvP base. Like I said, I think there needs to be a real careful consideration around how PvP is done. And I still strongly believe that having a new deep desert area, which is purely PvP only, but rewards those players for the risk they're taking, is better. Give it no-fly zones. Give it like a rift, like the Haga Rift. Give it radiation zones. Give it tunnels. Give it different environments for PvPing in, and give players a reason to be there. I think turn this deep desert into a PvE site. Give us an endgame raid of, large sand crawlers. Say that you can even say under law that the Emperor says that this area is so important for spice production that it is under Canley. We're all churning out spice. It makes perfect sense. Make it so that there is no spice in the PvP area, so that it's just about fighting over resources. You got to shuttle things back and forward. It's about your supply lines. It's about gathering metals, items, and materials. It's about gathering blueprints that you have to get back to your base safely so you can redeem them at home. None of this making safe bases in the PvP area. No, you shouldn't be safe in the PvP area. If they're going to make a PvP area, make it a PvP area. Don't half-ass it. Give me a 24/7 PvP area that's always at risk, that's always going to be like rewarding me for the effort I'm putting in, and I will go there. But there has to be a reason to PvP, other than just destroy your stuff. That's just griefing. That's not fun. That's not what the PvE players want either. They don't want to be content. They don't want to be content for someone else. Like I said, I've spoken to Funcom about this at TwitchCon, so I know that I can wax lyrical. So shut me up if I keep on doing it. You want to be guarding your base 24/7? No, Schubert, you shouldn't be able to make a base in the PvP area. You should go into it a bit like a Tarkov raid, where you're going in for a reason, you're trying to extract value and get out of there without getting killed. That should be what the PvP area is for. It shouldn't be about giga farming. It should be about tactically and carefully approaching through an area and engaging stuff. They should add a monster called Old Spice, where you must fight to control the aftershave. Very funny. Bring the carol, the container PvP area? No. You should be able to get into the PvP area through a network of very, very tight siege walls. A bit like when you enter into the final mission in the main story in the first, the start of the game. Those tight canyons should prevent you from bringing vehicles to start with. You should have to assemble a vehicle there. You should have to find parts for your vehicle there. That should be a thing, I think. Because that way that anyone who is brand new to tier 6 is also on an equal level to people who have, rocket vehicles. So there you go, Captain Mog. That's where it goes back to what I'm saying in the PvE area. If you have these large carryalls that literally have mountains upon mountains of spice inside them, they have, the guards of the house troops. They have large, flying carryalls, the stuff that you see in the films, the really cool large ones. Make that a target. Then you've got a reason to have vehicles with rockets because you want to knock those vehicles out. Honestly, yeah, you can carry that through the world map, yeah. And if you've got that kind of content, suddenly you've got a reason for the tank, which, let's be honest, everyone wants the tank. We just don't have a reason for it. Like, there's no need for a tank. No one asked for it other than it would be cool to go boom. But if you had this kind of large PvE content, I could see a reason that vehicles... Like, who actually uses buggies with rockets? They are very, very rarely used. Oh, Demnar, I'm just going to drop one in front of you. Here you go. There you go, tribute to Demnar. This is the midway base, isn't it? That's why. I don't think I brought my container out here, did I? Whose container is this one? Oh, it's Luther's. Okay, I'm just gonna load mine. I'm gonna load myself into Luther's container. Fine. Sandcrawler. Just so you know, Sabu, I'm going to be dumping stuff from Demnar and I in there as well. So there's going to be 75,000 extra spice sand in there. So therefore it's full. Oh yeah, it's going to be like full plus. We need Small Might. Save us, Small Might 1 Kenobi. You're our only hope. So yeah, I can't actually empty the sand crawler. Unless... Oh, we've got the grandfather. That's actually good timing. There we go. The sand crawler is just about empty. That counts. You thought Demnar was base, Mum? Should I fill his crate? I filled up all of the crates in this area. Oh wait, was that the grandfather worm or not? Oh, it was just an extra spoony squiggly worm. Okay. In that case, I'll bring Demnar back out then. Otherwise, I was going to leave him here, you know. Go through the shield, then I can drop it. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm going to land and fix my wings after that storm, just to be sure. Then I was going to get travel sick in a minute. It's going to be like, oh, no, back and forth and back and forth. I'm beginning to feel like scissors. That's a voice line from Master of Olympus Zeus from 1997. So I'm probably showing my age. My suspensor belt is kind of messed up as well. Been given food and told that I must eat. I mean, how many people... Oh, sorry. I mean, if you're comfortable, and there are those of you in chat who I'm sure there are many of you out there, how many of you are comfortable talking about why you actually chose to stop playing Dune? I know that for a lot of people it'll be, oh, well, another game came up and it was more fun, but some people will have very specific complaints. And I would really like to hear what those are, because I relay those to the devs. I have a conversation with Funcom fairly regularly about this, and I've got an exploit that I need to report today in detail, and I'm going to... Off stream, I will do a replication video of it because I don't want it getting out. But I did show on stream earlier that you can repair things in a way that you shouldn't be able to. You forgot about it. Your friend group fell out that was ahead of you, nothing specific, but they just lost the progress and they stopped paying for the server, so progress loss. When endgame was PvE and got to Deep Desert and got forced to PvP, yeah, very fair. Especially when you're told the Deep Desert is very scary and you can lose all of your stuff throughout the game. It adds to that fear and feeling forced, feeling like an obligation. You didn't like the PvP changes after instance loot came in? Okay. Boring after a while for endgame. That's what some of the changes are focused around. I'm glad to see they are making endgame less boring. Later game items were ridiculously expensive to build solo. Yep, that was definitely a thing. Yep. Everything I'm seeing is very fair and reasonable. I'm not seeing anyone who's actually got any hot takes. Come on, chat. Like, you can do better than this. There must be someone who's got like a hot take of I left because there weren't enough, you know, there weren't enough cat girls on Arrakis or something. How unbearably reasonable. You're adorable, aren't you? Let's post the Daily Bailey while we're flying. Let's do that. Because he's just so cute. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's the photo I post every day of Bailey. Let's see, is it Daily Bailey 419? I think it is. Yeah. What was that? Oh, I'm playing Ashes tomorrow. I'll play Ashes tomorrow. There'll be space in the guild at some point, and I'll just join it then. That'll be fine. Like I said that earlier today on the stream. Today is about Dune. I promised everyone in the community I would play Dune today. People wants to see the update. People wants to see the dev stream. They want to talk about that. So that's what we're doing. I'm not switching to Ashes, and I can't open it at the same time because Ashes will break the computer. There's not much I can do. Bailey, another reason to follow? Well, you are very welcome. I've posted Daily Bailey. Build everything and farmed everything on PvE. You're way too bad at PvP to run that. But that's what the concerns. I think people who want to PvP deserve a place to PvP properly. And the people that don't want to PvP shouldn't be forced to be content for other players. I think that's broadly how that works. It's about balancing it. Oh yeah, I mean, you can tell the hardcore PvPers just by their builds. Yeah, it's always a Reach Disruptor and a Tractor Field. The forced PvP, the choice of PvP is better. Add a lot of locations of PvP, but PvE areas in Deep Desert. You hate solo playing, none of your friends play anymore, and you love the ability to be able to make a grip hook or something, make it possible to ride Shai-Hulud. They did say at one point you might be able to do that. I'd imagine that's going to be down the line. It requires the Fremen teach us to sand ride, and obviously the Fremen are eradicated. If I avoid giving you any spoilers, like, you know the Fremen are never going to be really eradicated like it's Dune. But we're told at the start of the game that the Fremen have been eradicated by the Sardaukar. That's the start of the game. Well, the Farricks, because there weren't enough other PvP players. There wasn't enough reason to PvP. No one was pushed into PvP at the same time. No one was taught how to engage in aerial combat. The game just dumps you straight in saying, hey, so you've been PvP throughout. Have some PvP now, and you have to progress through it in order to get to the end game. That didn't feel great to PvE players. And some PvP players, I would be very clear, some PvP players have a level of enjoyment at getting their PvP content at the expense of others. That is not everyone. Some people enjoy PvP for the combat, for the actual joy of it, and will do so honorably. But it's about doing it in the right way. And I don't think the system currently supports a fair and level amount of PvP. I'll be really honest about that. I think that the system currently needs a lot of work to make a reason to PvP. When we left here, there were none of these little residue spots like over here that were left behind. I just want to point that one out. See, you see these? 1, 2. On your first, that's actually that has to be you guys because it wasn't there when we left. Go on, Demnar. You can do this. Speed. Speed. Yeah, give the PvP players the content, the location, and the loot that they return. The return that they deserve. Yeah, I fully agree with you, Kukin. Yeah. Separating PvE and PvE is ultimately the job of, I think, the devs here is to give there needs to be enough reason that PvP players get what they need, but there needs to be enough there to tempt PvE players into trying PvP. There needs to be enough of a reason to go to PvP area that you could save a lot of time on your buildings, and you could get some resources that you really need, but you are taking the risk of doing it. Can you not do the end game without doing PvP? Currently, you can do everything in the game without doing PvP. You can't do this level of sand crawling because these are only in the PvE parts of the deep desert. Hi, Bailey. Meow. What is it? You can smell chicken. Yeah. What's up, baby boy? What's up, Bailimus? What are you so upset about? You're just sitting by the window. You want it to be dry outside. That's what it is. He's adorable. Day one of the container, there were already people on Harmony pushing them into the sand and thumpering them. I mean, look, that's the problem. That's PvPers trying to seek content at the expense of the PvE players, which isn't reasonable. I think you need to give those PvP players somewhere to go, somewhere to vent the kind of those, you know, expectations, to vent that PvP instinct. Like, they deserve to be able to do it. They were promised a PvP part of the game. Like, you know, there should be PvP for them, and the current situation is kind of sad, but to do it at the expense of the PvE players who are dwindling is kind of just bitter. Yeah, well, exactly, Ruchi. Once you get the hang of ducking and weaving and learning to evade being attacked in the deep desert, it's actually very manageable. And that's the point I would make. The game does no job at all of teaching players how to survive in a PvP encounter, or how to, you know, what do you do when you're attacked in your ornithopter? What do you do when you are, you know, someone's on the ground? Like, how do you get away? The game could give you guidance on aerial combat. The game could very easily walk you through. That's going for a ship, okay. I'll be honest, the ornithoptering, excellent and very, very enjoyable. Love the ornithopter. Luther, you should probably calm down. You don't need to do those flips. It's not necessary. Your survival was pure panic and instinct. Well, exactly, and that's how you learn. Then you learn about dodging and weaving and doing kind of evasive flight in your ornithopter. Your guild holds Orny training. That's great. That's a good thing to do, and that's what I think a lot of players would benefit from, especially on some of the public servers. But you need to have a group that's willing to do that and is able to organize that for you. And not everyone's willing to do that. Not everyone's willing to come together and try that level of cooperation, and not everyone's, you know, able to step up. It takes mental energy, it takes effort, it takes spoons, you know. Hello, Maddie, how are you doing? Hi to you too. Grandpa wishes to eat the donut. Yeah, this is the donut of summoning. We're gonna see if we can summon the summon the sandworm. Printing your thopter while screaming shit. Exactly. Vice blow. You're fortunate to have the group you do. We're also on a very quiet server. Yeah, I think that's the stage. A lot of small groups are just playing in quiet now. They're just having a little bit of fun, doing what they can, you know, to progress, having kind of a chill time. There's an awful lot to be said for how chill Dune can be. You can just chuck on the in-game radio, and then you can just kind of roll through and do something like this. Quite nice. You can just go through and, you know, drive around collecting materials with your friends. You can do that in the A-band of the Deep Desert now, which is kind of nuts. I do want to see the Deep Desert changes reverted. I do want to see a place for PvP players. If that's what it takes to be in Deep Desert, so be it. I just really would like the Deep Desert to be PvE, and then to them to give PvP players a separate area where they can actually, you know, have their own fun and be themselves and do what they want to. And they can get rewarded for it. They can get rewarded for the risk they're taking, because to be honest with you, I don't think that this does reward, well, at launch, I don't think the PvP area was as much a reward as it should have been. Bailey, you sitting there watching the router? I would really rather you didn't sit next to that, but... Star Wars Outlaws is 70% off? Wow. The Steam sales, oh dear. Are you wanting to see the outside, Bailey? Is that what it is? Outside? Outside? No, he's not asking. I've been training him to ask to go outside. He's been getting very good at it in the living room. Not so good in this room. You like the collaboration of it all? For a guild to have the craft masters, gather masters, and the PvP masters? Yeah, I think that's a thing, and that's what... I think there is a future for the game now. It's an ongoing work in progress. The ads are here. I'm just going to come off of camera while I eat my dinner, so bear with me. We are still here. I will still be chatting to you mid-mouthful. Thank you very much for sticking with throughout the ads. You will still be getting your drops for the game. Thank you all for being here. Make sure that you stretch, pet your cats, go and find another human, give them a high five. I've been snacking, Sabu, but this is my actual dinner. I think that the key issue of having PvE and PvP servers would be that you shouldn't be able to transfer between the two of them. PvP players should be rewarded for the extra risk they're taking, but like they have a disadvantage against if you've only taken PvE risks. You've not put the same level of work and risk into gaining the gear that you would do if you've done it in a PvP environment. It is a lot of drops, exactly, Redrelian. It's a huge amount. I'm nearly done with my dinner. I just forgot to breathe during it. I apologize, chat. Hello, I'm back from eating my food. I apologize for that. Thank you for sticking with me. When you stream for 10.5 hours, you need to kind of grab your meals where you can. And I always set myself up a camera when I'm eating because I know what my chat is like and my mods are like. They're like me, and I would take photos of my friends while they were eating and edit them because it would be funny. I've done it to Thor. I did it for years. So this is on me. It was indeed chicken. So when I made when I cooked Bailey's chicken the other day, I made sure that I cooked up some extra chicken. I shredded some up and had it in some quesadillas, which is what I had yesterday and today. And then I had some leftover chicken today. Some lightly spiced chicken. So it was indeed chicken. I did enjoy that Funcom dev stream. It really has given me a lot to think about for the game. I really like... we might go back and rewatch some of it later in a couple of hours' time for the people who might have missed it, seeing it live. We can rewatch some of the key bits. There are some key bits in there around how the gear progression is going to go, which I'm really interested in. Like, being able to spend melange to improve your skills and be able to specialize your character more is good. Having more character uniqueness rather than everyone having the same build. Great. The fact that you'll be able to target... the fact that you'll be able to target loot, like particularly so like if you're running something several times and you don't get the drop you want, yeah, if you get really hard to spice your skills better, yeah, you'll be able to run dungeons, get schematics to improve your weapons in the way that you want. You might have a sniper rifle that has a really fast reload time, or you might have one that's perfectly stable and never misses. Or you might want to choose, you might want to, you know, make a laser that does more damage and has higher rate of fire, but it burns your power out, uses so much energy. I can imagine there'll be all kinds of cool ways of editing your weapons to make them fit your playstyle better. And I'm really quite excited for it. Where can you watch the dev stream? It didn't save it. You can go back in time on this stream and see it. They will put it up on their webpage. I believe they did say they would be uploading it, so it'd likely be on YouTube and likely be on their website. Hello, Diesel Rat. How are you doing? Welcome on in. It's on YouTube already. Well, there you go. It's over on YouTube. The Farrix, you can go grab it over there on the YTub. Firefox browser is going to use shit AI. I heard they want to make it agentic. They want it to be like an AI agent. Which was a bit odd. Personally, I was a bit like, okay, Firefox, if you want, I guess that's fine. Sure, you do you, I guess, Firefox, whatever. You're reading up so it can kill all AI soon. That would be awesome. I was speaking to Jake, who's one of the other moderators, and he was telling me that yeah, Firefox wants to move to an agentic system, which I just find a bit strange. Make sure I actually refuel. They said AI, a bunch of investors will pump money in. That's right, you know. Got to keep that bubble going, right? We were basically having a discussion of that, of like which browser is the least shit now, and it's a real toss up. Like, I don't know. I miss Windows XP, chat. That's what I miss. Windows XP Service Pack 2. The golden time. Yes, Holy Skin, because it's a number of large communities. It's Pirate Softwares, Annie Fuchsias, myself, Winky, and a bunch of other content creators. Nitrado kindly offered to give us a bunch of worlds. We've got a really powerful machine running these servers. Does it matter how fast you go in a sandcrawler to get the most spice? I will be you two. If you make sure that you get every single piece of spice sand on the field, it doesn't matter how fast you go. If you go at 8 kilometers an hour or so, you will make sure you pick up all of the spice sand on the field in one pass, but you're going half the speed, and you're having to tap the accelerator to do it. It's a lot more work. Morgan is for Twitch. You are very welcome, Diesel Rat. Thank you for choosing here to be where you get your drops, buddy. But if you go at full speed and you just accept you're going to go over it twice and you're going to make sure you get everything, you're still going to get the same amount of spice sand. You're still going to get... So neither system will get the most. It depends on how much energy you're willing to put in by feathering the controller versus just accepting you're going to go over everything twice. We just go over everything twice and make sure that we do, because we've worked out that if you harvest every single piece of spice sand on one of these ring mouths, it will reset. It just, when I say you every single bit of spice sand, every single piece of spice sand, and it's painful towards the end, getting every single bit that you miss, but it does reset the worm. Yeah, you can re-roll these. Yeah, we've done worm science. A lot of your friends don't play anymore. It's so hard to collect spice sand on your own. Should we wait for solo players to do this more easy with the sand crawler? I disagree. I'll be honest with you. For a long time, all of my spice collection was done with an assault and on medium fields. How do you get into escort speed? What do you mean escort speed, Just Cause? You mean where I'm matching his speed on the ground? Is that what you mean? Oh, he means your joke. Oh, okay. See, yeah, I think that, I'll be honest with you, getting large volumes of spice sand isn't that easy as a solo, but doing spice sand solo gathering in the PvE area with an assault thopter is pretty doable. It depends on which server you're on. If you're on a server where they're going to drop thumpers on you because you're on open sand, you're on a server that's got problems. That's the issue that needs to be fixed by Funcom. That's a community issue. That's not a you issue. That's not something for you to overcome. At that point, you've got options of the small spy sandfields on Haga, but that's been some of the issues. Like, you know, that's still a problem for some people. Here, we're very lucky. You've just seen the Chapter 3 trailer and you're hyped? I know, right? It's looking insane. As for how I stay over this guy and go the right speed, some of you have asked over on other platforms. I just manually do this. I'm just tapping W, you know, S, A, and D as I need to. Like, just questions from YouTube and other places. I'm gonna stand here now, let them not die. You run to people using crawlers on mediums and running over your thought and getting you tied up in the wings. If I see somebody in a sand crawler harvesting a medium, I would treat that the same way as if I was in a sand crawler here and someone flies in with a thopter and starts compacting. I would attack them. It's in a PvP area for a reason. I'm gonna be real with you. That's if you're taking the sand crawler on a medium, you're not willing to risk it on the fields that you're meant to be going for. I think it's fair at that point if somebody who is competing for the same resource as you attacks you on the sand field. That I think that's justified. And if somebody came here now to start trying to compact, because that summons the sandworm so much faster, you can't get a sand crawler to do its job if someone's compacting on the same field. I would likely shoot at them with the laser. It would be great to have a social hub in game where players can meet others and join guilds in a deep desert. They already have the social hubs of Arakeen and Harko Village. Why the deep desert as well as the other one? They do it in the PvE zone. I think the devs would say that's what the thumper is for, but at that point, who's better than who at that point? Realistically, people should recognize that this game has bugs in it. Like, do not drive over someone else. You'll end up flipping it. You'll end up losing your vehicle just as much as they're likely to lose theirs. That's real weird behavior, in my opinion. Regional chat in the deep desert is a good way of doing it. Yeah. They mentioned how the augments will work. What will the cost be? So you'll need to get the schematics for the augment from a dungeon. You'll need to get a couple of resources that we saw in the list. We don't know how you get those resources just yet. But then you'll be able to level up. You'll be able to get your augments and level them up. So it'll be these resources that you can get in the 5 new dungeons that are coming. Steve T. Mark, yes, we're on a network of private servers. 15 of them provided to the community. 3 of them are public. 10 of them are password protected. And 2 of them are locked down for stream, which is the Sieges. They all share one deep desert of around, well, at the busiest, it was like 1,000 people a day. But, you know, a lot of people have fallen away from the game. That has to be recognized. You know, a lot of servers are quieter now than they ever were. Some people get angry with the game and grief as out to petty venting. Some people are also looking for PvP, and what other people experience as griefing is to those PvPers the only content that they can get which comes close to the gameplay style they want. That's why I think PvP players need to be given somewhere that they can actually experience the gameplay loop that they want and to enjoy without disrupting those players who don't want to engage in that. And that's why I personally advocate for a separate PvP area than the current deep desert. Because I think you could do so much more with terrain. The terrain in the deep desert doesn't suit PvP at all. It's just for aerial combat. Give us no-fly zones. Give us underground rifts. Give us caves. Give us radiation zones. Give us reasons to traverse in other vehicles. Don't make it all about ornithopters, because the deep desert is just ornithopters are king. There's no reason to use a buggy. There's no reason to use, you know, a buggy with rockets particularly. Why would you? Oh, very nice, Captain Mog. Yeah, 100 Duralamin's a big step. Good job. There isn't much reason to stick around the social areas in Harko, but why would you stick around the social areas in the deep desert? What would make you stick around that area, Isantana? Because if you're in the deep desert, then you want to be out and about gathering resources, not in the social hub. Yeah, give the PvP players a fight pit. Give them a fight pit that rewards them for being there. Give them more resources for taking the risk. That's fair. They are ultimately accepting that they had to fight both NPCs and players. And players are far harder to fight than NPCs are any day. I believe that the PvP players should have quicker progression because they are engaging in the harder content. They are taking a risk. They are losing more stuff. They will die more. They should be rewarded for that, but it shouldn't be at the expense of PvE players. It shouldn't be. Those PvE players deserve the right to progress to their own endgame. And that's why you have to balance PvE and PvP separately. It's totally different playstyles. How many games have we seen where they balance PvE and PvP the same and they get it wrong every time? PvE and PvP need to always be balanced separately, in my opinion. I think Arc Raiders does the balance of PvE and PvP very well. Spook, that was me. I literally emptied my sandcrawler into any box that could take the stuff. There wasn't space in either the sandcrawler or the container. That's why. You keep expecting PvP to drive out the PvE in Arc Raiders, but it's holding its player base. I love that if you go in solo, it's so PvE. Everyone is so collaborative. It's almost scary. As soon as you go in as a group, that's it. PvP hardcore. You see someone, most of the time you're shooting them. I really enjoy that. They shouldn't push PvP to the point of killing PvP. Exactly. PvP deserves a space and deserves to be respected as a gameplay loop. And I don't think it is right now. I think that in order to cater to the widest market, they are focusing on PvE, but I very much believe, and I will strongly advocate for the fact that PvP players also deserve the right to be heard and deserve their own gameplay loop to be respected. It just needs to be separate from the PvE players. I'll be going late today. This will be a long stream. This will be like a longer than normal stream. Because we've got drops on, we're enjoying it. We've got loads more content to do. We're still gathering spice sand, but after this, we've got testing stations and facilities that we can run. We've got a base tool to investigate. We've got resources to gather in the Haga Basin that we need to top up. I need to work on industrial lube for Thor's base so I can get his base powered back up. There's a lot to do. PvP and Arc Raiders makes no sense, like the PvP within the same faction of Dune, but if you're all in like separate survival areas and you're all competing from different locations, it does make sense. I don't know if Arc Raiders has done a good job of justifying why it is the way it is. You just kind of yeet yourself in. I've kind of ignored the story in Arc Raiders, so I'll be honest. I just like that the balance seems to be there, that you are rewarded for PvE and PvP at separate times. I've solo PvP'd in this. We did that at launch a few times. A couple times you saw how many times that like I got attacked. Was it two on one, and I just avoided them. Like, you can just use evasion. You can just dance away from them. People get real upset, but like you can outsmart a lot of these kind of hassles and these risks in PvP just by flying away from it. It's just if you get ambushed, like the game didn't offer a lot of counterplay at first. That's the problem. Especially when Thopter's Mark 6 with rockets were so fast that they couldn't be countered by anything unless you had Thopter's Mark 6 with rockets. The changes to the thrusters, the changes to the other systems have actually made that a much more balanced system. As a PvE player, you agree that PvP is higher risk and higher reward. PvE players should be able to farm, granted slower, without being raided by random players who spawn camp the entrances to blow people up for the fun of it. You've seen a whole guild camp the entrance to the deep desert. Let PvE players do their own deep desert, but less reward. Exactly, and I think they should still have NPC ornithopters and other kind of risks to them, but it should be PvE. I think you have to accept in this day and age that you're not going to be able to find any kind of tolerant compromise between PvE and PvP, where you've got options like full loot. Like, full loot is one of the options you can get as the reward from the Landsrad. We've never seen it on our server for some reason, but like that is a thing. That's the system. Why should PvE players grind harder and longer though? No, you're not seeing it. PvE players have a grind to do. Every player has a grind to do. If you are willing to take the risk, that grind can be made shorter, but you also run the risk of making your grind longer, because if you get into a dying streak, or you lose your progression, you lose your time, you won't get those resources. Or it might take you longer to get the same resources that you could have ground out safely. That's the balance. It's not they should grind harder and longer. It's that if you're willing to take the risk, there should be shortcuts. But that is a risk. You have the Landrat PvP loot drop on death. Very nice. That's nice. We haven't seen that on our server yet. It's certainly not been voted in as far as I know. PvP is high risk and have higher rewards. Yeah, it should be, you know, I think that's why my point. Like, risk deserves reward. If you're going to do it, I think that makes sense. That is true. We did have our 4-hour Landsrad. That was bad that time. I think there should be exclusive PvP skins. There should be... I was talking about this at TwitchCon. I would like to see when Tier 7 comes out, give me a PvE armor and give me a PvP armor. Make them the same cosmetically. They can both be skinned, but make it so that... That might be the grandfather one. But make it so that the PvP variant you can only get from this PvP area gives bonuses against players, because there's a damage reduction against players. Make it so that some of that damage reduction is decreased by having the highest PvP Tier 7 gear. Don't make it any better against PvE. There's no advantage to having that armor for PvP. But in PvP, it will make you slightly stronger. And then with the durability decrease, it gives you a reason to keep coming back. You're always going to want that PvP gear, because you go into the PvP area, you've got a damage advantage. Anyone who's been there before and has spent the time farming gets rewarded to make that slightly easier. But it shouldn't block new players from coming in, because it shouldn't be a colossal advantage. This is indeed the grandfather worm. Num num num. Yes, we know that harvesting all of the spice sand in the field will automatically trigger it. So we've tested that. We have harvested every single bit of spice sand before. Why did the devs decide to kill PvP with putting out a huge PvE patch, no PvE action at all? Because every player has to engage in PvE. Every player is engaging in PvE, but not every player wants to engage in PvP. So in terms of market share and the efficiency of your dev time, you target the widest and the most kind of critical areas first. They've decided that's their PvE system. Isn't that thing eating its own poop? I mean, it's trying to eat whatever's in. They're not fussy, you know. Players can organize world events like wars races. People have been doing that. People could request help for ship Rusty Desert. You can do that using the world chat. Post bounty where players can hire hitmen to take out someone who killed them. That's a cool system, a bounty hunting system. Hiring teams. Again, these are all things that you would do just by pressing enter and typing in chat. They're good ideas, Santana. I completely agree with you, but I don't know why you need to put dev time into a social hub in the deep desert when most of that can be dealt with in talking in game or through UI elements. And I don't know why you'd stand in the deep desert necessarily doing it when you could also do that in Araki in Harko Village where you've got access to everything else. It's about that trade-off. And like I say, there's an opportunity cost to dev time. So when you want to do these huge changes, you've got to think, is that 1 dev, 10 devs, 15 devs? How long is that time versus how that dev could be working on the stutters that you get in PvP? It could be focused on balancing skills to make that more enjoyable. It could be focused on, you know, fixing the deep desert transfer issue. Dev time is a resource, and you have to apply that carefully because no company has infinite dev time and infinite resource. Demnar, please could you switch seats? Yeah, the UI elephants cost extra. That's what I'm recovering from a spy side. So this is why I am not frustrated, but I am saddened that there isn't any kind of PvP development for the people who really care about it, particularly people like Winky, who's a really good friend of mine who obviously really cares about PvP in games. It's one of the things that most excited him about Dune. Unfortunately, I can't give them a large update other than they are looking at it and working on it. They are focusing on the PvE stuff. All the social sit on the public server I play on happens in the main chat of Deep Desert. Exactly. Yeah. Separate Discord for the entire server. Very normal behavior. We've got the whole network of servers. We've got global chats for each of them. For each of the features. I wish we could get another server from Nitrado that we can make a full PvP Haga Basin, make it not password so everyone can get on it. Look. There is no reason when server transfers come in that we couldn't change one of the public worlds to be that situation. What I would do is I would close the existing one, give people a month or 2 months to move over, probably a month, and then say, right, the rest of it's being migrated. We'll spin that server down, spin up a brand new server on it, and we could give you that fresh start full PvP Haga Basin, and it could be used for roleplay. It could be public for anyone. It could be a public roleplay server. We could do all kinds of stuff for that. Investing in PvP and Haga would be great. I think it'd be really interesting to have groups go into challenge mode to do group PvP in Haga Basin. That could be cool. But again, that's only going to work for like 40 or so people, so I just need to keep an eye on how stable that is. Worst case scenario, we spool down the mushroom servers and I say to Nitrado, hey, could we use that same server burdens to run these on the mushroom server so they're separate? There are options, and these are things I want to look at once we know the details of server transfers, but they are still working on it. Is the game still fun? All I ever see on streams is vacuum dealers and hauling spice back to base. I still find the game fun, but it depends on what you found enjoyable in the game, Shroom Bear. I'd still have fun doing the deep desert testing stations. I still enjoy the PvE elements to it. But I do accept that, yeah, after a while, it does get stale just doing desert hauling. You know, I don't want to harvest spice forever. I want to move on to harvesting other things and then harvesting bodies and loot. The majors in the mushroom servers and the pirate servers, just the names and the fact that the mushroom servers are quieter because there's only 10 of them versus 15 of the pirate servers all in the same world. And the mushroom servers are shared with another group as well, actually. They're shared with other private worlds. You should have more control over a player-hosted server. Yes, but then how are you going to make sure that somebody's going to transfer with a bajillion currency and going to destabilize the entire receiving server when they transfer? We don't have a lot of options. The server you can use exclamation point server settings to see what settings we actually have. It's not a huge amount. The ads are here. I'm just going to have a quick drink. Give me 1 second. I am here. I'm also going to do my stretches. Please don't hurt me. Don't tell Mirror. The difficulty slider in Chapter 3 is when you're doing these dungeons, you can select the difficulty and there'll be a modifier to the amount of drop that you have in relation to the difficulty you're doing. Again, risk and difficulty equaling higher rewards. That's what those sliders are for. My hope is that as we start to see those modular choice-based systems like sliders in place, they might give us more of those for the wider game beyond just everything else. So currently, it's just those dungeons, as far as I understand it. But one day, I would like to have a bit more of a granular control over our server so that we can run events, so that I could spawn, you know, a large asset. I could spawn some sandworms. I could change how quickly and aggressive the sandworms are on our end. So we could run server-sided events for the player base. I think that would be awesome. I'll absolutely have to stream, but if I'm going to stream like a long day, if I don't look after myself, like I will feel it the next day. You can't even turn off building decay in Haga. You can turn off sandstorms. Theoretically, if you disable sandstorms, like, and this is why people build their bases in the bottom of the Haga Rift. If a sandstorm doesn't hit it, the base doesn't degrade, even if it's out of power. If it runs out of taxes, it will be destroyed by the Sardaukar, but we have taxes turned off on our server because I didn't agree with there being 2 systems for maintaining your base while AFK from the game. The game had problems. It didn't need to punish you taking time away from the game, so I disabled taxes for every single member of our server. And I know it's shocking that a British person disabled taxes, but hey, we live in a society. Pierceron, thank you very much for that Prime sub, buddy. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here for the drops. I really appreciate it. Does post T-Dump Britain, things had to change? True. Daniel Tate, yeah, that makes sense. They could do the Deep Desert in tiers like that. I would like... Excuse me, I just swallowed my water the wrong way. That's not meant to go into the lungs. I'm not a fish. Mivixov, no. The Mushroom and Pirate servers are all in NA East, but the ping from the EU should be low enough that you have no problems. I'm playing from the UK with sub 100 ping. Luther is playing from Germany with the same. Why are we in A3? Why did I fly this way? I think I was following Luther and Sabu. Or Sabu. Already you went to open desert, you were right into PvP, some PvE rest stops, but none that you could gather spice in. That's not true, necessarily, because you could gather spice in the Haga Basin. It wasn't a huge amount, but you could do that. I know a number of people who made their carriers and sandcrawlers in Haga Basin before going to the deep desert. Wasn't easy, but doable. I think that you need to make sure the spice is more readily available to people because you need spice to repair or even use tier 6 gear. And locking that behind PvP wasn't fair. You can't expect people to be like, oh, well, I just won't use the end game materials. I have it because, you know, I either had to go into PvP where I'm going to get griefed, or I had to not do that. I don't think that was fair. You're playing from BE with 250 ping. You might find it's more stable now to play Mivixov. They've done a lot of work on stability and ping performance and improvements if you've got a higher ping. I know Demnar, who I'm currently carrying, has got a ping of around 200, 250. The worm's dangerous and Haga. I know when someone told me that, I was like, are you on crack? Like, the Haga worms are, I mean, especially now, they've made them more dangerous since launch as well, which is horrifying. You played closed beta on the Euro server at 100 ping and did just fine. I think 100 is very doable. 200 to 250, you probably start having more issues. And that's going to be down to the individual player, because sometimes you can overcome a high ping, and sometimes you can't. It depends on how that ping is. If it rubber bands you and you can't predict where you'll be, then it's a problem. But if you can predict it, what they do to Haga worms, they made the Haga worms more spicy, Paul sends it. I know a lot of people were harvesting the radioactive areas, yeah. Getting spice with the crawls and the adult worms, deeper you went, better reward. Daniel, say I don't disagree that would have been a system for the deep desert, and that's one I proposed way back when. But I'm now of the opinion that having a tiered system in the deep desert won't work. I've moved to the opinion that the best system I could see that I think would work for the most people is to have a separate PvP deep desert that rewards the PvPers for taking the risk they're willing to do. And I think at this point, because every player can get to tier... If you open up the deep desert, make it all PvE, every player can catch up before you introduce a new tier of content at tier 7 at some point. But right now, the proposal of you can't do tier 6 unless you've been into PvP, which is the problem, force people away from the game. Maybe so. Come and try on the pirate servers. Exclamation point Dune Discord. You remember the community. You're always welcome. Oh yeah, worms now also do a fast breach, so they'll literally rise up, immediately dive down. There's no waiting. It's like you get like 12 seconds in total. There's supposed to be large fields in the PvE section, but the randomness deep desert matches, we never chooses it. I don't believe that there are any ring mouths that can form in the PvE area. I genuinely don't think that's a thing. We've never seen that. Even on... You think that there's 5 there are, 5 locations a week, and bear in mind these maps are pre-designed. We were told that there are about 30 to 35 pre-designed deep deserts. That's how that works. They add more with every extra DLC and such. But that's what we were told, so we know that they're not randomly assigned. I don't believe they place any down outside of the band. I think to be honest, when we had because we did, I arranged an interview with Joel, one of their CMs, and with Pirate Software, and Joel said there were there were 30 plus maps. But I think that what you will have seen happen is that when they changed the deep desert, some of those layouts would no longer have been appropriate. But some of those layouts just won't have worked anymore. There were 25 at launch. Like I said, 25, 30, it's largely irrelevant, but that's what I mean. I think some of those won't have been usable because they wouldn't have fit. Demnar, are you ready to go? More spice? Okay, I can ship the stuff back then, it's not a problem. Are you guys be back around after you've eaten stuff, or is that you guys done for the night? Just want to know. We've got a fresh spice field, though. We've just been... Oh. Welcome back, Nellis. I hope you've slept. I need a spice pilot. I need a sandcrawler pilot. What I need. Not actually sure where my storage box is. Is that my box? No. Oh, mine's behind it. Here we go. So, let me go grab this stuff then. Biggest risk to multi-boxing: 2 keyboards. You eject from your carrier carrying a container full of spice to the deep desert. That's we've done that before. When you accidentally press shift when you're like, oh wait, I didn't mean to. Oh, I wanted to. I meant to go into vulture mode because I was in automatic brain mode. Oh no. Oh no. We've all been there. We've all been there. That moment when you see your sandcrawler drop into the ground and you're like, wrong lever. Deeply funny, right? We've all made those kind of mistakes before. Did I put anything in these? I don't believe so. No, okay, those are empty. Actually, I'll just... Spook, did you need me to come back and empty that spice sand that was in the other location? Oh, okay, thank you, Sabu. In that case... Sandcrawlers are just Scots, they want freedom, they'll leave you high and dry. Sandcrawlers are okay, they can be trusted. You can at least land on top of one. Sandcrawlers are good enough that they get to be called British. That's how that works. They're British now, because they're good. You love the box. The box is very useful. I'm a big fan of this box. It's very nice. It makes a real difference to operations. I would like it if it had the ability to interact with other vehicle inventories like a storage box does, but that's something they're working on. Nellis, I think I'm both and neither. I think I'm Kronk until I'm Yzma. I think that's the problem. I think everyone's Kronk until they're Yzma. You either die a Kronk or you live long enough to fight to become an Yzma. You've not long since got this and only just got to Duralumin. Nice. Duralumin is actually it's a very good tier to get to, but it's actually surprisingly difficult. But it is like your last plateau before you enter the end game in quotation marks. I love how you just kind of sink downwards when you're carrying the cargo container. I don't really know why that's broken again. Are the EU servers less toxic than the NA ones? I mean, right, I'll be honest, we moderate and manage our servers separately, so we have rules about, you know, you don't use racial slurs when you lose in PvP because you're mad, and you have to use global comms because you can't fight in a game. Basic rules like treat people with a basic level of respect. So ours is less toxic. I can't speak for all EU versus US, like NA servers. Every server's got a different group, a different environment now. Look, a Demnar. Make sure your slurs are regional or racial. Maybe just don't use slurs. That's probably my advice to you. Just don't. There's no need. Not even once. Hot take, I know. That Chrono streamer says I shouldn't use slurs. How dare he? Well, I'm just calling someone an asshole? Well, exactly, like, you know. I know it's a wild rule. It's the most lukewarm take, I know. Hi, Bailey. Hi, what's up? For those of you who are new in here, this is Bailey. This is Bailey. He's a big baby cat. Oh, sorry, did I stop? Not very kind of me, is it? How dare you? Right. Yeah? You finished bothering the spare human and now you're coming to assault me, is that it? Pointedly sitting towards the kitchen door being like, hello, chicken, please, chicken. All he thinks about. There's 3 thoughts inside that head and they're all fighting for last place. That's how this goes. Don't remember dumping that in there. That was probably the wrong place to put it. Hi, Bailey. You're such a good cat, aren't you? Okay, you're gonna have a slump. There we go. He's getting comfy. Can we show you the base? I certainly can. We actually won't be keeping this base that much longer. It's in the middle of being semi-dismantled, kind of reworked so that we can put it into base storage and move to a more artistic / efficient model, because we kind of get, you know, you get bored of a base after a while. But Circuit 1 as well, fuck it. I know I shouldn't have a fuck it mentality and Demnar will tell me off, but it's not gonna be for long. This is our base. It's basically a huge box with carrier stuff on top and all for so this is our water storage. That's our water production. This is all of our storage. Just to confirm, this is all of the storage. This is our Spice Melange 4 box. So named because Spice Melange 3 is back here. That's full. Spice Melange 2, this is full. And Spice Melange 1, this is nearly full. Now it's full. Is it all circuited? Yes. Are all the boxes named and organized? You bet your ass. Demno did a great job with this. Look, I can go up here. This is the Servox. This is all of the Servox. What's that? You need to know where all the metals are. Well, they're all on they're all on this middle floor. And they're all here. Aluminium. This is an OCD dream. This is what the mods need to do to keep my goblining powers in check. This is the only way they can keep me in, in any kind of organizational skill. You want circuits for electronic system? That would be good. Yeah, to be able to have electrical circuits. You want an Imperium system? That would be good. We are, I say, low on plastinium. I think we've got about 5,000 of it. There's a lot of titanium. We're a bit low on stravidium. These are the items that you get with the free DLC, which is live on Steam. So if you want to grab that free DLC, you can. Luther has been playing Warhammer with them. I like that the Ornithopter actually seems to float. How many are you guys playing? There's 3 of us that use this base. There we go. So let's do another 4 runs of that. Spice Sand, that's fine. Look, okay, look. I really like loot. Okay, if someone's like, "What do you enjoy in a game?" Looting things. I enjoy looting, and if you give me the ability to loot stuff and hoard stuff, you're damn right I'm gonna do it. You're damn right I'm gonna hoard all of it. When they were like, "Oh yeah, we know players have been hoarding. We don't want that," I was like, "You didn't want hoarding? What did you expect?" Yeah, I recognize that it might be British programming. You're not completely wrong, but I don't have to like it. I don't know. You're possibly correct, chat. Look, I might have a problem with looting things, but I think it's a good problem to have. Repair that welding torch. Grab some more of that stuff. Okay. Inevitably, I always go the wrong way out of these. I have to go run the full area. How do you have power for all of this base? The base doesn't actually use that much power. This is our circuitry. We're reasonably careful about what we keep running and what we don't keep running. Which is the only way you can really function in this, I'll be honest. You have to be very careful about not running too much stuff for too long, because it just keeps... If you shut down everything, you're only running the pentashields, then all you've got to do is you've got to run the minimum amount of power to keep those pentashields up, which means you've got less resources to gather each week or each month you want to log in to do it. Don't look at the water base, that uses a lot of power. I can imagine it does, yeah. So I always carry 3 of these large cells on me at any given time. But if I'm doing an operation, then I normally bring a lot more. Take 5. And then put... Demnar, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're actually getting low on large fuel cells. We can just dump that there into that cargo container. I need more welding wire. No, I'm good for welding wire. Welding torch is fine. Go and do our repairs. So we made some brand new wings at the start of that. They're already down, 10% of max durability, but I'm glad we did because the other ones were at 33% or so. One wish to come back as a cat in your next life. It's a great way to be reborn, I reckon. The Egyptians were onto something. Why not access the cargo container from your fuel cell container? Because my brain didn't think of that, Wubby. It was just kind of doing things in manual. It's streamer brain after being live for 11 hours is a very strange place to be. No, Jiva, you are completely welcome. I'm more than happy to explain my thinking on any of these things. Just feel free to ask. And if I don't remember what you're talking about, you might need to remind me what I was talking about when you asked. Sometimes I don't answer. I move on topics. And I'm like, wait, what were we talking about? Streamer brain, again, it's based on movement. A basic battery generator is still the way to go for power. No, well, again, personal choice. But we use directional. We use the wind turbine directionals. We use industrial grade lubricant because we can get a lot of it, and it's one of the few things that actually uses up, I think, residue for us. Essentially, can't remember now. And most importantly, it allows you to stack for 27 days. Also, for when this is full, 31 days. So we actually use these, but they are expensive because they use duralumin. So you need to have a pretty established base to be using a lot of these, especially if you're using 7,000 powers worth. And we keep these disabled specifically so that we don't use up a huge amount of power. These are 135 each. If we're running all of this all the time, it can actually eat the power. Cobalt paste is your limiting factor? Yeah, cobalt paste is an annoying resource to get. I think there needs to be a better way of farming cobalt paste. Look, Demnar's queuing up large cells, I reckon. Yeah. Think of running off or I'll build you one, but you'll be taking a week's worth of the residue. Just chuck the residue on the ground. That's the plan. We've got a lot of titanium, but not a lot of stravidium. So that's what we would be farming if we're going to do a resource harvest. But how are we for water? Oh, we're low on water. Okay. Let's take some visitors out of the lobby. We have, of course, named this the hotel lobby because, they're checked in, they're guests. They need to be treated with respect, tucked into their beds at night. How good are the spice generators? Are they worth the melange? Spice generators are pretty good if you've got the melange spare, but a lot of people don't have spare melange. Or it requires a PvP risk for them, so they're not willing to take it. So I don't tend to recommend the spice generators for that reason. It's not available to everyone, whereas you can get the material components pretty much more easily for the other wind turbines. Exactly, Furb, you know what's up. It is indeed like Hotel California. Hello, Soapish, how are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome into chat. Water generation is the biggest power suck? Yeah, I agree. I mean, these are taking 350 each. We have 10 of these. This is a huge amount of our power. More than half of our power is just being used on these death stills, which is insanity. You run 20 spice generators. Wild. You must have an insane production setup. Just to be real. You have a spice generator, but it's for overflow power and off most of the time? Nice. Look at Demnar's response. Why? We've only got 1.6 million left in this base. What a shame. This, 450 liters of water. That'll bring us up to 2,000 plus. Above 2,000. What do you make of the server migrations on the official server? So we've not got the full details yet on server migrations, but broadly it needs to be a thing. It's a good time to do it. I wish they were available sooner, but they need to make sure it's done right rather than being done quickly. That's the key thing. Right, not quickly, is the approach that Funcom needs to play here. Because they need to respect that, like, players cannot be losing their progress the way that they have before. It makes players lose their faith in the game very, very rapidly, and the faith in the devs as well, because their time and their effort isn't being respected if they're at risk of losing all of this stuff. Must have a big ass guild? Possibly. That's what I would imagine. 7 large spice... Why have you got 7 large spice refineries? What? Why on earth would you need 7 large spice refineries running at all times? Unless you've got a colossal guild. $25 in the guild. I imagine still active and all playing. That churns out a bunch of spice and materials. It just needs a huge amount of water. Wild, though. Absolutely wild. You don't plan to move, hopefully it doesn't cause someone else's base to plop onto your spot. I mean, yeah, if your base has been... If your base isn't there, then somebody should be able to take your spot. That makes sense, right? The ads are here. I will be right back. I'm just going to check Bailey's food. You looked at the first time since June, all your stuff is gone. You just ran around the tight circle and logged off. JBs, that's why we help players catch back up if they've lost their stuff like that on our servers. So if you're on the pirate servers, reach out on our Dune Discord, !Dune Discord, and let us know. Lost one, Pratt. The mouse maze, where is that right now? Hang on, let me just go and check on Bailey's food during the ads. I will be right back, chat. Bear with me, please. Hello, thank you for bearing with me. I was just feeding Bailey, and he's now followed me into the food cupboard room because he believes that the fridge is the almighty source of chicken. I'm back. Thank you for bearing with us. I appreciate you guys sticking through the ads. Are you back? You've had your food. You've had a snack, and now you want to sit there and shout. Praise the chicken. No, Nellis, don't encourage him. Mary Reed sent me location Discord. Thank you very much. I will check that out at some point. Let me find out from the rest of the group what their plans are and see what we're doing about spice. Hello, everybody. What are we doing about spice? Do we not have the same problem with doing that as we do with transferring it between the vehicle inventories? Like, you just can't. Yeah, okay, we can do that. What do you want me to bring out with you, Sebu? With me? I can bring a carrier and a crate. That's doable. Okie dokie. I can do that. Are you heading off, B? Is that the plan? You're such a cute little cat. He's just curious about what's going on. He's like, oh, what you do? You don't normally work this late. What you doing? The Bene Gesserit of the OG Spice Girls are very accurate. Completely true. Now you're curious how a cat would react to an infinite reflection box with a piece of chicken in it. I think Bailey would just go mental, but it's more the smell rather than just the sight of it. The smell of chimkin. I mean, if you want to come take part in what we're going to do, then we could bring another buggy. Well, I've got a carrier, I've got a cargo container. If we just fly out there like in the Thopter, you can build your buggy out there, and then we can just dismantle it and fly it back once we fill up the carrier container. Saber's going to bring a thief so we can fast transfer the stuff. You have a British question. You can't tell if you're dumb, deaf, or both. When a woman is in power, do they call her mum, or is that how you lot say ma'am? I believe most of the time it's an affectation of ma'am or mom, but I think there are some groups that use mum as an affectionate term for a person to be about. So I think, as with most British things, the answer is both, and it'll be the one that you don't expect every single time. We like to be difficult here in the in the United Kingdom. We're very good at it. There's ma'am, mom, mum. It can be madam. It depends on a number of different things. There's a huge level of complex social interaction that takes place between British people when they communicate. A lot of it's subtextual. You might not notice it, but they'll start humming in like different frequencies. That's how they know that there's cultural artifacts nearby. They'll start humming. They'll reach like cultural variation. Cultural artifact resonance. If you get enough British people together in one place, they'll decide to get on a boat, go somewhere, and take those cultural artifacts for themselves. What is a gobshite? Gobshite is more of a... You'd call something like a load of gobshite. Like it's, like a load of bollocks. It's, my brain goes with flim-flam. That's... You've got a gobshite is a loudmouth. Someone who, who basically chat shit. Someone who's not, chatting horseshit. Gobshite itself is that bullshit itself. A bullshitter. Yeah, there you go. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah. Explains British in British. I know. That's how we do it. We assume that everyone speaks our language. Oh, you're from Sheffield. Very nice. One of those parts of the country that TV and film just seems to forget about. You occasionally see someone from Liverpool, like, you know, in Hollywood films, like someone from Manchester maybe. You see a couple of the accents. Not that many people from Sheffield. Not that many people from Birmingham. Not a huge amount of Welsh people, but it's getting better. Scottish people very reliably in TV and film. Scottish is a very strong accent, a very strong voice, and has a real kind of vibe, you know. I mean, Peter Capaldi's kind of anger is one that, you know, one would particularly probably put on the stereotypical Scotsman impression. But it's not true. Some Scottish people are very, very nice, unless you're English. And there's some good reasons for that. It's a bit like why Irish people don't like us. 1 second, chat. The Welsh are real? You thought they're like Australians? What, you mean upside down? No, we don't keep Welsh people upside down. The Nephenor, in my head canon, time stopped in 2019. So we still have a queen. COVID wasn't real. Everything's kind of okay in the world. There's none of this like war in Eastern Europe kind of thing. That's where I'd like to, that's where I kind of, if I don't want to think about it, that's where I go back to. We go back to kind of like 2018, 2019, kind of, yeah, just kind of, you know, you don't want to be 2016. I think that was the year that all those celebrities were dying off and it kind of got really weird. I thought it was Bruce Forsyth killing them off and stealing their life force, but, you know, eventually Brucey, unfortunately, passed on. Is that a container I'm transporting? Is that new? It is indeed new. This is the cargo container. So this thing can be carried by a carrier. It can be carried across the server borders, as all vehicles can be now. It's got 150 slots inside and 15,000 total volume, which is really nice. The first thing I used it for was trying to fill it with bodies. Bait, I think. What I said. Is Deep Desert totally dead now? I think that depends on which server you're on. On our server, it's very quiet. On a lot of servers, it is very quiet, but on some servers, they've got very active gameplay. Not on PAX, it's not. I know on Harmony, the Deep Desert isn't dead. But, you know, most of the community is aware right now that I'm in the game playing. They don't, you know, they like it when I'm on, that I'm bringing people back into the game. They are happy that I'm here. I can imagine they don't necessarily just want to kill me for killing me's sake. Gonna be real, like. The only way you can justify that is if you say that Q could be a letter, but it's too long. That's why. It's a group of letters waiting patiently. Exactly, Sindri's got it. It's the letter Q and then 4 vowels waiting patiently. The Scrabble win, exactly. You got to use up that letter, that Q somehow. Sabu, I'm going to be honest, I am heading to where you told me to, but I'm going to get distracted on the way. There's loot here, and I require it. I have the yearning that only loot can satisfy. I mean, haven't found a dropship, but if I did find one... In America, we have no patience. We develop it as we age. That's fine. That's all right. That's workable. Am I going to join the guild? What, the Ashes of Creation one? Yeah, when I'm in Ashes of Creation and there's a space. I can't log into Ashes now because I'm clearly playing Dune. And if I try loading up the game at the same time, it will crash my PC and crash my stream. I'm busy. I will be in Ashes tomorrow, and if there's a guild slot, there's a guild slot. And if there isn't, then I'll wait longer, like everyone else. I'm not gonna... I will be there, but I'm not jumping the queue. Everyone else wants to get in as well, and if I'm not in when there's a slot, that's on me. Different game. Oh, hello. Very rare that that there's a guy waiting that far up. I imagine someone ran in here earlier and that guy got pulled this far. Okay. You guys are very rude. I'm not inviting you to my birthday party. Don't mind me, I'm just taking all of the valuable loot. AOC is worthy. AOC needs time to cook, but it's back in a better position than it was a couple of months ago. So they are listening, they are, you know, they are putting feedback into play. They are working on the game. That's all I could really ask of Funcom. That's all I can ask of the Ashes of Creation devs. Let it cook. AOC is Ashes of Creation, although Age of Conan is also an acronym for it, and that's a very, very good game. If I was going to set up a rival guild, I would call it Fractal Pilates, not actual pirates. Just so you know. I've been very open about this. That almost made you snarf your tea. I'm glad you enjoyed. Yeah, I think Ashes is in a good spot. There's a few... I was shocked to hear that even Star Citizen is making positive changes. Like, I don't even know what year it is. Ashes of Creation launching, Star Citizen considering beta next year. Like, what? I mean, I won't believe it because it's Star Citizen, but like... At some point, I will be going to check it out with my hoodles, as we said, in it's likely going to be in January now at this point because of in December. But we will be checking out Star Citizen, which is going to be interesting, seeing kind of how their development has been. It's been a good 6-7 years since I last checked in on that game, and I'm very excited for it if they deliver what they promise. But obviously, as a number of us know, it looks like a storefront from the outside, and I'm very interested in seeing whether they can actually talk the talk. Squadron 42, I believe. Yeah, you'll be able to join us on SC, sure. I've said that before. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Like I said, that'll be in probably early Jan. I will let you guys know. I'm working with Mahuda. She's just quite tired and, you know, busy from doing the Streamer Awards recently. She's been doing an awful lot. No, this isn't Stravidium Island. Let's go and see the map. Warning, it's a heavy game. I'm very aware it's going to be... I want it when I've got a second PC, because if it crashes, I don't want it taking the PC with it. And I want to make sure that, like, you know, we're running it sensibly. But yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of EVE, and, you know, Star Citizen has been something that we've looked at in EVE for years, being like, you know, when that's out, it will be awesome. But that's the if. Like, that's, you know, the if and the when. When it's out, it will be awesome. You want Elite Dangerous for making a Star Wars universe? That would be cool. I'd like that. I'd enjoy that a lot as well. I like the Star Wars games, and I think there should be more of them. I really enjoyed a number of elements of it. But the thing I'm most excited for, Total War Warhammer 40k. Oh, give me the Warhammers. Give me, oh. For those of you who don't know, if you're a nerd on the internet, you normally have like one expensive hobby. A lot of people have like Magic the Gathering. Warhammer 40k is another one of those. Airsoft, you know, shooting guns, archery, cycling, you know, even running. Like, running shoes can be incredibly expensive, like hiking stuff. Everyone's got like this kind of like one hobby, right? My hobby was plastic crack. Warhammer 40k got me young, and I've been addicted since I was like 11 years old. He says as I list Magic the Gathering cards right now, you know. There you go. You're unironically moderately curious if the new Star Wars racing game will be good. It looks really good, because it's from the makers of Burnout and from Need for Speed, like some real classic, like really good games. Sabi, where is the thief? Oh, this is PvP area, that's why. Huh. You've been trying to contact me regarding my expired grey shame insurance. Joke's on you. There's no shame left. I'm fine with it now. Oh, here we go. No, you're fine. This will still be within range, I think. When Total War comes out, do we cosplay it on stream? I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do some kind of Warhammer 40k coverage on stream, that's for sure. I could do some kind of cosplay potentially. I mean, I think we're talking a good couple of years away. Remember that we saw like pre-alpha in-game and in-engine footage. That is a long way away, but it's something to be excited for, something to me to look forward to and to keep going for. Refuel that. Whenever as pre-alpha stop companies is, well, I like that they was brave enough to show pre-alpha in-engine footage. So like not even the start of it. They were willing to risk the hate because of the hype and because they want to show how cool the game could be when they're given time to cook. That game, take as long as you need to make that game good. I'm tired of Creative Assembly rushing games and DLCs. Make it good, release it when it's ready, and I will be happy. I don't actually think that offloaded my inventory. No. But I went to the wrong item. This big container is the new cargo container that can be lifted by a carrier. So if I do this, because of a bug, it's a bit broken. So if I press this button, it's got 15,000 volume space. It's got 150 slots. This is what's great. Did I name the big container? Yes. I did name it the big container. I named it clearly after Paul Rudd's name in Friends, nothing else. You hope that it's like Star Wars Empire at War? I really hope it's like the Galactic Conquest version of the like the old Star Wars Battlefront 2. That's what I want. Give me a campaign map that's a bit like that, but with real-time battles. That's it. I'll just lose my... I'm just going to become, you know... I'll just become 40k. Can that be taken between worlds? Yes, it can. It's very good like that now. Bit too far. Bit too far. Could I fix the centering screen? I could. Thank you for reminding me, Game Dado. I do forget that. So yeah, there's a bug with the vehicle inventories where they, because I'm on a wider screen than normal, they appear in the wrong location on the screen. So I just press the button to screen share the left-hand side of my screen so that you guys can see what I'm doing in the vehicle inventory and see the storage slots, etc. I've spent a small amount of time flying around with these suspensor belts, but if anyone's getting motion sick from me yeeting around, do say something and I'll try and stop. No, Sabu. I'll mine on foot, but like someone needs to stay with the carrier or something as we get attacked. That's not that bad PvP. Plus, I have a laser I want to use. That was who gave Kronos the laser? Yeah, me just zooming around. What did you expect? I'm not going to stand still. I don't do this in Ashes. I'm not going to do it in this. Look at all this valuable loot on the ground. All this Stravidium mass. And then when the buggies come back, I can just they can just stop by it. I can go to the container. I can move it all for them, so they don't have to actually like leave their vehicle. And they can rapid cycle faster. Num num. I recognize that I'm now quite far away from the carrier. I love Bindu Sprint. You actually mistyped, so this year for your donations went to Toys for Thor. Nice. How do Twitch drops work? Not a problem at all, Capon Farms. You get them just by watching. If you use exclamation point drops, you can see both what the drops are and you can see your drops inventory. Once you've been watching for 3 hours, then you'll get all of the drops from this this campaign, and then you'll be able to link your Funcom account with your Twitch account in a certain way, which is done through those windows, through those links, and you'll be able to get the drops in game. Bindu Sprint and Suspensor Belt Flow is amazing across distance. Exactly, it's very, very powerful. Okay, so I need to move the cargo container. My pleasure, Capon Farms. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for asking the question. Never have any problem answering questions, you know. God damn. I will do this. I'll make it work. Fine. I have a backup option. That barely moved. There's coming chapter 3 with class enhancements and skills that can do that. I know, it'd be cool. Go on, off you go. It's like watching Bailey trying to push a door open. Like, uses his face. See, if in doubt, chat, you can use your Ornithopter's face for a pushing skill. Look at this. Expert. Expert. Very janky, but expert. Expert sometimes takes like 1 or 2 tries. Oh, well, Captain Farms, thank you very much for being here. I hope that you enjoyed the drops, bud. Carrier, okay. I can bring the carrier to help you get those spots, Sabu. That's fine. Yeet. Where are we talking? I'm so helpful. Look at how helpful I am. The ads are here, chat. I'm just going to be right back. Give me a second. I keep drinking my drink. Okay, Luther, if you go over to the oh, Luther, the inventory's full. Go back to the starting area that we were, the fief where we were at. And I'll come and about. Let me get Sabu off of the roof. Something's broken there. Better. This is fine. Oh, Luther's already emptying it. Nice. Well, if you keep it open on your ship, there we go. Look at this. Look at how fast that was. It was so much easier. Done? Good. That was nice. Having to switch between the 2 options is really annoying, so having 2 people there makes it really quick. Make sure during the break chat you are looking after yourself, you're hydrating, you're getting a snack, you're petting a cat, you're a dog, you know, you go and speak to your favorite human, go and touch some grass, maybe go and water a plant, maybe take your medication if you haven't taken that already.